Dragon God Supreme Chapter 4007 to Chapter 4086. Yi Aohun's terrifying aura had already locked onto Fan Nantian and the three elders. If Yi Aohun attacked, he would definitely kill them in one blow. Lord Guardian! Save us! The three elders cried for help in horror. All the disciples of the extreme celestial sect held their breaths in horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Situ Yunkong was expressionless, but there was an imperceptible coldness in his eyes. Young master, this is just a misunderstanding. Besides, they're already dead. Why do you still want to pursue this matter? Situ Yunkong said coldly. Feng Wuchen did not speak. He did not care at all. Feng Wuchen did not care whether it was a misunderstanding or not. He only knew that the infernal spirit divine kingdom had given the order, and the extreme celestial sect had already sent someone to deal with this matter. Situ Yunkong was in a dilemma. He did not know whether to intervene or not. If he did not intervene, wouldn't it be a waste of time, but if he did, it would mean that the infernal spirit divine kingdom and the chaos temple had become enemies. Even though the infernal spirit divine kingdom had been sealed by the chaos ancestor for thousands of years, they still did not dare to confront the chaos temple head-on. Great Guardian, should we stop Yi Aohun? If we don't, it will affect the reputation of the infernal spirit divine kingdom, Situ Yunkong said telepathically. Try this Feng Wuchen. I want to know what he wants to do. The Great Guardian secretly transmitted his voice to him. Whoosh, seeing Yi Aohun approaching Fan Nantian, Situ Yunkong appeared in front of Yi Aohun in the blink of an eye. His terrifying aura forced Yi Aohun back. Situ Yunkong only forced Yi Aohun back. He did not dare to hurt anyone. If he hurt someone now, he would definitely anger Feng Wuchen. Thank you, Lord Protector. Fan Nantian and the three elders expressed their gratitude and fear, as if they had been granted amnesty. They were so scared just now. The intense fear and the clear aura of death had almost scared them to death. How dare you, infernal spirit divine country! Shangguan Yun shouted angrily. The terrifying aura of a fifth-level primal chaos heavenly venerate erupted. Shangguan Yun was not as strong as Situ Yunkong, but he was not afraid at all. Shangguan Yun and Guqianshan wanted to make a move but were stopped by Feng Wuchen. Situ Yunkong looked at Feng Wuchen and said in a cold voice, Young Hall Master, the infernal spirit divine country has no grudge with the Chaos Temple. I hope Young Hall Master can give the infernal spirit divine country some face to avoid damaging our relationship. What if I don't? Feng Wuchen said coldly. The infernal spirit divine nation had given the order to deal with Feng Wuchen, and now they were asking Feng Wuchen to give them face. The infernal spirit divine kingdom was nothing. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the infernal spirit kingdom was nothing. If the infernal spirit divine nation dared to give the order, Feng Wuchen would dare to destroy the infernal spirit divine nation. A cold light flickered in Situ Yunkong's eyes. Young master, are you trying to make the Chaos Temple and the infernal spirit divine country enemies? Is there such a thing? How come I didn't know about it? Right now I only know that whoever dares to touch me, I will kill him. Feng Wuchen sneered, what? You allow the infernal spirit divine nation to give the order to deal with me, but you don't allow me to take revenge? Is the infernal spirit divine nation so arrogant and overbearing? How about I also send someone to kill the infernal spirit divine nation's young master? Will the infernal spirit divine nation pretend that nothing happened? Will they be able to swallow this insult? If so, I will spare their lives today. Although I have never seen the infernal spirit divine nation's young master, I know that he must be very strong. I also know that your sovereign is a supreme god master. However, I am confident that the people I send will be able to kill him. Moreover, it will be in your infernal spirit divine nation's palace. Do you want to try? Situ Yunkong was speechless. He couldn't make the decision at all. Protector Yi, kill them. Feng Wuchen said coldly, War God guards, listen to my order. Kill whoever dares to make a move. As soon as Feng Wuchen said that, Situ Yunkong's face changed drastically. The words War God guards were enough to make him tremble in fear. War God guards. The elites of the extreme immortal sect and the other factions were all scared out of their wits. The War God guards were definitely the most terrifying existence in the chaotic realm. It was enough to make the major factions tremble in fear. War God guards. The Great Protector's face darkened in the dark. Great Protector, what do we do now? Sita Yunkong asked telepathically. The Great Protector replied, don't interfere. Let him kill them. Boom. Yi Aohun shot out again. He glanced coldly at Sita Yunkong. His terrifying murderous aura locked onto Fan Nantian and the three elders. Great Protector. Fan Nantian and the three elders' hearts were in their throats again. Fear surged into their hearts. This time, Sita Yunkong didn't dare to stop him. Swish. In an instant, Yi Aohun flashed past. Fan Nantian and the three elders were instantly killed by a sword that slit their throats. Yi Aohun's attack was ruthless and merciless. Sect Master, Elders. The disciples of the extreme immortal sect were scared out of their wits. They felt as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. If Fan Nantian and the three elders were killed, they wouldn't be able to escape death either. The spectating factions and itinerant cultivators were also scared out of their wits. Why aren't you stopping? Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at Sita Yunkong. Isn't the infernal spirit divine nation very powerful? Aren't they competing for the position of Lord of all realms? Why aren't you doing anything? Sita Yunkong's eyes turned cold. His expressionless face darkened. Young master, should we destroy the extreme immortal sect now? Yi Aohun asked respectfully. Feng Wuchen said coldly, kill without mercy. Kill. Shang Guanqingyun ordered. The powerhouses of the three factions unleashed their divine power and swarmed forward. Spare us, young master. We don't know anything. Young master, this has nothing to do with us. We didn't know that the sect master had sent people to kill you. Great Protector, save us. Save us. The disciples of the extreme immortal sect screamed for help. It was the first time they were so scared. They could clearly feel the aura of death. Sita Yunkong's face turned colder as he clenched his fists. The disciples of the extreme immortal sect were powerless against the three factions' powerhouses. Even the primal Chaos Emperor couldn't escape death. Isn't the extreme immortal sect a subordinate force of the infernal spirit divine nation? Are you going to watch them get killed? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Great Protector, Feng Wuchen has gone too far. Sita Yunkong transmitted his voice angrily. He seemed to have reached the end of his patience. Feng Wuchen is provoking you. Give up the extreme immortal sect. Sita Yunkong glanced coldly at Feng Wuchen and left in a flash. Reporting to your majesty, the divine war guards are hiding in the dark. It could be Tenyu Aries or bloodthirsty Aries. This subordinate doesn't dare to attack and can only give up the extreme immortal sect. The Great Protector immediately transmitted his voice to the infernal spirit divine nation's ruler. Divine war guards? The infernal spirit divine nation's ruler frowned and said fiercely, it seems that the divine war guards have been secretly protecting Feng Wuchen. It won't be easy to touch him. Great Protector, don't touch him for now. Continue to monitor him and wait for a better opportunity. The infernal spirit divine nation's ruler transmitted his voice. Rest assured, your majesty. I will find an opportunity as soon as possible, the Great Guardian replied respectfully. Great Guardian, try not to delay for too long. Before the other two holy nations know, you must capture Feng Wuchen alive. But you must be careful. You must not alert the Chaos Temple before you capture Feng Wuchen, the Emperor of the Inferno Spirit Nation said. I understand. The Great Guardian transmitted his voice respectfully. He thought to himself, if Feng Wuchen's mysterious power is really comparable to the divine power of chaos as Tao ancestor Jiao Xian said, even if I have a chance, it won't be easy to deal with him even if my cultivation is far above his. When Feng Wuchen killed the two great divine masters with a burst of divine power, the Great Guardian could feel the terrifying power of the divine power, which made him very afraid. Staring at Feng Wuchen, the Great Guardian said coldly, Feng Wuchen, I will let you be proud this time. Next time, you will not be so lucky. Don't let me catch you. I want to see if your mysterious power can compete with the chaos divine power. I don't believe that the divine warrior guards can protect you secretly all the time. As long as the divine warrior guards were not around, the great guardian would definitely take action immediately. It is impossible that they mistook him for someone else. The Inferno Spirit Nation already knows Feng Wuchen's identity. They sent people to capture Feng Wuchen. I am afraid that it is not as simple as taking over the Pengu Immortal Mansion. General Xiaoyao frowned and said seriously, unless the Inferno Spirit Nation already knows that Feng Wuchen has a strong divine power. Their goal is also to get the divine power. The more General Xiaoyao thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Since the Inferno Spirit Nation already knew Feng Wuchen's identity, they were not afraid. Instead, they sent people to capture him. This was enough to explain everything. Since they know Feng Wuchen's identity, the Inferno Spirit Nation will not take the risk. Unless Feng Wuchen has something they want, that mysterious power. General Xiaoyao was certain that the Infernal Spirit Kingdom knew that Feng Wuchen possessed great divine power. This was also the reason why the Infernal Spirit Kingdom dared to deal with Feng Wuchen. The reason why the Moonless Divine Empire wanted to touch Feng Wuchen was naturally because of this. Everyone wanted to obtain the powerful mysterious power. Very few people know about Feng Wuchen's identity, and even fewer know about his mysterious power. How did the Infernal Spirit Divine Country find out? The Freedom General wondered. As he thought about it, the carefree great general's expression suddenly changed. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Oh no, we've been tricked. There's something wrong with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian." Thinking of this, the carefree great general secretly rejoiced that he wasn't in a hurry to attack, and immediately disappeared. The carefree great general had to report to the Moonless Divine Nation's monarch as soon as possible. Xianxia, there's no need to keep watch. Return to the Moonless Divine Nation. The carefree great general ordered. Great general, did something happen? Xianxia asked, puzzled. After monitoring him for so long, why did he suddenly return to the Moonless Divine Nation? There's something wrong with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom also knows that Feng Wuchen has great mysterious power. General Xiaoyao said. At the same time. In just a few minutes, the Extreme Celestial Sect was destroyed. The Extreme Celestial Sect was full of corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of blood. The powerhouses and itinerant cultivators of the major forces who were watching were scared out of their wits by this scene. The powerhouses of the three major forces instantly massacred the Extreme Celestial Sect. There was no resistance at all. Reporting to the young master. The Extreme Celestial Sect has been destroyed. Yi Aohun came in a flash and reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen sighed softly and said, "It's a pity that the Infernal Spirit Kingdom didn't do anything. They're really patient. Or did I scare them?" When Yi Aohun heard this, he was scared out of his wits. Feng Wuchen didn't just want to destroy the Extreme Celestial Sect. He also wanted to deal with the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. Although Feng Wuchen was the young master of the Chaos Temple, it was impossible for him to destroy the Infernal Spirit Kingdom just because he wanted to. Even if the Infernal Spirit Kingdom was not as powerful as the Chaos Temple, if they went to war, both forces would suffer great losses. Moreover, the Chaos Temple might not allow Feng Wuchen to do so. Feng Wuchen really wanted to use this opportunity to deal with the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. But it was a pity that the Infernal Spirit Kingdom was too patient. Otherwise, once the war started, even if Feng Wuchen couldn't destroy the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, he would definitely cause great losses to the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. After being shocked, Yi Aohun asked respectfully, "Young master, what should we do now? Do we still have to deal with the Infernal Spirit Kingdom?" Feng Wuchen shook his head and said helplessly, "There's no need for that now. If we take the initiative to attack now, won't people say that we're bullying them? We can only wait for the next opportunity. Guardian Yi, send someone to take over the Extreme Celestial Sect. From now on, it will be under the Deicide Temple." "Yes, young master," Yi Aohun said respectfully. "Master Shangguan, if there's any movement in the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, let me know immediately. If they dare to attack the forces under the Chaos Temple, we'll beat them back." Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission and flew away. "Yes, young master," Shangguan Qingyun replied respectfully. The experts and rogue cultivators of the various forces looked at Feng Wuchen as he flew away. They had to remember Feng Wuchen's face. This was a person that they couldn't afford to offend. Master, could the expert in the dark be that person just now? Long Xinjian sent a voice transmission and asked. It's possible. This person's cultivation is higher than Shangguan Qingyun's, and he has comprehended the chaotic territory. If he wants to hide in the domain space, I won't be able to detect his presence. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, of course, maybe the Moonless Divine Nation, the Chaos Divine Nation, or even the Jiao Xiandao Ancestors' men have sent top experts to monitor me in the domain space and wait for a good opportunity. If that's the case, Master is in a very dangerous situation. Xin Yan sent a voice transmission and said, if they launch a surprise attack on Master, the War Immortal Guards won't be able to help in time. Those experts who are monitoring me must be here for the primordial divine force. In order to compete for the position of Master of Myriad Realms, they won't easily take action because once they fail, they won't have a second chance. They are also afraid of the Chaos Ancestor. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, don't forget that I also have the chaotic territory. Even if they launch a surprise attack, they won't kill me. As long as I don't die, I can hide in the domain space at any time. As long as I turn around, they will be the ones to suffer. It was because of this that Feng Wuchen dared to walk around the Chaos Realm without any scruples. Of course, my cultivation is too weak now. I have to improve as soon as possible. Although the physical body of the Eternal Realm is strong, I dare not say that I won't be killed. If I'm forcibly refined or possessed by an expert, I won't be able to survive. Feng Wuchen continued to smile. Master, you have the primordial divine force. Who can refine or possess you? Unless they don't want to live anymore. A respectful voice came from Nian Luan. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, in short, there's no harm in improving my cultivation as soon as possible. When I return to the Chaos Divine Palace, I will cultivate in seclusion. I feel that I'm about to break through to the 7th level. Moonless Kingdom. In the majestic palace hall, the monarch, the imperial advisor, and the high-ranking officials had gathered. Their faces were solemn. The monarch of Moonless Kingdom's old face was gloomy and angry. Apparently, the carefree general had sent back the news. After a while, the carefree general appeared in the hall. Greetings, monarch. The carefree general bowed respectfully. The monarch of Moonless Kingdom asked gloomily, General, what is going on? Why is there a problem with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian? The carefree general said respectfully, Monarch, I was secretly monitoring Feng Wuchen. At first, I thought that the Infernal Spirit Kingdom wanted to control the sanctuary and not allow any forces that did not belong to the Infernal Spirit Kingdom to exist. But later, I found that it was not the case. They took action to deal with Feng Wuchen. For Feng Wuchen? The monarch of Moonless Kingdom, the imperial advisor, and the others were shocked and looked at the carefree general. The carefree general nodded slightly and said seriously, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom already knows Feng Wuchen's identity. Since they know his identity, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom will not send anyone to deal with Feng Wuchen. Isn't it the same as us to take such a risk? The Infernal Spirit Kingdom also knows that Feng Wuchen has a powerful and mysterious power. The monarch of Moonless Kingdom exclaimed. The imperial master frowned deeply and said solemnly, in that case, there is indeed a problem with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. He previously said that no one knew that Feng Wuchen possessed a powerful and mysterious power, but the Infernal Spirit Kingdom already knew. The carefree general said seriously, Monarch, although it is just a guess, I am sure that there is a problem with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Monarch, does Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian want us to go to war with the Infernal Spirit Kingdom? One of the officials guessed. Not only the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. The carefree general shook his head. In the main hall, many officials looked at the carefree general in shock. They seemed to have guessed it too. The moonless monarch's old face became gloomier and gloomier. His narrowed old eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. The carefree Great Realm expert said solemnly, I'm afraid that the Primal Chaos Divine Nation also knows that Feng Wuchen possesses the Primal Chaos Divine Force. In other words, we three divine nations only know that Feng Wuchen possesses the Primal Chaos Divine Force. Little do we know that all three divine nations know about it. The infernal spirit divine nation probably doesn't know that the other two divine nations already know that Feng Wuchen possesses primal chaos divine force. The infernal spirit divine nation has already attacked Feng Wuchen, and the primal chaos divine nation probably knows about it as well. In other words, the three divine nations are now fighting over Feng Wuchen's divine power. In order to compete for the title of Master of all worlds, the three divine nations will definitely fight, just like in the past. Aside from that, there must be war god guards protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark. No matter which of our three divine kingdoms makes a move, not only will we not be able to capture Feng Wuchen, but we will also become enemies with the Chaos Temple. Hearing this, the faces of the moonless divine nation's upper echelons turned completely gloomy. Although they did not believe in Tao ancestor Jiao Xian from the beginning, they could only choose to cooperate. Because of the Master of all worlds. I knew that Tao ancestor Jiao Xian was up to no good. I will never forgive this old thing. The moonless monarch's face was ferocious, and his eyes were terrifying. A terrifying murderous intent spread out. Monarch, we can't do anything to Tao ancestor Jiao Xian. This old thing's strength is unfathomable. The imperial advisor said gloomily, the great path divine force is already in the hands of Tao ancestor Jiao Xian. If we want to compete for the title of Master of all worlds, we must seize the divine force from Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, it will be impossible. Once we enter the trap set by Tao ancestor Jiao Xian, it will be difficult to escape. The imperial advisor is right. If the moonless divine nation wants to compete for the title of Master of all worlds, we must act. The prince gritted his teeth and said angrily, even if it's like back then, we will not hesitate. The carefree general said respectfully, Monarch, just as Tao ancestor Jiao Xian said, Feng Wuchen is very difficult to deal with. We cannot act rashly. This time is different from back then. Back then, when we competed for the title of Master of all worlds, the Chaos Temple was not among us. Now that we have made a move on Feng Wuchen, this brat may launch a counterattack at any time. Once the war god guards are mobilized, the consequences will be unimaginable. The moonless monarch's old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. The imperial advisor said gloomily and angrily, so what? We only care about capturing Feng Wuchen alive. Once Feng Wuchen falls into our hands, so what if he is from the Chaos Temple? However, we must be fully confident. Otherwise, we must not act rashly. The imperial advisor is right. We will rely on our own abilities, a minister said solemnly. Monarch. The carefree general looked at the moonless monarch. The moonless monarch narrowed his old eyes and said fiercely, we will do as the imperial advisor said and wait until we are fully confident. Even if the three divine nations were to wage war again, even if they were to become enemies with the Chaos Temple, they still wanted to compete for the title of Master of all worlds. This showed how tempting it was. The carefree general frowned slightly. He wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. General, there is no need to worry. The imperial advisor said indifferently, although the Chaos Temple is powerful, our moonless divine nation is not weak either. If the Chaos Ancestor does not come out, the Chaos Temple cannot do anything to us. Moreover, if we are not fully confident, we will not act. The carefree general shook his head and did not say anything. The carefree general was not worried about this. He was afraid of Feng Wuchen's terrifying divine power. Chaos Domain. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already returned to the Chaos Domain. He came out of the teleportation formation and flew towards the Chaos Temple. Monarch, Feng Wuchen has returned to the Primal Chaos Domain, an expert from the Primal Chaos Divine Nation reported immediately. The Chaos Monarch did not reply. He had not decided whether to act against Feng Wuchen yet. Because of Emperor Lingyun, the Chaos Monarch was hesitant. Hall Master, Feng Wuchen has returned to the Chaos Domain. Should we act? An expert from the Skyless Divine Hall immediately reported to Su Kuei. Su Kuei's old face darkened. He said, don't act against him for now. Investigate the Chaos Domain first. The emperors from the Skyless Divine Hall had been severely injured by Feng Wuchen's Chaos Domain. They did not know what had happened and did not dare to act again. Master, someone is secretly watching, but he did not follow. The Divine Eye said. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "The forces under the Chaos Divine Nation. Don't worry about him. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, I will arrive at the Chaos Temple in an hour." Feng Wuchen said. "Come to the Primal Chaos Divine Peak. I am in the War God Shrine. I can let you get to know the strongest War God. Recently, there are 5 new War God guards. It is also good to let them know you, the young Hall Master." The Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast transmitted its voice. Strongest War God? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He asked, "Isn't the strongest War God guard Tenyu Aries? Is there someone stronger?" "You will know when you come." The Chaos Xian Fire Beast said, "I am teaching the new War God guards cultivation techniques and spells." The War God guards have a stronger War God? Feng Wuchen frowned and asked doubtfully, "Isn't Tenyu Aries the strongest? If there is a stronger War God, why didn't he appear before? Is he in seclusion?" "Master, it's a good thing to have a stronger War God. When the time comes, we will have a higher chance of winning against the 3 divine nations or the Yen race." Long Xinjian transmitted with a smile. The War God guards of the Chaos Divine Palace are indeed very strong. Divine Eyes transmitted. Feng Wuchen guessed, stronger than Tenyu Aries? Could it be a supreme god? Since the experts of the Flame Spirit Divine Nation are so afraid of the War God guards, they must be at least a peak 9th stage Primal Chaos Heavenly Master. Curious, Feng Wuchen immediately increased his speed. The strongest War God of the War God guards, Feng Wuchen really wanted to see what kind of person he was. "Feng Wuchen." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly called out. "Ancestral Dragon Princess?" Feng Wuchen was startled when he heard the shout. He stopped abruptly and looked in the direction of the shout. It was indeed the Chaos Dragon race's Ancestral Dragon Princess. "Feng Wuchen. It's really you." Ancestral Dragon Princess flashed over with an excited smile, "So you are still in the Primal Chaos domain. Where are you going?" Feng Wuchen looked at the city below. A few buildings were emitting black smoke. Feng Wuchen also saw many injured cultivators. Ancestral Dragon Princess caused trouble again. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Ancestral Dragon Princess, seems like you caused trouble again." "Feng Wuchen, I didn't cause any trouble." Ancestral Dragon Princess frowned and said seriously, "They lost a bet with me." "You were beaten half to death after losing a bet?" Feng Wuchen asked in astonishment. Ancestral Dragon Princess curled her lips and said, "Who asked them to not admit it? Aren't they asking for a beating? Stupid girl. Stop right there. We won't let you off." Dozens of great divine masters roared angrily from the city below, and they quickly chased after him. "Feng Wuchen, hurry up and leave." Ancestral Dragon Maiden's expression changed as she pulled Feng Wuchen and wanted to escape. Ancestral Dragon Maiden realized that she didn't manage to pull Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was only a Chaos Heavenly Immortal. How could she, a Chaos Godly Lord, not be able to move him? "Aren't you from the Chaos Dragon tribe? Why should we be afraid of them?" Feng Wuchen asked. They don't know who I am. Let's leave quickly." "We can't beat them," Ancestral Dragon Maiden said hurriedly. She felt a little guilty and didn't think too much about why she couldn't move Feng Wuchen. "If we don't resolve this matter and just leave like this, won't we be embarrassing the Dragon Clan?" "Anyway, you said that they lost the bet," Feng Wuchen said helplessly. "Your brother also said that there are no weaklings in the Dragon Clan." "Aya, Feng Wuchen, are you leaving or not?" "Don't blame me if they cut off your limbs," Ancestral Dragon Maiden said anxiously. However, she still couldn't move Feng Wuchen. "Don't worry," Feng Wuchen smiled. It was too late to leave now. Dozens of great divine masters had already surrounded them. They were all aggressive and looked like they wanted to tear Ancestral Dragon Maiden apart. Ancestral Dragon Maiden was so regretful that her intestines turned green. If she knew that Feng Wuchen would be like this, she wouldn't have bothered to greet him. If she didn't greet him, she might have been able to escape through space. "Feng Wuchen, I hate you," Ancestral Dragon Maiden said angrily. "Ancestral Dragon Maiden. You are too much. It's fine if you just cause trouble. You even destroyed the medicinal herbs in the pill furnace and injured so many people. We must capture the Chaos Dragon Clan today." A sixth-stage Chaos Great Divine Master shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen looked at Ancestral Dragon Maiden and said, "Didn't you say that they don't know who you are? Didn't you say that they lost the bet? How did it turn into causing trouble and even destroying the pill furnace?" This. Ancestral Dragon Maiden bit her index finger and couldn't say anything for a long time. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly. Then, he cupped his fists at the dozens of great divine masters and said, "Please calm down. What happened? Can you tell me first?" "Little brother, Ancestral Dragon Maiden often comes to Immortal Moon City to play. We all know that she is the granddaughter of the Chaos Ancestral Dragon. Usually, we don't dare to provoke her and have to give in to her." The leader of the sixth-stage Chaos Great Divine Master said angrily, but today, she went too far. The 6 alchemists were competing. Not only did Ancestral Dragon Maiden cause a ruckus, she even went up to cause trouble. Before the pills were even refined, she opened the lid of the pill furnace, causing the pills to explode and the attic to be destroyed. A few alchemists were injured because of this and suffered from the backlash of their soul power. Their soul bodies were severely damaged. A few disciples who couldn't take it anymore made a move and were injured by her, another great divine master said angrily. It was no wonder they were so angry. They knew Ancestral Dragon Maiden's identity and still dared to make a move. This was no small matter. If their soul bodies were damaged, they might even lose their lives. Moreover, there were a few alchemists. They might even lose their lives just like that. "Didn't you say that you didn't cause any trouble?" Feng Wuchen looked at Ancestral Dragon Maiden and asked. Ancestral Dragon Maiden curled his lips and said, "I already told them that they couldn't refine it, but they didn't believe me. They insisted that they could refine it, so I opened the pill furnace. If this isn't losing, then what is?" Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded when he heard that. Feng Wuchen laughed bitterly. "If your brother or grandfather knew about this, you would be in trouble. Feng Wuchen, don't tell my grandfather, or else I won't be able to come out for the rest of my life. Can I beg you?" Ancestral Dragon Maiden panicked when he heard that. "Apologize to them first. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't tell your grandfather or your brother." Feng Wuchen threatened. "I'm sorry." Ancestral Dragon Maiden immediately apologized. Humph. The dozens of great divine masters' faces were still filled with anger. They naturally wouldn't forgive Ancestral Dragon Maiden so easily. "Louder, you don't have any sincerity. Aren't you embarrassing the dragon race?" Feng Wuchen said. Ancestral Dragon Maiden glared at Feng Wuchen and said slightly louder, "I'm sorry. Ancestral Dragon Maiden, your brother values the face of the dragon race the most. You have to be serious and sincere when apologizing. Otherwise, if word gets out, wouldn't you become a laughingstock for the dragon race?" Feng Wuchen said with a smile. "Feng Wuchen, don't go overboard." Ancestral Dragon Maiden was so angry that he stared at Feng Wuchen angrily. "Your great-grandfather should be stricter, right? I can go in and out of the Chaos Dragon race freely now. I might even meet your great-grandfather." Feng Wuchen threatened with a smile. "I'm sorry." Ancestral Dragon Maiden immediately apologized loudly. Feng Wuchen then cupped his fists and smiled, "Everyone, I am also an alchemist. Can you bring me to take a look? I might be able to treat their injuries. I also hope that everyone will not pursue this matter on account of Ancestral Dragon Maiden's sincere apology." "Little brother, you can treat the injuries of soul bodies?" A great divine master asked in shock. He didn't dare to believe it. "Little brother, what realm are you in?" "Our great elder is a primal chaos heavenly emperor realm alchemist. Even he found it difficult to treat them. He also needs to consume a large amount of soul power." A great divine master continued to ask. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, "Primal chaos heavenly monarch realm alchemist. Chaos heaven monarch realm alchemist?" The dozens of great divine masters were stunned. Even a primal chaos heavenly emperor realm alchemist would find it difficult to treat, let alone a primal chaos heavenly monarch realm alchemist. "Feng Wuchen, can you stop joking?" Ancestral Dragon Princess said, "The person who refined the pills is also a Chaos Heaven Monarch Realm Alchemist. Can you treat them? If you kill him, don't blame it on me. Everyone, I have my own way. If it doesn't work, we'll think of other ways." Since Ancestral Dragon Princess is in big trouble, we definitely won't ignore this matter. Feng Wuchen hurriedly smiled. Alright, we can only try. Little brother, please. Sixfold Chaos Great Divine Master nodded. After a while, Feng Wuchen and Ancestral Dragon Princess followed the dozens of Great Divine Masters down. It was a magnificent pavilion. Many people came to watch the alchemy competition, including people from the surrounding forces. There were many Chaos Emperor realm experts in the pavilion. There were even 3 Chaos God Emperors. A Chaos Emperor realm alchemist was healing 4 alchemists at the moment. The onlookers were watching quietly. They only looked away when Ancestral Dragon Princess appeared. Ancestral Dragon Princess had a noble status. Although they were angry, they did not dare to go overboard and hurt her. But when the 3 Chaos God Emperors and a few other cultivators with status saw Feng Wuchen, their expressions changed drastically and they became terrified. The Great Elder opened his eyes slowly and glared at Ancestral Dragon Princess. He scolded, Ancestral Dragon Princess, I have to ask the Chaos Dragon tribe for an explanation for the trouble you have caused today. Elder Yan is right. Ancestral Dragon Princess has caused trouble everywhere. We have to ask the Dragon tribe for an explanation today. A young master gritted his teeth and said angrily. That's right. We have to ask the Dragon tribe for an explanation. Many people shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen looked at Ancestral Dragon Princess and felt helpless. He thought to himself, Ancestral Dragon Princess is about the same age as Yishui. Yishui does not have the ability to cause trouble. Great Elder, this little brother said that he can heal their injuries. Ancestral Dragon Maiden has already apologized, Sixfold Chaos Great God Lord said respectfully. As soon as he said that, everyone in the pavilion quieted down and looked at Feng Wuchen. You have a way? Elder Yan looked at Feng Wuchen and asked. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled faintly, Elder Yan, I can try. Elder Yan looked at Feng Wuchen and couldn't sense any soul power. He frowned and asked, what realm are you at? Primal Chaos Heaven Monarch. Feng Wuchen replied with a faint smile. Nonsense. When Elder Yan heard this, he was instantly enraged. They suffered soul spirit backlash and their soul spirits were severely damaged. Even I, an elder in the Primal Chaos the Arch Realm, dare not say that I can protect their soul spirits. What can you, a Primal Chaos Heaven Monarch Realm, do? The moment Elder Yan said that, the 3 Chaos God Emperors and the other cultivators trembled in fear and their faces turned green. This is the young Hall Master of the Chaos Divine Palace. Elder Yan, don't court death. Hey! Who are you looking down on? Ancestral Dragon Maiden was immediately enraged. Ancestral Dragon Maiden. Feng Wuchen pulled Ancestral Dragon Maiden and signaled her not to interrupt. Elder Yan was instantly enraged and wanted to explode. However, he was stopped by a Chaos God Emperor who shook his head at Elder Yan. What are you afraid of? Ancestral Dragon Maiden has caused such a huge trouble. Are you still afraid that the Dragon tribe will kill us? Elder Yan shouted angrily. The 3 Chaos God Emperors were about to cry. We have many Primal Chaos Heaven Monarch Realm alchemists here. However, no one dares to say that they can cure them. Lad, you'd better not cause trouble. If they die, you won't be able to bear the responsibility, a man said disdainfully. Lad, I know you want to protect Ancestral Dragon Maiden. However, this is not something you can control. A young Hall Master said coldly, you'd better not interfere. If they die, the Chaos Dragon tribe might not be able to protect you. Elder Yan, your soul power can't control their soul bodies. Why don't you let me try first? Feng Wuchen smiled and said. He could tell that the 4 alchemists' soul bodies were severely damaged. Elder Yan was about to rebuke him when another Chaos God Emperor hurriedly pulled him back and said, Elder Yan, don't offend him. His identity as Ancestral Dragon Maiden is even scarier. Let him try. What? Scarier than Ancestral Dragon Maiden? Elder Yan's face changed as he looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. That's right. Those who died in the Holy Region's Massacre Divine Palace and Sky Emperor Palace were revived by him. Even those whose souls were destroyed can be revived. Don't offend him. The Chaos God Emperor said in fear. Elder Yan, watch your words. Don't infuriate the young master. Otherwise, we'll all die, another Primal Chaos Divine Palace member said in fear. Elder Yan was petrified on the spot. He was shocked and his head was buzzing. Elder Yan never thought that the young man in front of him was the terrifying alchemist who revived the Massacre Divine Palace and Sky Emperor Palace. Kid, didn't you hear what Elder Yan said? You save. A young master rebuked angrily. But before he could finish, another young master covered his mouth in fear. He hurriedly smiled at Feng Wuchen and said, sorry. The others thought that this young master was afraid of the Chaos Dragon race. The young master suppressed the struggling young master and said angrily in a low voice, don't talk. Do you want to die? He is even scarier than Ancestral Dragon Maiden. No one in the Chaos Domain can afford to offend him. Even more terrifying than the Ancestral Dragon Maiden? The struggling young master was instantly scared silly. The cultivators present wanted to rebuke Feng Wuchen, but they were scared speechless by the gaze of a Chaos God Emperor. Little brother, go ahead and try. A Chaos God Emperor hurriedly smiled politely. Elder Yan hurriedly said, little brother, please. Seeing the sudden change in Elder Yan's attitude, the others were confused. They were even more confused when they saw Elder Yan's expression. What was going on? Thank you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and walked over. Feng Wuchen activated the Ancestor of Soul Power. He quickly divided it into 4 portions and injected it into the 4 alchemists. The moment the Ancestor of Soul Power appeared, all the alchemists present, including Elder Yan, felt a strong suppression of their soul power. What kind of soul power is this? Elder Yan was shocked. His old eyes were about to fly out. What's going on with my soul power? Why is it suppressed? An alchemist said in fear. His whole body was trembling. Me too. My soul power seems to have disappeared. A Chaos God Master alchemist said in fear. What's going on with his soul power? Our soul power is being suppressed. Another Chaos God Master alchemist said with difficulty. His face instantly turned pale. This strange scene made everyone present dumbfounded. Ancestral Dragon Maiden looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The soul power of a Primal Chaos Heaven Monarch was able to suppress the soul power of all the other alchemists present. How powerful was he? What's up with Feng Wuchen's soul power? There are so many powerful alchemists in the dragon race, but they wouldn't dare to say that they could suppress the soul power of other alchemists. Ancestral Dragon Princess looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Their damaged soul bodies are recovering rapidly. Elder Yan was shocked and his heart was beating rapidly. Just as everyone was shocked, the 4 alchemists who were unconscious due to the severe damage to their soul bodies woke up at the same time. Their damaged soul bodies have recovered completely. Elder Yan widened his eyes in shock and his heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? Their soul bodies were so severely damaged, but they recovered instantly. One of the alchemists exclaimed in shock. How did he do it? How can a Primal Chaos Heaven Monarch instantly recover their soul bodies? Could it be related to his soul force? Another alchemist asked in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Seeing this scene, everyone in the pavilion was shocked again. They couldn't help but hold their breaths as they looked at the 4 alchemists in shock. Recovering severely damaged soul bodies was like playing a game. This was ridiculously powerful and it was beyond everyone's knowledge. After the 4 alchemists' soul bodies recovered, the domineering ancestor of soul power disappeared along with it. The terrifying suppression that the alchemists had to endure also disappeared. However, the fear in their hearts was still there. Didn't I suffer from the backlash of my soul power? How did my soul body recover completely? One of the alchemists asked in shock. Elder Yan, are you the one who saved us? Another alchemist asked in confusion. Elder Yan shook his head in shock and said, it's this little brother who saved you. The 4 alchemists looked at Feng Wuchen and were stunned. They quickly stood up and bowed with cupped fists. Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives. You don't have to thank me. Ancestral Dragon Princess got into trouble this time and caused her soul bodies to be severely damaged. It's my duty to save you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Ancestral Dragon Princess, why aren't you apologizing? Feng Wuchen looked at Ancestral Dragon Princess. I'm sorry. Ancestral Dragon Maiden said in a daze. She was still in a state of shock. The four alchemists were flattered. They quickly said, "It's good that you've recovered, Ancestral Dragon Princess doesn't need to apologize." The four alchemists were obviously very wary of Zhu Longnu. "Everyone, this matter was caused by the Ancestral Dragon Princess. Please forgive us if we have offended you. Please don't take today's matter to heart." Feng Wuchen looked at the crowd and said with a smile. A chaotic god emperor expert hurriedly smiled and said, "Little brother, you are too serious. Since he has recovered, we will naturally not pursue this matter and will not take it to heart." That's right, that's right. Little brother, you are so resourceful. If we have any problems in the future, I'm afraid we'll have to ask you for help. Another Chaos God Emperor laughed happily. Thank you. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists. Master, these three chaotic God Emperors seem to know your identity, Long Xinjian said through voice transmission. They definitely know Master's identity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so polite. Moreover, they must have reminded Elder Yin. Otherwise, why would Elder Yin let Master take action? Everyone in the pavilion was dumbfounded. What was going on with these chaotic God Emperors and chaotic Emperor? They were furious just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they were so polite and respectful to Feng Wuchen. They couldn't understand it. Young Lord Wu, is he really more terrifying than Ancestral Dragon Princess? The young lord asked in fear. Young Lord Wu said softly, he is the young Hall Master of Chaos Divine Palace. What do you think? What? Young Hall Master of Chaos Divine Palace. The young lord almost fainted. He was indeed more terrifying than Ancestral Dragon Princess. Elder Yen then smiled and said, "Little brother, you are really powerful. Old man is ashamed of his inferiority. Please forgive me for my previous offense." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "Elder Yen, you are too serious. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave." Ancestral Dragon Princess suddenly said, as though she had just recovered from the shock. With that, Ancestral Dragon Princess pulled Feng Wuchen and left. Seeing Feng Wuchen and Ancestral Dragon Princess leave, the three chaotic God Emperors and Elder Yin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not make a fuss about it. Fortunately, he came to solve the problem peacefully. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. One of the chaotic God Emperors said as though he had been pardoned. Elder Yan's words really scared me. Fortunately, we did not anger him. Another chaotic God Emperor said with lingering fear. Elder Yan was still extremely shocked. He couldn't help but ask, "You said that he is more terrifying than Ancestral Dragon Princess. Who is he? Why have I never seen him before?" Elder Yan, he is the young Hall Master of Chaos Divine Palace. One of the Chaos Divine Palace members said. Young Hall Master of Chaos Divine Palace. Elder Yan's face suddenly changed. His eyeballs bulged out and he was petrified again. Elder Yan felt that he couldn't breathe. This young man was the young Hall Master of Chaos Divine Palace. Elder Yan, are we going to the Chaos Dragon tribe to ask for an explanation? What if Ancestral Dragon Princess causes trouble again? One of them hurriedly asked Elder Yen. Elder Yen suddenly woke up and immediately scolded, "She is fine now. Why are we still going? Everyone, get ready. The alchemy competition will continue later." One of the chaotic God Emperors said sternly. After leaving the Immortal Moon City, Ancestral Dragon Princess hurriedly asked, "Feng Wuchen, how did you do it? Can your soul power heal their soul bodies? Or do you have other ways to heal their soul bodies?" "My soul power is a little special." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "Can it really heal their soul bodies?" Ancestral Dragon Princess asked. "Yes." Feng Wuchen nodded. Hearing Feng Wuchen's answer, Ancestral Dragon Princess was instantly overjoyed. She laughed excitedly, "That's great. Feng Wuchen, follow me back to the Dragon Tribe immediately. Grandpa Grand Elder's soul body has not recovered for many years. It seems like only you can help him recover his soul body." "Soul-devouring dragon Grand Elder?" Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. "Yes. His soul body was severely damaged in the battle with the Yan tribe's alchemist. Till now, he has not recovered completely. If he can recover completely, Grandpa Grand Elder will definitely be very happy. Ancestral Dragon Princess laughed happily. Feng Wuchen scratched his head and said awkwardly, but I have something important to do. Why don't I go to the dragon tribe 2 days later? No. Ancestral Dragon Princess frowned and said, I listened to you and apologized to them just now. Now you have to listen to me. Besides, if you have something important to do, I can help you. Alright, let's go to the Chaos Dragon tribe. Feng Wuchen sighed. That's more like it. Let's go. Grandpa Grand Elder will definitely be very happy. Ancestral Dragon Princess's face instantly revealed a sweet smile. By the way, Feng Wuchen, it's been a while since we last met. What's your cultivation now? Ancestral Dragon Maiden asked curiously. Sixfold Chaos Divine Master, Feng Wuchen replied with a faint smile. Your cultivation base is increasing very quickly. Ancestral Dragon Maiden suddenly stopped mid-sentence and stared at Feng Wuchen with her eyes wide open. Sixfold Chaos Divine Master? How is this possible? Ancestral Dragon Maiden asked in shock as though she had seen a ghost. When Ancestral Dragon Maiden first met Feng Wuchen was only a Chaos Heavenly Immortal, the weakest realm in the Chaos world. However, Feng Wuchen had already broken through to Sixfold Chaos Divine Master, the same cultivation base as Ancestral Dragon Maiden. How long had it been? What kind of cultivation speed was this? Even a monster among monsters couldn't possibly be so terrifying, right? Feng Wuchen, you're not joking, right? Are you really a Sixfold Chaos Divine Master? Ancestral Dragon Maiden asked with uncertainty. She thought she had heard wrongly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Of course I'm not joking. You've been playing while I've been cultivating. Isn't it normal for my cultivation base to increase quickly? But it can't be that fast. It hasn't even been half a year. How can you break through from Chaos Heavenly Immortal to Chaos Divine Master? Ancestral Dragon Maiden was puzzled. She couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was. Such a terrifying increase was absolutely impossible to achieve even with powerful medicinal pills and heavenly treasures. Alright, let's go. I'm in a hurry, Feng Wuchen urged. He didn't know how to explain it to Ancestral Dragon Maiden. Alright. Ancestral Dragon Maiden nodded and didn't pursue the matter. She then used space traversal and brought Feng Wuchen into the space. One had to admit that the Dragon Tribe's space traversal was very powerful. In just a few minutes, Ancestral Dragon Maiden brought Feng Wuchen back to the Chaos Dragon Tribe. Feng Wuchen was still shocked when he arrived at the Chaos Dragon Tribe again. The Chaos Dragon Tribe's strength was terrifying. Although it wasn't as strong as the Chaos Temple, the terrifying aura of the Chaos Heavenly venerated them. Isn't that Feng Wuchen? That's right. Ancestral Dragon Maiden brought him back again. Could she be in trouble? Wait, he couldn't be here to read ancient books, right? Last time, I helped him move ancient books for 3 days. I was in deep trouble. The dragon gods from Panga Realm, of course, have to ask for help from us, the Chaos Dragon race. We are all dragons, so it is only right for us to help. It was not easy for Feng Wuchen to ascend from Panga Realm. The younger generation of the Chaos Dragon tribe discussed animatedly as their gazes fell upon Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng Wuchen, long time no see. You are so free to come to the Chaos Dragon tribe. Xianxia appeared with a happy smile. Feng Wuchen, welcome to the primal Chaos Dragon tribe. The younger generation of clansmen shouted happily. Thank you. Feng Wuchen smiled. Feng Wuchen was one of the dragon gods. Although he wasn't part of the Chaos Dragon race, he was still considered a family. He was very popular among the Chaos Dragon race. Brother Feng, is there anything I can help you with? Xianxia asked with a carefree personality. No. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Brother Feng, you are not here to read ancient books again, are you? A clansman asked with lingering fear. That's not it. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but laugh. Aya, don't stop me, move aside. Ancestral Dragon Maiden pulled Feng Wuchen out of the crowd and rushed towards the main palace. Grandfather, father, Grandpa Grand Elder, come out quickly. Ancestral Dragon Maiden shouted. Xianxia frowned and asked in confusion, what happened? Why is Ancestral Dragon Maiden in such a hurry? Brother Xianxia, did Ancestral Dragon Maiden bring Brother Feng Wuchen into trouble? A clansman guessed. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, what are you thinking? Why would Brother Feng Wuchen mess around with Ancestral Dragon Maiden? Xianxia and a dozen other clansmen followed behind them and just outside the palace. Ancestral Dragon Maiden pulled Feng Wuchen into the palace and shouted, Grandfather, Father, Grand Elder, come out quickly. What's the hurry? Ao Long appeared and looked at Ancestral Dragon Maiden with a benevolent smile. Zhu Long, soul-devouring dragon, and the other higher-ups also appeared. Feng Wuchen greets Ao Long and elders. Feng Wuchen cupped his fists politely. Ao Long smiled happily and said, so it's little brother Feng Wuchen. Zhu Long looked at Ancestral Dragon Maiden and asked, Dragon Maiden, did you get into trouble again? Father, I didn't. This time I have something important to do. Ancestral Dragon Maiden said with a serious face. She didn't even blush when she lied. Something important? My good sister, every time you go out, I've never seen you not get into trouble. This is already the 5th time this month. Ao Tianlong's helpless voice sounded and he appeared. Brother, I really didn't. If you don't believe me, you can ask Feng Wuchen. Ancestral Dragon Maiden hurriedly said as though she had already bought Feng Wuchen off. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and didn't say a word. Brother Feng Wuchen, how have you been? Your cultivation must have improved a lot, right? Ao Tianlong asked with a smile. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, it has indeed improved a little. Grandfather, Father, let me tell you. Feng Wuchen is already a 6th stage chaotic god lord. Ancestral Dragon Maiden said with a serious face. Her expression was one that would make anyone believe her. What? 6th stage chaotic god lord? Ao Long, Zhu Long, soul-devouring dragon, and the other higher-ups exclaimed at the same time. Their old faces were stunned. 6th stage chaotic god lord? Ao Tianlong also looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? Were the people of the dragon gods who had ascended from Pangu domain really that terrifying? Brother Feng, you really broke through to 6th stage chaotic god lord? Ao Tianlong asked in shock. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, yes, I just broke through not long ago. Feng Wuchen's personal reply shocked them even more. Ao Tianlong was the #1 genius of the chaotic dragon tribe and had extremely high cultivation talent. However, compared to Feng Wuchen, he was far inferior. What the ancestral dragon princess said next shocked them so much that their hearts almost jumped out. Grandpa Grand Elder, you're saved this time. Feng Wuchen can heal soul bodies. I specially brought him back today to heal you. Ancestral Dragon Maiden smiled happily. What? Heal soul bodies? Ao Long and Soul Devouring Dragon widened their eyes in shock and were completely petrified. That's right. Ancestral Dragon Maiden said seriously, just now in Immortal Moon City, Feng Wuchen healed the soul bodies of 4 alchemists. They recovered in an instant. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's soul power is very powerful and can suppress the soul power of other alchemists. Suppress soul power? Ao Long and Soul Devouring Dragon were stunned again. They only felt that the more Ancestral Dragon Maiden spoke, the more unbelievable it was. Soul Devouring Dragon was a chaotic heavenly venerate alchemist. Even his powerful soul power couldn't heal damaged soul bodies. How could Feng Wuchen do it? Grandpa, I'm telling the truth. Feng Wuchen can really heal souls. Seeing Ao Long and the rest in disbelief, Ancestral Dragon Maiden became anxious. Brother Feng, can you really heal souls? Ao Tianlong asked. Ancestral Dragon Maiden hurriedly urged, Feng Wuchen, hurry up and tell us. I can indeed heal souls, but Grand Elder is a primal chaos heavenly exalted realm alchemist. I can't be sure. After all, my alchemist realm is too low. Feng Wuchen smiled humbly. Hearing Feng Wuchen's answer, Ao Tianlong was overjoyed. Grand Elder, Brother Feng might be able to heal your soul. Great! Soul Devouring Dragon was overjoyed. I really can't do anything about soul injuries. Outside the hall, Xianxia and the rest were shocked and in disbelief. Can Brother Feng really heal the injuries of spirit bodies? Grand Elder was injured by a powerful alchemist from the Yan tribe. Even Grand Elder can't do anything about it. Even if Brother Feng is an alchemist, can his soul power work? Xian Qinglong and the rest of the younger generation couldn't believe it. Did Feng Wuchen really have such ability? In the hall, Zhu Long hurriedly said, "Little Brother Feng, hurry up and give it a try. Grand Elder's soul has been injured for many years. You might be able to heal his soul completely. Little Brother Feng, hurry up and give it a try." Ao Long also urged. If soul-devouring dragon's soul could be healed, it would be great news for the Primal Chaos Dragon tribe. At least refining Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalted Realm pills wouldn't be so difficult. The quality of the pills would also be better. At that time, they would be able to nurture more Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalted experts. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "I'll try my best." Soul-devouring dragon said indifferently, "Old man's soul injuries were caused by the Yan tribe's Grand Elder's soul power when he competed with him. After many years, he only recovered a little. It's hard to heal completely. The soul power of that alchemist from the Yan tribe seems to be very strong." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. As he spoke, the ancestor of soul power was activated. That old thing is indeed very powerful. His spirit. The soul-devouring dragon had just started speaking when it suddenly stopped. "What kind of soul force is this?" the soul-devouring dragon suddenly asked in shock. The moment the soul ancestor entered his body, the soul-devouring dragon felt as if his soul had been reborn. Not only that, but the soul-devouring dragon also felt that its soul power was being forcibly suppressed by Feng Wuchen's domineering soul power. Was this the soul force of a Primal Chaos Heaven Monarch Realm alchemist? Seeing the soul-devouring dragon's shocked expression, Patriarch Ao Long frowned and asked, "Grand Elder, what happened to little brother Feng's soul force?" "Feng Wuchen, can't you treat him?" Ancestral Dragon Maiden asked worriedly. Everyone's heart was in their mouths. "Sure." Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen's answer immediately put the upper echelons of the hall at ease. "Then what's going on?" Ao Tianlong asked. "Little brother Feng's soul force is very powerful. My soul force is actually being suppressed. It's not even under my control." The soul-devouring dragon said in shock. "What? It's not under Grand Elder's control?" The upper echelons of the hall were shocked and their heads were buzzing. Even the soul force of a Primal Chaos Heaven alchemist can be suppressed? Ancestral Dragon Maiden looked at Feng Wuchen with her eyes wide open. How is this possible? Xian Qinglong and the rest were dumbfounded. What kind of soul force was this? His soul body is recovering rapidly and his soul force has increased. The soul-devouring dragon exclaimed again. While his soul body was recovering rapidly, his soul force was also increasing. It was a wonderful feeling. Shocking, too shocking, the soul-devouring dragon was so shocked that he almost couldn't breathe. Patriarch Ao Long, Zhu Long, and the rest were all stunned. Just how powerful was Feng Wuchen's soul force? Not only could this terrifying soul force heal the soul body, it could also help a Primal Chaos Heaven alchemist improve their soul force. Grand Elder's alchemist realm hasn't improved for many years, right? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. You're right. Ever since my soul body was injured, my alchemist realm hasn't improved at all. The soul-devouring dragon nodded in shock. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Grand Elder's soul body has been injured. For too many years. If it wasn't for your high alchemist realm, you wouldn't have been able to control it. Little brother Feng, what kind of soul force is this? I can feel that my soul force is filled with vitality and it's as if I've been reborn. The soul-devouring dragon asked in shock. The ancestor of soul force, the first soul force that was born in the Pengu world. It can be considered the ancestor of all soul forces. That's why it can suppress all soul forces, even in the primal chaos world. Unless you meet the strongest soul force in the primal chaos world. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The ancestor of soul force. The ancestor of soul force. Patriarch Ao Long and the others were shocked again, their faces petrified. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen had such a powerful soul force. Soon, Feng Wuchen retrieved the ancestor of soul force. Feng Wuchen, is it done? Ancestral Dragon Maiden quickly asked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Grand Elder's soul body has recovered completely. Recovered completely? So fast? Patriarch Ao Long asked in shock. The Torch Dragon and Ao Tianlong were stunned again. Wasn't this too fast? The soul-devouring dragon had spent millions of years without any recovery. But with Feng Wuchen's help, the soul-devouring dragon recovered completely in less than 2 minutes. This elder's soul has recovered completely. It's really recovered. The soul-devouring dragon was so excited that its body trembled. Not only that, my soul force has surpassed its peak and increased so much in an instant. Little brother Feng, thank you so much. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, You're welcome, Grand Elder. That's great. Grandpa Grand Elder's soul body has recovered completely. Ancestral Dragon Maiden laughed happily. It's really recovered. Patriarch Ao Long and the others were still shocked. Ao Tianlong said in a daze, Brother Feng is really amazing. Healing Grand Elder's soul body is as easy as flipping your hand. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it at all. The excited soul-devouring dragon immediately burst out with a terrifying soul force, carefully feeling the soul force that had surpassed its peak. If I meet that old thing from the Yan tribe again, I'm 100% sure that I can severely injure him. This grudge, I'll definitely settle it with you. The soul-devouring dragon said excitedly. After millions of years, there was finally a chance for revenge. An extremely terrifying soul force burst out, crazily spreading out from the Chaos Dragon tribe. In an instant, the soul-devouring dragon's soul force covered the entire Chaos domain. Everywhere it passed, all the alchemists in the Chaos domain were scared out of their wits. This powerful soul force even spread to the Saint Realm, Deity Realm and Heavenly Immortal Realm, shocking all the alchemists in the Chaos domain. Chaos Divine Palace. In a palace, the fourth elder said in surprise, Has the soul-devouring dragon recovered? What a powerful soul power, it's much stronger than before. For so many years, we've been helpless. How did it suddenly recover? Chaos Divine Kingdom. This is the soul power of the soul-devouring dragon. It has reached such a powerful realm. What's going on? This old thing's soul power was very weak before. How did it suddenly become so strong? A Chaos Heavenly Venerable Alchemist was shocked and in disbelief. As expected of the Chaos Dragon clan. The powerful soul power of the soul-devouring dragon is not inferior to that old thing from the Yen clan. A Chaos God Emperor Alchemist was shocked. Chaos Divine Sword Sect. Yi Quantu looked in the direction of the Chaos Dragon clan and said, Peak Chaos Heavenly Venerable Alchemist. Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. In a palace, the Imperial Master opened his eyes and said in shock, Is this the soul power of the soul-devouring dragon? It has surpassed me. How is this possible? When the soul-devouring dragon fought with Yan Feng, his soul body was severely injured. Not to mention increasing his realm, even recovering his soul body is a problem. What's going on? Very violent and overbearing soul power. The soul-devouring dragon has finally turned the tables. A Chaos Heavenly Venerable Alchemist said in shock. Chaos Killing God Palace. Great Elder Xianxia's face was covered with shock and horror. The soul power of the soul-devouring dragon elder. Xianxia said in horror, This is the peak of the alchemist realm. The top alchemists of the Chaos realm were all shocked by the soul power of the soul-devouring dragon. Countless genius alchemists were inspired by the terrifying soul power of the soul-devouring dragon. This was the realm they wanted to reach. The soul-devouring dragon not only recovered his soul body, but his soul power had also improved. He had undoubtedly stepped into the peak of the Chaos Heavenly Venerable Alchemist realm. In the entire Chaos realm, there were less than 5 people who could reach such a terrifying realm. One could imagine how terrifying the soul-devouring dragon's alchemist realm was. Has the Great Elder's soul body recovered? What a terrifying soul power. Peak Chaos Heavenly Venerable Alchemist realm. The Great Elder has actually reached the realm of the strongest alchemist in the Chaos realm. Could the recovery of the Great Elder's soul have something to do with that overbearing soul force? At this time, the alchemists of the Chaos Dragon race rushed to the main hall in shock. Xianxia, what happened? How did the Great Elder's soul force become so terrifying? Someone asked anxiously. Xianxia was shocked and said, Feng, Brother Feng helped Grand Elder recover his soul body. What? Brother Feng? That terrifying soul power is Brother Feng's? The dozen or so alchemists were dumbfounded. That's right. Brother Feng is also an alchemist, but he is only a primal chaos heaven monarch alchemist. Furthermore, it is as easy as flipping his hand for him to help Great Elder recover his soul body. A clansman nodded in a daze. The words as easy as flipping one's hand struck the hearts of the dozen or so alchemists. The Great Elder also said that Brother Feng's soul power can suppress the Great Elder's soul power. Xianxia added. The dozen or so alchemists almost fainted from fright. This was too abnormal. In the main hall, the excited soul-devouring dragon slowly retracted his soul power. His excitement did not decrease but instead increased. After millions of years, the soul-devouring dragon could finally hold his head high. He could finally announce to all the alchemists in the Primal Chaos Realm that he had reached the pinnacle of the alchemists in the Primal Chaos Realm. Little Brother Feng, thank you so much. Little Brother Feng, what do you want? I can promise you anything. The soul-devouring dragon said excitedly. You are welcome, Great Elder. This is what I should do. We are all part of the dragon race, there is no need for thanks. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. There is no need for thanks. Patriarch Ao Long laughed happily and said, from now on, the dragon gods and the primal chaos dragon race will be a family. As expected of the dragon gods in the Panga realm. Not only is your cultivation speed terrifying, but you are also a powerful alchemist. Brother Feng must be the strongest alchemist in the Panga realm, and definitely a top genius. Ao Tianlong praised. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, you are exaggerating, young master. I am not that powerful. The soul-devouring dragon laughed happily. Little Brother Feng is too modest. This elder can see that your state of mind as an alchemist is much stronger than this elder's. This elder is not qualified to touch that realm, including the fourth elder of the Chaos Temple and that old thing Flaming Moon. None of them have reached that realm. Once the soul-devouring dragon said that, the higher-ups in the main hall were shocked again. Little Brother Feng has ascended to the Primal Chaos Realm. Even if his realm is not as high, his state of mind is very strong. There is no difference between the Panga realm and the Primal Chaos Realm. The only difference is the strength of the realm. The soul-devouring dragon continued with a smile. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Great Elder is right. The difference between realms is the strength of the realm, but the state of mind, cultivation experience, and comprehension will not change because of the different realms. It is just a different world. Little Brother Feng is the first person to ascend to the Primal Chaos Realm. Of course, he is not simple. Patriarch Ao Long said with a smile. Little Brother Feng, if you have time, you must bring me to the Panga realm. I suddenly want to know what happened in the Panga realm. Ao Tianlong said happily. I was planning to go back and have a look. If young Lord Ao Tianlong wants to, I can bring you there. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. That's great. You must tell me when the time comes. Ao Tianlong said excitedly, his face full of anticipation. When he really went to the Panga realm, Ao Tianlong would definitely be scared silly. Dragoness, you've finally done something that makes me happy. You have finally done something good for the dragon race. Zhu Long said happily, it is all thanks to little Brother Feng that the Great Elder was able to surpass his peak. Of course. Ancestral Dragon Girl raised her chin proudly as if it was her doing. Seeing that the matter was over, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Patriarch Ao Long, elders, it is time for me to leave. I have something important to do. Little Brother Feng, you just arrived and you are leaving already? Ao Tianlong asked in shock. I have a lot of things to do. Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. Ancestral Dragon Girl immediately reacted and said, Feng Wuchen, I am so sorry. I almost forgot that you have something important to do. I have wasted so much of your time. It is okay. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Soul-devouring dragon. At this moment, an old voice filled with majesty sounded. Primal Chaos Imperial Advisor. Soul-devouring dragon's old face revealed a proud smile. Primal Chaos Heavenly Realm Alchemist. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "The primal chaos divine nation is not simple. It seems like this person is here for the Great Elder. He wants to test the Great Elder's soul power. My soul has already recovered, and my soul power has surpassed my peak. The primal chaos imperial advisor can't threaten me." The soul-devouring dragon smiled proudly. He was confident in his soul power. The primal chaos imperial advisor wasn't just a primal chaos heavenly venerate alchemist. He was also a peak 9th level primal chaos heavenly venerate. The soul-devouring dragon was only an 8th level primal chaos heavenly venerate. His combat power was far inferior to the primal chaos imperial advisor. Soon, Ao Long and the upper echelons came out of the hall. Whoosh! Above the palace of the primal chaos dragon tribe, an elder wearing a black brocade appeared. It was the primal chaos divine nation's imperial advisor. An extremely terrifying aura swept out in an unbridled manner, instantly enveloping the entire chaos dragon tribe. Everyone in the primal chaos dragon tribe was shocked by the imperial advisor's aura. However, the imperial advisor quickly retracted his aura. The primal chaos dragon tribe wasn't a place for him to behave atrociously. If he angered the primal chaos dragon ancestor, he would definitely lose a layer of skin. Ao Long glanced at the imperial advisor and asked, "Imperial advisor, why are you in such a hurry to come to the primal chaos dragon tribe? Are you trying to test the Grand Elder's soul power?" The imperial advisor slowly descended and smiled. Ao Long is right. Elder soul-devouring dragon's soul power suddenly became so strong. "I'm very curious, so I came to take a look." The soul-devouring dragon smiled. "Why don't you look for the 4th elder of the primal chaos divine palace? To be honest, my soul power isn't a match for the 4th elder." The imperial advisor knew his own limits. "So, do you think that your soul power can compete with mine?" The soul-devouring dragon asked with a smile. "How would I know if I don't try?" The imperial advisor smiled. He was very confident in his soul power. The soul-devouring dragon smiled. "Imperial advisor, go ahead." The imperial advisor's eyes flashed viciously. A terrifying ancient soul power burst out and locked onto the soul-devouring dragon. The soul-devouring dragon's expression didn't change when he felt the imperial advisor's terrifying ancient soul power. He still had a confident smile on his face. Ancient soul power. Feng Wuchen's lips curled up. The primal chaos realm is stronger than the Panga realm. There should be an ancestor of soul power. I wonder who has it. The primal chaos imperial preceptor's terrifying soul force frightened the dozen or so primal chaos dragon race alchemists. The imperial tutor's soul power is indeed very powerful. It doesn't lose out to the Great Elder. A chaotic god emperor realm alchemist said solemnly. Not losing to the Great Elder? Clan leader Ao Long and the others frowned. Feng Wuchen, can Great Elder defeat that primal chaos imperial tutor? Zhu Longnu asked softly. It shouldn't be a problem. It's just that this imperial advisor's state of mind is slightly stronger than the Great Elder's. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Let me interrupt. It's really not bad. It's worth installing. It even supports Android and Apple phones. That's good. Ancestral Dragon Maiden heaved a sigh of relief. Great Elder, come on. Let me see your soul power. Primal Chaos Imperial Advisor smiled faintly. He immediately controlled his soul power to attack the soul-devouring dragon without any mercy. The soul-devouring dragon smiled and immediately unleashed its soul power. Boom, two terrifying soul forces instantly collided. At that moment, everyone's soul bodies felt a slight tremor. Even if they weren't alchemists, they could feel a formless and terrifying pressure that was crazily suppressing their soul bodies. It could be seen how terrifying the two soul forces were. When the soul forces of the soul-devouring dragon and the primal chaos imperial tutor collided, the two of them didn't move at all. It was obvious that the two soul forces were evenly matched. Two terrifying soul forces exploded and instantly spread across the entire primal chaos world. Once again, many alchemists in the primal chaos world were alarmed. This is the primal chaos imperial tutor's ancient soul power. Is the primal chaos imperial tutor competing with the soul-devouring dragon? His soul power is indeed terrifying. Two primal chaos heavenly alchemists fighting. I wonder whose soul power is stronger. Many powerful alchemists looked in the direction of the primal chaos dragon tribe. At this moment, a destructive soul power was spreading out unscrupulously from the square. Not good. A primal chaos god emperor alchemist's face changed. At such a close distance, they couldn't dodge or withstand such terrifying soul power. More than 10 alchemists felt the unparalleled soul power fluctuation and were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. With a thought, he flashed in front of the alchemists of the primal chaos dragon tribe. The moment Feng Wuchen appeared, the terrifying soul power fluctuations that had spread down instantly disappeared. Is everyone okay? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. The primal chaos god emperor alchemists were stunned. Thank you, Brother Feng. More than 10 alchemists were dumbfounded. Such a terrifying soul power. When Feng Wuchen stood there, the terrifying soul power fluctuation disappeared. Clan leader Ao Long and the rest weren't alchemists and weren't affected by the soul power fluctuation. But when they saw Feng Wuchen's attack, they could guess how terrifying his soul power was. The Imperial Tutor's ancient soul power is getting stronger. The soul-devouring dragon smiled faintly. The Great Elder's soul power is indeed not weak. The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor smiled faintly. Go all out and let me see. As you wish. The soul-devouring dragon smiled faintly. His terrifying soul power suddenly exploded and became stronger. The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor also increased his soul power. The two soul powers rose rapidly and clashed violently. But as the soul power of the soul-devouring dragon and the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor became more and more terrifying, the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor's old face began to show signs of strain. The soul-devouring dragon hasn't reached his limit? This is already my strongest soul power. The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor thought to himself. The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor can't hold on any longer. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He could see that the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor was at his limit. Sensing the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor's expression, the soul-devouring dragon smiled faintly. Imperial Tutor's soul power has reached its limit? Why aren't you increasing it? The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor's old face turned gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Humph. The Great Elder's soul power has probably reached its limit too? Let's see how long you can last." That might not be the case. The soul-devouring dragon smiled faintly. His soul power exploded again and instantly surpassed the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor. What? The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor's old face changed. He was shocked. The soul-devouring dragon's soul power can still increase. The soul power that exploded previously wasn't his strongest soul power. The Great Elder's soul power has surpassed the Imperial Tutor. The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor exclaimed. That's right. The Imperial Tutor has reached his limit. A Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor said excitedly. Patriarch Ao Long and the others revealed smiles on their old faces. Grandpa Great Elder, you can do it. Ancestral Dragon Maiden shouted excitedly. The soul-devouring dragon's terrifying soul power crazily suppressed the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor's body began to tremble. Imperial Tutor's soul power hasn't increased? Is it really his limit? The soul-devouring dragon smiled faintly. Preposterous. The soul-devouring dragon's soul power is still increasing. I can't hold on any longer. Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor was horrified. His face turned ferocious as he crazily poured out his ancient soul power. He never expected the soul-devouring dragon's soul power to be so powerful. He thought that the soul-devouring dragon's soul body had just recovered. Even if its soul power had increased, it wouldn't be too powerful. However, it was still beyond his imagination. The soul-devouring dragon's Grand Elder is even stronger than the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor. It's enough to contend with me. The fourth Elder of the Primal Chaos Temple was shocked. Amazing. The Grand Elder is going to win. The alchemists of the Primal Chaos Temple were also shocked. The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor's soul power has reached its limit. The Grand Elder of the Primal Chaos Dragon Clan is too powerful. Yi Guangtu was shocked and frightened. The Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor's ancient soul power is no match for the soul-devouring dragon. Another alchemist of the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom said in disbelief. The soul-devouring dragon's soul power has become so powerful? The alchemists of the infernal spirit divine kingdom were also shocked. The alchemists of the primal chaos realm were all shocked by the soul-devouring dragon's terrifying soul power. Damn it! I can't lose. The primal chaos imperial tutor gritted his teeth and held on. His old face was distorted and covered with beads of sweat. The primal chaos imperial tutor took the initiative to challenge. If he lost, wouldn't the primal chaos divine kingdom lose face? Many alchemists of the primal chaos realm were watching. The primal chaos imperial tutor could not lose. Unfortunately, the primal chaos imperial tutor's soul power was far inferior to the soul-devouring dragon's. Under the constant suppression, the primal chaos imperial tutor could no longer hold on. Humph! The primal chaos imperial tutor suddenly snorted. Puff! The soul-devouring dragon's old face suddenly changed. Although he had noticed it, it was too late. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and his soul power was broken. The primal chaos imperial tutor took the opportunity to attack. His terrifying ancient soul power fiercely attacked the soul-devouring dragon, causing him to spit out blood again. Is he injured? It seems to be his soul state. The Chaos Sacred Hall's fourth elder shook his head and said, "It seems like the soul-devouring dragon is better. It's a pity that his state of mind is not as good as the Chaos Imperial teacher." The Moonless Divine Empire's Imperial Preceptor sneered, "The Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor is still so despicable and shameless. His soul power is inferior to the soul-devouring dragon's, so he can only rely on his soul state of mind." What a terrifying state of mind. The Imperial Teacher of Primal Chaos is really despicable. He actually used his state of mind in a battle of soul power. Guimukin shook his head in the infinite sky realm. The powerful alchemists of the Primal Chaos realm were all paying attention to the battle between the two. Although they all felt that the Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor was despicable, there was nothing they could do. The soul-devouring dragon glared at the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor and gritted its teeth. Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor, is it glorious to win against this elder? The soul-devouring dragon naturally knew that the Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor had used his soul state to heavily injure him. The Primal Chaos Imperial Teacher said fiercely, "The state of mind is also a part of being an alchemist. I don't think it's disgraceful. Great Elder can also use the state of mind of the soul." In the eyes of the Primal Chaos Imperial Tutor, it didn't matter whether it was glorious or despicable. The most important thing was to win. Great Elder! Everyone in the Chaos Dragon tribe was shocked by this sudden scene. The soul-devouring dragon's soul strength clearly surpassed the Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor's, so why did it suddenly vomit blood? Damn it! The Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor used the state of mind of the soul to severely injure the Great Elder. A Primal Chaos God Emperor Realm Alchemist gritted his teeth and said angrily. State of mind of the soul? Patriarch Ao Long and the others' faces darkened. Feng Wuchen, what's going on? Didn't you say that the Great Elder's soul strength is stronger than the Imperial Preceptor's? What is the state of mind of the soul? Ancestor Dragon Maiden asked anxiously. Humph. Pfft. Feng Wuchen snorted fiercely. The terrifying state of mind suppressed the Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor and severely injured the Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor's state of mind, causing him to vomit blood. With just a snort, the Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor was severely injured. What? The Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor's expression changed drastically. Intense fear and even despair surged in his heart. There was actually a terrifying alchemist hidden in the Chaos Dragon tribe. The Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor is severely injured. What's going on? How is this possible? The Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor's aura weakened instantly. Who can injure the Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor? The soul-devouring dragon? Is there anyone in the Chaos Dragon tribe who can injure the Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor? But the Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon did not make a move. What's going on? The powerful alchemists of the Primal Chaos realm were extremely shocked. They did not know what was going on. Feng Wuchen's sudden outburst was not his soul strength. The powerful alchemists of the Primal Chaos realm naturally could not sense Feng Wuchen's state of mind of the soul from afar. At this moment, Patriarch Ao Long, the elders, and the others were once again given a huge fright, pairs of horrified eyes instantly looked at Feng Wuchen. Everyone's faces were petrified. Feng Wuchen could easily injure a primal chaos heavenly venerable alchemist. Brother Feng's state of mind of the soul is actually so terrifying. Ao Tianlong looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Feng Wuchen. Ancestor Dragon Maiden was stunned. She looked at Feng Wuchen motionlessly. The soul-devouring dragon did say that Feng Wuchen's state of mind was extremely terrifying. But Ao Long and the rest did not expect it to be so terrifying that it could injure the primal chaos imperial preceptor so easily. Little brother Feng's state of mind of the soul is much more terrifying than I thought. The soul-devouring dragon looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Who is it that has such a terrifying state of mind of the soul? Is there an even more terrifying alchemist in the Chaos Dragon tribe? Why don't I know? The primal chaos imperial preceptor was extremely terrified. His gaze immediately swept towards Feng Wuchen. However, he did not know if he did not see it. He was shocked once he saw it. Feng Wuchen. The primal chaos imperial preceptor's face changed drastically. He was instantly dumbfounded. It was actually Feng Wuchen who made a move. Feng Wuchen was actually that terrifying alchemist. The primal chaos imperial preceptor knows little brother Feng? Patriarch Ao Long frowned deeply. What's going on? How does the primal chaos imperial preceptor know little brother Feng? Ao Tianlong and the others were also extremely confused. The Chaos Dragon tribe did not know Feng Wuchen's identity. The Chaos Ancestor Dragon had been secretly guarding the Chaos Temple and had not sent back any news. This is impossible. How can Feng Wuchen be an alchemist? And an unimaginably terrifying state of mind of the soul? The primal chaos imperial preceptor looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He did not dare to believe that Feng Wuchen had made a move. At this moment, the primal chaos imperial preceptor finally realized that Emperor Lingyun's words were not because he was afraid of Feng Wuchen because he lost to Feng Wuchen. It was because Feng Wuchen was truly terrifying. How could the young hall master of the Chaos Temple, the successor of the Chaos Ancestor, be a mediocre person? Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor, don't you think it's despicable to use your state of mind of the soul in a battle of soul power? You can't afford to lose and are afraid of embarrassing the Chaos Divine Nation. Are you saying that despicable means not embarrassing the Chaos Divine Nation? Feng Wuchen said coldly. A domineering aura of a king spread out. End of chapter. The entire Chaos Dragon tribe could feel the aura of a king from Feng Wuchen. The aura of looking down on the world was soul-stirring. At this moment, everyone in the Chaos Dragon tribe had the misconception that Feng Wuchen was the pinnacle of the world. But Feng Wuchen easily injured the Chaos Imperial Tutor. If that wasn't the pinnacle of the world, then what was? Soul state is also a part of an alchemist. I don't think it's despicable. The Chaos Imperial Tutor said angrily as he stared at Feng Wuchen with a fierce gaze. The Chaos Imperial Tutor didn't want this person to be Feng Wuchen. But Feng Wuchen was right in front of him and he couldn't change anything. Looking at the Chaos Imperial Tutor with a cold gaze, Feng Wuchen said coldly, Chaos Imperial Tutor, we were talking about a soul power contest. But you used your soul state. This is called bullying. If you can't afford to lose, why are you embarrassing yourself here? With that said, the domineering ancestor of soul power burst out and intimidated the Chaos Imperial Tutor. Pfft. Under the domineering impact of the ancestor of soul power, the Chaos Imperial Tutor's soul power was like nothing. He couldn't resist at all and spat out blood again as his injuries worsened. This time, it wasn't just his soul state that was injured. Even his soul body was severely damaged. How is this possible? A Chaos Heavenly Monarch alchemist can suppress my soul power. What kind of soul power is this? The Chaos Imperial Tutor was terrified. He looked at Feng Wuchen as though he was looking at a devil. The Chaos Imperial Tutor trembled in fear and couldn't wait to leave. The Chaos Imperial Tutor had never seen such a domineering soul power. Even with his alchemist realm, he couldn't resist it. The Chaos Imperial Tutor guessed that the reason why the soul-devouring dragon could recover and increase his soul power was because of Feng Wuchen. He couldn't be wrong. Only such a terrifying soul power could recover the soul-devouring dragon's soul body. Increasing his soul power was naturally easy. What a terrifying soul power. The soul-devouring dragon was terrified. Ao Long, Zhu Long, and the rest were scared into vegetative states. Ao Tian Long, ancestral dragon maiden, and the entire Chaos Dragon tribe were dumbfounded. He didn't even need to attack the Chaos Imperial tutor. Just how abnormal was Feng Wuchen? At that moment, Feng Wuchen standing in the hearts of the Chaos Dragon tribe rose to an unprecedented height. I know how to bully people too. Feng Wuchen said coldly, Imperial advisor, do you still want to try? Primal Chaos Imperial Preceptor was scared out of his wits. He quickly shook his head and said, no need, I admit defeat. Grand Elder, you've won. The Primal Chaos Imperial teacher looked at the spirit-devouring dragon hurriedly. At this moment, he was absolutely terrified. If the Primal Chaos State Preceptor did not admit defeat, Feng Wuchen would definitely attack again. At that time, the State Preceptor did not know what the consequences would be. Feng Wuchen, what kind of soul power is this? Suppressing the fear in his heart, the Primal Chaos Imperial teacher asked curiously. Primal Chaos State Preceptor had been in the Primal Chaos realm for so many years, what had he not seen? However, he had never seen Feng Wuchen's terrifying and overbearing soul power. Feng Wuchen sneered, it's a very powerful soul power. If Primal Chaos State Preceptor still wants to experience it, I can show it to you again. No need, I'll leave immediately. The Primal Chaos State Preceptor panicked. He was so scared that his heart was about to jump out. Only a ghost would want to experience it. The Primal Chaos State Preceptor's old body could not withstand it. With that, the Primal Chaos State Preceptor immediately left with his heavy injuries. He did not dare to stay for a moment longer. The Primal Chaos State Preceptor's soul body was severely injured. It was even more serious than the spirit-devouring dragon's soul body. It would be difficult for him to recover. The Primal Chaos State Preceptor regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. The Primal Chaos Divine Nation State Preceptor had actually fled. Grand Elder, are you okay? Feng Wuchen looked at the spirit-devouring dragon and asked. The spirit-devouring dragon shook his head in horror. He was speechless. The spirit-devouring dragon's soul state was only injured by the Primal Chaos State Preceptor's soul power. His soul body was not damaged. As long as his soul body was not damaged, other injuries were not difficult for the spirit-devouring dragon. At this moment, Ao Long and the entire Primal Chaos Dragon tribe were still in shock and fear. That was the Primal Chaos State Preceptor. A Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerable was a peak alchemist in the Primal Chaos world. However, such a powerful existence, whose soul state was even stronger than the spirit-devouring dragon's, was easily injured by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's soul state and soul power had already exceeded their imagination. Ao Long, elders, young Master Ao Tian, I still have important matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Feng Wuchen smiled and cupped his fists before flying away. The spirit-devouring dragon nodded his head in horror. He was like a puppet. The shocked Ao Long and the rest did not know if they heard Feng Wuchen's voice. The Primal Chaos Dragon tribe's palace was dead silent. God knows how long after Feng Wuchen left, Ao Long and the rest woke up from their shock and fear. Feng Wuchen is actually so scary. Ancestral Dragon Maiden said in shock. Primal Chaos Divine Nation. In the main palace, the Primal Chaos State Preceptor appeared. State Preceptor. The Primal Chaos State Preceptor returned with heavy injuries. The Primal Chaos State Monarch and the upper echelons were in a panic. The Primal Chaos State Monarch quickly asked, State Preceptor, who injured you? Wasn't the spirit-devouring dragon severely injured by the State Preceptor? State Preceptor, what's going on? Why are you suddenly injured? A prince asked in a panic. Who else in the Primal Chaos Dragon tribe can injure the State Preceptor so severely? Isn't the spirit-devouring dragon Grand Elder the strongest alchemist in the Primal Chaos Dragon tribe? Emperor Ling Yin asked in confusion. The Primal Chaos State Monarch and the rest did not know what happened. They only knew that the State Preceptor was severely injured. Monarch, we can't provoke Feng Wuchen, we can't provoke him. The Primal Chaos State Preceptor said in a panic, the Grand Majesty is right, we can't make Feng Wuchen an enemy. State Preceptor, was it Feng Wuchen who injured you? The primal chaos state monarch asked in shock, his old eyes almost popping out. Feng Wuchen? Emperor Lingyan's expression froze, his heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? How could Feng Wuchen enter the state preceptor? The princes and ministers were shocked, but their faces were filled with disbelief. How could Feng Wuchen have such ability? State preceptor, are you sure it's Feng Wuchen? Are you sure? The primal chaos state monarch asked anxiously. The primal chaos state preceptor said in a panic, Monarch, it's Feng Wuchen. I'm sure I'm not wrong, he's in the primal chaos dragon tribe. He's also an alchemist. State preceptor, Feng Wuchen is only a primal chaos heavenly monarch alchemist. It's impossible for him to injure you. What's going on? Emperor Lingyan asked with a frown. Feng Wuchen's soul state is extremely terrifying. It's much stronger than mine. Furthermore, his soul power can suppress my soul power. In front of his soul, my soul power seems to submit, the primal chaos state preceptor said in a panic. The more he spoke, the more afraid he became. End of chapter. Soul power subdued. The moment primal chaos imperial tutor said that, the monarchs and the others were shocked. What kind of soul power could not only injure the primal chaos imperial teacher, but also make the imperial teacher's soul power submit? Primal chaos imperial tutor said in horror, Feng Wuchen's soul power is extremely domineering. I have never seen it before. It's like the supreme chaos divine power that can suppress all divine powers. Never seen before? The monarchs and the others were shocked again. Even primal chaos imperial tutor had never seen soul power before. Did it exist in the chaos world? Monarch, we can't provoke Feng Wuchen. He's terrifying beyond our imagination. Once we offend him, our primal chaos divine nation will be destroyed. We can only give up on the master of myriad realms. Primal chaos imperial tutor said in panic. What? Give up on the master of myriad realms? The monarchs and ministers were shocked. Imperial tutor, is Feng Wuchen really that terrifying? Even if he has powerful divine power and soul power, his cultivation is still weak. As long as we ensure that the war immortal guards are not in the dark, we can deal with him at any time. One of the monarchs said hurriedly. Obviously, he didn't want to give up on the master of myriad realms. Another minister said, the primal chaos ancestor has sealed our primal chaos divine nation for millions of years. Feng Wuchen is now the young hall master of the chaos temple. Dealing with him is equivalent to dealing with the chaos temple and the primal chaos ancestor. Don't forget that Feng Wuchen is an inheritor. Monarch, you can't give up on the master of myriad realms. Otherwise, once the moonless divine nation or the infernal spirit divine nation takes the master of myriad realms, our primal chaos divine nation will be destroyed. Another minister said. Obviously, they were unwilling to give up on the master of myriad realms. Primal chaos imperial tutor was enraged. He shouted, Feng Wuchen is more terrifying than you think. Otherwise, why didn't Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian do it himself? Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian can easily seize the great Dao divine power. Since he's working with us, why didn't he deal with Feng Wuchen himself? Once we get the divine power, we will naturally work with him to fight against the Chaos Temple. But Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian didn't do that. He wants to use us to deal with Feng Wuchen. If we succeed, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian might not necessarily help us. He might even steal the divine power. If we fail, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian will have one less powerful enemy. Emperor Lingyan said solemnly, Imperial advisor is right. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian might not be trustworthy. Even if we take Feng Wuchen's divine power, he will take it away. Who in our primal chaos divine nation is his opponent? The higher-ups in the hall fell silent. Feng Wuchen's godly power is not inferior to primal chaos godly power. He can suppress my godly power. His soul power can suppress the soul power of primal chaos celestial alchemists. Which one of you has the ability to deal with him? Emperor Lingyun asked. The upper echelons of the hall were speechless. The primal chaos country monarch also fell into deep thought, unable to make a choice. Your Majesty. He could not afford to offend Feng Wuchen. We can't afford to offend him. The primal chaos imperial preceptor exclaimed in fear. Just thinking about Feng Wuchen's terrifying soul force and mental state, the primal chaos imperial preceptor felt a lingering fear. Alright, let's go back. The primal chaos country monarch waved his hand with a worried look on his face. The primal chaos imperial preceptor and the ministers left the hall one after another. Emperor Lingyun glanced at the primal chaos country monarch and said, Father, Feng Wuchen's godly power might be even more terrifying than primal chaos godly power. It's not like I've never seen primal chaos godly power before. I hope you can consider it carefully. With that, Emperor Lingyun left in a flash. What? Even more terrifying than primal chaos godly power? The primal chaos country monarch's heart skipped a beat as his expression froze. Amidst his shock, the primal chaos country monarch frowned deeply and said unwillingly, Are we really going to let this go after 10 million years of seal? After 10 million years of seal, the depth of the hatred was imaginable. However, Feng Wuchen's appearance made the primal chaos country monarch worried and hesitated. Is Feng Wuchen really that terrifying? Who is he? The primal chaos country monarch was secretly curious. Chaos Divine Peak, War God Temple. Is this the Chaos Divine Peak? Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash and looked at the majestic immortal mountain curiously. This was Feng Wuchen's first time at the Chaos Divine Peak. An ancient barrier. This is the Chaos Mystical Fire Beast's Chaos Barrier. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Chaos Divine Peak was covered by a powerful barrier. No one could get close to it, let alone know what was inside. Welcome, young Hall Master. The moment Feng Wuchen appeared, Fire War God and the others, as well as the Chaos Heavenly Spiritual Beasts and other beasts, appeared at the same time to respectfully welcome Feng Wuchen. So many powerful ancient beasts. Feng Wuchen was astonished. Young Hall Master, please. Fire War God said respectfully. After entering the Immortal Mountain, Feng Wuchen saw a huge palace, the War God Temple. War God Temple. Feng Wuchen smiled. How majestic. The palace of the Primal Chaos Divine Hall's primal protector is indeed different. Welcome, young Hall Master. In the War God Temple Square, the War God guards knelt on one knee respectfully. Rise, there's no need for formalities. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he descended. Feng Wuchen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast appeared. I met the ancestral dragon Lady Midway and she dragged me to the dragon tribe to save the soul-devouring dragon Grand Elder. Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. Didn't you say that you wanted to introduce me to the strongest war god? May I know who it is? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile as he looked at the war god guards in the square. Subordinate Bloodthirsty Ares greets young Hall Master. Bloodthirsty Ares said respectfully. Soon after, he appeared and knelt on one knee. Peak 9th level Chaos Heavenly Venerable. Feng Wuchen looked at Bloodthirsty Ares and smiled. You are indeed very strong, much stronger than 10U Ares. Moreover, you have the ancient god force. No wonder you are the strongest war god. Subordinate's cultivation today is all thanks to the Supreme Protector's nurturing. Bloodthirsty Ares said respectfully. Rise. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen, these are the war god guards who passed the test. The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast said, I have already taught them cultivation methods and techniques. Feng Wuchen glanced at the experts who joined the war god guards and said with a smile, Congratulations on becoming a war god guard. Thank you, young Hall Master. The war god guards thanked him respectfully. Who is Bai Xuankong's brother? Feng Wuchen asked. Young Hall Master, we are Bai Xuankong's brothers. The two war god guards said respectfully. They were puzzled as to why Feng Wuchen knew their brother. Feng Wuchen looked at the two and said with a smile, The two of you have successfully passed the test. You did not disappoint the ancient Soul Hall Master. Young Hall Master knows Xiankong? One of them asked curiously. I know him. We are friends. He is now following me. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, You have passed the test and become war god guards. You can go back for 3 days. Thank you, young Hall Master. The two were overjoyed. Go back. The ancient Soul Hall Master and the others must be proud of you. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Feng Wuchen, are you sure you want my Chaos Mystical Fire? The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast asked. By Xiankong, your two war god guard brothers have already fulfilled their wish. You can cultivate without worry. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Cultivate without worry? The chaotic Xian fire beast asked in surprise, did Bai Xiankong do it on purpose? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, Bai Xiankong is more talented than his two brothers. If I'm not wrong, he doesn't want to hurt his two brothers, so he doesn't want to cultivate. I asked them to go back because I want Bai Xiankong to know. You think so highly of Bai Xiankong? The chaotic Xian fire beast asked. That's not the case. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. It's just that Bai Xiankong's talent is indeed not bad. No matter what, he's still a genius. In the future, I plan to join the Dragon Soul. Big brother Yan and Fei Shui can also join the Dragon Soul. The chaotic Xian fire beast nodded and asked, when do you plan to establish the Dragon Soul? Dragon Soul? Bloodthirsty Aries and the others were confused. They didn't know what organization the Dragon Soul was. Feng Wuchen thought for a while and said, I'll break through to the chaotic Great Divine Lord. It won't take long. Master and the others will ascend soon. The Dragon Soul was a necessary existence in the chaotic realm. It could strengthen the Dragon God's forces. However, Feng Wuchen hadn't established it yet. The Yan tribe will definitely come to the Chaos Divine Palace in 2 days. What's your plan? The chaotic Xian fire beast asked again. I haven't thought about it yet. The Yan tribe is arrogant. Let's see their attitude first. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that the Yan tribe will interfere. Feng Wuchen said seriously, maybe I couldn't sense the existence of the chaotic supreme divine power before, and I don't know where the great Tao divine power is sealed. That's why I didn't do anything. Now that the 3 divine kingdoms and Tao ancestor Jiao Xian want to take over the Master of Realms, the Yan tribe will know about it sooner or later. I don't believe that the Yan tribe doesn't care about the Master of Realms. The position of Master of 10,000 Realms was a supreme existence. It represented the strongest power in 10,000 realms. Who wouldn't want to have it? You really plan to help Yan Wushuang and Yan Jingshui surpass the Yan clan? The primal chaos mysterious fire beast frowned and asked. This was not an ordinary hardship. It's only a matter of time. Don't you understand me? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the flaming race abandoned them and even took back their divine power and bloodline. This makes me very unhappy. If Big Brother Yan and Fei Shui possess divine power of fire that surpasses the flaming race, wouldn't that be a slap to the flaming race's face? In the near future, I will ask Brother Yan to establish the Flame Divine Hall. The Flame Divine Hall has nothing to do with the Flame Tribe. Moreover, it is only a matter of time before it surpasses the Flame Tribe. I really want to know what the Flame Tribe will do at that time. Will they deal with the Flame Divine Hall or watch the Flame Divine Hall surpass them? In the end, Feng Wuchen was just unhappy with the arrogance of the Flame race. Surpass the Flame Tribe? Bloodthirsty Aries and the others were shocked again as they stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. The Flame Tribe was terrifying. No matter how powerful Feng Wuchen was, it was impossible for him to let Yan Wushuang and the others surpass the Flame Tribe. Even if it was a matter of time, how many years would it take to surpass them? If someone else said this, I would definitely call them a fool. However, since it is you, I also look forward to it. In a few years, surpassing the Flame Tribe will not be a problem, the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast smiled and said. After the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said this, the War God guards and beasts widened their eyes in shock and their hearts beat rapidly. In a few years, Feng Wuchen could let Yan Wushuang and the others surpass the Flame Tribe. Was the Flame Tribe that easy to surpass? The Flame Tribe's strength was not inferior to any of the 3 divine kingdoms. It was only second to the Chaos Divine Hall. Such a powerful force could be surpassed in a few years? Young Master, my 9-colored mysterious fire is also stronger than the Flame Tribe's flame divine power. If you need it, you can take it any time, the Fire War God reported respectfully. You can keep the 9-colored mysterious fire and merge with it. It can increase your cultivation. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast is in the Supreme God realm. The origin of the Primal Chaos Divine Fire can be separated and it will not affect it. After Brother Yan and Bai Shui refine it, they will be able to control the primal chaos divine fire. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast glanced at Feng Wuchen and said solemnly, Feng Wuchen, you have to think carefully. My primal chaos divine fire is terrifying. Yan Wushuang and Yan Baishui may not be able to withstand it. Of course, I know. That is why you have to do it personally. I believe you can control the primal chaos divine fire well, Feng Wuchen grinned and said, after a year, I can guarantee that they will make the flame tribe regret it. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast was speechless. After a year? The war god guards and beasts were shocked again. Was Feng Wuchen that confident? After a year, how strong would Yan Wushuang and Yan Baishui be to make the flame tribe regret it? Looking at the ancient beasts, Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, which one of you can control the beasts of the unbounded heaven realm? Young palace master, all of us can, the primal chaos spiritual beast replied respectfully. Primal chaos spiritual beast, send the powerful beasts of the unbounded heaven realm to help me find some primal chaos crystals and soul source stones. I have seen it in the ancient books of the dragon tribe. It is a very rare and powerful treasure that can help alchemists improve their soul power. I hope they can find it, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. If he could get the primal chaos crystals and soul source stones, Feng Wuchen's alchemist realm could definitely reach the primal chaos divine lord realm in half a month. Feng Wuchen was about to reach the primal chaos divine lord realm. He had to break through to the alchemist realm as soon as possible. Then, he could use the heaven-defying divine pearl to improve his cultivation. This subordinate obeys. The primal chaos spiritual beast replied respectfully and immediately transmitted the order. Having a powerful beast of the unbounded heaven realm to help him find the primal chaos crystals saved Feng Wuchen a lot of time. Young palace master, there are 13 primal chaos crystals and soul source stones, the primal chaos spiritual beast reported respectfully. You found them? Feng Wuchen widened his eyes in shock. The primal chaos spiritual beast said respectfully, they found these treasures a long time ago, but they were stored in their territory. That's great. Send them over quickly. Feng Wuchen was wild with joy. 13 primal chaos crystals and soul source stones were enough for Feng Wuchen to break through to the primal chaos divine lord realm. Understood, the primal chaos spiritual beast said respectfully. 1 primal chaos crystal and soul source stone is enough for me to break through to the primal chaos divine lord realm. The primal chaos divine lord realm is also coming soon, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He was extremely excited and expectant. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The ancient heavenly emperor said respectfully, young palace master, the Yan tribe is here. Oh? A day early? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He sneered and said, primal chaos celestial fire beast, the Yan tribe has sent people here. Go and take a look. I already know. The primal chaos celestial fire beast waved his hand and disappeared with Feng Wuchen. Chaos divine palace. 3 experts from the flame race had been waiting for a long time in the magnificent square. 3 chaos god emperor experts. The flame race had offended the young master of the chaos divine palace, so they sent 3 chaos god emperors to apologize. The ancient heavenly emperor, Nia Wuhuan, and the other higher-ups were gloomy and ignored the 3 chaos god emperor experts. The 3 from the flame race did not dare to say anything. They were afraid and worried. After all, this was the Chaos Divine Palace, the strongest force in the chaotic world. They were not sure if the Chaos Divine Palace would kill them. Even if they killed them, the flame race would not dare to do anything. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Feng Wuchen, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, the War God Guards, and the strange beasts appeared. Waves of terrifying aura swept through the entire temple with an unstoppable force. Welcome, young master. Everyone in the Chaos Divine Palace bowed respectfully. Supreme God. The expressions of the 3 experts from the flaming race changed drastically at the same time. They were scared out of their wits. Chaos God Emperor? Feng Wuchen frowned and his eyes turned cold. The ancient heavenly emperor said respectfully, young master, the flame race is not here to apologize. They are here to humiliate the Chaos Divine Palace. Everyone could see that the flame race had sent people to humiliate the Chaos God Emperor. Who gave the flame race such courage? Humph. The flame race is getting more and more arrogant. Nie Wuhuan said fiercely. The flame race really looks down on the Chaos Divine Palace. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said coldly with a cold murderous aura. The terrifying murderous aura scared the three from the flame race out of their wits. They broke out in cold sweat and almost knelt down. Young master, we are here to apologize on behalf of the flame race. An emperor god from the flame race said in a trembling voice. Who knows where the flame race's space is? Feng Wuchen asked, ignoring the three experts from the flame race. I know. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen ordered, War God Feng, cripple them. The moment Feng Wuchen said that, the three chaotic god emperors from the Yan tribe changed their expressions and they were terrified to the extreme. They were here to apologize on behalf of the flame race, but Feng Wuchen said to cripple them. Understood. The Wind War God said respectfully. Terrifying wind elemental divine power erupted and condensed into 3 wind elemental divine swords. Young Hall Master, we were ordered to sincerely apologize and make amends. Why do you still want to cripple us? One of them asked in fear and confusion. Feng Wuchen's face was cold, and he did not answer. Swish. Swish. Boom boom boom. PFFF. PFFF. The Wind War God did not hesitate to attack. 3 energy swords shot out at the same time, instantly injuring the 3 Chaos God Palace members and crippling their cultivations. Our cultivation has been crippled. The 3 Chaos God Emperor experts from the Yen race were terrified and in despair. They even had thoughts of dying. Feng Wuchen said coldly, Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast, bring a guard and the 3 of them to the flame race to apologize. Who is willing to go? The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast looked at the Divine Palace Protector and asked. Chaos Protector. I am willing to go. Many of the protectors fought to be the first to shout loudly. Feng Wuchen said coldly, Don't worry, I guarantee that you won't die. Tell the flame race that they have to pay a price for their cultivation in the Chaos God Palace. This matter is not over yet. Say whatever you want. If the flame race dares to touch you, I will make them pay a painful price. Yes. Young Hall Master. The Protector said respectfully. Let's go. The Chaos Mystical Fire Beast sent them to the flame race's space. In an instant, the Chaos God Palace Protector and the 3 flame race members appeared in the flame race's space. Swish. Swish, swish. Many flame race members appeared in a flash, and extremely powerful auras spread out. The Chaos God Palace Protector only had the cultivation of a Chaos God Master. In front of the flame race, he was pitifully weak. However, he was not afraid or worried at all. When the flame race members saw the 3 heavily injured people, they were instantly stunned. Were they not the 3 uncles that the flame race leader had sent to the Chaos God Palace to apologize? Why were they heavily injured? Race leader. Elder. Not good. Our people are heavily injured. One of the flame race members shouted in panic. No, their cultivation has been destroyed. Their cultivation has been destroyed. Another flame race member shouted in fear. Swish. Swish, race leader Yan Dihun, great elder Yan Feng, and the other higher-ups of the flame race appeared in a flash. Many experts of the flame race also appeared from the various palaces in a flash. Greetings to race leader Yan and elders. The Chaos God Palace Protector cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. This was the respect for the experts. Seeing that the 3 people's cultivation had been destroyed, the entire flame race was instantly enraged and filled with murderous intent. Race leader, elders, our cultivation has been destroyed. It was Feng Wuchen's order. One of them said with grief and anger, his eyes red. The Chaos God Palace is too much. They destroyed our people and even sent a Chaos God Master to humiliate us. A Chaos Heavenly Venerate expert gritted his teeth and said angrily. A terrifying murderous intent exploded. How dare they? How dare they be so heavy-handed? Another Chaos Heavenly Venerate shouted angrily. A Chaos God Emperor shouted angrily, Race leader, kill him. Let Feng Wuchen see the strength of the flame race. The entire flame race was instantly filled with anger and murderous intent. Yan Dihun, great elder Yan Feng, and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. How could the arrogant flame race be bullied like this? Humiliate you? The protector sneered. The flame race offended our young hall master and sent 3 Chaos God Palace protectors to apologize. Isn't this humiliating our young hall master and the Chaos God Palace? Our young hall master is just giving them a taste of their own medicine. If the flame race can humiliate our young hall master and the Chaos God Palace, why can't the Chaos God Palace humiliate your flame race? Is the flame race more powerful than the Chaos God Palace? Yan Dihun, Yan Feng, and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. Their skin and flesh were violently twitching. Race leader, Feng Wuchen must be targeting us because we took back Yan Wushuang and Yan Yushui's bloodline and divine power. Protector Yan Tianyun gritted his teeth and said angrily. Race leader Yan, our young hall master also said that we are sorry for crippling your people. He sent me here to apologize on behalf of the Chaos God Palace. The protector was neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his fists again and said, our young hall master also said that this matter is not over. If the flame race wants to play, our young hall master will accompany you to the end. If the flame race still does not realize their mistake, the flame race will bear all the consequences. Race leader Yen, elders, please do not doubt our young hall master's power. I have already said what I need to say. Please send me back to the Chaos God Palace. Of course, if you are not willing to send me back, I will cultivate in the flame race. If you dare to stay, we will definitely treat you well. A flame race member said fiercely. The protector sneered. Our young hall master also said that if the flame race dares to touch me, our young hall master will make them pay a painful price. Try it if you dare. By the way, clan leader Yen, I hope you can think it through quickly. Our young hall master has limited patience. The guard of the Chaos Temple added in a respectful tone. Emperor Yan's soul's face was twisted. The Flame Tribe had been in the Chaos world for tens of millions of years, and no one had ever dared to threaten them. Even the 3 holy kingdoms did not dare to be so arrogant in front of them. But Feng Wuchen did not care about the Flame Tribe at all, as though he could destroy them at any time. Preposterous. That's too much. Feng Wuchen does not care about the Flame Tribe at all. One of the clansmen was furious and could not help but roar. Little guard, how dare you talk to our clan leader like that? Are you tired of living? A Chaos God Emperor clansman roared with murderous intent. Clan leader. Everyone in the Flame Tribe was furious and looked at Emperor Yan's soul. Haha. The furious Emperor Yan's soul suddenly laughed. He was so angry that he laughed. Emperor Yan's soul laughed and said, what a young hall master of the Chaos Temple. You are really arrogant. The Flame Tribe has been in the Chaos world for tens of millions of years and has never feared anyone. No force, even the 3 holy kingdoms, dares to be so arrogant in front of the Flame Tribe. TSK. Emperor Yan's soul flicked his fingers and 2 invisible forces instantly cut off the Chaos Temple guard's arms, causing blood to gush out. Ah! The Chaos Temple guard screamed and rolled on the ground. Emperor Yan's soul sneered proudly and said, since Feng Wuchen wants to fight with the Flame Tribe, I will accompany him. Feng Wuchen destroyed the cultivation of 3 Chaos God Emperors and I cut off your arms. This matter is even. If Feng Wuchen still wants to pursue the matter, the Flame Tribe is always ready to welcome him. The Flame Tribe would not tolerate anyone bullying and humiliating them, not even the Chaos God Emperors. Go back and tell Feng Wuchen that the Flaming Tribe and the Chaos Temple have no grudges over the years, nor do we have any friendship. It's his choice to be friend or foe. No matter what choice he makes, the Flaming Tribe will accept it, even if it means war. Emperor Yan's soul waved his hand and sent the Chaos Temple guard back. In the square of the Chaos Temple, a guard appeared out of thin air. His face was twisted as he endured the pain and didn't scream. Seeing their guards lose their arms, the people of the Primal Chaos Temple were infuriated. Terrifying murderous intent erupted from their bodies. Flame Clan. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast said fiercely, the Flame Clan is getting bolder and bolder. It seems that they have forgotten who is the true overlord of the Chaos Realm. They have forgotten who suppressed the Flame Clan back then. Feng Wuchen appeared in front of the guard in a flash. He activated the Ancestor of Soul Force and placed his palm on the guard's shoulder. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the Chaos Temple, the guard's two hands instantly formed. Thank you, young master. The guard was stunned as he thanked him. He looked at his hands in disbelief. It was like a dream. Instant recovery. The ancient heavenly emperor, Nya Wuhuan, and the rest of the Chaos Temple were all stunned. What kind of divine ability was Feng Wuchen using? How could he help a guard with a severed arm instantly recover? Even the fourth elder couldn't do it, right? Very domineering soul power. I have never seen it before. The fourth elder, Zhuge Qingfeng, widened his eyes in shock. His old face was instantly petrified. The moment the ancestor of soul force erupted, Zhuge Qingfeng felt a strong sense of danger. He could already feel his soul power being strongly suppressed. Fourth elder, the young master's soul power is terrifying. A chaos god emperor alchemist said in horror as his body trembled violently. Fourth elder, what is the young master's soul power? Another alchemist asked in horror. The alchemists of the Chaos Temple were all shocked and suppressed by Feng Wuchen's domineering soul power. As one of the top alchemists in the Chaos Realm, Zhuge Qingfeng had never seen such a domineering soul power. Young master, the Flame Emperor's soul said. The guard quickly repeated the Flame Emperor's soul's words word for word. Bloodthirsty Ares' eyes flashed with murderous intent. He said fiercely, waiting for me at any time? The Flame Tribe is indeed very strong, but I am very curious as to how strong they are. I really want to fight with them. He actually wants us to choose. He really is arrogant. The chaotic wind soul beast sneered. Big brother Chaos, do we have a chance to fight the Flame Tribe? The chaotic ice wolf sneered, his eyes bloodthirsty and ferocious. The chaotic Xian fire beast didn't speak. He looked at Feng Wuchen. The chaos ancestor had left everything to Feng Wuchen, so the chaotic Xian fire beast naturally had to listen to Feng Wuchen. Do you remember what I said just now? Feng Wuchen looked at the guard and asked with a smile. The guard nodded heavily. His heart was boiling with passion. Feng Wuchen sneered. I've said it before. If the Yan clan dares to touch you, I'll make them pay a painful price. I'm not just saying it. Since the Yan clan wants to try, let's show them. Young master, are we going to war with the Flame Tribe now? The ancient heavenly emperor frowned and asked. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered. I won't destroy the Flame Tribe, so I won't start a war. Making them pay a painful price doesn't mean I have to destroy them. The Flame Tribe still had to be left for Yan Wushuang and Yan Beishui. Feng Wuchen took out a heaven-defying divine bead and gave it to the guard. Cultivate well. I will avenge you. Thank you, young master. The guard thanked him respectfully. He was very touched. Young master, how do you want to deal with the Flame Tribe? Nya Wuhuan asked respectfully. Everyone looked at the young master who had used a terrifying divine ability. The Flame Tribe broke your arms, so I will kill the two Chaos Heavenly Masters of the Flame Tribe. Feng Wuchen sneered. Didn't the Flame Emperor's soul let me choose? This is my choice. Doesn't the Flame Emperor's soul want to play? Then let's play. To be honest, I am also very unhappy with the arrogance of the Flame Tribe. I think the elders and everyone in the Chaos Temple don't like it either. The ancient heavenly emperor said fiercely, the Flame Tribe has been so arrogant for tens of millions of years. It is indeed disgusting. The Flame Tribe left the Chaos Realm because they think we are not qualified to be in the same world as them, Nya Wuhuan said coldly. Young master, the Flame Tribe is too arrogant. We can't let them go. Everyone in the Chaos Temple roared. Feng Wuchen sneered. Of course. I, Feng Wuchen, will do what I say. Feng Wuchen looked at everyone and asked with a smile, who wants to kill the Flame Tribe's Chaos Heavenly Masters? Young master, I want to. Bloodthirsty Ares was the first to answer. Feng Wuchen glanced at Bloodthirsty Ares and said indifferently, Bloodthirsty Ares, if you can't kill the two Chaos Heavenly Masters, don't come back. Kill them and bring their heads back. Yes, young master. I will not disappoint you. If I can't kill them, I will kill myself. Bloodthirsty Ares respectfully accepted the order. Bloodthirsty Ares was the strongest war god of the war god guards. Killing the two Chaos Heavenly Venerables of the Flame race was a piece of cake for him. Azure Sky Guardian, pass down the order to the entire Chaos Realm. Anyone from the Flame race who dares to step into the Chaos Realm will be killed without mercy. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed. Feng Wuchen ordered. His cold eyes were terrifying. Yes, sir. Azure Sky Guardian accepted the order respectfully and immediately passed it down. The news immediately spread throughout the 4 major domains of the Primal Chaos Realm, shocking countless forces and cultivators. The Chaos Temple and the Flame Race had become enemies. The two transcendental factions were about to go to war. In an instant, the 4 Chaos Realms were in an uproar. Everyone was discussing it. But what exactly was it that made the Chaos Temple so angry? They actually gave such an order. Did the Flame Race offend the Chaos Temple? What's going on? Forbidding the Flame Race from stepping into the Chaos Realm? The Flame Race has always been arrogant. I'm afraid they won't be afraid of the Chaos Temple. But what happened between the two factions? For tens of millions of years, the Flame Race and the Chaos Temple didn't have any grudges. However, the Flame Emperor's soul was only suppressed by the Chaos Xian Fire Beast. It's not a grudge, so it's not to the point of falling out. The sudden news shocked and puzzled the 3 divine kingdoms. There was a lot of discussion. No one knew what had happened. Tao Ancestor, the Chaos Temple has just given an order. Anyone from the Flame Race who dares to step into the Chaos Realm will be killed without mercy. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed. In a mysterious space, a man in black reported respectfully. I've heard it. Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan slowly opened his eyes. The man in black said respectfully, Tao Ancestor, this isn't a grudge between the two factions. I just used a small trick. It's not enough to make the two factions fall out. I don't understand why the Chaos Temple suddenly gave such an order. Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan said indifferently, this must be related to Feng Wuchen. The Chaos Temple is the strongest faction in the Chaos Realm, but the ancient Heavenly Emperor won't easily take action. After all, the Flame Race isn't weak. Once the war starts, the Chaos Temple will be damaged. Only Feng Wuchen dares to ignore the Flaming Race and ignore the consequences. Tao Ancestor, the war between the Chaos Temple and the Flame Tribe is beneficial to us. At least we can weaken the Chaos Temple's strength. With the 3 divine kingdoms, it won't be a problem to destroy the Chaos Temple. The man in black said respectfully. There's no rush. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian shook his head. How are the 3 divine kingdoms? Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan asked. The black-robed man said respectfully, reporting to Tao Ancestor, the infernal spirit divine nation has failed. The moonless divine nation and the primal chaos divine nation have yet to make a move. However, the skyless primal chaos divine palace has sent people to deal with Feng Wuchen. What the black-cloaked man didn't know was that the chaos god nation didn't dare to make a move against Feng Wuchen. The moonless divine nation had already sensed that there was something wrong with Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian, but they had never had the perfect opportunity. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian sneered, they are quite cautious. Flame Clan. In the main hall of the majestic palace. A member of the clan reported respectfully, Clan leader, elders, we've just received news that the Chaos Temple has issued an order to kill anyone from the Flame Clan who dares to step into the Chaos Realm. Anyone who interferes will be killed. Kill anyone from the Flame Clan who steps into the Chaos Realm? Flame Emperor Spirit narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Feng Wuchen, looks like you've chosen to be enemies with the Flame Clan. But do you know how strong they are? In the main hall, the faces of the elders and the upper echelons turned ugly. The Chaos Temple was going to fall out with the Flame Clan. The clan member said respectfully, the Chaos Temple's order has been spread throughout the Chaos Realm. All the major forces have heard about it. Ignoring the Chaos Temple's order. No one in the Chaos Realm can stop the Flame Clan from doing whatever they want, Flame Wind said arrogantly. He wasn't threatened at all. Flame Moon Elder said coldly, the Chaos Temple thinks too highly of themselves. So what if they're the strongest force in the Chaos Realm? The Flame Clan has never been afraid. Pass down the order. Anyone from the Flame Clan can enter and lead the Chaos Realm freely. I'd like to see if Feng Wuchen dares to kill anyone from the Flame Clan. Feng Wuchen does have some courage, Flame Wind said coldly. But what I don't understand is that the ancient heavenly emperor and the others are also allowing Feng Wuchen to do whatever he wants. A war between two major forces won't benefit anyone. Don't the ancient heavenly emperor and the others know that? The ancient heavenly emperor and the others might be angry, but they don't dare to say anything. Feng Wuchen is the young hall master. This should be a title given by the Chaos Ancestor, Third Elder Yen Mu said coldly. Flame Emperor's soul sneered viciously. Feng Wuchen, I'd like to see how capable you are. Or do you rely on the Chaos Temple's strength to show off? The Flame Clan didn't know much about Feng Wuchen. They only knew that Feng Wuchen had the ability to bring the dead back to life. As for cultivation, they didn't care about it at all. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had returned to the War God Hall with the Chaos Xian Fire Beast. They didn't have to do anything now. They just had to wait for news from Bloodthirsty Ares. The Chaos Ice Wolf and the others were secretly monitoring the Flame Clan. As long as the Flame Clan dared to step into the Chaos Realm, they would kill them. Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged in the Divine Ring and smiled. I can finally cultivate. My cultivation is about to break through to the 7th level Chaos God Lord realm. I'll go into seclusion for a while and try to break through to the great Chaos God Lord realm. Feng Wuchen couldn't wait to break through to the great Chaos God Lord realm. His nascent spirit avatars had already started to absorb and refine the Chaos Crystals and Soul Source Stones. His nascent spirit avatars were refining and absorbing all kinds of powerful natural treasures. Feng Wuchen's main body also entered cultivation. Chaos Crystals and Soul Source Stones are powerful treasures indeed. My soul power increases very quickly. Within half a month, I can definitely break through to the Chaos God Lord realm. Feng Wuchen said with an excited smile. He felt his soul power increasing rapidly. Not only that, but Feng Wuchen's cultivation was also increasing at an astonishing speed. The unbounded Heaven Realm Evil Thought Evil Spirit and the Crimson Blood Chaos Stone were both very powerful treasures. They were of great help to Feng Wuchen's cultivation. In just 3 days, Feng Wuchen had already successfully broken through to the 7th level Chaos God Lord realm. The Crimson Blood Chaos Stone is really powerful. Within 3 months, I'll definitely break through to the great Chaos God Lord realm. Feng Wuchen said with an excited smile. At this terrifying cultivation speed, Feng Wuchen would definitely break through to the great Chaos God Lord realm within 3 months. Cultivating in the Divine Ring for 3 months was only 9 days in the outside world. With my cultivation breaking through to the great Chaos God Lord realm, I should be able to break through to the Chaos God Lord realm as an alchemist, Feng Wuchen said with an excited smile, his heart filled with anticipation. At the same time, in just 3 days, members of the Flame Race stepped into the Chaos realm. The Chaos Ice Wolf and the others, who were secretly monitoring the Flame Race, immediately sensed it. The Flame Race really doesn't take young Hall Master's orders seriously, the Chaos Ice Wolf said with a mocking sneer. Chaotic World, Heavenly Celestial Realm. A few members of the Flame Race came from the space of the Flame Race, exuding powerful auras. Chaos God Emperor experts. Anyone from the Flame Race who steps into the Chaotic World will die. Now that we are here, I wonder if the Chaos Temple dares to kill us. One of the members sneered fearlessly. Our Flame Clan has been in the Chaos Realm for so many years, but no force has ever dared to give us such an order. This is simply an insult to our Flame Clan. We will definitely not accept it. Another clansman sneered. Now that the Chaos Temple has given such an order, the Flaming Tribe has no choice but to fight to the death with the Chaos Temple. We are not cowards. The Flaming Tribe has never been afraid of anyone. Even the ancestor of the Chaos Temple has to be respectful. Another tribesman sneered. The arrogance and pride of the Flame Race made everyone feel superior. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and head to the Wuji Heavenly Realm. Find the herbs that the Great Elder wants as soon as possible. The leader said coldly. The moment he finished his words, the 4 Flame Race Emperor gods' faces changed. They could feel the cold and bloodthirsty murderous aura. The Chaos Temple has never been afraid of anyone. The Chaos Temple suddenly sneered. Is the Flame Race strong? Are they qualified to fight to the death with the Chaos Temple? What a joke. The Chaos Heaven Spirit Beast sneered. The Flame Clan is indeed powerful in the Chaos world, but they don't know their place. They are too arrogant and think too highly of themselves. They always think that they are stronger than the Chaos Temple. The Chaotic Wind Soul Beast sneered. The expressions of the 4 Chaos Sacred Halls of the Flame Race became serious. After all, they were facing a Chaos Heavenly Master Ancient Beast, and their strength was terrifying. If you dare to kill us, it means that the Flame Race and the Chaos Temple are at war. The leader of the Flame Race clenched his fists. The Chaos Temple is stronger than the Flame Race, but don't forget that both sides will be injured if they fight. Another Flame Race Emperor shouted angrily. The Chaos Ice Wolf sneered and said, "Weren't you not afraid just now? Why are you worried now? Try to kill us if you dare." Another Flame Race Emperor shouted angrily. "It's too easy to kill you all," the Primal Chaos Ice Wolf said viciously. A terrifying ice-type divine power spread out instantly. In the blink of an eye, the 4 chaotic god emperors were instantly frozen. The Primal Chaos Ice Wolf's huge wolf claws lightly slapped the air, and the 4 Flame Race experts that were sealed in ice shattered. Courting death. The Primal Chaos Ice Wolf sneered in disdain. "Frost Wolf, don't leave yet. Help me lure out the experts from the Flame Race. This war god's hands are itching." Bloodthirsty Ares suddenly transmitted his voice. "I can't help you, but don't worry. The Flame Race can sense that they are dead and will send people here soon. The young Hall Master said that we need to secretly monitor them." The Primal Chaos Ice Wolf laughed. "Bloodthirsty Ares, the experts from the Flaming Race will be here soon. Who knows, there might be many Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalts. They'll be waiting for you to show off your skills." The Chaos Heavenly Spiritual Beast sent a voice transmission. "No, it should be a massacre." The Chaotic Wind Soul Beast laughed. With that, the few ancient strange beasts disappeared at the same time. If the Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalts from the Flame Race don't come out, this war god will kill his way into the Flame Race. As long as I can kill 2 Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalts, it doesn't matter even if I die. Bloodthirsty Ares thought to himself. Even if he died, he must complete the mission. The Flame Race had already sensed the death of the 4 Flame Race experts from the Chaos Temple. The main palace of the Flame Race was filled with murderous intent. Waves of murderous aura swept out like a storm. In the main palace, the Flame Emperor Spirit's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with endless anger and murderous intent. "Clan leader, it's the ice divine power of the Primal Chaos Ice Wolf. Yan Bing and the other 2 have already rushed over. The Primal Chaos Ice Wolf must still be nearby." A Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalts reported respectfully. Elder Flaming Moon said fiercely, "Pass down the order. Kill the Primal Chaos Ice Wolf. The Chaos Temple actually dared to kill the people of our Flame Race. They're forcing us to take action." The Flame Emperor Spirit said fiercely. Every word carried a suffocating murderous intent. Yan Feng's face was extremely fierce. He said in a deep voice, "Whether it's the ancient Heavenly Emperor's order or Feng Wuchen's order, the Flame Race won't let them off if they dare to attack the Flame Race." The Flame Emperor Spirit stood up slowly and said coldly, "For tens of millions of years, the Flame Race has never suffered such humiliation. Since the Chaos Temple has already taken action, it's time for the Flame Race to take action." At the same time, swish swish swish. 3 Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalts from the Flame Race appeared in a flash. This was the place where the 4 Flame Race experts had been killed. Yan Bing and the other 2 had rushed over immediately after the 4 Flame Race experts from the Chaos Temple were killed. The Primal Chaos Ice Wolf's divine power hasn't dissipated. It shouldn't have gone far. Since it dared to kill the people of our Flame Race, it must die. A 6th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalt said fiercely. 3 Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalts want to kill me? The Primal Chaos Ice Wolf sneered in disdain. Bloodthirsty Ares, are you still not going to take action? The Primal Chaos Wind Soul Beast transmitted his voice and laughed. Just as Yan Bing and the other 2 were about to chase after the Primal Chaos Ice Wolf, they were suddenly enveloped by an extremely terrifying aura. Peak 9th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalts. Yan Bing's expression changed drastically. This aura belongs to Bloodthirsty Ares. Another 6th-level primal chaos heavenly exalts exclaimed in shock. His body trembled uncontrollably. The strongest war god guard. His strength has reached such a level. Another primal chaos heavenly exalts exclaimed in shock. This war god has been waiting for you for a long time. Bloodthirsty Ares' cold and murderous voice resounded. The moment he finished speaking, Bloodthirsty Ares appeared before Yan Bing and the other two silently. It was as if Bloodthirsty Ares had always been there. At that moment, Yan Bing and the other two looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Bloodthirsty Ares sneered and said, "Are you afraid of this war god?" Bloodthirsty Ares, it seems like the Primal Chaos Divine Palace is really planning to start a war with the Flaming Tribe. Yan Bing said coldly. His face was hideous and terrifying. Chi. Bloodthirsty Ares moved quickly. His index finger touched Yan Bing's forehead and a terrifying energy instantly penetrated it. Yan Bing was shocked and died on the spot. Bloodthirsty Ares' attack was ruthless and merciless. He didn't hold back at all. Kill one first. This war god will take your head. Bloodthirsty Ares sneered and grabbed the air. Yan Bing's head was forcefully sucked over. Killing a 6th-level primal chaos heavenly exalts was as easy as flipping one's hand. The two Flaming Tribe heavenly exalts looked at Yan Bing in shock. They couldn't believe that Bloodthirsty Ares would kill them directly. Bloodthirsty Ares dared to kill the Flaming Tribe heavenly exalts. He must have thoroughly angered the Flaming Tribe. Bloodthirsty Ares sneered and said, "I still need one more head." You. How dare you kill the Yen clan's chaotic heavenly venerables? The two dumbfounded primal chaos empyreans of the flame race instantly erupted with anger. So what? Can't I kill the Yen clan's people? Bloodthirsty Ares sneered as his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boom. Pfft. Bloodthirsty Ares grabbed a heavenly venerate's throat with his left hand and injured another heavenly venerate with his right palm. Bloodthirsty Ares' speed was terrifying. The two Yen clan's chaotic heavenly venerables couldn't react in time. One of the chaotic heavenly venerables said angrily, "Bloodthirsty Ares, do you know the consequences of angering the Yen clan?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Bloodthirsty Ares sneered. "I was ordered to act." Young Hall Master said that the Yen clan had to kill two Yen clan's chaotic heavenly venerables to cut off the arms of the Chaos Temple's guards. "You're lucky that I won't kill you. Go back and tell the Flame Thearch's soul." Bloodthirsty Ares said domineeringly as his left hand twisted the heavenly venerate's head. The strongest war god guards were indeed worthy of their reputation. The three powerful chaotic heavenly venerables were like weak chickens. "I've completed my mission. It was too easy." Bloodthirsty Ares sneered as he left with the heads of the two Yen clan's chaotic heavenly venerables. The heavily injured Yen clan's chaotic heavenly venerate was petrified on the spot. When he woke up, he immediately returned to the Yen clan's space to report. In the main palace of the Yen clan, the Flame Thearch's soul and Flame Wind were still furious when bad news came. Two more Yen clan's experts had been killed. Clan leader, Yan Bing, and the others were killed by Bloodthirsty Ares. Bloodthirsty Ares said that it was Feng Wuchen's order to cut off the arms of the Chaos Temple's guards and kill the two Yen clan's chaotic heavenly venerables. The heavily injured chaotic heavenly venerables reported in horror. Buzz buzz. The Flame Thearch's soul was completely enraged. Terrifying divine power and aura erupted, shaking the entire Yen clan space. The death of 4 Chaos God Emperor clansmen was enough to infuriate them. A second ago, he had killed 4 people, and in the next second, he had killed 2 more. How could the Flame Emperor's spirit tolerate this? The raging Flame Emperor's soul's murderous aura and anger also ignited the anger and murderous aura of the entire Flame Tribe. The Primal Chaos Divine Palace has gone too far. Yanfeng roared. The Flame Emperor's spirit could no longer suppress his anger. He said fiercely, "Chaos Temple, do you really think that the Flame Tribe won't dare to attack? First Elder, open the spatial enchantment. The Flame Tribe has descended upon the Chaos Realm. I want to see if the Chaos Temple dares to do anything." If the Chaos Temple dared to make a move, the Flame Emperor's spirit would definitely order a war against the Chaos Temple. Pa! Yanfeng immediately put his palms together and unleashed a terrifying burst of Yanhua's god force. Blazing barrier. Open! Yanfeng shouted. Buzz. The space of the flame tribe suddenly shook, and a huge spatial crack appeared in the void. The flare tribe's spatial enchantment opened. Buzz. At the same time, the void of the heavenly divine domain in the chaos realm suddenly shook violently, and a terrifying ancient aura swept out. In an instant, a terrifying destructive force covered the entire heavenly divine domain. What's going on? What a terrifying ancient aura! Is this the aura of a paragon god? Since when did the heavenly divine domain have a paragon god expert? The god force of a paragon god. We actually have a paragon god expert in the heavenly divine domain. In an instant, countless forces and cultivators in the heavenly divine domain fell into extreme fear. The terrifying god force of the Flame Emperor's spirit spread wildly and covered the entire chaos realm. Countless forces were shocked and fearful. This is the aura of the Flame Emperor's spirit. Tianhan, the palace lord of the primal chaos proud Cloud Hall, said solemnly, he's at the paragon god realm, and he's even stronger than the rulers of the three divine kingdoms. I don't know what happened in the chaos realm, but the Flame Emperor suddenly appeared. There will definitely be a fierce battle in the chaos realm, First Elder Yi Rujing said worriedly. Moonless Divine Kingdom. The ruler of Moonless Divine Kingdom frowned and said seriously, the strength of the Flame Emperor's spirit is already so terrifying? He hasn't appeared for tens of millions of years, so why did he suddenly appear with killing intent? General Xiaoyao said seriously, ruler, it seems that something has happened in the chaos realm. To be able to anger this old monster, it's either the Chaos Temple or the other two divine kingdoms. The ruler frowned. Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom. The ruler of the Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom said in shock, the Flame Emperor Spirit. This old monster's cultivation has increased so much. The god force of the Flame Emperor Spirit is very terrifying, and the ruler is no match for him. This old thing's strength is close to Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's, the ruler said seriously. What the hell is going on? Who angered this old monster? A prince said in shock, his eyes full of fear. Chaos Divine Kingdom. Feeling this terrifying and domineering ancient god force, the ruler of the Chaos Divine Kingdom said in shock, the Flame Emperor Spirit. What's going on? Why is this old thing so angry? Is the Flame Tribe going to descend on the Chaos Realm? The Chaos Imperial Advisor said in horror, what a terrifying god force. Is the Flame Tribe also going to fight for the Master of all realms? The Flame Emperor's god force is indeed powerful, comparable to my primordial god force. Emperor Lingyun frowned and said, Yan Wutian's strength should be even stronger. In a mysterious space. The Flame Emperor Spirit. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said seriously, the Flame Tribe is indeed not simple. After tens of millions of years, the Flame Tribe's strength is probably not inferior to the Chaos Temple. Dao Ancestor, the Flame Emperor's spirit's strength is close to yours, a black-clothed man said, feeling quite shocked. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian sneered and said, although the Flame Emperor's god force is also an ancient god force, it is far inferior to my Chaos god force. The Flame Emperor's spirit is so angry. It seems that it has something to do with Feng Wuchen. The Flame Emperor's spirit should not refuse to cooperate with me. The three divine kingdoms are already involved, and with the Flame Tribe, their strength should be enough to break the seal. Chaos Temple. The Flame Emperor Spirit. The ancient heavenly emperor frowned and looked very serious. Supremacy Realm. This old thing is very strong. No wonder the Flame Tribe is so arrogant. Not only did they dare to humiliate the young master, but they also dared to go against the Chaos Temple. Bloodthirsty Ares sneered. Brother Chaos, the Flame Emperor Spirit is really angry. The Chaos Golden Crow laughed. What a powerful god force. The Flame Emperor Spirit's cultivation is similar to Brother Chaos. This old thing is not to be trifled with. The Chaos Divine Sparrow laughed. Is the Chaos Temple easy to mess with? The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast was not afraid at all. He sneered and said, it seems that the Flame Tribe is coming back. But since Feng Wuchen has given the order, the Chaos Temple will not disobey. Supreme Guardian, should we return the head of the Flame Tribe's heavenly master to the Flame Tribe? Bloodthirsty Ares asked respectfully with an evil smile. The Flame Emperor's spirit is so angry that we have to return it. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast sneered and said, "Hang their heads up. The Flame Tribe will come and take it." "Honorable Guardian, the young master is still in seclusion," Fire War God said respectfully. "Feng Wuchen is still in seclusion. He won't be out for a few days." The Chaos Fire Beast smiled faintly. Guardian Xianlu, pass down the order. Tell all the forces under the Chaos Temple to be on standby. "Yes, Honorable Guardian." Guardian Xianlu accepted the order respectfully. A huge spatial crack appeared in the sky of the heavenly celestial domain. Then, a shocking and spectacular scene appeared. The majestic celestial mountain palace of the Yan tribe flew out of the huge spatial crack. The Yan tribe had really come to the chaotic realm. An unimaginably terrifying aura spread out from the majestic celestial mountain. Terrifying murderous aura could be seen with the naked eye. A celestial mountain is flying out. What force is this? So many chaotic heavenly venerables. They all have ancient divine power. It's too scary. What a terrifying murderous aura. Honorable God, 9th level chaotic heavenly venerables, so many heavenly venerables. Countless forces and cultivators in the heavenly celestial domain were scared out of their wits. The heavenly celestial domain was hiding such a terrifying force. Yan Feng. The top alchemists of the three divine kingdoms and other forces felt the overbearing ancient soul power of the Yan tribe's great elder, Yan Feng. They were all shocked. A 9th level chaotic heavenly venerate peak alchemist. As expected of the Yan tribe's great elder. Zhuge Qingfeng smiled faintly. Zhuge Qingfeng was the 4th elder of the Chaos Temple. Although he was only a 7th level chaotic heavenly venerate, he was a top alchemist in the chaotic realm. He was a 9th level chaotic heavenly venerate peak alchemist. In terms of soul power, Zhuge Qingfeng did not lose to Yan Feng. Zhuge Qingfeng was also known as the most powerful alchemist in the chaotic realm. The Chaos Temple. The Yan tribe is here. I want to see if the Chaos Temple has the ability to destroy the Yan tribe. The Flame Emperor's soul's ethereal and majestic voice resounded in every corner of the chaotic realm. The Flame Emperor's soul's words were filled with rage. Once the Flame Emperor's soul's words, all the cultivators in the chaotic realm knew that this terrifying force was the Yan tribe. The Flame Emperor's soul's flame soul. After all, not long ago, the Chaos Temple had issued an order that anyone from the flame race who stepped into the Chaos realm would be killed without mercy. It seemed that this order had angered the Flame tribe. The huge mountain where the Yan race was located was currently flying from the heavenly immortal domain to the primal chaos domain. Everywhere he passed, the horrified gazes of countless cultivators landed on that immortal mountain. Is the Flaming tribe going to war with the Chaos Temple? An order was not enough to make the Flaming race go to war, right? Or does the Flame race have other intentions? The primal chaos country monarch frowned. The war between the Flaming tribe and the Chaos Temple is our best chance. Send someone to secretly watch Feng Wuchen. Once there's a chance, take action immediately. Moonless Nation's monarch ordered coldly. The Flame Emperor spirit is not an old monster to be trifled with, nor is he easy to deal with. The Flame tribe will not accept the order from the Chaos Temple. This battle is unavoidable. Send the order, send people to secretly watch Feng Wuchen. If there is a chance, take action, the Flame Spirit King ordered. The war between the Flame race and the Chaos Temple was undoubtedly the best opportunity to deal with Feng Wuchen. At this moment, an extremely frightening divine power condensed above the Chaos Holy Palace's void. The Flame Emperor spirit had arrived. The terrifying aura of a supreme god mercilessly suppressed the Chaos Temple. This was the anger of the Flame Emperor spirit. Humph. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast snorted coldly and also released a domineering aura, fearless of the Flame Emperor spirit. Not long after, an enormous illusory figure appeared in the void. It was the Flame Emperor spirit. Grand Elder, the Flame Emperor spirit is furious. It's not easy to deal with him, Qing Tian Protector said solemnly, looking extremely shocked. The ancient Heavenly Emperor said solemnly, the Flame Emperor spirit is still hiding his strength. I'm afraid even the Chaos Protector can't suppress him. Great Elder's words are very true. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded and said solemnly, after tens of millions of years, the Flame Emperor spirits. Cultivation is already above the Chaos Protectors. If the Chaos Protector can't suppress the Flame Emperor spirit, doesn't that mean? The faces of the Chaos Temple's elites changed drastically. Facing the terrifying aura of the Flame Emperor spirit, it would be a lie to say that the Chaos Temple's people were not afraid. After all, the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast's cultivation had been sealed by the Chaos Ancestor and could not cultivate for tens of millions of years. Chaos Celestial Fire Beast. The Flame Emperor spirit stared fiercely at the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast and said fiercely, "Where is Feng Wuchen? Didn't the Chaos Temple order the Flame Tribe to set foot in the Chaos Realm? Now that I'm here, the Flame Tribe is here too. Whoever wants to fight can try." "Old man, you'd better know where you are," the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast said coldly. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast said coldly. Its huge body stepped into the air, and the domineering Chaos Divine Power burst out. The Flaming Tribe insulted the Chaos Shrine and the young Hall Master of the Chaos Shrine. "Now, you dare to behave atrociously in the Chaos Shrine and even disregard the order of the Chaos Shrine. The Flaming Tribe is so arrogant. I would like to see if the Flaming Tribe can behave atrociously in the Chaos Shrine." The domineering Chaos Divine Power suppressed the Flame Emperor spirit. "Humph." The Flame Emperor spirit snorted fiercely. He was not afraid of the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast and was not suppressed by the Chaos Divine Power. The Flame Emperor spirit said fiercely, "Chaos Celestial Fire Beast, my cultivation is not the same as it was tens of millions of years ago. Your Chaos Divine Power is not enough to suppress me." The Flame Emperor spirit suddenly saw the heads of Yan Bing and the other two, and the anger in his heart became more terrifying. "Chaos Temple." The Flame Emperor spirit roared, his eyes flashing red. The terrifying murderous aura was like a tornado of death. The Flame Emperor spirit almost lost control, but he still forced himself to control it. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast said coldly, "This is the price for cutting off the Chaos Temple's guards' arms." "Good. Very good." The Flame Emperor spirit said fiercely, "The Flame Tribe and the Chaos Temple will fight to the death." "Oh? Is that so?" The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast sneered. "The Flame Tribe is very strong." At this moment, the Flame Tribe's huge celestial mountain had arrived above the Chaos Temple. "The Flame Tribe is here." The Flame Emperor spirit said fiercely, "Attack. Try and destroy the Flame Tribe." The Flame Emperor spirit was very domineering. He wanted to see if the Chaos Temple dared to start a war. "Chaos Temple. The Flame Tribe is here. Didn't you want to destroy the Flame Tribe? Attack." Yan Feng roared fiercely, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. The Flame Tribe roared, and many experts of the Flame Tribe shot out from the palace. Tens of thousands of the Flame Tribe members came out, ready to fight to the death with the Chaos Temple. "All forces under the Chaos Temple, listen to my orders. Everyone above the Chaos Emperor, gather at the Chaos Temple immediately. The Flame Tribe has disobeyed orders. Step into the Chaos World. Kill them all." The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast ordered without hesitation. Buzz. The Flame Emperor's soul suddenly unleashed all of his power, and the terrifying Flame Emperor's divine power struck the chaotic realm. The Flame Emperor's soul's divine power has increased. He hit his cultivation base. The bloodthirsty war god exclaimed in shock. "What a terrifying divine power. It has already surpassed the Prime Guardian." Tenuaries and the rest were shocked. "So it is." The ancient heavenly emperor frowned, and his old face was extremely solemn and worried. The chaotic Xian Fire Beast said coldly, "No wonder the Flame Tribe is so arrogant. You have been hiding your strength. No wonder you dared to bring the Flame Tribe here. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, don't send so many people to their deaths." The Flame Emperor's soul said fiercely, "Since we are going to war, I will burn my divine body now. I will let the Chaos Temple know the consequences of angering me." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the Flame Emperor's soul's body burned with flames, and the terrifying divine power was crazily rising. Was the Flame Emperor's soul really going to sacrifice his life and perish together with the Chaos Temple? Burning his divine body? The chaotic Xian Fire Beast was shocked. What? The ancient heavenly emperor and the rest were shocked. The mad god of battle said, "The Flame Emperor's soul's divine power has increased. Is he for real? Does he really want to die?" The Flame Emperor's soul's divine power is crazily rising. He is burning his supreme godhead body. The primal chaos country monarch turned pale with fright and his eyes widened in shock. Emperor Lingyun said in horror, "What a terrifying divine power. It has already surpassed Tao ancestor Jiao Xian. The Flame Emperor's soul is for real. Does he really not want to reach the divine body realm? Does the Flame Emperor's soul want to perish together with the Chaos Temple? Such a terrifying divine power, our chaotic divine kingdom will definitely be affected. If we don't stop the Flame Emperor's soul, the consequences will be unimaginable." The chaotic imperial advisor was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat, and he could not believe it. Burning his divine body? The moonless emperor was shocked. It can't be wrong. Otherwise, the Flame Emperor's soul's divine power would not have increased so much. This old thing is really terrifying when he is angry. Burning his divine body, who can increase this power? At that time, the entire primal chaos domain will be annihilated. The primal chaos realm might even be destroyed. The carefree great general was so scared that his face turned pale. The king of the fire spirit nation looked in the direction of the chaos temple in shock. He said in a daze, "Is the Flame Emperor's spirit for real? Did he really want to perish together with the chaos temple? Don't you care about being a supreme god?" The imperial preceptor's heart trembled as he said, "Once this terrifying power erupts, I'm afraid the 4 great regions of the primal chaos realm will be destroyed. Monarch, you must stop the Flame Emperor's spirit." The terrifying divine power that erupted from the Flame Emperor's soul had caused countless forces in the chaotic realm to fall into extreme panic. The strength of a supremacy god was already terrifying enough. Now that the Flame Emperor's soul was burning his supreme godly body, his divine power was several times stronger than before. Who could resist it? This time, even Tao ancestor Jiao Xian could not sit still when the Flame Thearch's soul erupted with terrifying divine power. What a terrifying divine power! The Flame Emperor's soul is simply a lunatic. Feng Wuchen has angered him. "Let's see how you're going to deal with this," Tao ancestor Jiao Xian said coldly. "However, this is a great opportunity for me. The Flame Emperor's soul is burning his supreme godly body. This power is enough to break the seal." Buzz. Buzz, the terrifying divine power surged wildly as the Flame Emperor's soul forcefully suppressed the elites of the Chaos Temple. Even though the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast had the Chaos Divine power, it was still a little strenuous in the face of the terrifying pressure of the Flame Emperor's soul. The Flame Emperor's soul has already refined the Flame Emperor's divine power. Even if my Chaos Divine power can suppress it, now that he's burning his supreme godly body, it won't have much effect. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast frowned. It did not expect the Flame Emperor's soul to be so crazy. "Flame Emperor's soul, stop. Do you want to destroy the chaotic realm?" The ancient heavenly emperor roared anxiously. "What? Are you afraid now? Do it." The Flame Emperor's soul roared. "Isn't the Chaos Temple very powerful? Didn't they forbid the Flame Tribe from coming to the chaotic realm?" Zhuge Qingfeng hurriedly shouted, "Flame Emperor's soul, do you want to destroy the Flame Tribe as well?" The Flame Emperor's soul roared, "The Flame Tribe has never been afraid of death. The Chaos Temple dares to bully and humiliate the Flame Tribe, and kill the heavenly venerable elites of the Flame Tribe. Even if I lose my life today, I'll pay you back tenfold. The Flame Tribe will not accept bullying and humiliation." The Flame Tribe roared. "Chaos Ancestor. The Flame Tribe has been in the chaotic realm for tens of millions of years and has never been humiliated like this. If you don't give me an explanation today, then we'll die together. I know you're watching. You may not die, but who in the Chaos Temple can resist my divine power?" In a 9-colored space, the Chaos Ancestor shook his head helplessly and ignored them. Since the Chaos Ancestor had already handed the Chaos Realm to Feng Wuchen, he would not interfere. Moreover, it was not as if he had no other choice. "Feng Wuchen, hurry up and come out. The Flame Emperor's soul has gone mad." The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast quickly sent a message to Feng Wuchen. Now, only Feng Wuchen could stop the Flame Emperor's soul. Otherwise, once the Flame Emperor's soul finished burning his sovereign god body, no one in the Chaos Temple could resist the divine power that burst out. In the divine ring, Feng Wuchen, who was cultivating, heard the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast's message. What's wrong? Feng Wuchen asked through voice transmission. Bloodthirsty Ares killed 2 heavenly venerables of the Flame Tribe, which angered the Flame Emperor's soul. The Flame Emperor's soul has led the Flame Tribe to the chaotic realm and is now in the Chaos Temple. He's burning his sovereign god body, and I can't resist this power. Your primordial divine power should be able to suppress him. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast said through voice transmission. Burning his sovereign god body? Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed, and he said in horror, is this old thing crazy? Burning his sovereign god body is the result of being turned into ashes. Does he want to die? Master, that old thing must have been angered. The divine, I said respectfully. The power of the sovereign god realm is already terrifying enough. Burning his sovereign god body, what kind of power would that be? I'm afraid the entire chaotic realm will be destroyed. Long Xinjian said through voice transmission. Master, let's go out and take a look. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. The Blood Seeker said through voice transmission. Feng Wuchen felt helpless. Now was the key to increasing his cultivation. Forget it, let's let my doppelganger cultivate soul power first. Feng Wuchen said helplessly. He immediately stopped cultivating and left the divine ring. Feng Wuchen was still in the War God Hall. Just as he came out of the divine ring, an extremely terrifying primordial divine power came rushing at him. Is this the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul? The divine power is still increasing. Feng Wuchen said in shock. He couldn't believe it. With a thought, Feng Wuchen used the 1000 illusion technique and rushed to the Chaos Temple. The divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Tao ancestor Jiao Xian dared not say that he could resist the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul. The end of the Chaos Realm was coming, and countless forces were in despair. For a time, the Chaos Realm was in chaos, and countless cultivators fled in fear. Unfortunately, there was nowhere to run in front of the destructive divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul. Unless someone could resist the divine power, death was the only thing waiting for them. No matter where they fled, as long as they were still in the Chaos Realm, they could not escape death. Even if they hid in the Chaos Realm, they could not withstand the divine power. Although the Chaos Realm was powerful, it would still be destroyed in front of the absolutely terrifying divine power. After all, this was the divine power of a sovereign god expert who burned his sovereign god body. It was unimaginably terrifying. The divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul was getting more and more terrifying, and the Chaos Realm was in a doomsday crisis. Countless celestial mountains and palaces collapsed and shattered, and countless mountains collapsed. Even the 9-colored Chaos Realm void had completely collapsed. Brother Chaos, the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul is getting more and more terrifying. We can't resist it even if we join forces. I'm afraid only the Chaos Ancestor can resist it, the Chaos Ancestor Dragon said. Supreme Guardian, is the Chaos Realm going to be finished? Who can resist such a terrifying divine power? The Fire War God asked in horror, as he felt the aura of despair. Chaos Guardian, quickly summon the Ancestor. The ancient Heavenly Emperor said anxiously, we can't resist this divine power. Once it erupts, the entire Chaos Realm will be destroyed. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said solemnly, the Ancestor will not let the world he created be destroyed, and Feng Wuchen is rushing over. He can definitely suppress the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul. Now, the only hope was on Feng Wuchen. Whether Feng Wuchen's ancient divine power could suppress the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul was still unknown. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, the experts of the major forces under the Chaos Temple appeared one after another. They were all Chaos Heavenly Venerables and Chaos God Emperors. Normally, they would definitely be terrifying existences. But in front of the terrifying divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul, they looked terrified. Xian Lu Protector said respectfully, Great Elder, the experts of the major forces under the Chaos Temple have rushed over. Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate, heed my command. Protect the Primal Chaos Temple with your life. The ancient Celestial Emperor ordered. His expression was extremely grave, and his heart was filled with worry. Understood. The Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerates of the Primal Chaos Sacred Hall roared. Divine War Guards, listen to my orders. Feng Wuchen is about to arrive, he might borrow our strength, so be prepared. The primal chaos mysterious fire beast ordered. Understood. The war god guards and the strange beast replied respectfully. Chaotic Xian fire beast, do you want to try burning your supreme divine body to fight against me? The Flame Emperor's soul roared furiously, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. The chaotic Xian fire beast said coldly, Soul of the Flame Emperor, if you want to die, I will not stop you. The divine power obtained by burning the sovereign god body is indeed very powerful. To be honest, I cannot withstand this divine power. However, there's someone who can stop it. You're just throwing your life away. The Yendi spirit said fiercely, Are you talking about the Chaos Ancestor? It just so happens that I also want to know the true strength of the primal Chaos Ancestor. I want to see if he can withstand my divine power. Primal Chaos Ancestor. The Chaos Temple bullied the Yen tribe. If you have the guts, come out and fight with me. The Chaos Ancestor did not respond at all. The chaotic Xian fire beast said coldly, Soul of the Flame Emperor, you are not qualified. Don't forget that the Chaos Ancestor is the master of all realms. His strength is not something you can imagine. So what if he is the master of all realms? The Flame Emperor's soul shouted angrily, he still doesn't dare to show himself. The Chaos Ancestor is only slightly more powerful than Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Do you really think that I am afraid of him? With my current divine power, the Chaos Ancestor may not be able to withstand it. The divine power that the Flame Emperor's soul released had indeed reached a terrifying level, close to that of Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. If it continued to increase, it would not be a problem to surpass Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. By then, the Chaos Ancestor may not be able to withstand it. As expected of the Yen tribe leader, your divine power is really powerful. No wonder you are not afraid of the Chaos Ancestor. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's cold laughter was heard, and a golden flash appeared. Feng Wuchen is here. The chaotic Xian fire beast heaved a sigh of relief. Greetings, young Hall Master. The holy masters and emperor gods of the Chaos Temple knelt down on one knee respectfully. Get up, there is no need to be so polite. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, not worried at all. Young Hall Master, do you have any ideas? The ancient heavenly emperor asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and smiled, not at the moment. After Feng Wuchen said that, the faces of the Chaos Temple changed drastically. They were all stunned. If Feng Wuchen could not do anything, who could resist it? You are Feng Wuchen? The Flame Emperor's soul looked at Feng Wuchen fiercely. Great Elder Yen Feng and the rest of the Yen tribe also looked at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen appeared dozens of meters away from the Flame Emperor's soul, completely unaffected by the terrifying divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul. In front of Feng Wuchen, the Flame Emperor's soul's divine power did not seem to exist. This kid is not affected by the clan leader's divine power. Great Elder Yen Feng frowned, confused and shocked. Great Elder, this Feng Wuchen is not simple. Great Elder Flaming Moon frowned and said, I can't see his cultivation level, and I can't sense any fluctuation of divine power, but he can ignore the clan leader's divine power. What is going on? Great Elder Yen Feng shook his head and said, I don't know either. The Yen tribe could not see Feng Wuchen's cultivation level. All the experts of the Chaos Temple were suppressed by the Flame Emperor's soul's divine power, but they could not suppress Feng Wuchen. This made them very confused. Yes, I am Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen tapped his chest with his thumb and sneered. Flame Emperor, Clan Leader Hun, do you not want to live anymore? Not many people in the Chaos Realm can reach the Sovereign God Realm. You have been cultivating for tens of millions of years, isn't it to break through to the Sovereign God Realm? The Flame Emperor's soul said fiercely, Brat, you came at the right time. The Yen tribe has already stepped into the Chaos Realm. I am waiting for you to give the order to destroy the Yen tribe. Come and fight, the Yen tribe and the Chaos Temple will not rest until one of us is dead. Feng Wuchen did not feel the danger at all. He shrugged and smiled, since you have said so, I don't care. If the Yen tribe is not afraid, then the Chaos Temple is not. What is going on? Why can't my divine power increase anymore? Can't I burn my sovereign god body? No, my divine power seems to be restrained by some power. The Flame Emperor's soul was shocked, but he did not know what was going on. The divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul was restrained because of Feng Wuchen's primordial god power. Even if Feng Wuchen did not activate it, the primordial god power would automatically protect him when Feng Wuchen was in danger. Feng Wuchen could ignore the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul because of the primordial god power. In front of the primordial god power, any divine power would lose its luster. The divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul has stopped increasing. The chaotic mysterious fire beast frowned. Seems like it is restrained by the primordial god power. Bloodthirsty Ares said solemnly, did the young master make a move? Why did the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul stop increasing? Great Elder, the clan leader's divine power has stopped increasing, Yan Tianyun suddenly said. Is the divine power too strong to bear? Yan Feng frowned. Burning the supreme god body is impossible. Or does the clan leader think it is enough to destroy the Chaos Temple? Everyone present could see that the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul had stopped increasing. Clan leader Flame Emperor's soul, aren't you going to burn the supreme god body? Why did your divine power stop increasing? Continue increasing. Feng Wuchen sneered. He was not worried or afraid at all. The Flame Tribe came out in full force. Is it just to show off? Don't tell me you're just trying to scare people by burning your sovereign divine body? Feng Wuchen sneered. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Feng Wuchen was provoking the Flame Emperor's soul. The Flame Emperor's soul was furious again. His old face twitched as he shouted, "Brat! Do you really think I don't dare? You talk too much." Feng Wuchen shrugged lazily and sneered, "Looks like you're waiting for my orders. Since that's the case, Chaos Shrine, heed my orders. The Flame Tribe has entered the Chaos Realm. Disobey the Chaos Temple's order. Since the Flame Tribe is here, make them all stay." "Yes, Your Highness." The experts from the Chaos Temple and the other forces all shouted respectfully. Even if they were afraid, no one disobeyed the order. Great Elder Yanfeng said coldly, "Feng Wuchen, don't underestimate the Flame Tribe. Do you think you can stop them? The clan leader's divine power is enough to destroy all of you." Yan Tianyun shouted angrily. Feng Wuchen glanced at Yan Tianyun and sneered, "The strong cultivators of the Yan tribe were killed because of you. Today, I guarantee that you won't be able to leave the Primal Chaos Shrine alive. Even the spirit of the Flame Emperor can't protect you." Feng Wuchen's palace, Weiss, Tianyun's Flame Tribe's palace. The Primal Chaos Divine Palace has killed the experts of the Flaming Tribe. The Flaming Tribe will not let this matter rest. Yan Tianyun said fiercely. His entire body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Feng Wuchen's expression didn't change as he sneered. "If the Yan tribe wants to die, I won't stop them. Flame Emperor Spirit, do you dare to attack? Are you really just trying to scare me? I can't increase my divine power even after burning my divine body. Instead, I'm being restrained. What's going on?" The Flame Emperor Spirit was angry and confused. The Flame Emperor Spirit wanted to kill Feng Wuchen with one blow. However, the Flame Emperor Spirit did not dare to attack. If his divine power was not strong enough, it would be easily blocked by the Chaos Ancestor. Then, it would be a waste of divine power. Is the young master so confident? The Clear Sky Guardian frowned and thought. His heart was in his throat. Zhuge Qingfeng said solemnly, "The young master is obviously forcing the Flame Emperor Spirit to attack. But what can he do?" The experts of the Chaos Temple and their subordinate forces were extremely worried and panicked. They did not know what Feng Wuchen wanted to do. They did not know if Feng Wuchen had a way to stop it. They did not know if Feng Wuchen's power could withstand it. The ancient Sky Emperor was about to say something when the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast said, "Great Elder, please wait. We can only trust Feng Wuchen now. The Chaos Ancestor has given the Chaos Realm to Feng Wuchen." The Ancestor did not appear. Naturally, he trusts Feng Wuchen. What? The Chaos Realm was given to the young master? The ancient Sky Emperor was shocked and looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. Did the Primal Chaos Ancestor believe in Feng Wuchen's ability that much? The Flame Emperor's spirit was burning his divine body. "Flame Emperor, I've given the order. How about it? Is it time for you to attack? Continue burning your divine body. I want to see what will happen to the Chaos Realm after you die." Anyway, the flame tribe will be gone by then, Feng Wuchen said with a playful smile. The Flame Emperor's spirit's face turned gloomy, but his terrifying divine power did not increase at all. The Flame Emperor's spirit did not know what was going on. This kid is fighting with the ancestor. Is he not afraid at all? Flaming Moon Elder said seriously. He could not see through Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's calmness is not fake, Great Elder Yanfeng said seriously. I have a feeling of uneasiness, but I can't say it. Could it be the Chaos Ancestor? Yan Tianyun frowned and guessed. I'm not sure. Great Elder Yanfeng shook his head. Great Elder Yanfeng's uneasiness came from Feng Wuchen's ancient divine power. Seeing that the Flame Emperor's spirit was indifferent, Feng Wuchen sneered again. Flame Emperor spirit, even the Flame Tribe's patriarch does not dare to attack. Wouldn't it be a joke to burn his supreme godhead body? The Flame Tribe is going all out, would it be a joke to the people of the chaotic world? The Chaos Temple and the forces under it are all laughing at us. Feng Wuchen kept provoking the Flame Emperor's spirit. His goal was to force the Flame Emperor's spirit to attack. After Feng Wuchen appeared, my divine power stopped increasing. Plus, he can ignore my divine power. This must have something to do with him. The Flame Emperor's spirit thought to himself. He stared fiercely at Feng Wuchen. But Feng Wuchen is just a sixth chaotic divine master. How can he restrain my divine power? The Flame Emperor's spirit could not understand. How disappointing. Feng Wuchen shook his head and sneered. You're just scaring people. With the cultivation of a supreme divine master, how many of you are not afraid of death? If you don't dare, then fight. Don't waste time. Doesn't the Flame Tribe think they are strong? Humph. The Flame Emperor's spirit snorted fiercely. He waved his hand and set up a terrifying barrier to protect the Flame Tribe. Brat. Give me your life. The Flame Emperor's spirit roared fiercely. Even if he could not burn the supreme divine body to increase his divine power, the furious Flame Emperor's spirit could not bear it. How could the Flame Emperor's spirit tolerate Feng Wuchen's provocation? An unimaginably terrifying divine power burst out and locked onto Feng Wuchen. At that moment, countless forces and cultivators in the chaotic world held their breaths in fear. The Flame Emperor's spirit had really attacked. The Flame Emperor's spirit roared, "Humph! I'd like to see. If the chaotic ancestor doesn't attack, who can resist my divine power?" Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. He sneered, "I've been waiting for a long time." The moment the overbearing divine power of the Flame Emperor's spirit exploded, the experts of the Chaos Temple held their breaths. Everyone's pale faces were filled with fear and worry. Even though Feng Wuchen was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, even though they knew that Feng Wuchen had extremely strong divine power, they still could not suppress the fear in their hearts. Many pairs of fearful eyes fell on the Flame Emperor's spirit. Buzz. Buzz, the chaos world shook violently as the Flame Emperor's spirit formed a huge energy fireball in the void. The size of the fireball made people feel despair. The top experts of the three holy kingdoms and the various forces in the chaos world were also terrified. The divine power was too terrifying. Feng Wuchen, disappear with the Chaos Temple. The Flame Emperor's spirit shouted angrily as he waved his hand. The huge energy fireball smashed down mercilessly. At that moment, the hearts of everyone in the Chaos Temple raced as their soul bodies trembled. Only Feng Wuchen's face did not change. He was not worried or flustered. Why was Feng Wuchen not doing anything? The ancient heavenly emperor and the others in the Chaos Temple were panicking. If Feng Wuchen could not withstand it, everything would be over. Can the young master really withstand this divine power? The chaotic ancestor dragon asked in fear and worry. Bloodthirsty Ares shouted, "Everyone, get ready. Support the young master at all times." Feng Wuchen, what are you waiting for? I can't withstand the pressure of this power. The chaotic celestial fire beast shouted. Even with the chaos divine power, the chaotic celestial fire beast felt an overwhelming pressure. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, my primordial divine power can suppress the divine power of the Flame Emperor's spirit." Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the chaotic celestial fire beast was completely relieved. At the same time, he was secretly shocked by the primordial divine power. Feng Wuchen, this is the consequence of humiliating the Flame Tribe. The Flame Emperor's spirit shouted angrily. No one in the Chaos Temple can withstand the clan leader's divine power. With the destruction of the Chaos Temple, we, the Yen clan, will be the strongest force in the Chaos realm. If even the primal Chaos ancestor doesn't dare to show himself, the Chaos Temple will definitely be destroyed. The Flame Tribe was cheering crazily. It was as if they could see the destruction of the Chaos Temple. Great Elder Yanfeng stared at Feng Wuchen and said gravely, "Can a 6th-level primal Chaos God Lord really ignore the Patriarch's power?" "Patriarch should also be able to see that Feng Wuchen is not ordinary," Elder Flaming Moon said solemnly. At this moment, Feng Wuchen made his move. Bursting with primordial god force, Feng Wuchen abruptly stepped into the void, his figure turning into a bolt of golden lightning that shot into the sky. The moment the primordial god power erupted, the Flame Emperor's soul immediately felt a strong suppression and restraint. The divine power that he had unleashed was being rapidly weakened. A 7th-level primal chaos god master? What kind of divine power was this? You can actually suppress and restrain my god power. The Flame Emperor's soul was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Patriarch's divine power is rapidly weakening. My divine power is also being suppressed. What kind of divine power is this? Great Elder Yanfeng said in shock, his old eyes about to fly out of their sockets. How is this possible? Great Elder Yanfeng was dumbfounded. I can't use my divine power at all. How can this be? Where did Feng Wuchen get such terrifying divine power? Yan Tianyun said in extreme fear, as if he had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Everyone in the Flame Tribe felt an extremely strong suppression and restraint, and they couldn't resist it. Their cheers were instantly replaced by shock and fear. Great Elder Yanfeng and the others were all dumbfounded, their faces petrified. None of them moved. Not only the Flame Tribe, but all the experts of the Chaos Temple and its subordinate forces also clearly felt the suppression of the primordial god power. Feng Wuchen's primordial god power has become so terrifying? No wonder he could suppress Tao Ancestor Waning Moon back then. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was greatly shocked. What terrifying divine power, the ancient God Emperor said in extreme fear, his entire body trembling. I can't use my divine power. Bloodthirsty Ares was extremely shocked, his face full of disbelief. It's too terrifying. Is this the young master's divine power? It's even more terrifying than the Chaos divine power. Mad Emperor Battle God said in horror. The primordial god power was so overbearing and terrifying. Once the primordial god power was unleashed, it could suppress and restrain everyone's divine power. At this moment, Feng Wuchen had already charged to the bottom of the huge energy fireball. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists tightly, condensing the overbearing primordial god power. Flame Emperor Spirit, I've said. Before that the Flame Tribe's divine power and bloodline are nothing. Today, I'll show the Flame Tribe what powerful divine power is. Feng Wuchen said proudly. That's impossible. No matter how powerful your divine power is, you can't suppress my power with the cultivation of a 7th-level Chaos God Master. Flame Emperor Spirit said in horror. He could clearly feel that the divine power of the energy fireball was rapidly weakening. The terrifying divine power of the huge energy fireball was greatly weakened. Divine Dragon Burning Fist. Feng Wuchen shouted. Under the shocked and terrified gazes of everyone present, Feng Wuchen met the huge energy fireball with a punch. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were wide open. Was Feng Wuchen crazy? He wanted to fight the huge energy fireball with his bare hands? Boom! Feng Wuchen threw out a punch, and the terrifying primordial god power, along with a terrifying suppressive power, slammed into the huge energy fireball. With a loud explosion, the overbearing primordial god power instantly penetrated the energy fireball. That's right. A dazzling golden pillar of light pierced through the gigantic energy fireball. The scene was extremely spectacular and shocking, and it was extremely visually impactful. In the next second, the huge energy fireball and the overbearing divine power dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge energy fireball had been destroyed by Feng Wuchen with a single punch. Everyone who saw this scene was terrified to the extreme. Anyone who saw it would be scared out of their wits. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast and Flame Emperor Spirit, the two paragon gods, were also greatly shocked. They were petrified on the spot, and their hearts were in turmoil. Although the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast knew that the primordial god power was terrifying, this was the first time it had seen it, and it was far more terrifying than it had imagined. A second ago, it was in despair, and in the next second, the crisis was resolved. Is he even human? Could a 7th-level Chaos God Master really destroy the power of a paragon god with a single punch? Moreover, this divine power was obtained by Flame Emperor Spirit by burning a part of his paragon god body. How is this possible? Flame Emperor Spirit was dumbfounded when he saw his huge energy fireball being destroyed with a single punch. Flame Wind and the rest of the Flame tribe widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with intense fear. They looked at Feng Wuchen as though he was a demon. A few minutes later, the energy ball of the Flame Emperor's soul had dissipated under the suppression of the primordial divine power. The space fell into a dead silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was motionless as if they were statues. Even their breathing had stopped. Feng Wuchen's punch had shocked everyone. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Why did the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul suddenly disappear? Is the battle over? That's impossible. But why did the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul disappear? Who can withstand such a terrifying divine power? The chaotic ancestor? But I can't sense the aura of the chaotic ancestor. Other than the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul, I can't sense any other powerful divine power. What happened? The top experts of the 3 divine kingdoms and the various forces in the chaotic realm were all confused. The divine power obtained by the Flame Emperor's soul burning a part of his sovereign divine body was terrifying beyond imagination. But why did such a terrifying power suddenly disappear? Tao Ancestor, why did the divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul suddenly disappear? The black-robed man asked in confusion, his expression stiff and frightened. Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan frowned deeply and said solemnly, I don't know, but it was definitely not the chaotic ancestor. The divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul is not inferior to mine. If it was not the chaotic ancestor, Feng Wuchen's divine power would not have been able to withstand it. Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan did not know what was going on. Although Feng Wuchen had unleashed the primordial divine power, he was still a 7th-level chaotic divine master. The experts of the various forces in the chaotic realm could not sense Feng Wuchen's aura at all. After all, the distance was too far. Above the Chaos Temple, Feng Wuchen looked at the petrified Flame Emperor's soul with a playful expression. With a thought, Feng Wuchen appeared in front of the Flame Emperor's soul and asked with a cold smile, Flame Emperor's soul, what's wrong with you? Are you scared to death? As soon as Feng Wuchen spoke, he broke the silence of the void. The Flame Emperor's soul suddenly woke up, and its first reaction was to quickly retreat. It looked at Feng Wuchen in horror, unable to speak. Flame Emperor Soul Clan Leader, are you that afraid of me? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer. Flame Emperor's soul looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and thought, what kind of god power is Feng Wuchen's god power? It's even more terrifying than the primal chaos divine power. Could it be the primal chaos divine power? The Flame Emperor's soul had yet to recover, and the shock in his heart was still there. The Flame Emperor's soul even wondered if this was a dream, or if they were trapped in an illusion. It's a pity that you didn't completely ignite your sovereign divine body. I originally wanted to see a sovereign divine expert fall. Feng Wuchen grinned coldly, his expression was still playful. Feng Wuchen knew very well that the eruption of the ancient god power had greatly intimidated the Flame Emperor's soul. Feng Wuchen's punch could be said to have intimidated the entire Flame tribe. The Flame Emperor's soul had ignited a part of his sovereign divine body, and his god power had already been consumed. Now, his aura had weakened by more than half. At this time, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast could easily defeat the Flame Emperor's soul. After a while, the experts of the Chaos Temple and the Flame Tribe also woke up. The young master actually scattered the god power of the Flame Emperor's soul with one punch. This is ridiculous. Bloodthirsty Ares said in horror, his voice trembling. Tenyu Ares swallowed his saliva in horror and said, the young master's god power is too terrifying. It completely suppressed the god power of the Flame Emperor's soul. Such a terrifying god power disappeared just like that? Bloodthirsty war god and the others exclaimed. It was easy to destroy the god power of the Flame Emperor's soul. The ancient heavenly emperor was dumbfounded. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and the fear in his heart did not diminish at all. The experts of the Chaos Temple were all in an uproar, boiling to the extreme. On the Flame Tribe's side, there was only fear in their hearts. My uneasiness came from Feng Wuchen's god power. Great Elder Yanfeng said in horror. The Patriarch's power was actually scattered by him with one punch. Where did Feng Wuchen get such a powerful god power? Not only can he suppress our god power, but he can also suppress the sovereign divine realm Patriarch, Flaming Moon said in horror. His old face was extremely pale and bloodless. Yan Tianyun said in extreme fear, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. We must have seen wrongly. Feng Wuchen can't have such a powerful god power. Everyone in the Flame Tribe fell into intense fear. Patriarch Flame Emperor's soul, why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you very mighty and domineering just now? Feng Wuchen sneered. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me just now? Didn't you say you wanted to destroy the Chaos Temple? Why are you so frightened now? The Flame Emperor's soul's back was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't open his mouth. The Flame Emperor's soul, the sovereign divine realm patriarch of the Flame Tribe, was frightened to this extent. Feng Wuchen's cold gaze swept over the terrified Yan Tianyun. His body suddenly flashed, and a terrifying and overbearing ancient divine power forcefully suppressed Yan Tianyun. Pooh! Under the suppression of the terrifying god power, Yan Tianyun spat out blood. Intense fear and despair surged in his heart. Yan Tianyun wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but he couldn't afford to lose face. Everyone in the Flame Tribe was watching. As the Flame Tribe's protector, how could Yan Tianyun do something that would disgrace the Flame Tribe? But Yan Tianyun was really afraid of death. I just said that you won't be able to leave the Chaos Temple alive today. Even the Flame Emperor's soul can't protect you. Feng Wuchen sneered. His overbearing god power continued to suppress Yan Tianyun. Pooh! Yan Tianyun couldn't use his god power and was completely powerless to resist. He spat out blood again and was seriously injured. No. Don't kill me. Yan Tianyun said weakly as if he couldn't breathe. So what if I kill you? I said I'll kill you, so I'll kill you. What can the Flame Tribe do to me? Besides, the Flame Tribe disobeyed orders and stepped into the Chaos Realm. I'll kill whoever I want. Feng Wuchen said domineeringly. Boom! The god power of eternity suppressed mercilessly. Then, with a boom, the 9th-level Chaos Heavenly Venerable Yan Tianyun turned into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared. Everyone in the Flame Tribe was shocked again. Endless fear rose in their hearts. The Flame Emperor's soul also widened his eyes in disbelief. Hiss! Everyone in the Chaos Temple was so frightened by this scene that they took a deep breath. The fear in their hearts was indescribable. No one dared to speak. The experts of the Chaos Temple finally realized how terrifying the young Hall Master was. The War God guards and beasts also understood how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. How could the inheritor of the Chaos Ancestor be mediocre? Flaming Tribe? Supreme God? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. He walked step by step toward the terrified Flame Emperor's soul. Burning Supreme God body? Feng Wuchen said in disdain. In my eyes, you are just stronger cultivators. Nothing. The arrogance of the Flaming Tribe is really annoying. I am very annoyed by the arrogance of the Flaming Tribe. The Flaming Flame Divine Power is nothing. It is much weaker than the Chaos Divine Power. I really don't understand what makes you so arrogant. Flaming Emperor's soul looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and asked, what divine power did you just use? You don't have the right to know. Feng Wuchen sneered. You only need to know that if I, Feng Wuchen, want to kill you, it will be as easy as killing an ant. The Chaos Temple has ordered that anyone from the Flaming Tribe who steps into the Chaos Realm will be killed. Whoever interferes will be killed. Now that the Flaming Tribe has openly ignored the Chaos Temple's order and stepped into the Chaos Realm, you should know the consequences. Clan Leader Flame Emperor, this isn't the Chaos Shrine bullying your Flame Tribe. It's your Flame Tribe that's too arrogant. At the end of the day, it's your flame tribe that dug your own grave. You should know what happened. Flaming Emperor Sol's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You want to destroy the flaming tribe? You delivered yourselves to my doorstep. Why not?" Feng Wuchen sneered. "Moreover, the flaming tribe is the one who is arrogant, isn't it?" Feng Wuchen continued to sneer. Flaming Emperor Sol was speechless. He was angry and frightened. Flaming Emperor Sol regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Chaos Temple, listen up. Surround everyone from the flaming tribe, including the Celestial Mountain, Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. The experts from the Chaos Temple and the forces under them shouted respectfully. Their blood was burning with excitement. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The war god guards and beasts moved out. The experts from the Chaos Temple and the forces under them all moved out. Flaming Emperor Sol panicked. Feng Wuchen was serious. Everyone in the flaming tribe began to panic. Great Elder Yanfeng and the others couldn't control the panic and worry in their hearts. The power that the Flame Emperor's soul had gained from burning a part of its supreme god body had already been consumed. Now, it was no match for the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast. As for the other experts of the flaming race, the war god guards and the mutated beasts were enough to deal with them. Great Elder, what should we do? The war god guards are terrifyingly strong. How are we going to deal with them? A primal chaos heavenly venerate asked in horror, his body trembling. Great Elder Yanfeng said angrily, "Is Feng Wuchen really going to destroy our flame race? The flaming tribe has no way out. We can only fight our way out." Elder Flaming Moon said angrily. If they wanted to live, they could only fight a bloody battle. Third Elder Yan Wuming said in a deep voice, "We can hide in the primal chaos domain. I'm afraid Feng Wuchen won't give us a chance." Yanfeng said solemnly. "It's over. Our flaming tribe is finished." The flaming tribe fell into despair. Facing the war god guards, mutated beasts, and the experts of the primal chaos temple, they couldn't fight their way out even if they fought to the death. Not to mention fighting their way out, the entire flaming tribe had lost their fighting spirit. The flaming the arch spirit had been suppressed by Feng Wuchen. How could they still have the confidence, now, as long as Feng Wuchen gave the order, the flaming tribe would definitely be destroyed. Clan leader Flaming the Arch Spirit, are you regretting it now? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. The Flaming the Arch Spirit's old face was incomparably ferocious. He wanted to swallow Feng Wuchen alive, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability. A dignified primal chaos expert was actually suppressed by a 7th-stage primal chaos divine master. Who would dare to believe this? The Flaming the Arch Spirit gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Feng Wuchen, what do you want?" Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. "I don't want anything. I just want to destroy your Yen clan." "You." The Flaming the Arch Spirit was furious. Feng Wuchen was determined to destroy his flame race. What should he do? The Flaming the Arch Spirit couldn't think of a solution. "Young master, give the order," Bloodthirsty Ares said respectfully. "Wait." At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the Flame Race Palace. "Tian'er?" The Flaming the Arch Spirit's old face changed. In the next second, a man in white brocade appeared, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. This person was the young master of the flame race, Yan Wutian. Yan Wutian's cultivation had reached the 5th-stage primal chaos heavenly master realm, and he was one of the top geniuses in the chaos realm. Yan Wutian. Fire War God frowned slightly. 5th-stage primal chaos heavenly master, as expected of a top genius in the chaos realm. Mad Emperor War God sneered. Bloodthirsty Ares and Tenyu Ares were also quite surprised. Yan Wutian's strength was indeed very strong. Among the top geniuses in the chaos realm, there were less than 5 people who could defeat him. "Young master." The flame race looked over as if they saw a glimmer of hope. "I'm Yan Wutian, young master of the flame race." Yan Wutian looked at Feng Wuchen and said politely. "What a strong cultivation, much stronger than Emperor Lingyun. Master, this guy must be a top genius in the chaos realm." Dragon Xinjian's voice came. "This person's strength is probably comparable to a 6th-stage primal chaos heavenly master." Divine Eyes said respectfully. Feng Wuchen looked at Yan Wutian and asked, "What's the matter?" Yan Wutian cupped his fists politely and said with a smile, "Young master, this time it was indeed the flame race's fault. The protector insulted you, but the flame race didn't sincerely apologize. Instead, they humiliated the Chaos Temple. The flame race is indeed too arrogant." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the flame race changed dramatically. The flame race's young master actually bowed his head to the Chaos Temple. Wasn't this tarnishing his reputation as a top genius? At least you spoke up for the flame race. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The flame race has made a big mistake this time. On behalf of the flame race, I sincerely apologize to you and the Chaos Temple. I hope you can give the flame race a chance, Yan Wutian said politely. An apology is enough, the Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast said coldly. Don't you know what your grandfather wanted to do? If Feng Wuchen hadn't suppressed the Flame Emperor's soul, Yan Wutian wouldn't have come out to apologize. He would have accepted the destruction of the Chaos Temple. Chaos Protector, I know an apology can't resolve this grudge. If the Chaos Temple can give the Flame Race a chance, we are willing to accept any punishment, Yan Wutian said politely. Accept any punishment? The Flame Emperor's soul and Flame Wind were stunned. Everyone in the Chaos Temple was quite shocked. They couldn't believe it. But other than this, there was no other way. As expected of the Flame Race's young master. You are indeed bold. The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast sneered. Are you sure you can accept any punishment? Feng Wuchen asked mockingly, his cold eyes sweeping over Yan Wutian. Yes. Yan Wutian didn't hesitate. Feng Wuchen sneered. If I kill you now, would you be willing? As soon as Feng Wuchen said this, the expressions of the Flaming Tribe changed dramatically. Yan Wutian was the first genius of the Flaming Tribe in tens of millions of years. Whether the Flaming Tribe could become stronger in the future depended on Yan Wutian. Feng Wuchen actually wanted to kill Yan Wutian. Wasn't this equivalent to destroying the future of the Flaming Tribe? How could the Flaming Emperor's soul agree? Feng Wuchen. Don't go too far. The Flaming Emperor's soul shouted angrily, his old face terrifying. Leader Yan, the life and death of the Flaming Tribe is now in my hands. You choose whether to exterminate the tribe or to die. Feng Wuchen sneered, his face indifferent. Yan Wutian's expression did not change, as if he had expected this. Young master, if you really give the Flaming Tribe a chance, what's the harm in killing me? My death in exchange for the Flaming Tribe is worth it, Yan Wutian said without hesitation. Oh? You answered very straightforwardly. Feng Wuchen looked at Yan Wutian in surprise. Yan Wutian said, compared to the Flaming Tribe, my life is nothing. Really? Feng Wuchen's face instantly turned cold. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen had already appeared in front of Yan Wutian. Overbearing and terrifying primordial divine power erupted, forcibly suppressing Yan Wutian. Pfft! Yan Wutian did not resist, nor could he resist. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. What an overbearing soul power! It can completely ignore the existence of Yan Hua's divine power. No wonder grandfather's supreme divine power was forcibly suppressed. This divine power is really terrifying. Yan Wutian was undoubtedly shocked. Personally being suppressed by the primordial divine power, Yan Wutian truly realized the terror of the primordial divine power. The terror of the primordial divine power had exceeded Yan Wutian's imagination. He could not understand it at all. Tian. The Flaming Emperor's soul was shocked, his heart beating wildly. Young master. The Flaming Tribe panicked. Feng Wuchen, stop. A 7th-level chaotic heavenly master shouted anxiously. This person was Yan Wutian's father, Yan Zhan. No one attack. Yan Wutian shouted. Yan Zhan panicked and shouted anxiously, Tian, he will kill you. Young Hall master, let's do it, Yan Wutian said, looking as if he was really going to die for the Yan clan. If I kill you, I'll give the Flaming Tribe a chance. I'm a man of my word. Feng Wuchen sneered. His ancient god force erupted once more. Yan Wutian, the top genius of the primal chaos realm, you really don't care? Feng Wuchen asked with a sneer as he condensed a very terrifying ancient divine power in his palm. If the Flaming Clan can produce a Yan Wutian like me, they can definitely produce a second Yan Wutian, or even stronger. As long as the Flaming Clan is not destroyed, the Flaming Clan will definitely be stronger than it is now, Yan Wutian said. Stronger? Feng Wuchen sneered, I'm really looking forward to it. It's a pity that you won't be able to see it. The flame race might not be able to do it either. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen wanted to use the ancient god force to suppress Yan Wutian once again. However, at that moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared without a sound and kicked Yan Wutian's right face, sending him flying. Boom boom boom. Yan Wutian was like a cannonball, piercing through several immortal mountains along the way. The power of this kick was very powerful. Yan Wutian did not notice it at all. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. Who dared to attack Yan Wutian? For tens of millions of years, no one has been able to force the Flaming Clan to bow its head, not even the Primal Chaos Temple. A bone-chilling, arrogant voice sounded with a sense of dominance. Sister! Yan Wutian was shocked. He stared at the beautiful figure with wide eyes. Which Yan? The Flame Emperor's spirit and the other higher-ups of the Flaming Clan exclaimed at the same time. The Flaming Clan was shocked and frightened. Everyone's faces were full of disbelief. Which, you're still alive. That's great. The Flame Emperor's spirit was surprised and happy. The Witch Yan glanced at the Flame Emperor's spirit and said domineeringly, the person who can kill me has not been born yet. Witch Yan. The ancient heavenly emperor frowned deeply and said solemnly, I can't believe that after disappearing for tens of millions of years, she's still alive. Witch Yan. The war god guards were also shocked. Feng Wuchen, she's the Witch Yan, Yan Wutian's sister. She's the strongest genius of the Flaming Clan. The Witch Yan is also known as the #1 genius of the Chaos Realm. A 7th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate is indeed the strongest genius of the Flaming Clan. Feng Wuchen nodded and sized up the Witch Yan. The Witch Yan's aura is different from the Flaming Clan's divine power aura. Her divine power is stronger and seems to have been strengthened. Moreover, she has the aura of Primal Chaos divine power. She must be very strong, Feng Wuchen thought. The Witch Yan shouldn't be in the Flaming Clan. I didn't sense her aura before, Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen only felt her aura when she appeared. In other words, the Witch Yan was not in the Flaming Clan at all. She came from somewhere else. The Witch Yan left the Flaming Clan many years ago. No one knows where she went. Even the Flaming Clan thought she was dead, the Chaos Xian Fire Beast said. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. The Witch Yan wore a black gauze dress. She was a cold beauty and emitted the aura of a queen. The Witch Yan's kick was really domineering. The Witch Yan grabbed the air and sucked Yan Wutian over. Her terrifying divine power trapped Yan Wutian. Is the young master of the Flaming Clan so cowardly? Do you want me to send you off personally? The Witch Yan asked coldly with an overbearing tone. Sister, his divine power is not something we can resist, Yan Wutian smiled bitterly. The Witch Yan glanced at Feng Wuchen coldly and said domineeringly, Are you still a man? So what if your divine power is strong? Even if the Flaming Clan is destroyed, we can't lower our heads. Moreover, no one in the Chaos Realm can destroy the Flaming Clan. Even the Primal Chaos Ancestor doesn't have the guts. As he spoke, an extremely surging and domineering aura swept out like a violent storm. It had to be said that the Witch Yan was not only arrogant but also domineering. The Flaming Clan saw hope when the Witch Yan's words came out. Their blood was boiling. Even Great Elder Yanfeng and the others saw a glimmer of hope. Where does the Witch Yan's confidence come from? The Flame Emperor's spirit frowned. Although the Witch Yan was the #1 genius in the Chaos Realm, it was impossible for her to fight against the Chaos Temple alone. Could it be that the Witch Yan had some super powerful divine power? After all, the Flame Emperor's spirit and the others could see that the Witch Yan's divine power was very terrifying. The Witch Yan's overbearing and arrogance surprised Feng Wuchen. It was his first time meeting such a fierce woman. The #1 genius in the Chaos Realm was indeed extraordinary. The Flaming Clan is here. We can go wherever we want. The Chaos Temple has no right to interfere. I'll see if anyone from the Chaos Temple dares to destroy the Flaming Clan. Including you, the witch Yan said domineeringly and pointed at Feng Wuchen. The number one genius of the chaos realm is indeed domineering. Feng Wuchen sneered. Although I don't know where you get your confidence from, I won't object if you want to die for Yan Wutian. Even if Yan Witch had chaos godly power, Feng Wuchen didn't care. No matter how strong chaos godly power was, it was born from ancient godly power. It couldn't compete with ancient godly power. Sister, don't do anything rash. You don't know how terrifying his godly power is. Yan Wutian said anxiously. Shut up. Yan Witch shouted coldly. Yan Wutian was so scared that he didn't dare to speak anymore. She glanced at Feng Wuchen coldly and said, Go ahead and try. I want to see how strong your godly power is. Yan Witch was full of confidence and was not afraid at all. She didn't care about Feng Wuchen's ancient godly power at all. What was going on? Yan Zhan frowned and said worriedly, which is too impulsive. Feng Wuchen is not to be trifled with. It's not that witch can't feel Feng Wuchen's godly power. It's definitely enough to suppress her godly power, but why isn't she worried at all? Elder Flaming Moon frowned and wondered. What kind of trump card did Yan Witch have? I don't know. Yan Feng shook his head and said, in the years that witch disappeared, no one knew where she went. Even the Flaming Tribe couldn't feel her godly power. It was because the Flaming Tribe couldn't feel Yan Witch's godly power that they thought she was dead. It wasn't until Yan Witch showed up that they knew she was still alive. Flame Emperor Soul looked at Yan Witch seriously and thought, what has Yan Witch been through all these years? Her Yanhua godly power has been greatly improved. Even her bloodline has become much stronger. There's also an aura of chaos godly power. It wasn't just the Flaming Tribe that was confused. The elites of Chaos Temple were also confused. What was Yan Witch relying on? Feng Wuchen, Yan Witch doesn't seem to be afraid of your ancient godly power. She has a strange aura. I can't tell what it is, Chaos Xian Fire Beast said. My ancient godly power can suppress all godly power. To be honest, I'm also curious about her confidence. Feng Wuchen's ancient godly power had already locked on Yan Witch. Feng Wuchen suddenly waved his hand, and his domineering ancient god power transformed into a golden light shuttle that shot out, carrying with it the power to destroy all things as it shot towards the Flame Witch. Ancient god power burst out, and the experts of the Chaos Sacred Hall and the Flame Race were stunned again. The terrifying divine power was beyond their imagination. Sister, be careful. Yan Wutian panicked. However, Witch Yan's expression did not change at all. It was as if the ancient godly power did not exist. At this moment, all eyes were on him. The experts of the Chaos Sacred Hall and the Flame Race held their breaths. Feng Wuchen, you're about to break through to Master God Chaos. Try not to use ancient godly power to suppress her. Otherwise, it will affect your godly power, Ancient Origin said. I know, but you've seen what happened today. I had no choice. Feng Wuchen said. If Flame Emperor's soul hadn't burned his sovereign godly body, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have to use ancient godly power to suppress her. Anyway, before you break through to Master God Chaos, don't use it again unless you have no choice. Otherwise, you'll regret it, Ancient Origin said. Is it that serious? Feng Wuchen frowned. He didn't think too much about it. After all, he didn't need to use ancient godly power to suppress her. Just as Feng Wuchen finished speaking, what happened next shocked everyone. Everyone, including Feng Wuchen, couldn't believe what they were seeing. The domineering and terrifying power of the primordial gods was blocked by a black energy barrier the moment it approached the Witch of Flame. That's right. Feng Wuchen's ancient godly power was blocked. Oh? Feng Wuchen was shocked. Is there any other ancient godly power in the chaos realm that can block ancient godly power? Yan Wutian's eyes widened. How is that possible? It can block Feng Wuchen's ancient godly power. It's blocked. Flame Emperor's soul and the Flame Tribe exclaimed. The primordial godly force was blocked. How can Yan Witch have such ancient godly power? Has she been to that place? Chaos Celestial Fire Beast widened his eyes in disbelief. How can Young Master's ancient godly power be blocked? What is that black barrier? Ancient Heavenly Emperor asked in shock. How is that possible? If chaos godly power can suppress it, why can't young master's ancient godly power suppress the black barrier? Bloodthirsty Ares was in disbelief. Brother Chaos, what ancient godly power is this? Chaos Ancestor Dragon asked in shock. Chaos Celestial Fire Beast replied, dark godly power. The Chaos Temple and the Flame Tribe were stunned. Was this where Yen Witch's confidence came from? Ancient origin, what kind of ancient godly power is this black barrier? How can it block ancient godly power? Feng Wuchen asked immediately. Dark godly power. Ancient origin replied, ancient godly power is indeed the strongest existence, but dark godly power is second only to ancient godly power. It's as strong as chaos godly power. Your ancient godly power has just awakened, and you haven't mastered a more powerful ancient godly power. It's not surprising that dark godly power can block it. But don't worry, dark godly power can't suppress your ancient godly power, nor can it suppress chaos godly power. If you want to suppress dark godly power, you have to break through the great Lord God realm. Dark godly power? Feng Wuchen frowned. Suddenly, he remembered the dark world that Chaos Ancestor had mentioned. Feng Wuchen immediately asked, Ancient Origin, are you referring to the dark world's ancient godly power? Yes, but her dark godly power isn't strong, but it's enough to block your godly power. Plus, she has chaos godly power, Ancient Origin replied. This Yen Witch seems to be related to the dark world, but as a member of the Flame Tribe, how can she have chaos godly power? It's impossible for dark world to have chaos godly power. Feng Wuchen was confused. If dark world didn't have chaos godly power, where did Yen Witch's chaos godly power come from? Feng Wuchen couldn't figure it out. Soon, ancient godly power and dark godly power both disappeared. This kid's godly power is really terrifying. It can fight dark godly power and even suppress chaos godly power. Yen Witch's cold and arrogant face finally changed. If he attacks again, I'm afraid my dark godly power won't be able to take it. This person is really not simple. No wonder he dares to attack the Flame Tribe. If I don't attack, the Flame Tribe will be destroyed. Thinking of this, Yen Witch said coldly, Kid, isn't your godly power very strong? Why don't you try attacking again? You're not qualified to destroy my Flame Tribe. I don't care about the cultivation of a seventh Chaos Godly Lord. Even if Chaos Ancestor comes today, he won't dare to say that he will destroy my Flame Tribe. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme updates the fastest in the bar. Ancient Heavenly Emperor, Chaotic Xian Fire Beast, which one of you wants to fight? Didn't you want to destroy my tribe? Witch Yan asked coldly. She didn't care about the Chaotic Xian Fire Beast at all. The word domineering was vividly displayed on the Witch of Flame. Young master, why aren't you talking? Where's your arrogance just now? Witch Yan asked coldly. Her words were still domineering, giving people a feeling that she was invincible. Feng Wuchen looked solemn and didn't answer. Witch Yan was arrogant and domineering. She didn't care about the Chaos Temple because she was related to the Dark World. The Dark World was as powerful as the Chaos Temple. Supreme Guardian, Witch Yan is too arrogant. Aren't we going to fight? Bloodthirsty Ares said and clenched his fists. Chaotic Xian Fire Beast didn't say anything. He looked at Feng Wuchen and asked, Feng Wuchen, how do you plan to deal with the Flame Tribe? Chaotic Xian Fire Beast was a supreme god. He didn't fight back because he had some concerns. You must have guessed that Witch Yan's divine power is dark divine power. She must be related to the Dark World. We can't touch the Flame Tribe now, Feng Wuchen said. As long as the people present weren't idiots, they could guess that Witch Yan had a terrifying force behind her. This terrifying force was strong enough to go against the Chaos Shrine. Otherwise, Witch Yan wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. If Witch Yan is related to the Dark World, it means that the seal that the Chaos Ancestor used to suppress the Dark World has a problem. Otherwise, Witch Yan wouldn't have dark divine power. Feng Wuchen thought, the people of the Dark World might have already entered the Chaos World. Otherwise, the Chaos Ancestor wouldn't suspect Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian of colluding with the Dark World. I wonder how Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian is related to Witch Yan. Feng Wuchen said coldly, Wuqian, you brought the flame tribe to a point of no return. In the near future, the flame tribe will be destroyed because of you. When Feng Wuchen said this, everyone in the flaming tribe was shocked. Death? Flaming Moon frowned and looked at Flaming Wind. Which, she? Grand Elder Yanfeng sighed and shook his head, not knowing what to say. The Flame Emperor's soul frowned, looking at the Flame Witch with a complicated look in his eyes. It was impossible that Flame Emperor's spirit and the others did not know about the existence of the dark forces. Perish? The witch's lips curled into a cold smile and she said in disdain, Young man, the flame tribe will not be destroyed. Instead, they will become even stronger. Is that so? Feng Wuchen said coldly, then I wish you good luck. What? Are you not going to destroy the flame race? The Witch of Flame sneered and glanced at Feng Wuchen in disdain. Feng Wuchen said coldly, the destruction of the flaming race is already destined. It's just not now. Destined? Wuqian's face was filled with disdain. I hope someone in the Chaos Realm dares to destroy my Yan clan. With that, the Witch of Flame extended her hand, and an ancient Chaos Divine artifact appeared in her palm, emitting a terrifying ancient aura. It was a divine pendant the size of a dragon's eye. The terrifying ancient aura shocked everyone present. A very powerful artifact. Feng Wuchen frowned as he felt a strong sense of danger. What a familiar artifact, but I can't remember where I've seen it before. My memory is fuzzy. The divine eye suddenly said. Familiar? Feng Wuchen was stunned and frowned. Could it be related to the Heavenly Tao Patriarch? What a terrifying ancient aura. An ancient chaos divine artifact is very powerful. The ancient Heavenly Emperor and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Nya Wuhuan said in horror, that's right. It is indeed an ancient chaos divine artifact. How is this possible? Where did the witch get such a powerful ancient chaos divine artifact? The Flame Emperor's soul was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. The Flame Emperor's soul seemed to recognize the ancient chaos divine artifact in the Witch of Flame's hand. Sister. Yan Wutian looked at the Witch of Flame in shock. Ancient chaos divine artifact. Elder Yanfeng and the others all took a deep breath. The entire flame tribe was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Heavenly Tao Divine Pendant. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast suddenly exclaimed in shock. Heavenly Tao Divine Pendant? Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and thought to himself, what a terrifying Chaos Divine artifact. It's much more powerful than the Chaos Divine artifact that the Primal Chaos Ancestor gave to my wife. What exactly is it that made the Primal Chaos Fire Beast so shocked? Heavenly Tao Divine Pendant? Protector Jizun, what kind of artifact is that? The War God Guards and beasts all looked at the Chaos Xian Fire Beast in shock. They didn't know what Heavenly Tao Divine Pendant was, and they had never seen it before. Protector Jizun, have you seen this artifact before? The ancient Heavenly Emperor quickly asked. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast said in shock, this is the Heavenly Tao Patriarch's artifact. What? The Heavenly Tao Patriarch's artifact? Feng Wuchen and all the experts of the Chaos Temple widened their eyes in shock. Feng Wuchen said in shock, it really is the Heavenly Tao Patriarch's artifact. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast said with certainty, that's right. It really is the Heavenly Tao Patriarch's Chaos Divine artifact, Heavenly Tao Divine Pendant. I definitely didn't see it wrong. Is Wuqian related to the Heavenly Tao Patriarch? The ancient Heavenly Emperor was dumbfounded and his old face was extremely stiff. The experts of the Chaos Temple were all dumbfounded. Shocking, extremely shocking, Wuqian actually had the Heavenly Tao Patriarch's artifact. What was going on? Why did Wuqian have the Heavenly Tao Patriarch's Heavenly Tao Divine Pendant? Was Wuqian related to the Heavenly Tao Patriarch? Otherwise, where did Wuqian's Chaos Divine power come from? No wonder Wuqian is so arrogant and overbearing. She probably has the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master backing her up. It's impossible for Wuqian to snatch the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master's treasure, much less pick it up. It must have been given to her by the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master. No wonder she's so confident, Feng Wuchen thought. Feng Wuchen never expected Wuqian to be related to the Heavenly Tao Patriarch. Even the Chaos Patriarch had to address the Heavenly Tao Patriarch as martial uncle, seeing everyone's shock, which Yen sneered. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, you should recognize the Heavenly Tao Divine Pendant, right? The Chaos Patriarch must also recognize it. You wouldn't dare to destroy my flame race even if you had 10,000 guts. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast's expression was extremely solemn. Which Yen was related to the Heavenly Tao Patriarch. Such a terrifying identity was not something they could touch. Touching Which Yen was equivalent to offending the Heavenly Tao Patriarch. At that moment, the Heavenly Tao Divine Pendant fell between Which Yan's eyebrows and completely merged with her. Buzz. Buzz, extremely terrifying chaos divine power erupted, causing the space to tremble violently. Which Yan's combat strength instantly soared several times, reaching the 8th stage Chaos Heavenly Venerable Realm. Which Yan said domineeringly, the Heavenly Tao Divine Pendant is an ancient chaos divine artifact bestowed to me by the Heavenly Tao Patriarch. I am the Heavenly Tao Saintess conferred by the Heavenly Tao Patriarch. The Heavenly Path Saintess conferred by the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master. Everyone was dumbfounded. The experts from the Chaos Divine Hall and the Flame Tribe were petrified as their heads buzzed. The Heavenly Path Saintess conferred by the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master. How terrifying was her status, even Feng Wuchen, the heir of the Chaos Patriarch, wasn't as terrifying as the Witch of Flame. Heavenly Path Saintess. Yan Wutian was in disbelief as he swallowed his saliva in horror. The Witch of Flame was conferred by the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master. The Flame the Arch-Spirit and Yan Zhan exclaimed in shock and excitement. This meant that the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master had become the Flame Tribe's backer. With the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master backing the Flame Tribe, who would dare to touch them in the Chaos Realm? Who would dare to offend them? Even the Chaos Patriarch wouldn't dare to touch the Witch of Flame, let alone the Chaos Temple. After all, even the Chaos Patriarch had to be respectful in front of the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master. The Heavenly Path Saintess conferred by the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master. The ancient Heavenly Emperor came back to his senses. His old face was extremely pale. It was too shocking. We can't touch the Heavenly Path Saintess. If we anger the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master, the Chaos Patriarch will also be implicated. Zhuge Qingfeng's old face was also filled with shock and fear. No one had expected the Witch of Flame to have such a terrifying identity. Feng Wuchen, you can't touch her for now. I need to ask the Chaos Patriarch, the Chaos Xian Fire Beast said telepathically. Feng Wuchen was silent for a moment before replying, the Chaos Realm is the world of the Chaos Patriarch, not the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master. I can't touch her now, but that doesn't mean I can't in the future. And the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master won't interfere easily. So what if he interferes? If he allows the Witch of Flame to do whatever she wants, the Chaos Patriarch won't just stand by and watch. When the time comes, we'll see if they want to talk reason or fists. Although the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master was the Chaos Patriarch's martial uncle, it didn't mean that the Chaos Patriarch was afraid of him. The Chaos Patriarch's master had the same cultivation as the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master. Therefore, Feng Wuchen wasn't worried at all. Moreover, once Feng Wuchen grasped an even more powerful primordial god power, he would not be afraid of the Heavenly Tao Ancestor. Although the chaotic world is a world created by the Ancestor of Chaos, the Ancestor of Heavenly Way is extremely powerful. He can turn the myriad world into ashes with a wave of his hand. The chaotic celestial fire beast sent a voice transmission and immediately asked for instructions from the Ancestor of Chaos. If the Heavenly Tao Ancestral Master really wanted to destroy everything, even the primal Chaos Ancestor would not be able to stop him. Brat, you want to fight me? You're still too young. The Flame Witch said coldly, in the future, the Chaos world might not be controlled by the Chaos Temple. When the Witch Yan said this, the faces of the upper echelons of the Chaos Temple instantly darkened. The Flame Witch even wanted the Flame Race to replace the Chaos Temple. Feng Wuchen was also very surprised. Soon after, he sneered, your ambition is not small. I just don't know if the Yan clan has the ability to do so. To be honest, I also look forward to the Yan clan having that ability. Zhuge Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said darkly, how arrogant. Don't forget, this is a world created by the primal Chaos Ancestor. This was not the world of the Heavenly Tao Patriarch. It's not up to the heavenly Tao ancestral master to interfere in the chaos realm. Humph. The Yan clan wants to replace the chaos temple? What a fool's dream. The ancient heavenly emperor said coldly, "Which Yan, with your current status, the primal chaos ancestor does not dare to touch you. However, if the heavenly Tao patriarch helps the Yan clan replace the chaos temple, the primal chaos ancestor will not let the Yan clan go. He will even completely destroy the Yan clan. The chaos temple is nothing. The primal chaos ancestor does have the ability to destroy the Yan clan. However, if he has the guts, he can try touching the Yan clan." The flame witch said arrogantly. She was so arrogant that she was pissing on the primal chaos ancestor's head. "Alright, I've already flaunted enough of your Yan clan's prestige. Hurry up and scram." Feng Wuchen waved his hand impatiently. If not for the fact that Feng Wuchen had not broken through to the chaotic grand divine master level and that the primordial divine power could not suppress the darkness divine power, Feng Wuchen would definitely let the flame witch know the consequences of being arrogant. Reporting to the heavenly Tao Saintess. The Chaos Temple has killed several experts of the Yan clan. A Chaos God Emperor said respectfully. I'll settle this with them in the future. The flame witch said coldly as she glanced at the people of the Chaos Temple. From today onwards, the heavenly celestial domain will be under the control of the Yan clan. The heavenly celestial domain belongs to the Chaos Temple. Get out of the heavenly celestial domain as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame the Yan clan for being merciless. Let's go. The flame witch said coldly. The war god guards, the beasts, and the experts did not back down. Seeing this, the flame witch said coldly, if you want to start a war, go ahead. The arrogance of the Yan clan was not even 1/10,000th of the flame witches. Ask them to get lost. Take it as giving face to the heavenly Tao ancestor. Feng Wuchen ordered. The war god guards, the beasts, and the experts all came down. Kid, if you want to play, the Yan clan will accompany you anytime. The flame witch said disdainfully and then left. The people of the Yan clan also returned to the palace. The huge celestial mountain quickly flew away from the Chaos Temple. After the Yan clan left, Feng Wuchen ordered, pass down the order. The forces under the Chaos Temple in the heavenly celestial domain do not need to care about the Yan clan. If the Yan clan dares to attack first, kill them without mercy. Even if the flame witch was the heavenly Tao Saintess, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. If the Yan clan dared to attack the forces under the Chaos Temple in the heavenly celestial domain, Feng Wuchen would dare to kill them. The ancient heavenly emperor said respectfully, young master, I have already passed down the order. Young master, the flame witch is too arrogant. The war god mad emperor gritted his teeth. He was so angry that his body was itching. The war god mad emperor said, I have never seen such an arrogant person. She doesn't even put the Chaos Temple in her eyes. How can the heavenly Tao Saintess that the heavenly Tao ancestor conferred not be arrogant? The bloodthirsty Aries said coldly, I just don't know what the heavenly Tao ancestor sees in her. Is it just because she is the #1 genius of the chaos realm? Feng Wuchen smiled and said, don't worry. One day, the Yan clan will pay a painful price because of their arrogance. It will be a price that they will not be able to bear. With that, Feng Wuchen descended and slowly walked towards a palace. Now that the matter was settled, Feng Wuchen was going to cultivate in seclusion. After breaking through to the chaotic God Master realm, Feng Wuchen would be able to control more ancient God power. At that time, suppressing the darkness God power would not be a problem. Chaos Xian Fire Beast, the dark forces might have entered the chaos realm. Send the Chaos Ice Wolf and the others to secretly investigate. I want to know what the flame witch is related to the dark world and if Tao ancestor Jiao Xian is related to the dark world. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. I also want to know. I will send people to investigate this matter as soon as possible. The Chaos Xian Fire Beast transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen, you have never come into contact with the dark forces. They are very strong. The darkness God power seems to be able to resist your ancient God power. Be careful. Resist the ancient God power? Feng Wuchen said in disdain, that is because the ancient God power is not strong enough. However, it will become stronger soon. Did the flaming tribe leave? Why didn't they fight? What's going on? Didn't the Chaos Temple destroy the Flaming Tribe? Why did they leave? The Flaming Emperor Spirit's divine power suddenly disappeared, and his aura weakened a lot. It's impossible for him to fight the Chaos Temple, but why did they leave alive? What's going on? The three divine nations and the experts of the various forces in the Chaos Realm were confused. Since the Chaos Temple had given the order for the Flaming Tribe to step into the Chaos Realm, they should have destroyed them. However, the Flaming Tribe had escaped unscathed, which was puzzling. The experts sent by the three divine nations wanted to take the opportunity to attack, but because the Flaming Emperor Spirit had burned his supreme divine body, they did not dare to step into the Chaos Realm. Hence, other than the Chaos Temple and the Flaming Tribe, no one knew what had happened. The Flaming Tribe. The Flaming Tribe's palace returned to the Heaven Immortal Realm and immediately warned the forces under the Chaos Temple. Within 3 days, as long as the forces under the Chaos Temple did not leave the Heaven Immortal Realm, they would be killed. The Flaming Tribe was openly making an enemy of the Chaos Temple. The two forces had shed all pretense of cordiality. In the main hall of the Flaming Tribe's palace, the Flaming Emperor Spirit and the other upper echelons had serious expressions. The Flaming Witch's strength made them feel that she had gone overboard, but no one dared to say it out loud. The Flaming Witch was now the Heavenly Path Saintess, and the upper echelons of the Flaming Tribe did not dare to offend her. They looked at her with fear. "Witch, where have you been all these years? Why can't I sense your divine power?" The Flaming Emperor Spirit asked, puzzled. The Flaming Witch replied indifferently, "Grandfather, I've been cultivating with the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master all these years. That's why I have my current cultivation base. I haven't been in the Chaos Realm all these years, so you can't sense my divine power." "Then what's with your darkness divine power?" "The Heavenly Path Ancestral Master doesn't have darkness divine power." The Flaming Emperor frowned. The Flaming Witch glanced at the Flaming Emperor and said coldly, "Father, this is my own business. It has nothing to do with you. You're related to the Dark World. Do you want the Flaming Tribe to become the public enemy of the Chaos Realm?" The Flaming Emperor's Emperor asked. "Enemy?" The Flame Witch said in disdain, "Father, as long as the Flame Tribe can surpass the Chaos Temple, which force in the Chaos Realm will dare to go against our Flame Tribe? Demoness, since you are already the Heavenly Tao Saintess, you shouldn't have any relationship with the Dark World. If the Heavenly Tao Ancestor knows that you are related to the Dark World, he will definitely be furious." Yanfeng said seriously. "Great Elder, you don't have to worry about me." Yan Witch said coldly, "You just need to strengthen the Yan race as soon as possible and seize the position of Master of 10,000 Realms. Feng Wuchen's divine power is extremely powerful, you can't deal with him, so I will deal with him. These pills were bestowed to me by Ancestral Master Heavenly Tao. They can greatly increase Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate's realm. Although there aren't many pills, they are definitely stronger than the pills refined by Grand Elder." What the Witch of Flame didn't know was that her darkness and chaos divine power couldn't deal with Feng Wuchen at all. As soon as she finished speaking, Witch Yan threw down the pill and disappeared. Yan Wutian wanted to say something, but it was too late. "Grandpa, what is the Dark World? Why have I never heard of it after so many years in the Chaos Realm?" Yan Wutian asked with a frown. Flame Emperor's soul frowned deeply and said solemnly, "The Dark World is a dark and evil force. Its strength is terrifying. It has been suppressed by the Primal Chaos Ancestor for tens of millions of years. Not many people in the Chaos Realm know of its existence. Naturally, you don't know either. Darkness divine power is as powerful as chaos divine power. The Witch of Flame must have obtained her darkness divine power from the Dark World. That is to say, the Dark World may have already broken out of the seal. Is the Dark World very powerful?" Yan Wutian asked with a frown. Yan Feng nodded solemnly and said, "Very powerful. In the Dark World, there are powerful ancient demons. Now they should have stepped into the Supremacy Realm. Their strength may not lose to the Primal Chaos Temple." Yan Wutian frowned and said, "Such a powerful dark force. How did my sister obtain the darkness divine power? What is her purpose?" Flame Emperor's soul sighed and shook his head helplessly. "The witch is no longer the witch of the past. I don't know what she has experienced in the years since she left the Yan race." Yan Wutian said solemnly, I also feel that my sister has become very unfamiliar. It feels like she is not the same person. Her eyes are very scary. But I can be sure that my sister still cares about the Yen race. Flame Emperor's soul nodded. This was also what made him happy. Sigh, I hope the Yen race will not become the public enemy of the Chaos Realm. Otherwise, even if they obtain the Master of all realms, it will be meaningless. Elder Yen Feng sighed. Without the Chaos Realm, who would support the Master of all realms? In a mysterious space, the Witch of Flame appeared. Yen race? A puzzled voice sounded. Then, a man in black appeared. The moment he saw the Witch of Flame, the man in black was surprised. So it's the Witch of Flame. Chaos Divine Power. Darkness Divine Power. How is this possible? The man in black was shocked when he saw it. His eyes widened to the extreme. The Witch of Flame said coldly, I want to see Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. After saying that, without waiting for the man in black to recover, the Witch of Flame suddenly disappeared into thin air. When she reappeared, the Witch of Flame was already in a unique white space. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian appeared in front of the Witch of Flame. The Witch of Flame cupped her fists respectfully. Junior Witch of Flame greets Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian sized up the Witch of Flame and smiled faintly. I didn't expect Master to have already conferred you as the Heavenly Path Saintess and even bestowed you with Chaos Divine Power. You even successfully obtained Darkness Divine Power. The combination of Chaos Divine Power and Darkness Divine Power will definitely give birth to an even stronger Divine Power. However, the combination of two Divine Powers is not easy. Master bestowed you with Chaos Divine Power to help you obtain Darkness Divine Power. The blood of a virgin can successfully fuse the two Divine Powers. I believe Master and you have already. The Witch of Flame's cold face blushed slightly. She said respectfully, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian is right. Master is already working hard, but he still needs some time. Also, Master asked Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian to open the seal as soon as possible to obtain the Master of all realms and the Chaos Divine Power. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly. By the way, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, what is Feng Wuchen's divine power? The Witch of Flame asked curiously. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian shook his head slightly. I'm not sure either. I haven't been able to find out. This divine power is very domineering. It doesn't lose to Chaos Divine Power and Darkness Divine Power. Feng Wuchen is not easy to deal with. You must be careful. Since Master has already conferred you as the Heavenly Path Saintess, then I can work with the Flame Tribe without worry. With the Dark Forces and the three Divine Kingdoms, destroying the Chaos Temple and the Chaos Ancestor won't be difficult. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen, who had been cultivating in the Divine Ring, had successfully broken through to the Chaos God Lord Realm. Feng Wuchen had also successfully refined the Chaos God Lord Realm Heaven-defying Divine Pearl. Once Feng Wuchen broke through to the Chaos God Lord Realm, he could use the Heaven-defying Divine Pearl to rapidly increase his cultivation. At this moment, he was breaking through to the Chaos God Lord Realm. Feng Wuchen was now a peak 9th level Chaos God Lord and had met the conditions for a breakthrough. Bang! Feng Wuchen crazily attacked the bottleneck. Suddenly, there was an explosion. He broke through. 1st level Chaos God Lord Realm. I broke through. Feng Wuchen's eyes flew open in excitement. After cultivating in the Divine Ring for more than 3 months, he had finally broken through to the Chaos God Lord Realm. After breaking through to the Great Divine Master Primal Chaos, Feng Wuchen could clearly feel that his Eternal Realm body had been strengthened several times. The bloodline power of the Dragon Gods, Primeval Divine Power, Primordial Power, and other Divine Power had all received a massive boost. The divine power of the Chaos God Lord Realm was far from what a 9th level Chaos God Lord could compare to. After breaking through to the Chaos God Lord Realm, my primordial divine power must have become extremely powerful, enough to suppress Darkness Divine Power. Feng Wuchen excitedly said, the heaven-defying Divine Pearl consumed a large amount of my natural treasures. It should be able to help me break through to the 5th level Chaos God Lord Realm. With that, Feng Wuchen took out the Chaos God Lord Realm Heaven-defying Divine Pearl and prepared to begin cultivating. Feng Wuchen, don't increase your cultivation yet, the primordial origin suddenly said. Feng Wuchen froze and asked, what's wrong? Your divine power hasn't been strengthened, nor have you controlled more primordial divine power. It's only the increase in your cultivation that makes your divine power stronger. It's not enough to activate primordial divine power, the primordial origin said. What do you mean? Why don't I understand? Feng Wuchen asked in confusion. He was a little confused. Consolidate your cultivation first. You will know after that. The primordial origin transmitted. Okay. Feng Wuchen nodded, put the heaven-defying divine orb into his storage ring, and quickly sat down cross-legged to cultivate. In just one day, Feng Wuchen had successfully consolidated his realm as the great divine master of primal chaos. Ancient source? It's already done. Other than the slight increase in my combat prowess, I don't feel any other changes, Feng Wuchen said doubtfully. It's here. The voice of the ancient source transmitted. They're here? Feng Wuchen was confused. Buzz. At this time, Feng Wuchen's body suddenly exploded with resplendent golden light. The tyrannical and terrifying primordial god force suddenly erupted, and it was no longer under Feng Wuchen's control. This is primordial godly power. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. The ancient god power erupted on its own, and a resplendent golden light enveloped the enormous space within the divine ring, condensing into a huge golden energy vortex. Master, the power of the ancient god power is increasing. The divine eye suddenly transmitted. The power of the ancient god power is increasing so quickly. Long Xinjian exclaimed. Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded as he looked at the huge golden energy vortex in the sky. He could also clearly feel the rapid increase in the power of the ancient god power. In just the blink of an eye, the power of the ancient god power was more than 10 times stronger than before, and it was still rising crazily. How is this possible? Is this the true power of the ancient god power? Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded, and his face was filled with disbelief. That's right. You have a powerful physical body, and because of the primal chaos spiritual chi, your cultivation has reached the great divine master of primal chaos, and you can activate the true power of the ancient god power. If it were anyone else, they would have to be at least in the primal god emperor realm. The ancient origin transmitted, the true power of the ancient god power is released. Although your cultivation is still very weak and you can't control much, it is definitely the true power of the ancient god power. No matter how strong the darkness divine power and primal chaos divine power are, they can't hurt you. The ancient god power can also devour the darkness divine power, primal chaos divine power, and other powers. The ancient god power is the ancestor of all powers. You may not be able to imagine its strength now, but you will naturally know in the future. At this moment, the power of the ancient god power was more than 10 times stronger than before, and the terrifying extent had already exceeded the scope of Feng Wuchen's imagination. The true power of the ancient god power was actually so terrifying. The shocked Feng Wuchen swallowed a mouthful of saliva, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, and asked, "Can I use the ancient god power to suppress it?" Of course, but it's best to use it sparingly. Once you become dependent on it, it will have a certain impact on your cultivation. The ancient origin transmitted. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. At this moment, something that shocked Feng Wuchen even more happened. Buzz buzz. When the ancient god power released its true power, Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power suddenly erupted. Bloodline divine power? Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded. It was one thing for the ancient god power to erupt uncontrollably, but what was going on with the bloodline divine power? Why did it erupt uncontrollably? What's going on? Feng Wuchen was extremely puzzled. But at this moment, Feng Wuchen discovered that the bloodline divine power was actually becoming stronger at an astonishing speed. That's right. The bloodline divine power was increasing. In a few blinks of an eye, the bloodline divine power had increased by more than 10 times. Feng Wuchen looked at his hands in extreme shock, and said in disbelief, "The bloodline divine power has increased by more than 10 times, and it's more than 10 times stronger than the Chaos Dragon race's bloodline. This can't be real, right? You are the master of the ancient god power." The ancient god power released its true power, and at the same time, it can also help you. Increase the power of your divine power. The ancient origin transmitted. Increase the power of my divine power? Feng Wuchen's expression was greatly shocked, seemingly thinking of something. Just as expected, when the dragon god's bloodline divine power stopped increasing, the ancestor of primordial beginnings divine power immediately erupted, similarly increasing at a terrifying speed. Ancestor of all fires, ancestor of ice souls, ancestor of water flames, ancestor of wind souls, ancestor of all poisons, ancestor of fiend essence, thousand illusions divine power, supreme divine power, ancestor of desolation, ghost weep divine power, and so on. All kinds of divine power that Feng Wuchen possessed were crazily increasing one after another. Even the world-purifying strange soul fire, crow fire, nine nether karma fire, and other flames were also increased by more than 10 times. All of this directly shocked Feng Wuchen silly. Only now did Feng Wuchen know exactly what the Aeon origin meant when it said he could control more power. My bloodline divine power and ancestor of all fires explosive divine power can actually be increased to such an extent, I feel that I can contend with chaos divine power and darkness divine power. Feng Wuchen said in shock. This was simply like a dream. Master, your divine power has already been comprehensively increased. Even if you don't use primordial divine power, chaos divine power and darkness divine power, they can't suppress your other divine power. The ancient origin transmitted. Feng Wuchen let out a deep breath and said in shock, too terrifying. All my divine power has increased by more than 10 times. The terrifying strengthening of the divine power was beyond imagination. Feng Wuchen's various divine powers were strengthened, which shocked Feng Wuchen even more. How is this possible? All the divine powers in Master's body have been strengthened by dozens of times. Dragon God Sword exclaimed. Can the primordial god power help other divine powers to strengthen? Isn't the primordial god power too terrifying? Blood Seether exclaimed. I can't believe that Master's bloodline has surpassed the Chaos Dragon race and the Yen race. All kinds of divine powers are as powerful as the Chaos divine power. Divine I exclaimed. The terror of the primordial god power was beyond the imagination of all the artifact souls. The primordial god power was too terrifying. Not only the divine power, but the power of the eternal life realm has also been strengthened. That is to say, my body has become stronger. Feng Wuchen exclaimed again. The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. Master, this is not the strongest primordial god power. The more powerful primordial god power has not been fully released. This might be related to Master using divine power to suppress it. Primordial origin transmitted. What? This is not the strongest power of the primordial god power? Feng Wuchen was dumbfounded again and almost fainted. The primordial god power had been strengthened by dozens of times. It had reached an unimaginable and incomprehensible level. But this was still not the strongest primordial god power. How could Feng Wuchen believe this? How terrifying was the primordial god power? Even if Feng Wuchen had 10,000 brains, he could not imagine it. Feng Wuchen swallowed his saliva in shock and asked, Primordial origin, are you lying to me? The primordial god power can be even stronger? It's already terrifying enough. I can feel that the primordial god power has not released its strongest power. If Master did not use divine power to suppress it, the primordial god power would definitely be able to erupt with its strongest power. Primordial origin transmitted. Feng Wuchen looked at his hands in shock and said with a trembling voice, how terrifying would the primordial god power be when it erupts with its strongest power? Feng Wuchen could not imagine it at all. Master, in the future, when Master's cultivation becomes even stronger, you should be able to use the most powerful primordial godly power. Master can also search for the primal ancestor's power in the primal chaos realm. For example, Master's ancestor of all flames should be able to sense the existence of the strongest divine fire in the primal chaos realm. The ancestor of soul force should also be able to find it. The power of the primogenitor of the chaos realm? Feng Wuchen's expression changed again as he said in shock, the Panga realm has the ancestor of all fires, but so does the chaos realm? It seems like my guess is correct. However, the primal chaos realm has existed for tens of millions of years. I'm afraid that the power of these primogenitors is in the hands of extremely powerful experts. Unlike the Panga realm, the Primal Chaos realm does not have so much primal ancestor divine power. After all, the Primal Chaos realm's divine power originates from the Primal Chaos realm. The people of the Primal Chaos realm only know that the Primal Chaos divine power and the Primal Chaos paramount divine power are the strongest. The other divine powers are only stronger than ordinary divine powers, the Primal Chaos origin said. I already have enough divine power. I just want to find some elemental divine power and ancestor of soul force, but that is a matter for the future. I don't have time to look for it now. The most important thing now is to increase my cultivation, Feng Wuchen said as he took out the heaven-defying divine pearl of the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord. Feng Wuchen let out a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart as he began to absorb the heaven-defying divine pearl. Buzz. Buzz, as soon as he started to absorb the heaven-defying divine pearl, a terrifying divine power erupted and the space in the divine ring shook violently. Second stage Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord. Third stage Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord. Fourth stage Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord. Fifth stage Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord. Sixth stage Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord. As he frantically absorbed the power of the heaven-defying divine pearl, Feng Wuchen's cultivation soared like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the fifth stage and reached the sixth stage of the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm. Master, congratulations on breaking through to the sixth stage of the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm. Dragon God Sword and the other artifact souls congratulated him respectfully. I broke through 5 stages in one go and instantly broke through to the sixth stage of the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. The heaven-defying divine pearl has never let me down. It's too powerful. It's a pity that the primordial divine power didn't help me increase my cultivation. Otherwise, I might have broken through to the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm. Master, breaking through to the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm is as easy as eating a meal. It just needs some time, the primordial origin transmitted. Feng Wuchen still had a large number of crimson blood chaos stones, which were more than enough for Feng Wuchen to break through to the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm. After I stabilize my realm, my primordial spirit doppelganger will first cultivate soul power and break through to the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm. Only then will I be able to refine the heaven-defying divine pearl of the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Feng Wuchen's increase in cultivation was already terrifying enough. An alchemist's realm increased slowly and needed more time. If not for the help of the Primal Chaos crystals and Soul Source stones, Feng Wuchen probably would not have broken through to the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm so quickly. Feng Wuchen clenched his fists and felt the domineering and terrifying divine power in his body. He laughed excitedly. My cultivation has broken through 5 stages in a row. My divine power is getting stronger and stronger. With Feng Wuchen's current cultivation, even if he did not use the primordial divine power, he would be invincible against anyone below the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm. If he used the primordial divine power, Feng Wuchen was confident that he could fight against the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord. Of course, this was referring to the combat power of divine power, not suppression. If it was suppression, a supreme god would be nothing in front of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. I really want to find an opponent to test my current combat power. However, now is not the time. Brother Yen and Lochwater should have broken through to the Primal Chaos Grand Divine Lord realm. It is time to bring the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast back to help them. Bang! Speaking of this, Feng Wuchen suddenly thought of something. With a thought, the Ancestor of all Fires was activated. It gave off an extremely domineering aura. The Ancestor of all Fires has already surpassed the Primal Chaos Divine Fire Beast. It will not be a problem for it to crush the Yan tribe. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. Bang bang! With a thought, the Black Fire and World Purifying Soul Fire were activated. Black and purple flames burned on his left and right palms. The Black Fire and World Purifying Soul Fire have already reached the level of the Primal Chaos Divine Fire. The 9 Nether Fire and Green Flame Aqua Fire should be about the same. I can give them to Brother Yen and Lochwater Divine Fire myself. There is no need for the Primal Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast to help. Moreover, it still has to investigate the Dark World. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Feng Wuchen had already decided to give the 9 nether fire to Yen Wushuang and Yen Lochwater. Even if it was not as strong as the primal chaos divine fire, it would not be much weaker. It would definitely crush the Yen tribe's Yen flame divine power. With a thought, Feng Wuchen withdrew from the divine ring. I wonder if the Yen tribe has touched the forces under the primal chaos divine palace. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous smile. The Yen tribe had already given the order. Within 3 days, if the forces under the Chaos Temple did not leave the heavenly immortal domain, they would be killed. 10 days had already passed. If the Yan tribe was not joking, they must have already made their move. Before Feng Wuchen went into seclusion, he had also given the order that if the Yan tribe dared to touch the forces under the Chaos Temple, they would be killed. If nothing went wrong, a great battle would have broken out. Whoosh! With a thought, the 1000 illusion technique was used. Feng Wuchen appeared in the main hall in the blink of an eye. Young master? The ancient heavenly emperor and Miao Wuhuan were stunned at first, then they bowed respectfully. Greetings, young master. Elders, please rise. There's no need for such formalities in the future. Feng Wuchen smiled helplessly and signaled the ancient heavenly emperor and the others to rise. Thank you, young master. The ancient heavenly emperor and the others thanked him respectfully. How's the heavenly immortal domain? Did the Yan tribe make their move? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. The ancient heavenly emperor said respectfully, young master, the Yan tribe has already made their move. The forces under the Chaos Temple in the heavenly immortal domain were attacked by the Yan tribe and the forces that submitted to them. There were many casualties. I've already sent the Qing Tian Guardian and the Xianlu Guardian to the heavenly immortal domain. The Chaos Guardian also sent the War God Guards, but there was no news back in the past few days. Feng Wuchen nodded and sneered. The Yan tribe really dared to make their move. They really don't put the Chaos Temple in their eyes. This Yan which is really arrogant and overbearing. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have imagined that a woman could be so arrogant and overbearing. Qiushui Tianying glanced at Feng Wuchen and said respectfully, young master, the Yan which is the heavenly Tao holy maiden that was conferred by the heavenly Tao patriarch. We're not afraid of fighting the Yan tribe, but we can't touch the Yan witch. The third elder is right. Zhuge Qingfeng said seriously, the heavenly Tao patriarch is not someone we can offend. In terms of seniority, he's the ancestor's martial uncle. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, heavenly Tao ancestral master is indeed not someone we can provoke, but the chaos world is not his world. Demoness Yan can do whatever she wants in the chaos world, so how can we sit back and do nothing? If the heavenly Tao ancestral master doesn't discipline him properly, then I'll help him discipline him. When Feng Wuchen said this, the expressions of the ancient heavenly emperor and the others became very serious. They were secretly worried. Seeing how worried the ancient heavenly emperor and the others were, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, elders, there's no need to worry. I know what I'm doing. I have to give face to the heavenly Tao ancestral master, but that depends on what he does. If he ignores our existence and indulges the witch Yan, then there's no room for discussion. I'm going to the heavenly immortal domain to take a look. I hope the flame race won't go overboard. With that, Feng Wuchen disappeared. Great elder, this is no small matter. The heavenly Tao ancestral master is not someone we can afford to offend, said a primal chaos heavenly venerate in a panic. Young Hall master's words make sense. The ancient heavenly emperor said solemnly, the primal chaos realm is a world created by the primal chaos ancestor. We have to give face to the heavenly Tao ancestral master, but we can't let the witch Yan do whatever she wants. Miao Wuhuan nodded and said, if the heavenly Tao ancestral master doesn't discipline her, then it's the same as ignoring the primal chaos temple and the primal chaos ancestor. When the time comes, there's no room for discussion. An hour later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the heavenly immortal domain through the teleportation formation. The speed of a 6th-tier chaos great divine lord is indeed astonishing. Feng Wuchen laughed excitedly. The chaos temple was very far away from the chaos domain's teleportation formation. In the past, it would take several hours. Feng Wuchen only took an hour to break through to the 6th-tier chaos great divine lord. Bloodthirsty Ares, who's in the heavenly immortal domain? Feng Wuchen asked via voice transmission. Reporting to Young Hall Master, Fire War God and Wind War God are in the heavenly immortal domain. I'm following the orders of the Honorable Protector to secretly investigate the dark forces, Bloodthirsty Ares replied respectfully via voice transmission. Fire War God, where are you? What's the situation now? Feng Wuchen asked via voice transmission. Reporting to Young Hall Master, I'm in the Primal Chaos Heavenly Immortal Palace. The Flame Tribe has launched their third attack. They've already sent out Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate experts, Fire War God reported respectfully via voice transmission. The third attack? The Flame Tribe dares to send people after the War God guards. They're quite bold. Fire War God, kill anyone who dares to attack. I'll rush over now, Feng Wuchen ordered. A vicious killing intent flashed past his pitch-black eyes. Understood. Fire War God replied respectfully via voice transmission. Feng Wuchen already controlled the terrifying ancient divine power and could suppress the Flame Witch at any time. He wasn't afraid of the Flame Tribe at all. Flame Tribe, let's see how long you can be arrogant. If the Heavenly Way Ancestral Master doesn't care, then don't blame me for being impolite. Flame Witch, I won't spoil you, Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he used the illusion technique and rushed to the Primal Chaos Heavenly Immortal Palace. Although it was his first time in the Heavenly Immortal domain, Feng Wuchen's eternal divine power had already sensed the soul essence of Fire War God and the others. At that moment, a great battle had already started in the sky above the Primal Chaos Heavenly Immortal Palace. Fire War God, Wind War God and the experts of the Primal Chaos Heavenly Immortal Palace were engaged in an intense battle of life and death with the experts of the Flame Tribe. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, terrifying energy ripples swept out continuously. The space within a few 100,000 zhang had completely collapsed, plunging the place into darkness. The Flame Tribe had sent out 8 Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerates, dozens of Divine Emperors and dozens of Primal Chaos Emperors. It was a terrifying lineup. They were planning to force the Primal Chaos Divine Palace's forces out of the Heavenly Immortal domain. The Young Hall Master has ordered that anyone from the Flame Tribe will be killed. Fire War God shouted fiercely and released a ferocious killing intent. Wind War God sneered and said, the Young Hall Master has already given the order. Brothers, go all out. The Heavenly Way Saintess has ordered that. Whoever from the Primal Chaos Divine Palace dares to interfere will be killed. A 7th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate from the Flame Tribe shouted angrily. He wasn't afraid of the War God guards at all. Fire War God, the Flame Tribe is no longer what it used to be. We have the Heavenly Way Ancestral Master behind us. If you dare to go against the Flame Tribe, you are simply courting death. Even the Primal Chaos Ancestral Master won't be able to save you. A 6th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate sneered disdainfully. The Flame Tribe was indeed afraid of the War God guards from the Primal Chaos Divine Palace in the past. But it's different now. Even if we kill you, the Primal Chaos Divine Palace won't dare to do anything to the Flame Tribe, another 6th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate sneered. Fire War God unleashed his full strength and said fiercely, it just so happens that we, the War God guards, also want to test the strength of the Flame Tribe's Heavenly Venerate experts. Don't hold back anymore. Show us your true abilities. The War God guards only sent the 8 War Gods. Aren't you underestimating the Flame Tribe too much? A 7th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate said coldly. Ice War God's lips curled into a ferocious smile and said, now, you are the ones underestimating the War God guards. You think the War God guards are weak? At that moment, Feng Wuchen's sneer came from the void. War God formation. Open! Feng Wuchen shouted. Buzz buzz. A golden array appeared beneath the feet of each of the 8 War Gods. The combat power of the 8 War God guards instantly soared. In an instant, the 8 War Gods' combat power increased by 1 level. A few of the Chaotic God Emperor level War God guards had reached the Chaotic Heavenly Venerate level. At the same time, a golden array appeared beneath the feet of the Hall Master, Elders, and other experts. Their combat power soared. Thank you, Young Hall Master. Fire War God and the rest were shocked and overjoyed. Thank you, Young Hall Master. Heavenly Immortal Hall Master and the rest thanked him respectfully. Everyone in the chaotic heavenly immortal hall was shocked and cheered excitedly. The young hall master of the chaotic divine hall had such a powerful array. Fire War God and the rest's combat power increased by 1 level. The chaotic heavenly venerates of the Yen clan widened their eyes in shock. The combat power of the heavenly immortal hall's people also increased. A 9th level chaotic god emperor's combat power increased to the chaotic heavenly venerate level. What array is this? How is this possible? What array can help heavenly venerates and god emperor level experts increase their combat power? The experts of the Yen tribe were all in a state of shock. Feng Wuchen actually had an array that could increase their combat power. Such a terrifyingly powerful formation was simply unheard of. The 8 war gods' combat power was on par with theirs. Now that their combat power had increased by 1 level, how could they be a match for them? Feng Wuchen appeared above the chaotic heavenly immortal hall master's palace. He looked at the Yen clan in the void and sneered, "Now you don't think you're weak, right? Kill them all." Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. "As you command." The 8 division war gods roared respectfully. Waves of terrifying killing intent soared into the sky, shaking people's souls. Fire War God said fiercely, "Kill." Boom boom boom. The 8 war gods unleashed their elemental divine power at the same time. Their bodies turned into 8 bolts of lightning as they shot out. Fire War God was originally a 6th level chaotic heavenly venerate. His combat power reached the 7th level. With the array support, he was comparable to an 8th level chaotic heavenly venerate. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Wind War God and the rest had reached the 7th level chaotic heavenly venerate level. "Kill!" The heavenly immortal palace master roared. His voice shook the heavens, and the heavenly immortal palace's morale rose greatly. The leading 7th level primal chaos heavenly venerate roared, "Kill!" A great battle erupted once again. The war god guards and celestial palace's experts attacked with all of their strength. All types of powerful primal chaos arts appeared one after another. Boom boom boom. Buzz. The primal chaos mantra madly collided. Deafening explosions rang out incessantly. The terrifying energy of the collision carried with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. PFFF. PFFF. After a few minutes, the powerhouses of the Flare tribe were injured one after another. Even heavenly venerables could not withstand the ferocious attacks of Fire War God and the others. The 3 war god guards, whose fighting power was at the level of a chaotic heavenly master, killed more than 10 chaotic god emperor experts from the Yen clan. Dozens of primal chaos emperors were killed one after another under the fierce attacks of the experts led by the celestial temple master. Give him a good beating. You don't have to give me face. Just beat him to death. Don't worry about the consequences. Feng Wuchen sneered as he watched the battle. Feng Wuchen could use this opportunity to teach the flame race a lesson. The flame race dares to go against the chaos divine palace. The only outcome is death. Water War God said fiercely. Ice War God roared, "Don't give them a chance. Kill them. Kill." The war god guards and the experts of the celestial temple roared fiercely again. The powerhouses of the flame race started to panic. Even though the flame race was in the heavenly domain, they could not suppress the fear in their hearts. Clan leader, Feng Wuchen has used a formation. The 8 war gods and the people of the celestial temple have raised their fighting power by 1 level. We are no match for them. Dozens of our people have been killed. The leading 7th level chaotic heavenly venerate immediately reported with a panicked expression. What? A formation to raise their fighting power? In the flame race, Flame Emperor Spirit's face changed. He immediately used his consciousness and found that dozens of his people had died. Flame Emperor Spirit clenched his fists and roared, "Feng Wuchen." No wonder Fire War God and the others had a shocking increase in their fighting power. Feng Wuchen is here. Elder Yanfeng said gloomily, "This kid has such a powerful formation. Guardian Yen Su, bring people to the celestial temple immediately." Elder Flame Moon ordered immediately. Yes. Yen Su accepted the order respectfully and disappeared in a flash. Feng Wuchen is in the heavenly domain. We must let the demon girl take action. Otherwise, we won't be able to block his divine power. Yan Zhan said quickly. Flame Emperor's spirit said gloomily, the demon girl hasn't returned yet. I don't know where she is. I can't sense her divine power at all. She didn't respond to my voice transmission either. Tell the demon girl that Feng Wuchen is here. She will definitely appear. Elder Yanfeng said solemnly. In the flame race, only the demon girl could resist Feng Wuchen's divine power. The change in the demon girl made them feel unfamiliar, but they could not do anything about it. The heavenly Dao Saintess's status was much higher than theirs. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the celestial temple's void, Yansu led a few powerful chaos heavenly venerables and appeared. Their terrifying aura suppressed the 8 war gods. Seeing the appearance of Yansu and the other chaos heavenly venerables, the flame race experts heaved a sigh of relief. Stop! Yansu shouted angrily. Guardian Yansu, dozens of our people have been killed. A member of the Chaos Temple said angrily. Feng Wuchen sneered, don't stop. Continue killing. Yes. The 8 war gods and the experts of the Celestial Temple shouted respectfully. Feng Wuchen, you must be tired of living. Yansu's face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, the flame race is not what it used to be. If you dare to kill my people, you and everyone in the Chaos Temple will die. Feng Wuchen shrugged and said disdainfully, is the flame race strong? So what if you're the heavenly Dao Saintess? Did the heavenly Dao Patriarch say that he will help the flame race? Even if the heavenly Dao Patriarch comes today, I still dare to kill your people. Arrogant. How dare you insult the heavenly Dao Patriarch? Yansu was furious. His terrifying killing intent exploded. Insult the heavenly Dao Patriarch? Don't you understand human language? How did I insult the heavenly Dao Patriarch? What a joke. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly as if he was looking at an idiot. If you don't respect the heavenly Dao Patriarch, you're insulting him. A 7th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate shouted. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Feng Wuchen was so angry that he laughed. Guardian Yansu, save us. The experts of the flame race shouted in fear. Yansu said fiercely, attack. I'll kill whoever attacks. You can try if you don't believe me. Feng Wuchen sneered. His eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. Feng Wuchen was not joking. If anyone dared to attack, Feng Wuchen would really kill them. I'll kill whoever moves. You can try if you don't believe me. Feng Wuchen's words stunned Yanxu and the others. In their minds, the image of Flame Emperor's soul being suppressed by Feng Wuchen's divine power appeared at the same time. Boom boom boom. Just as Yanxu and the others were stunned by Feng Wuchen, a few more experts from the Flame Tribe were killed mercilessly. Protector Yanxu. Chaotic Heavenly Exalts shouted in panic. Attack. Stop Fire War God and the others. Yanxu was furious and roared. 5 chaotic heavenly exalts shot out without hesitation. If they didn't attack, the chaotic heavenly exalts from the Flame Tribe would definitely be killed by Fire War God and the others. Feng Wuchen slowly rose into the sky and sneered, if the Flame Tribe doesn't retreat today, I'll kill them until they're destroyed. The Flame Tribe doesn't have the right to chase them out of the Heavenly Saint domain. Seeing Feng Wuchen fly into the sky, Yanxu and the other experts from the Flame Tribe started to panic. No matter how strong they were still trash in front of Feng Wuchen. Bloodline divine power burst out and Feng Wuchen's body disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already in front of a chaotic heavenly exalt and suppressed him with his overbearing bloodline divine power. Yanxu, be careful! Yanxu shouted in panic. How did Feng Wuchen's bloodline suddenly become so terrifying? What's going on with his cultivation? Yanxu looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Yanxu's divine power was suppressed by Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power. Yanxu's divine power couldn't be used at all. 6-fold chaotic great divine lord. How did Feng Wuchen's cultivation increase so much? Yanxu and the other experts from the Flame Tribe were shocked and dumbfounded. Pairs of shocked and terrified eyes looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was a monster. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was this? 6-fold primal chaos great god master. Fire war god, wind war god, and the others looked over in shock. Wasn't Feng Wuchen a 7th-level primal chaos god master, but now, why did he suddenly become a 6-fold chaos great divine master? Am I seeing things? Young Hall Master is a 6th-stage chaotic great divine master? Water War God's eyes widened in disbelief. Fire War God said in fear, that's right. Young Hall Master is at the 6th-level chaos great divine master realm, and his bloodline divine power has become extremely terrifying. It's already close to the primal chaos divine power of a supreme guardian. It really is a 6th-stage primal chaos great divine master. Heavens, how did the young Hall Master cultivate? Hadn't he only been in seclusion for 10 days? How could he have broken through a major realm? How could his bloodline power become so powerful? What the hell is going on? Thunder War God was scared silly. He went from a 7th-level chaos god lord to a 6th-level chaos great god lord in 10 days? What kind of cultivation speed was this? Even if he had spatial treasures and powerful elixirs, it shouldn't be possible, right? Wood War God was scared silly. They couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was. He had broken through so much in 10 days, and his bloodline divine power had increased to a level close to the primal chaos divine power. This was beyond their knowledge and couldn't be understood. Humph. Pfft. Feng Wuchen snorted coldly, and his bloodline divine power suppressed Yan Hao mercilessly, causing him to spit out blood. Yan Hua's divine power couldn't resist at all. Feng Wuchen said coldly, I've said it before, I'll kill whoever dares to attack me. Since you're not afraid of death, I'll fulfill your wish. Feng Wuchen, no. Yan Hao was scared out of his wits, and he hurriedly shouted in fear, if you dare to kill me, the Holy Maiden will definitely not forgive you. Oh? Is that so? I'm afraid she can't kill me. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, not taking it seriously at all. Boom. An even more domineering and terrifying bloodline divine power burst out, blasting Yan Hao into a cloud of blood mist, and he turned into ashes. I wonder how many celestial masters from the Yan tribe are for me to kill. I'll have to count them properly. This is the first one. If I'm lucky today, I should be able to kill 10 celestial masters from the Yan tribe. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, and his cold gaze swept towards Yan Su and the rest. Just one gaze was enough to make Yan Su and the rest shudder. Fire War God said with a cold smile, young master, let's let you kill them too. Then it's 13. Feng Wuchen said with a cold smile, and his terrifying bloodline divine power had already locked onto Yan Su and the rest. Clan leader. Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power is terrifying, we can't withstand it. Yan Hao has already been killed, come and save us. Yan Su asked for help through voice transmission. How dare you? Feng Wuchen is too much. Flame Emperor's soul said angrily, wanting to swallow Feng Wuchen alive, but he could not do anything about Feng Wuchen's divine power. Is the demoness still not going to act? What is she doing? Yan Zhan said anxiously, and his forehead was already covered with sweat. If the demoness did not appear, Flame Emperor's soul and the rest would not dare to act. Feng Wuchen's ancient divine power was too terrifying, and they would definitely be ruthlessly suppressed if they acted. Flame Emperor's soul said with a gloomy voice, it's too late. The demoness had yet to appear, and by the time she did, all of her tribe members would have been killed. Yan Su, come back quickly. Great Elder Yan Feng said through voice transmission. Run. Yan Su shouted in fear, and immediately ran away, not daring to stay for even a moment. The experts from the Yan tribe also ran away in fear. You want to leave? Fire War God said fiercely, and wanted to stop them. No need to chase, let them go. Feng Wuchen stopped him, this is the second time I'm giving them a chance. Heavenly Tao Ancestor is the senior uncle of Primal Chaos Ancestor, so I have to give him some face, or else he will be put in a difficult position. Feng Wuchen did not pursue the matter. Other than giving face to Heavenly Tao Ancestor, he was also giving Yan Wushuang a chance. Primal Chaos Ancestor, I have already given face to Heavenly Tao Ancestor. If he does not care about the demoness, not only will you be put in a difficult position, I will also be put in a difficult position. Feng Wuchen said through voice transmission. Hee, don't worry about me. You already have the ancient divine power, why would you be afraid of heavenly Tao ancestor? Primal Chaos ancestor laughed. With your words, I am relieved. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, Primal Chaos ancestor is indeed domineering, even senior uncle is not in your eyes. Senior uncle is just on the surface. Primal Chaos ancestor said with a smile, didn't you say it yourself? The Primal Chaos world is a world created by me, it has nothing to do with heavenly Tao ancestor, and it is not his place to interfere. No matter how strong heavenly Tao ancestor is, my master will deal with him. There is no need to worry. Primal Chaos ancestor, who is your master? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Heavenly Tao ancestor. Primal Chaos ancestor said with a smile. Heavenly Tao ancestor? Feng Wuchen said with a smile, his strength must be terrifying, he should be beyond the honorable God realm, right? Master's cultivation has already surpassed the myriad worlds. Primal Chaos ancestor said with a smile. Beyond the 10,000 worlds? Feng Wuchen couldn't imagine what realm it was. He transmitted his voice and smiled, you're so strong. Even if you're not a match for the heavenly Tao ancestor, you can definitely stop him. In short, I won't give the Flame Tribe a third chance. I'm already giving the heavenly Tao ancestor a lot of face. Feng Wuchen wouldn't give the Flame Tribe a third chance. The Primal Chaos ancestor transmitted his voice and smiled, I've already handed the Chaos realm to you. You already control the powerful ancient God power. You can do whatever you want. You don't need to go through me. When necessary, I'll take action. Ancestor's words are enough. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. The Primal Chaos ancestor wanted Feng Wuchen to do whatever he wanted and not have to worry about anything. Feng Wuchen's ancient God power had already increased by dozens of times. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Looking at Fire War God and the others, Feng Wuchen smiled and said, the Flame Tribe won't let this go. Fire War God, you guys can continue to stay in the heavenly celestial domain. With the Flame Tribe's arrogance, Feng Wuchen was sure that they wouldn't let this go. However, he didn't know why they suddenly retreated. Young Hall Master, if the Flame Tribe doesn't let this go, are you really going to destroy them? Fire War God asked worriedly. After all, the identity of the Flame Witch was not simple. Once they touched the Flame Witch, it was equivalent to offending the heavenly Tao ancestor. Thunder War God also said worriedly, Young Hall Master, the Flame Witch's God power can resist your God power. She's not easy to deal with. Don't worry, the Flame Tribe is nothing. I hope they don't act too quickly, in case I destroy them. Feng Wuchen smiled. In front of the ancient God power, the Flame Tribe was trash. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, Fire War God and the others were secretly shocked. This young Hall Master was really domineering. I've already injected the formation into your bodies to increase your battle strength. You can activate it at any time. Treat it as a gift. Feng Wuchen smiled. Many thanks, young Hall Master. Fire War God and the others thanked him respectfully. They were overjoyed. Heavenly Immortal Palace Lord, pass down the order. The forces under the Primal Chaos Divine Palace in the Heavenly Immortal region don't need to fear the Yen race. No matter who they are, if they dare to attack, just kill them. Feng Wuchen ordered. This subordinate obeys. The Heavenly Immortal Temple Master respectfully replied. Well, I'll go back to the Pangu Immortal Mansion first. If there's anything, just send me a message. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, and then flew away at top speed. We respectfully send you off, young Hall Master. The War God Guards and the Celestial Palace's people all respectfully sent him off. Master, so many people from the Flame Tribe were killed, but the Witch of Flame didn't appear. Isn't that strange? She can block Master's primordial God power, so she shouldn't be afraid of Master. Long Xinjian transmitted. It is indeed very strange. I also did not expect that the Witch Yen did not make a move. Originally, I wanted to use this opportunity to teach her a lesson and make the Yen clan behave themselves. Feng Wuchen transmitted with a smile. The Yen clan better behave themselves. I don't want to destroy them too early. I still have to wait for Brother Yen to become stronger. Master, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait. The Yen clan is so arrogant. They will attack again soon. Xin Yan transmitted with a voice transmission. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. As long as they don't go too far, I don't mind playing with them. If they go too far, then there's nothing to say. They will still be destroyed. In less than an hour, Feng Wuchen had arrived at the teleportation formation in the heavenly immortal region. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had reached the chaotic Great Divine Master realm. His speed was terrifying. With the Thousand Illusion technique, even if it was a long-distance movement, it would not take too much time. After his cultivation had reached the chaotic Great Divine Master realm, he no longer needed the teleportation formation. When he returned to the Pengu Immortal Mansion, Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanxue had already come out of seclusion and their cultivation had reached the chaotic Great Divine Master realm. The first thing Feng Wuchen wanted to do was to let Yan Wushuang build the Flame Divine Hall. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had returned, Yan Wushuang and Bai Xiankong rushed over. Brother Feng, did something happen to the Chaos Divine Hall? We all sensed the divine power of an honorable god expert. The entire chaos world was destroyed. Bai Xiankong asked curiously. Thinking back, he was still terrified. Zhu Wutian continued to ask, Brother, what is the background of the Yan clan? Isn't their strength too terrifying? They are even more terrifying than the three divine kingdoms. Moreover, they dared to go against the Chaos Divine Hall. The terrifying honorable god expert should be the leader of the Yan clan, right? Lu Yunqing and He Qingyun looked at Feng Wuchen curiously. Although they did not know the background of the Yan clan, they knew that they were terrifying. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The Yan clan is an ancient faction. They are very powerful. However, there is nothing wrong. Don't worry. Brother Feng, is the Yan clan really that powerful? Did the Yan clan attack the Chaos Divine Hall because of us? Yan Wushuang asked with a frown. Feng Wuchen smiled. Brother Yan, you and Yi Shui are just a small reason. The Chaos Divine Hall gave the order because the Yan clan insulted the Chaos Divine Hall. The Chaos Divine Hall killed the experts of the Yan clan, which led to a conflict between the two factions. The Yan clan even wanted to chase the factions under the Chaos Divine Hall out of the heavenly immortal domain. The two factions have already shed all pretense of cordiality. Shed all pretense of cordiality? Yan Wushuang and Bai Xiankong were shocked. The two factions had shed all pretense of cordiality. Wouldn't a war break out at any time? Brother Yan, you don't have to worry about the Yan clan. Feng Wuchen smiled. Brother Yan, I have already prepared the fire-attributed divine power for you. It's time to build the Flame Divine Hall. Brother Feng, do you really believe that I can surpass the Yan clan? The Yan clan has an honorable god expert. How can I surpass them? Yan Wushuang smiled bitterly. Is that difficult? Brother Yan, you broke through several levels in just a few days and stepped into the Chaos Divine Lord realm. Even the number one genius in the Chaos world can't do that, right? Feng Wuchen smiled. Brother, we can definitely do it. We have to believe in Brother Feng. Yan Yishui encouraged. Yan Wushuang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. All right. Then I will build the Flame Divine Hall. The Flame Divine Hall will be built near the Pengu Immortal Manor. Feng Wuchen smiled and handed a storage ring to Yan Wushuang. Brother Feng, this is? Yan Wushuang was confused. Chaos Spirit Stones. Feng Wuchen smiled. Without Chaos Spirit Stones, how can we build such a huge palace? Who is willing to join the Flame Divine Hall? Many thanks, Brother Feng. I will go and prepare it immediately. Yan Wushuang expressed his gratitude and left with Yan Yishui. After Yan Wushuang and the others left, Bai Xiankong quickly asked, Brother Feng, how did Brother Yan and the others' cultivation increase so quickly? Do you have some kind of powerful treasure? It should be a spatial treasure. Otherwise, they won't be able to break through to the Chaos Divine Lord realm so quickly. Zhu Wutian said confidently. Spatial treasure? Bai Xiankong was stunned and asked, what kind of spatial treasure is so powerful? Bai Xiankong, your two brothers have joined the War God Guards. I believe you already know that. Moreover, they have obtained powerful cultivation techniques and skills. You can cultivate in peace now. You don't have to worry about surpassing them. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He passed a storage ring to Bai Xiankong as he spoke. Bai Xiankong was stunned as he looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. Feng Wuchen had actually guessed it. "Old Bai, this is a spatial treasure," Zhu Wutian said softly. "Brother Feng, what kind of spatial treasure is this? Is it the same as Yan Wushuang and the others?" Bai Xiankong quickly asked as he sized up the exquisite storage ring. Feng Wuchen did not answer immediately. Looking at Lu Yunqing and the others, Feng Wuchen said solemnly, "The Yan tribe and the Chaos Temple have fallen out. A war may break out at any time. You may lose your lives at any time. I am not joking with you. Think carefully about whether you want to stay or not." Jiang He and He Qingyun looked at each other and nodded heavily at the same time. "Don't you need to think about it?" Feng Wuchen asked again. Jiang He said respectfully, Young Hall Master, regardless of life or death, we will follow you. We will follow you till death." He Qingyun and the others shouted. Feng Wuchen nodded in satisfaction and said solemnly, "To be honest, with your talent, you don't have the qualifications to become a member of the Dragon Soul. However, because of Zhu Wutian and Bai Xiankong, as well as the fact that you are all chaotic great divine masters, I decided to let you stay." Feng Wuchen handed a storage ring to Zhu Wutian and said, "Since you have decided to stay, you will have the opportunity to surpass the geniuses. However, if you betray the Dragon Soul, you know the consequences." "Dragon Soul?" Bai Xiankong and Zhu Wutian were confused. "Wutian, distribute the storage rings to them." Feng Wuchen looked at Zhu Wutian and said. "So many storage rings?" Zhu Wutian was shocked as he took out the storage rings and distributed them. Feng Wuchen continued, "The storage rings in your hands have 10 times the space. In other words, you have 10 times more cultivation time than others." "What? 10 times interspatial ring?" Bai Xiankong and Zhu Wutian were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Cultivating for 10 days in a 10 times space ring is equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. With the addition of pills and treasures, even if your talent is average, your cultivation speed will surpass that of top geniuses, Feng Wuchen continued. 10 times space ring. Bai Xiankong and the others' heads buzzed. He had never heard of a 10-fold space ring. 3 times the value of Zhu Wutian, it was definitely a very sought-after supreme treasure in the primal chaos world. "Young Hall Master, is there really a 10-fold space ring?" He Qingyan asked in disbelief. "Nothing is too strange in this world." "Of course there is a 10-fold space ring," Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Zhu Wutian swallowed his saliva in horror. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his body shook. Zhu Wutian stared at Feng Wuchen with wide eyes. "What's wrong?" Feng Wuchen asked. Zhu Wutian said in disbelief, "Big brother, have you been cultivating with a 10-fold space ring in the Wuji heavenly realm?" "What else could it be?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. "Oh my god, what a waste. My spatial treasure is only 3 times. If I had a 10-fold space ring, my cultivation base would be..." Zhu Wutian cried but no tears came out. If Zhu Wutian knew that Feng Wuchen had a 10-fold space ring, his cultivation base would be close to the primal chaos emperor. Regret. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, "From today onwards, you are Dragon Soul Venerables. Everyone who joins the Dragon Soul is a Dragon Soul Venerables. The existence of the Dragon Soul is like the War Immortal Guards." War Immortal Guards. Zhu Wutian and the others' blood boiled when they heard the 3 words. Their eyes were filled with passion. The War Immortal Guards were definitely existences that they looked up to and respected. Feng Wuchen looked at Bai Xiankong and said, "Bai Xiankong, you're the young master of the ancient Soul Hall. I'll leave the matter of strengthening the Dragon Soul to you. The Dragon Soul only needs geniuses, not people with ulterior motives and trash." "All right." Bai Xiankong looked like he was filled with fighting spirit. "Aren't you curious how Big Brother Yan and Fei Shui managed to break through to the Primal Chaos Divine Lord realm so quickly?" Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Then, he took out a heaven-defying divine pearl. "Big brother, what kind of treasure is this?" Zhu Wutian asked curiously. Their gazes fell on the heaven-defying divine pearl. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, "This is called the heaven-defying divine pearl." It contains terrifying power. As for how powerful it is, you'll soon experience it. After saying that, Feng Wuchen waved his hand. Dozens of heaven-defying divine pearls flew towards Bai Xiankong and the others. Young Hall Master, is this treasure really heaven-defying? Jiang He asked in shock. You'll know when you go back and cultivate. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Then, he walked towards the alchemy pavilion. The dragon soul had already been established. Strengthening the dragon soul was not difficult for Feng Wuchen. Master, if the dragon soul wants to strengthen quickly, we'll have to find experts. Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile, aren't the Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukan experts? Aren't the 3 god emperors of the Panga Divine Palace experts? They're far inferior compared to the war god guards. Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. The war god guards have existed for tens of millions of years. The dragon soul in the primal chaos realm has just been established. How can it surpass the war god guards? It'll take a lot of time to surpass them. The heaven-defying divine pearl will require a large amount of natural treasures. Xin Yan transmitted his voice. There's no need to rush the dragon soul. Take your time. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. After entering the alchemy pavilion, Feng Wuchen thought to himself, my cultivation has risen fast enough. Although I've stabilized my realm, it's not suitable for me to continue cultivating. I'll have to speed up my soul force cultivation and try to break through to the alchemist realm before breaking through to the primal chaos emperor realm. Thinking of this, Feng Wuchen suddenly thought of something. He immediately transmitted his voice to the primal chaos heavenly spiritual beast. Primal chaos heavenly spiritual beast, ask the strange beasts in the Wuji heavenly realm if they found any chaos crystals or soul source stones. Although there were 12 chaos crystals or soul source stones, Feng Wuchen would need to consume 2 to 3 chaos crystals or even more if he wanted to break through to the primal chaos grand divine lord realm. Suddenly, the primal chaos emperor realm alchemist would need to consume even more chaos crystals or soul source stones. Feng Wuchen's cultivation had risen too fast. He could use this time to cultivate his soul force crazily. With the help of chaos crystals or soul source stones, dozens of Yuanshan avatars, and 10 times the space, Feng Wuchen could definitely break through to the primal chaos grand divine lord realm alchemist realm in the shortest time possible. Young Hall Master, they've been searching for it, but they haven't found it yet. The primal chaos heavenly spiritual beast transmitted his voice. As expected of an extremely rare treasure. Feng Wuchen felt helpless inwardly. He then transmitted his voice, tell them to send it to the Panga Celestial Manor through the Wuji Heavenly Realms transmission array if they find it. Understood. The primal chaos heavenly spiritual beast transmitted his voice respectfully. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a mysterious space, the Witch of Flame slowly opened her eyes. 2 terrifying beams of light shot out, causing people to feel fear just by looking at them. In just a few days, Witch Yan had broken through to the 8th level of chaotic heavenly venerate. Thank you, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Witch Yan thanked him respectfully. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian shook his head and smiled faintly. No need to thank me. The divine power that Master left behind was originally for you. He just waited for many years. Left it for me? Witch Yan was shocked. It was the divine power left behind by Heavenly Dao Ancestor that allowed Witch Yan to break through to the 8th level of chaotic heavenly venerate in just a few days. One could imagine how terrifying Heavenly Dao Ancestor's strength was. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly. For tens of millions of years, Master has been looking for talented women with a watering body. Although he met a few, Master was not satisfied with them. Only you, Master, is very satisfied. In the beginning, I did not know that you were from the Yen race. After all, Master left the chaotic world long ago. I see. Witch Yan nodded. Something happened in the Yen race. Go back and take a look. Feng Wuchen is not easy to deal with. Don't underestimate him. Be careful. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said. Feng Wuchen's divine power is indeed powerful, but my darkness and chaos divine power are not inferior to his. After fusing, they are even stronger. No matter how difficult Feng Wuchen is to deal with, he cannot withstand a single blow in front of powerful strength. Wu Qian did not take Feng Wuchen seriously at all. If the chaotic ancestor was not afraid, would Wu Qian be afraid of Feng Wuchen? Did he not know who was behind Wu Qian? Wu Qian frowned slightly and said, I will go back now. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian said, I will take action secretly. Demoness Yan thanked him before she transformed and left. The three divine nations have not taken action yet? Dao ancestor Jiao Xian asked. The black-robed man appeared and reported respectfully, Dao ancestor, the three divine nations are afraid of the war god guards and have not taken action yet. In addition, the Yan race suddenly appeared and they are still observing in secret. However, the chaotic divine nation has not taken action. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian sneered, it seems that they want to wait for the flame tribe to start a war with the chaos temple before secretly attacking. But that's good. When the time comes for the war to really start, the three divine kingdoms will be able to help. Dao ancestor, the primal chaos divine nation doesn't seem to want to touch Feng Wuchen. Our spies have reported that they haven't done anything, the man in black said respectfully. One divine nations of the eye. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian sneered, the witch of flame possesses the power of darkness. Master must have acted secretly. The flame emperor's soul burned the supreme divine body to obtain power. It has already triggered the seal. Once the seal is broken, it will be time for me to take action. Dao ancestor, divine nation and divine nation are similar. Since Wu Qian can use divine nation to block Feng Wuchen's divine nation, then divine nation must be able to do the same. Since that is the case, why do you want to steal Feng Wuchen's divine nation? The black-robed man asked. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian shook his head. You are wrong. Feng Wuchen's divine nation is very scary. It is not that he can't defeat divine nation and divine nation. His divine nation has not fully awakened. What? Not fully awakened? That is impossible. The black-robed man was shocked. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian frowned and said seriously, I am not sure, but I feel that Feng Wuchen's divine nation is very scary. It might be the legendary divine nation. The legendary divine nation? The black-robed man was scared out of his wits. I have never seen that power, so I do not know if it is. If it is, we must steal Feng Wuchen's divine nation as soon as possible, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian said seriously. A divine nation that even Dao ancestor has never seen? The black-robed man was terrified. He could not imagine it. No wonder Dao ancestor Jiao Xian said that Feng Wuchen was very difficult to deal with. He had obviously guessed that it was the legendary divine nation. Yan tribe. Wu Qian appeared, and a terrifying aura swept out. Greetings, Saintess. Everyone in the Yan tribe knelt down respectfully. Flame Emperor's soul, Yan Zhan, and the three elders appeared in a flash. Their old faces were very ugly. Yan Wutian also appeared in a flash. He asked anxiously, Sister, where have you been? Where have you been? Dozens of our Yan tribe experts have died. Don't you know? Yan Zhan asked angrily. His face was very pale. The Yan tribe and the war god guards are fighting. Why didn't you do anything? Flame Emperor's soul asked in a deep voice. His old face was also very ugly. Great Elder Yan Feng said in a deep voice, Feng Wuchen made a move, and we were helpless. We thought that you would appear, but in the end, you did not. If we did not ask Yan Su and the rest to retreat immediately, the consequences would be unimaginable. Clearly, the death of dozens of Yan tribe members was blamed on Wu Qian. It was normal for Flame Emperor's soul and the rest to blame Wu Qian. After all, it was Wu Qian who gave the order to attack the forces under the Chaos Temple in the Heavenly Immortal Domain. Now that the Yan tribe had sent people to attack, but Wu Qian did not appear, it was naturally her fault. I am cultivating, Wu Qian said expressionlessly. When Wu Qian said that, Flame Emperor's soul and the rest noticed that Wu Qian's cultivation base had broken through to the 8th level Chaos Heavenly Master realm. She had broken through in just a few days. 8th level Chaos Heavenly Master. Yan Wutian was stunned. Flame Emperor's soul, Yan Zhan, the elders, and everyone in the Yan tribe were all shocked and in disbelief. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed was that? She had broken through to the 8th level Chaos Heavenly Master. Could she really do it in 3 days? Saintess, Feng Wuchen is too arrogant. He does not care about the Yan tribe at all, Yan Su said angrily. He could not wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Saintess, we must not let Feng Wuchen go. We must avenge the people of the Yan tribe who died. The members of the Yan tribe roared. Witch Yan looked at Flame Emperor's soul and asked, Grandfather, what do you think? The Yan tribe and the Chaos Temple have already fallen out, but our strength is not a match for the Chaos Temple. I have burned my sovereign god body and am injured. I am not a match for the Chaos Xian fire beast. The Flame Emperor's spirit said gloomily, which, although you can resist Feng Wuchen's divine power, you are still not a supreme god. Once the battle starts, the Flame tribe will definitely lose. Although I can't take this lying down, I have to. Even if you are the Heavenly Path Saintess now, the Chaos Temple may not be afraid. Unless we have strength that surpasses the Chaos Temple, we must not attack again. Patriarch, you are right. First Elder Yanfeng said solemnly, Feng Wuchen doesn't care about the Heavenly Tao Ancestor at all. Once the battle starts, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. We'll wait until the Patriarch recovers before making a decision. The pills you gave can also help us increase our strength. It won't be too late to make a move then. Feng Wuchen, I will let you live for a while longer. Witch Yan sneered in disdain. Although Flame Emperor's soul was arrogant, he knew his limits. Burning his supreme god body had severely damaged his physical body, and his strength had been greatly reduced. Although Witch Yan could resist Feng Wuchen's divine power, and Flame Emperor's soul could burn his supreme god body again to suppress the Chaos Xian fire beast, it was no longer necessary. After all, the Flame tribe had the Heavenly Way ancestral master behind them, and Flame Emperor's soul did not need to die in vain. Grand Elder, how long will it take to heal grandfather's injuries? Yan Wutian asked. Grand Elder Yanfeng frowned slightly and said solemnly, Clan leader burned his supreme god body, and not only his physical body was damaged, but his soul was also damaged. With my ability, I'm afraid it will take a month for him to recover completely. A month? Flame Emperor's soul asked in shock, Grand Elder, can I really recover completely in a month? It shouldn't be a problem. After all, Clan leader only burned a part of his supreme god body, and it's not too serious. Grand Elder Yanfeng nodded. No matter what, Yanfeng was a peak primal chaos heavenly exalted realm alchemist. Whether it was healing physical injuries or evading soul bodies, it was not difficult for him. Flame Emperor's soul was overjoyed and laughed, Great, after a month, we will fight the Chaos Temple to the end. A month is good, and I can use this opportunity to improve my strength. Then, I will show them the strength of the Flame tribe. Witch Yan said and walked out of the hall. Sister, where are you going? Yan Wutian asked quickly. Witch Yan did not answer, and her beautiful figure disappeared. Panga Divine Residence. Feng Wuchen, who was refining pills, suddenly stopped. Feng Wuchen had already refined a large number of pills to increase cultivation, from the heavenly immortal realm to the chaotic great divine master realm. In addition to the pills, there was also a large number of heaven-defying divine beads, which were prepared for the 100 Supremes. The herbs are almost used up. With such crazy refining, the herbs will be gone in the blink of an eye. Feng Wuchen exhaled slightly, wiped his sweat, and revealed a happy smile. In just a few days, Feng Wuchen's soul power had grown by quite a bit due to his crazy alchemy and the crazy cultivation of his essence soul avatar. My soul strength is increasing very quickly. At this rate, I should be able to break through to the chaotic grand divine master realm within 2 months, Feng Wuchen muttered to himself with a smile. It was already a terrifying speed for an alchemist to break through to the great divine lord realm in 2 months. Moreover, it was with the help of the primal chaos crystal and the soul source stone. Otherwise, even Feng Wuchen would not be able to achieve such a terrifying speed. If it were any other apothecary, it would be impossible for them to do so. Stretching his body, Feng Wuchen walked out of the alchemy pavilion and murmured, I've been in seclusion for a few days. 10 times spatial ring is equivalent to a month. Some of them should be able to break through to the primal chaos emperor realm. Bai Xiankong was already a 7th level chaotic great divine master, and the heaven-defying divine pearl could definitely help him break through to the chaotic great divine emperor realm. Lu Yunqing, Liamo Xian, and Jiang He would definitely be able to break through to the primal chaos emperor realm. Even if Zhu Wutian and the others could not break through to the primal chaos emperor realm, their cultivation would definitely increase by 3 to 4 levels. They would definitely not be far from the primal chaos emperor realm. Maybe they felt the amazing cultivation speed and did not want to come out. The others probably want to break through to the primal chaos emperor realm too. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "The dragon's soul has been built. Next is the primal chaos immortal tool and primal chaos divine tool. Gui Mukan should have a lot of materials. Master, you still need the powerful primal chaos formula." Long Xinjian transmitted his voice. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, "The primal chaos divine palace has a lot of primal chaos formula and powerful and precious materials. These are not a problem. The biggest problem is that you need geniuses and experts. If you want to create a powerful organization that surpasses the War God Guards, you need top geniuses. The experts must be above the primal chaos god emperor realm. This is not easy." At this point, Feng Wuchen spread out his consciousness and sensed the aura of Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanxue. Battle aura. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. What was going on? The Flame Divine Palace was built near the Pangu Immortal Mansion and Feng Wuchen could reach it in a flash. Boom boom boom. However, when Feng Wuchen arrived in the sky above the Immortal Mountain, he saw Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanxue engaged in an intense battle with someone. There were many people watching the battle around the Immortal Mountain. The person who attacked was a 7th level primal chaos divine master. His strength was far above Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanxue. However, the person who attacked was not serious. Instead, he was humiliating and teasing Yan Wushuang. With his great speed, he slapped Yan Wushuang's face again and again. Yan Wushuang's face was red and swollen. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Yan Wushuang was extremely furious. He was in a completely berserk state and his body was filled with killing intent. Seeing this, Feng Wuchen's face instantly darkened. "Little beauty, if you don't agree, your brother's life will be in danger." The man who attacked sneered mockingly. He did not attack Yan Yanxue. He only dodged Yan Yanshue's attacks. Yan Yanxue shouted angrily, "Shameless beast! Pa! Pooh!" The man slapped Yan Wushuang's face fiercely. The powerful force caused Yan Wushuang to vomit blood and his body to fly more than 10 meters away. "Brother!" Yan Yanxue was shocked. The man sneered mockingly, "With your strength, how are you going to protect your sister? Only this young master has the strength to protect your sister. If not for the fact that you are her brother, this young master would have killed you from the start." Yan Wushuang was enraged. He roared, "You bastard! I will never forgive you. You, a first-level primal chaos divine master, want to kill this young master?" The man's face was filled with disdain and arrogance. "Little beauty, just agree to our young master obediently. Our young master has everything. In that aspect, he can definitely satisfy you. Little beauty, if you don't agree, your brother will not be human. Look at how miserable he is now. If you follow our young master, no one in the sacred region will dare to touch you. You have no idea how many beauties will envy you." The 10 odd guards mocked and ridiculed. They looked extremely arrogant and unbridled. "Stop!" Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. A surging aura burst out. The angry shout immediately startled the spectating cultivators. Everyone's gaze turned to Feng Wuchen at the same time. "Big brother Feng!" Yan Yanxue was immediately overjoyed. He quickly pulled the furious Yan Wushuang and said, "Brother, big brother Feng is here. It's big brother Feng." That young master's cold gaze also turned to Feng Wuchen. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. "Stinking brat! How dare you meddle in our young master's matters? Are you tired of living?" a guard shouted angrily. He had a fearless appearance. "Stinking brat, are you trying to be a hero and save the beauty? Don't seek your own death," another guard sneered disdainfully. Swish! Swish, swish! Swish! Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and two sword intent energy swords instantly pierced through the two guards, killing them on the spot. The two guards did not even know how they died. Sixfold Chaos Great Divine Lord. What was that? Sword intent? It's too fast. This person is extremely powerful. His sword intent has condensed into a physical form. It's definitely not simple. The spectating cultivators all exclaimed in shock. The dozen guards were so frightened that they did not even dare to fart. Their expressions were filled with terror, and they did not move at all. Big Brother Feng is actually a sixfold Chaos Great Divine Lord. Yan Yishui's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? The furious Yan Wushuang was also dumbfounded at this moment. What was going on with Feng Wuchen's cultivation? How could he have reached such a powerful realm? Could Feng Wuchen have used the heaven-defying divine pearl to increase his cultivation? Big Brother Yan Yishui, are you alright? Feng Wuchen asked as he walked out of the void. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen with fear. Kid, who are you? How dare you kill my mystic immortal palace's people? Are you tired of living? The young master stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. Although his cultivation was far inferior to Feng Wuchen's, he was not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen ignored him and did not even look at him. Feng Wuchen's disregard made the young master's face extremely gloomy. Big Brother Yan Yishui, what's going on? Feng Wuchen came to Yan Wushuang and asked. Yan Wushuang gritted his teeth and said angrily, this bastard teased Yishui. He even wanted to take Yishui away. Big Brother Feng, this bastard threatened me and even beat me up like this. I definitely won't forgive him, Yan Yishui said angrily. Don't worry, Yishui. This bastard is too much. I definitely won't forgive him, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He activated his eternal life realm divine power, and Yan Wushuang's injuries instantly recovered. Seeing this miraculous scene, all the cultivators present, including the young master, were stunned. What remarkable ability was this? He did not do anything, but he was able to restore Yan Wushuang to his original state. No matter how powerful a medicinal pill was, it was impossible to achieve this, right? Great Guardian Yi, what kind of power is the mystic immortal palace? Feng Wuchen asked via voice transmission. Young master, the profound immortal palace has submitted to the flame spirit divine kingdom, Yi Aohun said respectfully. Infernal spirit divine kingdom. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous arc. His cold gaze swept over the young master as he sneered, your luck is very bad. Stinking brat. The mystic immortal hall is a power under the infernal spirit divine nation. This young lord doesn't care who you are. Since you dared to kill the people of my mystic immortal hall, you must die today. That young lord roared in anger. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation base was inferior to Feng Wuchen's, he would have acted long ago. Feng Wuchen sneered, oh? Is that so? Swish. Puh. Puff. Feng Wuchen suddenly flashed over and fiercely slapped the young lord. With a crisp sound, the young lord's face was instantly deformed. Blood spurted out from his mouth as his body flew out. More than 10 teeth also fell out. When the spectators saw Feng Wuchen slap, they instinctively covered their faces. Young master. More than 10 guards were trembling in fear. Their faces were as pale as paper. Mystic Immortal Palace? A power under the Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom? Feng Wuchen's face was full of disdain. Big Brother Feng. Slap him hard. Yan Xiaoshui was extremely satisfied as he watched and repeatedly shouted. Stinking brat. How dare you touch this young master? That young lord was furious as he roared in exasperation. Swish, Feng Wuchen flashed over again. His speed was so fast that the young lord was scared out of his wits. It was as if his roar was extinguished in an instant. He was the one who was instantly terrified. Pah! Feng Wuchen slapped him hard again. The young lord was dizzy and his face was once again deformed. So what if I touch you? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His voice was bone-chilling and carried a cold-killing intent. That young lord did not dare to fart. Pah! Puff! Feng Wuchen slapped him again. That young lord spurted out another mouthful of blood. The burning pain almost made him cry. Not only will I touch you today, I will also slap you. I will even kill you. Feng Wuchen said coldly. That young lord began to panic. An intense fear surged in his heart. He could already feel the aura of death. The person in front of him was not someone he could provoke. What bull asterisk T profound immortal palace? What bull asterisk T flame spirit divine kingdom? The man in front of him did not take them seriously at all. Pa. Pa. Pa, Feng Wuchen slapped him more than 10 times. The young lord's consciousness was a little blurry. He wanted to beg for mercy but could not speak. Even his teeth flew out. It was too horrible to look at. The spectating cultivators were all scared out of their wits. Provoking this man was really courting death. The guards of the profound immortal palace were all scared silly. Their young lord's face was completely deformed. They could not recognize him at all. Only Yan Wushuang and Yan Xiaoshui felt relieved. The more they looked, the more excited and comfortable they felt. Do you want to know what will happen to the profound immortal palace? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Every word carried a cold killing intent. The young lord shook his head in horror. He wanted to kneel down but found that he was blocked by a force. Despair, intense despair welled up in his heart. Guardian Yi, destroy the profound immortal palace and bring the palace master of the profound immortal palace to me. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes, master. Yi Aohun replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen sneered. You will know the news of the profound immortal palace's destruction soon. Hearing this, the young lord's eyes widened. His dark eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. Whoosh, after a while, Yi Aohun appeared with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the palace master of the profound immortal palace. Guardian Yi Aohun. The moment they saw Yi Aohun, the spectators were all scared to death. You bastard! Who the hell did you provoke? Ah? More than 10,000 people of the profound immortal palace were all slaughtered. The palace master roared at the young lord in grief and indignation. Boom, as soon as the middle-aged man said this, all the spectators felt their heads explode. More than 10,000 people of the profound immortal palace were all slaughtered. It was all because of the man in front of them. The young lord was in complete despair. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. What Feng Wuchen said was true. The profound immortal palace was really destroyed. You bastard! Everyone in the profound immortal palace was killed by you. The palace master roared again and again. He wanted to kill the young lord. Reporting to the palace master, the profound immortal palace has been destroyed. Yi Aohun reported respectfully. Boom, upon seeing this scene and hearing Yi Aohun's respectful words, the cultivators watching the battle felt as if their heads were about to explode again. The young lord looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear and despair. Yi Aohun actually called this man the palace master, but the palace master of the deicide palace is Shangguan Wufeng. Who the hell is this palace master? Isn't the profound immortal palace a subordinate force of the infernal spirit divine nation? I will give you a chance to see if the infernal spirit divine nation will come to save you. Feng Wuchen sneered. As soon as Feng Wuchen said that, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. Was Feng Wuchen not afraid of the infernal spirit divine nation? Who was Feng Wuchen? All the cultivators present were going crazy. Brother Feng won't really give the order to destroy the mystic immortal palace, right? Yan Yishui asked in a low voice. No. I don't know. Yan Wushuang shook his head mechanically. He was also dumbfounded. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui thought that Feng Wuchen would kill the young master, but they did not expect that Feng Wuchen would send people to destroy the entire mystic immortal palace. I forgot that you can't speak. Feng Wuchen sneered. Then let the mystic immortal palace master tell the infernal spirit divine nation to send people to save you. As a subordinate force of the infernal spirit divine nation, the infernal spirit divine nation will not sit idly by when the mystic immortal palace is destroyed. Am I right? The mystic immortal palace master was stunned. What? Do you need my help? Feng Wuchen asked when he saw that the mystic immortal palace master did not speak. The young palace master is asking you a question. Yi Aohun said coldly. The mystic immortal palace master was so frightened that he could not speak. What kind of people did this son of AB** tch offend? He did not even put the infernal spirit divine nation in his eyes. Feng Wuchen sneered. Since you don't want the chance I gave you, then don't blame me. Go on your way. Protector Yi, kill him. The mystic immortal palace master was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and said in horror, Young palace master, please spare my life. Oh? You don't know how to speak, right? Feng Wuchen sneered. Now you still have a chance. Young palace master, the mystic immortal palace has been destroyed. Please spare us. The mystic immortal palace master said in horror. The mystic immortal palace master had never thought that the infernal spirit divine nation would save them. The mystic immortal palace did not have the qualifications to do so. Those who touch my people will not have a good ending. What's more, what he did was even worse. I will take his life. Even if the people from the infernal spirit divine kingdom come, they won't be able to save him. If you want to live, tell the infernal spirit divine kingdom. I don't have much time, Feng Wuchen said coldly. The young master was in complete despair. The mystic immortal palace lord's face was filled with fear. It was impossible for him to beg for mercy. If he wanted to live, he could only seek help from the infernal spirit divine country. The palace master of the mystic immortal palace immediately sent a voice transmission to the guardian of the infernal spirit kingdom for help. If the infernal spirit divine kingdom had sent someone over, they might have been able to save their lives. Young master, I've already sent a message to the protector of the infernal spirit divine country, the palace master of the mystic immortal palace said in horror. Very good. Feng Wuchen sneered and signaled Yaohun to release Xianxia palace lord. Looking at the young lord, Feng Wuchen sneered, if no one from the infernal spirit divine country shows up in half an incense stick's time, I'll kill you. Meanwhile, in the infernal spirit divine country, in a majestic palace, a protector reported respectfully, reporting to the monarch, the palace lord of the mystic immortal palace is asking for help. The mystic immortal palace has been destroyed. The person who attacked him gave him a chance to seek help from the infernal spirit divine country. Do you know who it is? The emperor of the infernal spirit divine country frowned and asked. Feng Wuchen, the protector reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen? The emperor of the infernal spirit divine country's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, how dare this brat? Feng Wuchen is deliberately provoking the infernal spirit divine country. The infernal spirit divine country master said fiercely, not long ago, the chaos temple had fallen out with the flaming tribe. This brat dares to provoke us? Is he not afraid of death? Your Majesty, since Feng Wuchen asked them to ask for help, Feng Wuchen will not let them go. Maybe this is an opportunity. We can try to sneak up on them. The flaming tribe has fallen out with the chaos temple. If the divine war guards are really protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark, once we fall out with the chaos temple, we can join forces with the flaming tribe, a prince said respectfully. Prince Gong is right. The imperial advisor nodded and said, Your Majesty, we can try. On one hand, we can protect the reputation of our divine country. On the other hand, we can test Feng Wuchen. If we succeed, we can immediately tell Lord Jiao Xian and exchange divine power with him. The ruler of the fire spirit country narrowed his eyes. Viciousness flashed through his eyes as he said fiercely, waiting any longer is not a solution. Right now, the flame race has not made any moves. We don't even know when the war will start. Since Feng Wuchen provoked us first, then don't blame us. The infernal spirit divine country was indeed not as powerful as the chaos temple. However, if they were to cooperate with the flaming tribe, it would be hard to say. Although the flaming tribe and the three divine countries had a feud, it was thousands of years ago. The flaming tribe had fallen out with the chaos temple. If they were to cooperate with the flaming tribe now, the flaming tribe would not reject. After all, the flaming tribe was no match for the chaos temple. Protector Nya, bring him over immediately, the infernal spirit divine country master ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Protector Nya said respectfully and immediately left the hall. Protector Tianhan, sneak up on Feng Wuchen. No matter how strong his divine power is, he will not be able to activate it before you do, the infernal spirit divine country master ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Protector Tianhan said respectfully and immediately disappeared. Protector Nya led a dozen chaotic God Emperor experts and immediately moved out. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Protector Nya and a dozen chaotic God Emperor experts appeared in a flash. A terrifying aura swept out crazily and it was breathtaking. They are here. Xianxia Temple Master was overjoyed and seemed to see hope. Protector Nya of the Infernal Spirit Divine Country. The experts of the Infernal Spirit Divine Country are here. 5th level Chaotic Heavenly Master and 13 Chaotic God Emperor experts. The cultivators who were watching the battle exclaimed. They were shocked and frightened. They wanted to know if the man in front of them was really capable of going against the Infernal Spirit Divine Country. The Infernal Spirit Divine Country had an army of 1,000,000 in the huge and majestic palace. Brother Feng, they are here. Yan Wushuang said solemnly. Be careful. Feng Wuchen glanced at Protector Nya and the others and sneered. The Infernal Spirit Divine Country lives up to its name. You even sent a chaotic Heavenly Master expert. Feng Wuchen, you should leave, Protector Nya said coldly. Why should I leave? Feng Wuchen sneered. In the near future, this will be the Infernal Spirit Hall and it will be my territory. Did you see that? The experts of the Infernal Spirit Divine Country are here. I don't know if they can save you. Feng Wuchen looked at the young master and sneered. Immediately, he threw out a fierce palm strike. The young master's expression changed drastically. His eyes were wide open and he was extremely frightened and desperate. Feng Wuchen, if you dare to kill him, I will kill Yi Aohun. Protector Nya shouted angrily. His terrifying aura suppressed Yi Aohun forcefully. If Feng Wuchen killed the young master in front of him, wouldn't the Infernal Spirit Divine Country be laughed at for being incompetent? Puff. Facing the terrifying aura of the chaotic Heavenly Master, Yi Aohun could not bear it and spat out a mouthful of blood. You are dead. Feng Wuchen glanced at Protector Nya coldly. Feng Wuchen, the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom is in the sacred region. Do you have the ability to kill me? Protector Nya said coldly, you destroyed the forces under the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. I let you go, not because I am afraid of you, but because I don't want to argue with you. You dare to kill people in front of me. You don't put me in your eyes, and you don't put the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom in your eyes. You are humiliating the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Humiliating? Feng Wuchen said coldly, is the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom worthy? Feng Wuchen. Don't be too arrogant. Protector Nya gritted his teeth and said angrily. He couldn't stand Feng Wuchen's arrogant attitude. You dare to touch my people. Even if the Heavenly King comes today, he won't be able to save you. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. The cold and terrifying murderous aura materialized and formed a storm. Wherever the murderous aura passed, it was suffocating. The terrifying murderous aura frightened Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanxue. They never knew that Feng Wuchen had become so terrifying. The spectators were also frightened by Feng Wuchen's murderous aura. Protector Nya waved his hand and dispersed the storm of murderous aura. He said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, Yi Aohun's life is now in my hands. You can try. Does the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom think that there is no one in the Murdering God Hall? At this moment, a powerful aura came from the sky and covered the entire area. Shangguan Qingyan's fierce voice sounded. Puff puff puff. Dozens of chaotic God Emperors from the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom vomited blood and were seriously injured. Peak 5th Stage Chaotic Heavenly Master. Shangguan Qingyun. Protector Nya frowned and looked at the source of the voice. Murdering God Hall Master Shangguan Qingyun. The spectators were frightened again. Murdering God Hall was the strongest force in the sacred region under the chaotic divine palace. Shangguan Qingyun's strength was absolutely terrifying. Young Hall Master, leave this person to me. Shangguan Qingyun's respectful voice rang out. His terrifying aura had already locked on to Protector Nya. As soon as Shangguan Qingyun said this, the spectators were frightened to the point that their hearts jumped and they were petrified on the spot. Even Shangguan Qingyun had to address Feng Wuchen as Young Hall Master. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's identity? This old thing's strength is really not simple. Protector Nya frowned and thought to himself. He already felt an enormous pressure. Protector Nya, don't worry about anything else. Just hold Shangguan Qingyun back. You are not his match. Don't fight him head-on. This protector's sneak attack has succeeded. Retreat immediately. Protector Tianhan's dignified voice rang out. Protector Tianhan was currently hiding in the primal chaos domain. Feng Wuchen did not notice his existence. Yes. Grand Guardian. Guardian Ye replied respectfully and looked at Shangguan Qingyun with a solemn expression. Since it was to stall Shangguan Qingyun, Protector Nye didn't need to worry. Do you think he can save you? Feng Wuchen glanced at the Mystic Immortal Palace's young hall master and asked coldly. The Mystic Immortal Palace's young hall master didn't dare to fart. He naturally hoped that the experts from the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation could save him. However, Feng Wuchen was right in front of him and could kill him at any time. He can't save you. Not only can he not save you, but he will also die. It's a pity that you won't be able to see it. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His words were bone-chilling and filled with intense killing intent. The Mystic Immortal Palace's young hall master's body shook. He was so frightened that his entire body was trembling. His frightened eyes were filled with tears. He wanted to beg for mercy but couldn't say anything. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen punched out mercilessly. With a loud explosion, the Mystic Immortal Palace's young hall master was instantly killed. The Mystic Immortal Palace's young hall master was dumbfounded. He watched as his son was killed but didn't dare to fart. Looking at Shangguan Qingyun, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Hall Master Shangguan, please do as you wish. If you want to kill me, just do it. There's no need to worry. After all, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation is interfering in my affairs. They were the ones who made the first move. If the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation wants to die, then come at me. Subordinate obeys. Shangguan Qingyun said respectfully. Feng Wuchen. How dare you look down on the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation? Protector Nye's face turned malevolent as he gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation isn't that great. Feng Wuchen wanted to provoke Protector Nye and make him lose his judgment. Once they fought, Shangguan Qingyun would definitely be able to suppress him. At that time, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation would definitely send out stronger experts. He might even be able to make use of this opportunity to greatly damage or even destroy the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. As long as there was a chance, Feng Wuchen wouldn't miss it. Buzz. Buzz, Shangguan Qingyun erupted with terrifying divine power, causing the space to shake violently and collapse. The scene was very frightening. Protector Nya wasn't willing to give in to his love rival and similarly erupted with all his divine power. Boom, in the next second, Shangguan Qingyun suddenly stepped on the void and burst out like lightning with a strong rumble. His aura was majestic and vast, giving people a feeling of invincibility. So fast. This old thing's combat strength is already close to a 6th-stage primal chaos heavenly venerable. Protector Nye's face was grave to the extreme. Protector Nye indeed didn't want to clash head-on with Shangguan Qingyun, but Shangguan Qingyun had attacked with all his strength and a terrifying aura had locked onto him. It was difficult to avoid it. Protector Nye didn't think too much. He took out his Chaos Immortal artifact and increased his combat strength again. Immediately, he shot out, unwilling to be outdone. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, Shangguan Qingyun and Protector Nye fiercely blasted their palms. Moreover, it was the impact of the terrifying divine power palm. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The destructive force of the collision swept out violently with an unstoppable force. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle were so frightened that they retreated in horror. Even their souls had left their bodies. What a powerful divine power. This protector's ancient divine power is actually hard to resist. Protector Nya was appalled. His divine power was forcibly suppressed, and an intense stinging pain came from his arm. Is this all you have? Shangguan Qingyun asked fiercely. His terrifying divine power constantly burst out. Shangguan Qingyun attacked with all his strength. Protector Nya was simply unable to withstand it. Protector Nye's face was distorted. Clearly, it was strenuous. It looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. Break! Shangguan Qingyun roared furiously. He forcefully scattered Protector Nye's divine power and instantly flashed out. What? Protector Nye's face changed drastically. Boom! 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 PFFF, Shangguan Qingyun consecutively blasted several palms on Protector Nye's chest, causing Protector Nye to vomit blood and be sent flying. Primal Chaos Formula. Thunderclap Sword. At the same time, Shangguan Qingyun burst out with Thunder Attribute Divine Power. He put his palms together and pulled them apart. Instantly, an energy sword was condensed. It was suffused with extremely terrifying power. Swish, buzz. Buzz, Shangguan Qingyun waved his hand. The energy sword, which was as thick as an arm, burst out. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into 100,000 feet in size. The space within 100,000 feet was violently trembling. The terrifying thunderclap sword was extremely visually impactful. It frightened the spectating cultivators out of their wits. Looking at Shangguan Qingyun's ferocious stance, he really wanted to kill Protector Nye. Error-free chapters will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the bar. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like, please bookmark. The bar updates the fastest. Protector Nye, be careful. Dozens of Chaos God Emperors shouted in panic. Damn it. This damned old thing. How ruthless. Protector Nye gritted his teeth and looked at the terrifying energy sword with a ferocious expression. Facing Shangguan Qingyun's terrifying energy divine sword, Protector Nye felt an overwhelming pressure. This terrifying power was absolutely not something that Protector Nye could withstand. If Protector Nye was hit, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be crippled. As expected of Hall Master Shangguan. He is indeed very powerful. Looking at the terrifying energy sword, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but praise. An ordinary 5th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate is definitely not a match for Hall Master Shangguan. Yan Wushuang said solemnly, Hall Master Shangguan's divine power has completely suppressed that protector. Big brother Feng, he is dead meat. Yan Jingshui said, he definitely won't be able to withstand Hall Master Shangguan's terrifying divine power. That might not be the case. Feng Wuchen shook his head and said, the infernal spirit divine nation won't watch a powerful protector get killed. After all, it wasn't easy to nurture a Chaos Heavenly Venerate expert. Big brother Feng, are you saying that the infernal spirit divine nation will send an even stronger expert? Yan Jingshui guessed. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a smile, definitely. As expected. Protector Shang, it's time for you to take action. Protector Tianhan ordered. Yes. Protector Shang replied respectfully. In the next second, Protector Shang suddenly appeared with a Chaos Immortal sword in his hand and an unparalleled terrifying divine power burst forth. 6th level Chaos Heavenly Venerate Realm. Shangguan Qingyun frowned. He really came. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, I knew that an even stronger expert would take action. This person is very powerful. He is much stronger than Hall Master Shangguan. Yan Wushuang was shocked and his face turned even paler. Protector Shang swept out his sword and a green sword shadow instantly slashed across Shangguan Qingyun's energy sword. The energy sword that was hundreds of thousands of feet long was directly cut in half. Boom. Boom. Buzz buzz. The energy sword that had been split into two exploded, and a terrifying energy swept out without restraint. The moment he drew his sword, his divine power doubled. Moreover, he was able to defeat my thunderclap sword with just the burst of sword chi. This person's sword Dao domain is extremely high. Shangguan Qingyun was secretly shocked. He did not expect the infernal spirit divine kingdom to have such an expert. Sword chi attack. Feng Wuchen was also quite surprised. Sword chi? Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui's expressions changed greatly at the same time. After the energy ripples from the explosion dissipated, Protector Shang's figure appeared in front of everyone. Feng Wuchen did not activate his divine power. Protector Shang has already appeared. The War Immortal Guards have not shown themselves either. It seems that they are not hiding in the dark. It is time for me to take action, Protector Tianhan thought. Protector Tianhan had already confirmed that there were no war god guards protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark. This was a good opportunity for him to make his move. Many thanks, Protector Shang. Protector Nya expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he took out a healing elixir and consumed it. Hall Master Shangguan, it is not that easy to kill a protector of my infernal spirit divine kingdom. It is impossible with your strength. Protector Shang spoke coldly with a hint of contempt in his words. The terrifying aura of a sixth-stage chaotic heavenly lord locked onto Shangguan Qingyun. Protector Shang continued, Hall Master Shangguan, I will be your opponent. Shangguan Qingyun sensed the powerful pressure and said with a frown, with this Hall Master's strength. Before Shangguan Qingyun could finish his words, Feng Wuchen interrupted him. Is it difficult to kill a protector of the infernal spirit divine kingdom? Feng Wuchen, I know that you have powerful divine power. However, you might not be able to do it. Do not underestimate the strength of the infernal spirit divine kingdom. If you do not have powerful divine power, you are just an ant in the eyes of the infernal spirit divine kingdom. Protector Shang spoke coldly and looked at Feng Wuchen coldly. Feng Wuchen sneered contemptuously. Is the infernal spirit divine kingdom very strong? When they were just released from the seal, the three divine kingdoms were indeed very strong. However, it seems that they are not that strong. Perhaps the infernal spirit divine kingdom is not that strong in your eyes. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice suddenly sounded from behind Feng Wuchen. Ninth stage chaotic heavenly lord. Feng Wuchen's expression changed drastically as he felt a strong sense of danger. Boom. Pfft. A black shadow appeared silently and slammed a fierce palm on Feng Wuchen's back. The terrifying divine power caused Feng Wuchen to vomit blood. He was severely injured on the spot. Oh no! Feng Wuchen said in his heart. Chaotic domain space. Feng Wuchen had already guessed that Protector Tianhan was hiding in the chaotic domain space. Otherwise, he would have sensed it. Brother Feng. Young Hall Master. The sudden scene frightened Shangguan Qingyun, Yan Wushuang, and the others. Many of the spectating cultivators were also dumbfounded with fright. There was actually a ninth stage chaotic heavenly lord expert hiding in the dark. Young Hall Master. Shangguan Qingyun shot out. Boom. Protector Tianhan coldly glanced over. Then, he waved his hand and with a boom, he sent Shangguan Qingyun flying with a terrifying force. Indeed, there are no divine war guards protecting him in the dark. It seems like Feng Wuchen is too conceited. Protector Tianhan was relieved. Feng Wuchen, no matter how strong your divine power is, it is impossible for you to use it instantly. Now that you are severely injured, you don't even have the strength to use it. Protector Tianhan said expressionlessly. His voice was bone-chilling. With that, Protector Tianhan disappeared with Feng Wuchen. Protector Tianhan has succeeded. Let's go. Protector Shang sent a voice transmission and left in a flash. Protector Nya and the other severely injured chaotic god emperors also disappeared in a flash. This is bad. Shangguan Qingyun was anxious and immediately sent a voice transmission. Great Elder, something has happened. The young Hall Master has been captured by the experts of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. What? The young Hall Master has been captured? In the hall of the chaotic God Emperor, the ancient Heaven Emperor was so frightened that his body trembled. He immediately sent a voice transmission. Shangguan Qingyun. What is going on? Why would the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom attack the young Hall Master? If anything happens to the young Hall Master, I will kill you first. Seeing the ancient Heaven Emperor suddenly angry and panicked, Nia Wuhuan asked in confusion, Great Elder, what happened? The young Hall Master has been captured by the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. The ancient Heaven Emperor said gloomily. What? Nia Wuhuan and Zhuge Qingfeng were stunned. The Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom wants to die? How dare they attack the young Hall Master? Qiushui Tianying's face was full of shock and disbelief. Great Elder, it was a ninth stage chaotic heavenly lord who attacked the young Hall Master. We couldn't save the young Hall Master in time. Shangguan Qingyun sent a voice transmission respectfully. Humph. Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. You are courting death. The ancient heaven emperor was furious and ordered angrily, all chaotic heavenly lords and chaotic god emperors in the Chaos Divine Palace, listen up. Assemble the Chaos Divine Palace immediately. Guardian Tianhan. It's definitely him. General Xiaoyao, who was hiding in the dark, immediately reported, Monarch, Feng Wuchen has been captured by Enforcer Tianhan. There are no war god guards protecting Feng Wuchen in the dark. What? Guardian Tianhan captured Feng Wuchen? The moonless ruler's expression changed drastically. He sent an angry voice transmission. Why didn't you stop him? My lord, Feng Wuchen's divine power is terrifying. I thought that Feng Wuchen could resist it, but I didn't expect Guardian Tianhan to succeed so easily, the carefree general reported respectfully. Damn it. The moonless ruler was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Feng Wuchen has been captured by the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. The Infernal Spirit Divine Nation captured Feng Wuchen? In the main hall, the state advisor, the princes, and the ministers were all shocked. The moonless ruler's expression was terrifying. He could not help but release his murderous aura. He wanted to rush to the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation immediately. The state advisor frowned and pondered for a while. Then, he said solemnly, My lord, the general said that Feng Wuchen's divine power is terrifying. It might not be a good thing for the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation to capture Feng Wuchen. State advisor, if they captured Feng Wuchen, they can exchange him with Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. The moonless ruler was anxious. However, he stopped mid-sentence. The moonless ruler seemed to have thought of something. He said seriously, State advisor, do you mean that Dao ancestor Jiao Xian might go back on his word? Yes, the general said that there's something wrong with Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. He might not hand over his great path divine power. With Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's strength, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation can't do anything to him. The state advisor nodded. The moonless ruler frowned and asked doubtfully, will Dao ancestor Jiao Xian really do it? Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The ancient heavenly emperor roared at the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. The entire Chaos realm could hear him clearly. The terrifying aura of a peak 9th level Chaos Empyrean instantly swept through the entire Chaos realm, intimidating all the factions and cultivators in the Chaos realm. The incomparably terrifying ancient divine power seemed to cover the entire void of the chaotic realm, causing countless cultivators to feel an endless and terrifying pressure. The ancient heavenly monarch's wrath could definitely shake the Chaos realm. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom. In the main hall, the emperor of the Infernal Spirit Nation sneered and said, Feng Wuchen is already in the hands of the Infernal Spirit Nation. Do you think I'm afraid of the Chaos Temple? Your Majesty, I have already sent a message to Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. He will be here soon, the Infernal Spirit Imperial Advisor said respectfully. Very good. The emperor of the Yanhan Nation sneered, Dao ancestor Jiao Xuan, Feng Wuchen is already in my hands. I'd like to see what you're up to. Feng Wuchen was now in the palace hall of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. His injuries were very serious. Protector Tianhan's terrifying divine power was currently suppressing Feng Wuchen. The Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom is indeed powerful. They have many heavenly venerables, Feng Wuchen thought to himself as he looked at the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Nation, the Imperial Advisor, and the others. Feng Wuchen, you didn't expect that you would also fall into my hands, right? The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Nation sneered excitedly as he walked over. The severely injured Feng Wuchen sneered and said, Indeed, you didn't expect it. But now I'm sure that the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom really wants to kill me. All the misunderstandings before were bullsh*. The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Nation said fiercely, You're right. The Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom has been secretly watching you for a long time. Today, they finally have the chance to act. And then? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked fearlessly. You'll know soon enough. The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Nation sneered as if he had everything under control. Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. If the young master loses even a hair, I'll make the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom disappear completely. The ancient heavenly monarch roared. The ancient. Heavenly monarch's roar reverberated in every corner of the chaotic realm. Countless forces and cultivators were scared out of their wits. In the chaotic divine kingdom. In the main hall, the emperor of the chaotic realm frowned and said, "Did the infernal spirit divine kingdom kill Feng Wuchen? It's over. The infernal spirit divine kingdom will definitely get the great path divine power if they capture us. By then, they will be able to sense the chaotic supreme divine power. We won't stand a chance." A prince said in despair. "Emperor, what should we do?" A minister asked anxiously. "Emperor, the infernal spirit divine kingdom is digging their own grave. There's no turning back." The imperial advisor of the chaotic realm said in a panic, his old face pale. The emperor of the chaotic realm looked very serious. He didn't know whether this outcome was good or bad for the chaotic divine kingdom. How did the infernal spirit divine kingdom succeed? Didn't the divine war guards protect Feng Wuchen? With Feng Wuchen's terrifying divine power, the infernal spirit divine kingdom can't capture Feng Wuchen. The emperor of Lingyun was puzzled. At the same time, in the chaotic divine palace. Whoosh! Whoosh! In less than a minute after the order was given, the experts from the 4 major regions of the chaotic realm and the forces under the chaotic divine palace gathered. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the square of the chaotic divine palace. This was the terrifying power of the chaotic divine palace. "Everyone, listen up!" The ancient heavenly emperor shouted. "Grand Elder, please wait." The chaotic Xian fire beast's voice suddenly sounded. "Feng Wuchen just sent me a message. Don't send anyone." The ancient heavenly emperor was slightly stunned. He immediately flashed out of the hall and asked the chaotic Xian fire beast, "Chaotic guardian, why is that?" "Don't worry," the chaotic Xian fire beast said. "I don't know the details, but you don't have to worry about his safety. Chaotic guardian, go to the infernal spirit divine kingdom immediately. If anything happens to the young master, none of us can bear the responsibility." The ancient heavenly emperor said anxiously. "Feng Wuchen must have some plan." "He won't die anyway," the chaotic Xian fire beast said. He wasn't worried about Feng Wuchen's safety. Instead, he was curious about Feng Wuchen's plan. The ancient heavenly emperor was anxious and helpless. But since the chaotic Xian fire beast said so, the ancient heavenly emperor could only let it go. He hoped that nothing would happen to Feng Wuchen. In a mysterious space. "The infernal spirit divine kingdom has captured Feng Wuchen and is waiting for me to bring the great path divine power to exchange," Tao ancestor Jiuxuan said lightly. His figure had silently appeared in the space of the chaotic ancestor. The chaotic ancestor slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "I still don't believe you. Chaotic ancestor, you'd better not force me to do it. You should know that it's easy for me to kill you and take the great path divine power." Tao ancestor Jiuxuan smiled faintly. His seemingly calm words carried an unquestionable dominance. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan was angry that the chaotic ancestor wanted to go back on his word. "Tao ancestor Jiuxuan, I admit that I'm no match for you, but you said that it's easy to kill me." "You underestimate me too much," the chaotic ancestor said coldly. The terrifying aura of a supreme god erupted. The chaotic ancestor also had a temper. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan's contempt really made him unhappy. "What? Do you plan to be my enemy?" Tao ancestor Jiuxuan's old face darkened. The chaotic divine power erupted, trying to suppress the chaotic ancestor. The chaos holy man's face contorted in anger. "Tao ancestor Jiuxuan, I just can't stand your arrogance. You always think that others are ants in your eyes." Tao ancestor Hun Dun shouted angrily, his eyes flashing scarlet. Buzz. A terrifying divine power burst out as Tao Master Hun Dun said furiously, "Even if I am not your match, how dare you look down on me and provoke me again and again? Even if I have to burn my supreme divine body, I will take you down with me." Tao ancestor Jiao Xian finally understood when he saw how furious Tao ancestor Hun Dun was. "So that's the reason." Tao ancestor Jiuxuan retracted his chaos divine power and stopped looking down on him. He smiled faintly and said, "Chaos holy man, I take back what I said before. You don't have to be angry." Clearly, Tao ancestor Jiuxuan was also worried about angering Chaos holy man. If Chaos holy man really burned his supreme godly body, Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan would be seriously injured no matter how strong he was. I only want to use your divine power of the Great Path. I don't want to take it for myself. As long as Chaos Holy Man is willing to help me, I can lend you a hand when you seize the supreme divine power of chaos, Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian said with a smile. Chaos Holy Man withdrew his divine power and said in a low voice, Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan, it's not that I can't help you, but I have no relationship with you and I don't trust you. Great Path Divine Power could sense the existence of Primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power. Once Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian obtained Great Path Divine Power, it would be difficult for Primal Chaos Holy Man to take it back. Dao Sovereign Primal Chaos did not believe that Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian did not want the Primal Chaos Paramount Divine Power. He didn't believe that Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian didn't care about being the master of all realms. Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan smiled faintly and said, Chaos Holy Man, you misunderstood. I only need a little bit of your divine power of the Great Path. I don't want the origin of your divine power of the Great Path. I'm just using it to trick the infernal spirit divine kingdom. In this way, you don't have to worry about me seizing your divine power of the Great Path, right? Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan had already guessed how terrifying Feng Wuchen's divine power was. Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan didn't care about Primal Chaos Supreme Divine Power at all. Great Dao Divine Power was inferior to Chaos Divine Power, so Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan looked down on it even more. A little bit of Great Path Divine Power can fool the Infernal Spirit Sovereign? Chaos Holy Man asked with a frown. How would the monarch of the Infernal Spirit Nation know that I have sealed it? He can only sense the aura of the divine power of the Great Path, Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan said with a faint smile. Chaos Holy Man hesitated for a moment, then immediately condensed a divine power of the Great Path and handed it to Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan. Thank you for your help, Lord Chaos. Dao Elder Jiuxuan thanked him and left with the divine power of the Great Path. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom. In the majestic hall, the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Nation, the Nation Master, and other high-level officials were beginning to panic. It's been an hour. Why isn't he here yet? The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation asked anxiously, as if he was worried that there would be more problems. Monarch, Feng Wuchen's injuries are severe. He can't use his god power. He can't run. Protector Tianhan said respectfully. His god power had been suppressing Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen asked curiously, who are you waiting for? The Infernal Spirit Imperial Advisor sneered, Feng Wuchen, you will know soon enough. As soon as the Infernal Spirit Imperial Advisor finished speaking, an old figure appeared in the main hall. An unparalleled aura of terror spread out, and it was breathtaking. The cultivators in the main hall, including the King of the Infernal Spirit Nation, were all shocked by this aura. Supremacy Realm, Chaotic Divine Power. If I'm not wrong, this person must be Dao Elder Jiuxuan. Feng Wuchen guessed in his heart, and he was very sure. Master, he is indeed Dao Elder Jiuxuan. In my memory, I have seen him before, but he had not broken through to the Supremacy Realm. The Divine, I said respectfully. Dao Elder Jiuxuan is indeed not simple. His aura is not much weaker than the Chaotic Ancestor, Long Shenjian said telepathically. Dao Elder Jiuxuan was indeed not much weaker than the Chaotic Ancestor. If the Chaotic Ancestor did not use the Chaotic Divine Power, it would not be so easy to defeat Dao Elder Jiuxuan. Dao Elder Jiuxuan, I have been waiting for you for an hour. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation smiled slightly. Dao Elder Jiuxuan glanced at the severely injured Feng Wuchen, then waved his hand, and the sealed Great Path Divine Power flew to the King of the Infernal Spirit Nation. Seal? The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation frowned slightly and glanced at Dao Elder Jiuxuan. Dao Elder Jiuxuan said lightly, the Great Path Divine Power is in the seal. With the strength of the King of the Infernal Spirit Nation, breaking the seal is a piece of cake. It is indeed the aura of the Great Path Divine Power. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, Dao Elder Jiuxuan was able to seize the Great Path Divine Power from the Chaotic Ancestor. He is indeed powerful. Hearing this, the King of the Infernal Spirit Nation and the Imperial Advisors' faces lit up with joy. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation laughed excitedly and said, with the Great Path Divine Power, the Master of all realms will be mine. The Moonless Divine Nation and the Chaotic Divine Nation will be trampled under the feet of the Infernal Spirit Nation forever. If the two divine nations do not submit, I will destroy them. The king of the infernal spirit nation was so excited that he seemed to have seen the scene of him becoming the master of all realms and suppressing the two divine nations and the Yan clan. The infernal spirit nation imperial advisor laughed happily and said, "The king is right. When Tao Elder Jiuxuan helps to seize the chaotic divine power, the master of all realms will definitely be our infernal spirit nation. With the great path divine power in hand, the infernal spirit nation would soon be able to seize the chaotic divine power and compete for the master of all realms." Once the king of the infernal spirit nation obtained the chaotic divine power, even the Yan clan would not be in his eyes. The king of the infernal spirit nation said readily, "Guardian Tianhan, hand Feng Wuchen over to Tao Elder Jiuxuan." Tao Elder Jiuxuan looked at Feng Wuchen again and smiled faintly. "Feng Wuchen, come with me. I finally understand." Feng Wuchen sneered. "The infernal spirit nation is dealing with me because they want to make a deal with you. They want to use the great path divine power to exchange with me. The infernal spirit nation's goal is the great path divine power to compete for the master of all realms." "Tao Elder Jiuxuan, your goal should be my divine power." Tao Elder Jiuxuan smiled faintly and said, "Yes, my goal is indeed your divine power. The infernal spirit nation does not have the ability to control your divine power. Forcefully taking it will only lead to their own destruction." When Tao Elder Jiuxuan said this, the king of the infernal spirit nation and the imperial advisors' faces changed drastically. Was Feng Wuchen's divine power really so terrifying? Could it be that even the king of the infernal spirit nation was unable to control Feng Wuchen's divine power? Is Feng Wuchen's divine power really as terrifying as Tao Elder Jiuxuan said? If it is true, isn't it stronger than the chaotic divine power? It can even compete with the chaotic divine power. The imperial advisor of the infernal spirit nation frowned deeply. "Does Tao Elder Jiuxuan think that you can control my divine power?" Feng Wuchen looked at Tao Elder Jiuxuan with a harmless smile on his face. Tao Elder Jiuxuan sneered. "Feng Wuchen, you are now seriously injured. I am afraid that you can't even use your divine power. It will be easy for me to swallow your divine power." "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen sneered. "Since Tao Elder Jiuxuan is so confident, why don't you try?" "Oh? Give it a try?" Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian was slightly surprised. He then sneered and said, "Feng Wuchen, I am curious where you get your courage and confidence from." Feng Wuchen was severely injured and Guardian Tianhan's divine power had been suppressing him. He could not resist at all. However, Feng Wuchen was not worried or afraid at all. Instead, he was full of confidence. This made Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian curious. Could it be that Feng Wuchen's divine power could not be devoured? Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian did not believe that he could not devour Feng Wuchen's divine power with his strength. "Feng Wuchen, you are severely injured and can't even stand up. How dare you be so arrogant? You must be tired of living," Guardian Tianhan sneered. "I am also curious where you get your confidence from. Why? Are you still waiting for the Chaos Temple to save you?" The infernal spirit imperial advisor sneered and said, "Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian is here. Even the Chaos Xian fire beast cannot save you. Even the Chaos Ancestor does not have the ability to do so." The infernal spirit imperial advisor sneered and said, "Feng Wuchen, your life is no longer our concern. You are now in the hands of Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian. No one in the Chaos Temple dares to act rashly. You will know the consequences of being arrogant in front of Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian." Feng Wuchen stood up slowly. His pale face revealed a dangerous smile. He sneered and said, "It seems that you really think that you have me under control. You think that I am severely injured and cannot fight back?" Seeing Feng Wuchen stand up, Guardian Tianhan's face changed. He said in disbelief, "What is going on? I have been suppressing him with my divine power. How can Feng Wuchen stand up? This is impossible." Feng Wuchen, who was severely injured, could ignore the suppression of Guardian Tianhan's divine power. What was going on? Feng Wuchen is severely injured. It is impossible for him to stand up and activate his divine power. It is impossible for him to not be suppressed by Guardian Tianhan's divine power. The infernal spirit imperial advisor exclaimed. Feng Wuchen's injuries are recovering quickly. How is this possible? The king of the infernal spirit nation widened his eyes in shock. Even Tao ancestor Jiuxuan looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. His old face was filled with disbelief. Even if he possessed primal chaos divine power, it was impossible for him to ignore the divine power of a 9th-level primal chaos heavenly venerate while he was seriously injured. Not only was Feng Wuchen not suppressed, but his serious injuries were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This miraculous scene stunned all the powerhouses in the hall. Such a situation was simply unheard of. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. While everyone was still in shock, Feng Wuchen's injuries had already fully recovered. Suppress me? You want to suppress me with just your ancient god power? You're underestimating my divine power. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. He looked at Protector Tianhan and asked, also, when did you feel that you were suppressing me? What? Protector Tianhan's face changed and he said in shock, You've been pretending all along. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and said, even a fool knows that the divine power that Tao ancestor Jiuxuan wants is very powerful. How can your divine power suppress me? Protector Tianhan's terrifying divine power had indeed been suppressing Feng Wuchen, but he did not feel it. Feng Wuchen was seriously injured and could not move. Protector Tianhan thought that he was suppressing Feng Wuchen. The king of the infernal spirit nation looked at Protector Tianhan. Protector Tianhan was dumbfounded and could not say a word. Don't you think it's strange? Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and said, the Chaos Temple knew that you had captured me. Why didn't anyone come? The Chaos Temple is not afraid of the Yen race. Why would they be afraid of the infernal spirit nation? The king of the infernal spirit nation was shocked. The king of the infernal spirit nation was shocked and asked, is this your idea? Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled coldly. What else could it be? His bloodline divine power exploded and locked onto Protector Tianhan, suppressing him mercilessly. Puff, the terrifying bloodline divine power caused Protector Tianhan to vomit blood and be severely injured. What divine power is this? Protector Tianhan was terrified. He was a 9th-level chaotic heavenly venerate, but he could not resist at all. The experts in the hall were all shocked. Protector Tianhan could not resist Feng Wuchen's divine power. Bloodline divine power. The king of the infernal spirit nation and the others exclaimed, their faces full of fear. Feng Wuchen's bloodline divine power made them feel a strong sense of danger. This is the price you have to pay for sneaking up on me. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. Feng Wuchen sneered. To be honest, I didn't sense your existence when you were hiding in the chaotic domain. I couldn't dodge your sneak attack. But in that instant, I could have suppressed your godly power and even killed you. But I didn't. Hearing this, the faces of the infernal spirit nation and the imperial master changed again. They became more frightened and seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. Feng Wuchen did not send the experts of the Chaos Temple, which meant that Feng Wuchen was not worried about his own safety. Since he was not worried about his own safety, the infernal spirit nation should be worried. He could severely injure Protector Tianhan with his bloodline divine power alone. It would be strange if the infernal spirit nation was not worried. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and said, there are 3 reasons why I did not resist and let you bring me back. First, I wanted to see the strength of the infernal spirit nation. Second, I wanted to see if my guess was right. Now it seems that the infernal spirit nation's attack on me has something to do with Tao ancestor Jiuxian. As for the third reason, the king of the infernal spirit nation has already proved that the infernal spirit nation really wants to kill me. After saying this, Feng Wuchen's eyes became fierce and even more terrifying bloodline divine power burst out. Tao ancestor Jiuxian, do it. The king of the infernal spirit nation said quickly, his heart filled with a strong sense of uneasiness. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and said, Tao ancestor Jiuxian can't do anything to me. Tao ancestor Jiuxian's face darkened and he snorted fiercely. Overbearing chaotic divine power burst out and tried to suppress Feng Wuchen by force. Tao ancestor Jiuxian, don't waste your energy. I said you can't do anything to me. Your chaotic divine power can't suppress my divine power. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. How is this possible? Tao ancestor Jiuxian's eyes widened. Under the suppression of chaotic divine power, he did not feel anything at all. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was a paragon god expert. His strength was second only to the Chaos ancestor. With such a terrifying cultivation base, he could not suppress Feng Wuchen's divine power. Is Feng Wuchen's divine power really the ancient divine power? Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was shocked and looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. I'll deal with you later. Feng Wuchen looked at Protector Nya coldly and said, "Do you remember what I said to you just now?" Protector Nya looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. His body trembled uncontrollably and his eyes were filled with despair. "If I want to kill you, even God can't save you." Feng Wuchen sneered and suppressed Protector Nya with his overbearing and terrifying bloodline divine power. Protector Nya was scared out of his wits when he felt Feng Wuchen's overbearing bloodline power. The terrifying pressure made Protector Nya feel like he had fallen into the 18th level of hell, where there was only endless despair. The Infernal Spirit Nation King and the Grand Tutor were scared out of their wits again. Their pale faces were filled with fear. What's with Feng Wuchen's bloodline power? Why did it suddenly become so terrifying? It's close to Chaos divine power. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was shocked. One should know that Feng Wuchen's bloodline power was not even comparable to the Chaos Dragon tribe. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian wanted to escape, but he did not want to miss this opportunity. Pfft. Protector Nya was extremely terrified. He frantically unleashed his divine power, but there was no resistance. It was instantly dispersed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His bloodline divine power pierced through my divine power. Protector Nya was extremely terrified. The divine power he unleashed was completely useless. "King, Grand Tutor, save me!" Protector Nya cried for help in fear and despair. "Save you? Are the Infernal Spirit Nation King and the rest more powerful than God?" Feng Wuchen sneered and glanced at the Infernal Spirit Nation King and the rest with contempt. With just a glance, the Infernal Spirit Nation King and the rest felt as if they were struck by lightning. They could not help but tremble. What a terrifying look. It was the look of a demon. How would the Infernal Spirit Nation King and the rest dare to attack? Who would not be afraid of being suppressed by Feng Wuchen's bloodline power? Feng Wuchen sneered and asked, "Infernal Spirit Nation King, do you want to try? After all, you have so many Chaos Heavenly Venerables. You should not be afraid of me, a great divine master, right?" The Infernal Spirit Nation King and the rest did not dare to fart. In the next second, an even more overbearing bloodline power erupted. Feng Wuchen mercilessly suppressed Protector Nya again. "No. Feng Wuchen, stop." Protector Nya screamed in fear and despair. Boom. Before Protector Nya could finish his words, there was a sudden explosion, and a cloud of blood mist spread in the hall. Protector Nya was dead and turned into ashes. The hall was dead silent. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Everyone was so regretful that their intestines turned green. The Infernal Spirit Divine Nation had summoned a devil. Who could suppress such a terrifying bloodline power? And this wasn't even the most terrifying part of Feng Wuchen's divine power. "Dao ancestor Jiaoshuan, it's your turn." Feng Wuchen laughed coldly. "The primal Chaos ancestor does not dare to touch you, but that does not mean that I do not dare to touch you. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, my god power can suppress your Chaos god power." Dao ancestor Jiaoshuan's old face was incomparably gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Feng Wuchen, do you really think that I have no way to deal with you?" Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered, "If you have any ideas, just use them. If I even frown, then I'm not Feng Wuchen." With that said, Feng Wuchen circulated his primordial god force, and a surge of god force that was several times stronger than his bloodline god force burst out. Hiss, the Infernal Spirit Sovereign and the others gasped in horror. Their hearts raced, and their eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. This god force is even more terrifying than his bloodline power. It's several times stronger, maybe even a dozen times stronger. Protector Tianhan said in horror. He was scared out of his wits. The Infernal Spirit Sovereign was dumbfounded. How is this possible? What kind of god force is this? My god force has been suppressed, as if it has disappeared. What kind of terrifying god force is this? I can't use my strength. The Infernal Spirit Sovereign and the princes were all scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen had only released his primordial god force, but the infernal spirit sovereign and the others felt endless pressure. The primordial god force in their bodies was suppressed, and they could not even feel the existence of their own god force. It was as if the primordial god force was no longer under their control. They had never seen such a terrifying power before. Intense fear and an unprecedented sense of danger surged in their hearts. They had never felt this way, not even when facing the primal chaos ancestor. Feng Wuchen was too terrifying. They had provoked such a demonic monster. Primordial god force. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan was terrified. It really is the primordial god force. The primordial god force that Master has been searching for so many years is in Feng Wuchen's possession. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan was so terrified that his body trembled. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan, are you ready? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan broke out in cold sweat. He did not have time to think. He released his primordial god force and roared, Chaos Domain. Feng Wuchen. My Chaos Domain is the strongest void spirit level. No matter how strong your god force is, you can forget about escaping once you enter my Chaos Domain. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan roared. This was why Tao ancestor Jiuxuan did not escape. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan was quite confident in his void spirit level Chaos Domain. Is that so? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a dangerous sneer. When the void spirit level Chaos Domain was released, Feng Wuchen's figure instantly disappeared. When Feng Wuchen disappeared, the terrifying suppression and restraint of the primordial god force also disappeared without a trace. In the main hall, the infernal spirit country emperor and the others heaved a sigh of relief. After they relaxed, they felt as if they had walked through hell. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan was also relieved. The void spirit level Chaos Domain was indeed not suppressed by the primordial god force and successfully trapped Feng Wuchen. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan, it's all thanks to your void spirit level Chaos Domain. The infernal spirit country emperor hurriedly said. Just thinking about it made him feel a strong sense of fear. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan, what kind of god force is Feng Wuchen's? Why is it so terrifying? Could it be the primordial god force? The infernal spirit country emperor asked in horror. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan shook his head and said, it's not the primordial god force. I don't know what kind of god force it is. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan, hurry up and deal with Feng Wuchen. Don't let him escape. I'm worried that the Chaos Domain won't be able to block his god force. The infernal spirit country emperor hurriedly said. He was really worried that Feng Wuchen could escape. After all, the primordial god force was too terrifying. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, don't worry. The void spirit level Chaos Domain is stronger than you think. Once Feng Wuchen is trapped, unless I die, he won't be able to escape. But just in case, I have to think of a way to devour Feng Wuchen's god force as soon as possible. I can't give him any chance. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan is right. We have to devour Feng Wuchen's god force as soon as possible. When the time comes, it will help our infernal spirit country obtain the primordial god force. The infernal spirit country emperor nodded. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan smiled faintly and said, don't worry. I'm a man of my word. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan, your Chaos Domain is not bad. It actually has such a huge amount of primordial god force. It's perfect for me to cultivate. Feng Wuchen's cold laughter suddenly sounded. Feng Wuchen, enter my Chaos Domain. Death awaits you. Tao ancestor Jiuxuan said fiercely. Tao ancestor Jiuxian, where did you get such pure ancient divine power? Feng Wuchen asked curiously, completely ignoring Tao ancestor Jiuxian's death threat. Feng Wuchen gave it a try and realized that he could directly absorb the pure and enormous primordial divine power. Without needing to refine it, wasn't this forcing Feng Wuchen to improve his cultivation? Feng Wuchen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, how can you directly absorb such pure primordial divine power? At this moment, Feng Wuchen was crazily absorbing the ancient divine power. Dozens of primordial spirit avatars stopped cultivating their soul power and ran out to absorb the ancient divine power. Feng Wuchen said that it was pure and huge, suitable for paramount god experts to cultivate. If even paramount god experts could cultivate it, Feng Wuchen, a great divine master, would be even more so. It was definitely a great tonic. This is the ancient divine power left behind by my master, so it's naturally very pure. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's proud voice sounded. So it's the ancient divine power left behind by your master, the heavenly Dao ancestral master. No wonder it's so pure and huge. It's so comfortable to absorb it. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. Madly absorbing the ancient divine power, Feng Wuchen's cultivation was also rapidly improving. This feeling was like someone giving him cultivation experience. He didn't need to cultivate at all. He could directly improve. My cultivation is improving so fast. Is he trying to help me break through to the Chaos Great Emperor level? Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. Although it wasn't as terrifying as the heaven-defying Divine Pearl, it was much faster than usual. Feng Wuchen was about to break through to the 7th Chaos Great Divine Master level. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian sneered. Feng Wuchen, my ancient divine power is indeed very suitable for you to improve your cultivation, but unfortunately, you won't be alive to enjoy it. Falling into the hands of Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and being trapped in the Chaos Domain, it seems like I won't be able to live. Since that's the case, why don't you let me enjoy it a little longer? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile. Now, he only cared about cultivating crazily and wasn't threatened at all. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian snorted coldly. The chaotic domain space suddenly shook violently. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying aura and pressure of Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Unfortunately, it couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. In front of primordial god force, even the most terrifying god force and pressure was useless, vanishing in an instant. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly, then closed his eyes and continued to cultivate, continuing to enjoy the thrill of the shocking increase in his cultivation. Such a vast amount of pure ancient Xianxia will be of great help to my future cultivation. After all, even supremes can cultivate. Feng Wuchen sneered in his heart. While Feng Wuchen was cultivating, he kept the vast amount of pure ancient god power into his god ring and chaotic domain. The pure primordial divine power left behind by the heavenly Dao ancestral master was more powerful than any heavenly treasure. Moreover, it was the void spirit chaotic domain. The space was incomparably huge, and the amount of pure primordial divine power was beyond imagination. Such a good opportunity, and it was given to him for free. How could Feng Wuchen not want it? Feng Wuchen and his primordial spirit avatar absorbed it crazily, and so did the chaotic domain space. The vast amount of pure primordial divine power was disappearing at a terrifying speed. He didn't know if Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian had noticed it. Infernal Spirit Country King, I will take my leave. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said lightly, then disappeared. After Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian left, the Infernal Spirit Country King, the Imperial Tutor, and the princes and ministers in the main hall were completely relieved. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian has finally taken Feng Wuchen away. The Infernal Spirit Country King said with relief, I hope Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian can devour Feng Wuchen's god force as soon as possible. The Infernal Spirit Country King patted his chest and said with fear, what kind of god force is Feng Wuchen's god force? Even Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's chaotic god force couldn't suppress it. It's too terrifying. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen didn't rush to take action. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian came an hour late. This hour was enough for Feng Wuchen to destroy our Infernal Spirit Country. A prince said with a face full of fear. His old face was still pale and bloodless. Hearing the prince's words, the Infernal Spirit Country King and the others trembled in fear and broke out in cold sweat again. Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying god force. Even if the Infernal Spirit Country King was a supreme god expert, he couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Even if the Infernal Spirit Country had 1,000,000 soldiers, they couldn't withstand the merciless suppression of Feng Wuchen's god force. The more the Infernal Spirit Country King and the others thought about it, the more terrified they became. The Infernal Spirit Country King had already offended Feng Wuchen. If Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian couldn't do anything to Feng Wuchen, the Infernal Spirit Country King would be finished. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, you must kill Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, the Infernal Spirit Country King will be destroyed by Feng Wuchen. The Infernal Spirit Country King said to himself. Even if Dao ancestor Jiao Xian took away Feng Wuchen, the infernal spirit country king was still very worried and afraid. Feng Wuchen's terror had been deeply imprinted in their souls. In a mysterious space, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian appeared and his chaotic godforce burst out. He immediately formed a seal with one hand. Heavenly soul suppression. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian shouted. Buzz. In an instant, a huge golden array appeared in the huge space, exuding an extremely terrifying ancient aura. Ancient chaos mantra. Space-time transfer. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian shouted again. In the next second, a huge golden sealing array appeared in the sky above the chaotic domain and forcibly sealed Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, this is the sealing array created by my master, the heavenly Dao ancestor. The sealing array contains the ancient origin divine power. The ancient origin divine power has fused with my chaotic god force. Let's see how you escape. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian sneered. Feng Wuchen was not affected at all. He continued to focus on his cultivation and did not listen to Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. Boom. In just an hour, under the crazy absorption of the ancient origin divine power, a terrifying divine power suddenly exploded from Feng Wuchen's body and broke through the 7th level chaotic great divine master realm. That's right, he broke through in an hour. One could imagine how powerful this ancient origin divine power was. As expected of the pure divine power left behind by the heavenly Dao ancestor. It allowed me to break through so quickly. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. With such a huge amount of ancient origin divine power, if Feng Wuchen entered the divine ring to cultivate, breaking through to the Chaos Emperor realm would be a piece of cake. 7th level chaotic great divine master? Feng Wuchen, you're not worried at all. You're still in the mood to cultivate. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's cold laughter suddenly sounded. Feng Wuchen sneered. Trapped in such a good place, wouldn't it be a waste not to cultivate? Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, I've absorbed most of the ancient origin divine power in your chaotic domain. You don't feel the slightest bit of heartache. What? Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's old face changed drastically. Feng Wuchen's words made Dao ancestor Jiao Xian panic. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian immediately entered the chaos spatial domain. The moment he entered, he jumped in fright. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. In the boundless chaos domain space, he already could not sense the slightest trace of massive and pure ancient divine power. The ancient divine power completely disappeared. What's going on? Why is my ancient divine power all gone? Dao ancestor Jiao Xian stared dumbfoundedly, his face full of disbelief. Originally, the entire space was filled with primordial god power. However, in just an hour, it had all disappeared. How could Dao ancestor Jiao Xian accept this? Looking at the dumbfounded Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, you came late. When I was cultivating just now, I accidentally absorbed all of your ancient divine power. Really sorry about it. You stinking brat. You actually dared to absorb all of my ancient divine power. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian suddenly roared angrily at Feng Wuchen, incomparably enraged. Buzz, buzz, horrifying divine power and killing intent erupted. The chaos domain space trembled violently. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was akin to a frenzied beast. Unfortunately, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's chaos divine power could not do anything to Feng Wuchen at all. The more furious Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was, the happier Feng Wuchen was. Stinking brat. Spit out my ancient divine power. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian roared angrily. Feng Wuchen spread his hands out and said with a smile, how can I still spit it out after absorbing it? Didn't you see me break through? Want me to spit it out now? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Bullshit. Breaking through to the 7th level Chaos Grand Divine Master, it's impossible to absorb all of my ancient divine power, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian roared angrily. Is that so? Then I don't know. Feng Wuchen feigned ignorance and said with a smile, not the slightest bit afraid of Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. You. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian exploded in anger, two eyes flickering with a bloody light, fury billowing to the heavens. Feng Wuchen smiled slightly and said, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, your divine power can't do anything to me, better forget it, don't hurt yourself. The furious Dao ancestor Jiao Xian did not dare to make a move. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was very clear that once he made a move, Feng Wuchen would definitely not hesitate to suppress him. Now that Feng Wuchen was trapped in the chaos domain and the sealing array, Dao ancestor Jiao Xuan was not afraid that Feng Wuchen would escape. Dao ancestor Jiao Xuan said angrily, "Brat, don't think that I can't do anything to you. Dao father Jiao Xuan, is there any other energy in your chaos domain that I can absorb? I also want to break through to the primal chaos emperor realm as soon as possible. By the way, what did you say before? What kind of divine origin power does the seal on it contain?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. He looked at the huge seal above and completely ignored Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's monstrous anger. As they spoke, Feng Wuchen had already arrived at the enormous sealing formation in the sky. Feng Wuchen stretched out his hand and gently touched the sealing formation. Immediately, he felt an extremely terrifying burst of divine power. Oh? This divine power is very terrifying. I also feel a terrifying and pure ancient divine power. This can't be divine origin power, right? Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised and immediately asked, "Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, what seal is this? With such a terrifying ancient divine power, the seal must be very powerful, right?" Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's old face twitched violently. He wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen to pieces. However, the next scene almost scared Dao ancestor Jiao Xian to death. Feng Wuchen activated his primordial divine power and gently placed his palm on the sealing formation. The primordial origin and chaos divine power of the sealing formation were actually crazily devoured by Feng Wuchen. What? Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's eyes instantly bulged out. In just a moment, under the crazy devouring of the primordial divine power, the divine power of the huge sealing formation was completely devoured and the sealing formation collapsed. The extremely terrifying ancient sealing formation was broken by Feng Wuchen just like that. How is this possible? Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's heart was beating wildly, about to explode. What a pure and enormous divine power. It's much more terrifying than what I just absorbed. Feng Wuchen was greatly shocked. At the same time, he was also crazily absorbing the pure and terrifying primordial origin from the primordial divine power. Boom! In just a moment, Feng Wuchen's cultivation crazily soared. In less than a minute, Feng Wuchen broke through to the 8th level of the Chaos Great Divine Master Realm. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, did you see that? My cultivation has broken through. It's still rising rapidly. Is this also the divine power left behind by the heavenly Dao ancestral master? Feng Wuchen asked in shock and excitement. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was dumbstruck and petrified on the spot. He was dumbfounded. It's over, it's all over. The primordial divine power and primordial origin that master left behind are all gone. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian could no longer sense the existence of the primordial origin. It had all been absorbed by Feng Wuchen. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's heart was dripping blood. It was as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. Master, your cultivation is rising so quickly. Dragon Xinjian exclaimed. Boom! Boom! Following that, as Feng Wuchen crazily absorbed the primordial origin, his cultivation broke through again and again, forcibly breaking through to the Chaos Great Divine Master Realm. Breakthrough. First level of the Chaos Great Divine Master Realm. It's actually so easy to break through to the Chaos Great Divine Master Realm. Feng Wuchen exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide open. Feng Wuchen had really broken through to the Chaos Great Divine Master Realm. This primordial divine power is truly terrifying. It's just like the heaven-defying divine pearl. It's too powerful. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. He had never thought that the primordial origin would be so powerful. Was this a blessing in disguise? Feng Wuchen's cultivation was still rising rapidly after breaking through to the Chaos Great Divine Master Realm. This primordial divine power is too vast. I feel like I can't absorb it all. I can't increase it anymore. Feng Wuchen was extremely shocked. It was like a dream. The shocked Feng Wuchen immediately stopped absorbing. If he continued to break through like this, Feng Wuchen was worried that it would affect his foundation. Chaos Great Divine Master Realm. Feng Wuchen looked at his hands in shock. He felt the incomparably powerful divine power and said in disbelief, "I can't believe it. This isn't an illusion, right?" Feng Wuchen never thought that he would break through to the Chaos Great Divine Master realm in Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's Chaos domain. At this time, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Feng Wuchen with dull eyes as if he was looking at a monster. His precious primordial origin was actually used by Feng Wuchen to break through. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian cried without tears. He was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He did not seize Feng Wuchen's primordial divine power. Instead, the primordial divine power and primordial origin in the entire chaos domain were all absorbed by Feng Wuchen. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was about to go crazy. "Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, did you see that? I broke through to the Chaos Great Divine Master realm. It's all thanks to Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's powerful seal." Haha. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. He asked excitedly, "Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, what kind of divine power is this?" Hearing Feng Wuchen's bragging words, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian almost vomited a mouthful of old blood. "Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, are you okay? Looking at your pale complexion, could it be that you're old and weak?" Feng Wuchen asked with a smile when he saw that Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was unsteady on his feet. Pfft. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Feng Wuchen's words. "See, I told you. I'm old and can't do it." Feng Wuchen laughed mockingly. "Old people have all kinds of problems. You're just spitting blood now. I don't know what problems you'll have in a while. Stinking brat." Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian stared at Feng Wuchen ferociously as if he wanted to eat him. "Forget it. If you don't want to say, I won't ask. But I still have to thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through to the Primal Chaos Emperor realm so quickly." Feng Wuchen grinned. "Okay, that's it. We'll meet again. Feng Wuchen, do you think you can escape? Don't forget that this is my Primal Chaos domain." Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian roared fiercely. His old face was extremely ferocious, like a ferocious tiger. Feng Wuchen spread his hands and sneered. "Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, to be honest, your Primal Chaos domain can't trap me." "Can't trap you?" Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said fiercely. "Stinking brat, I'm afraid you don't know that my Primal Chaos domain is the strongest Primal Chaos domain. Its strength is beyond your imagination. Even primordial divine power can't escape." "So you guessed it too. It's primordial divine power." Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen wasn't surprised that Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian could guess it. "Unfortunately, I don't need primordial divine power to get out. Besides, are you sure your primordial chaos domain can withstand primordial divine power? Are you sure your primal chaos domain is the strongest?" Feng Wuchen sneered. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian shouted angrily. "In the primal chaos domain is the strongest. Primal chaos domain." Feng Wuchen shouted. Boom. Pooh. As Feng Wuchen shouted, a terrifying chaos domain erupted, causing Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian to vomit blood. Spirit-grade chaos domain. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with disbelief. Crack. At the same time, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's chaos domain began to collapse. How is this possible? Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian stared at Feng Wuchen in shock and horror. He said in shock, "You formed your own spirit void chaos domain." Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan was completely dumbfounded. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian had never imagined that Feng Wuchen's void spirit chaos domain was actually a self-formed domain. This was an existence that was 1 in a billion. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian had been in the chaos realm for tens of millions of years, but he had never seen anyone who could form a chaos domain. "Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, are you alright?" Feng Wuchen asked with a teasing smile. He looked like he was asking for a beating. How could Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian say anything? "Since you helped me break through to the Chaos Emperor realm, and for the sake of the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master, I won't be calculative with you. Just take it as giving face to the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master. But this won't happen again." Feng Wuchen sneered. Then, he waved his hand and the chaos domain instantly disappeared. "I hope the next time we meet, I won't kill you." Feng Wuchen said this and immediately disappeared. Primordial divine power and a self-formed spirit void chaos domain. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian could no longer imagine what kind of genius Feng Wuchen was. What kind of luck did it take to have these two things at the same time? Infernal Spirit Kingdom. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor had already broken the seal and was using the Great Path divine power to sense the Chaos Supreme divine power. But after an hour, not only did the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor not sense the existence of the Chaos Supreme divine power, but he felt that the Great Path divine power was getting weaker. Advisor, what should we do? Still can't sense it? The advisor asked anxiously. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor frowned and said seriously, I can't sense anything. Instead, the Great Path divine power is getting weaker. Getting weaker? Protector Tianhan frowned and said, Advisor, is this Great Path divine power fake? Otherwise, why is it getting weaker and weaker? Why can't I sense it? The Great Path divine power should be real. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor frowned and said, but this doesn't seem to be the origin of the Great Path divine power. It's just a Great Path divine power. What? Not the origin of the Great Path divine power? The advisor and the princes were shocked. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, we have been deceived by Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. This old man used a Great Path divine power to deceive me. You are right. This is indeed just a Great Path divine power. It's not the origin divine power. At this moment, Feng Wuchen's cold laughter suddenly sounded. Feng Wuchen. Hearing this familiar voice, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor and the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor were scared out of their wits. Fear instantly appeared on their faces. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor panicked and said, Feng Wuchen is back. Feng Wuchen is back. How is this possible? Didn't Dao ancestor Jiao Xian say that he has a way to deal with Feng Wuchen? How did he come back so quickly? The Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor was scared out of his wits. Advisor, what should we do? None of us can withstand Feng Wuchen's divine power. Protector Tianhan asked in horror. His face was extremely pale. Everyone in the hall was panicking. They were so anxious that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian could not do anything to Feng Wuchen. At this moment, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor and the others felt as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. That demon was back, it was over. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom was done for. Not only did they not obtain the Great Path divine power, but they had also provoked a terrifying demon. Feng Wuchen's figure appeared in the magnificent hall. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor and the others were scared out of their wits. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They were so scared that their bodies trembled violently. They broke out in cold sweat and were almost out of breath. Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor, I remember that you just said that you wanted Dao ancestor Jiao Xian to kill me as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen walked over step by step. He looked at the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor and asked with a smile. It seemed like a gentle smile, but in the eyes of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor, it was the smile of a demon. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor was so frightened that he shook his head and said, No, young Master Feng, I didn't mean that. You misunderstood. Young Master, you really misunderstood. We didn't mean that, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor quickly said in fear. Misunderstood? It can't be, right? Feng Wuchen sneered and said, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor said it himself. I heard it clearly. Young Master, you heard wrong. I definitely didn't say that. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor quickly shook his head and refused to admit it. You really didn't say that? Feng Wuchen's voice suddenly became cold. The domineering and terrifying primordial divine power burst out and shocked the entire hall. Under the suppression of the domineering and terrifying primordial divine power, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom advisor and the others were so frightened that they all knelt down. End of chapter. There was a dead silence in the hall. No one dared to speak. Even the ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation was panicking. Even the Chaos Ancestor and Dao Ancestor Jiaoshuan had never felt this kind of fear. The survival of the Infernal Spirit Nation was now in the hands of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen unleashed his primordial divine power and suppressed the entire infernal spirit nation by himself. No one dared to raise their heads. Even the Chaos Ancestor had never suppressed the infernal spirit nation like this. At most, he had sealed it for millions of years. But the infernal spirit nation did not dare to resist. Because the infernal spirit nation had completely offended Feng Wuchen. Under the suppression of the primordial divine power, resistance meant death. This was a great humiliation for the infernal spirit nation. This had never happened in the history of the infernal spirit nation. I'll ask again. Did you say it? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. His words were cold and piercing, with boundless murderous intent. The terrifying aura made the ruler of the infernal spirit nation breathless. The weaker ones were already bleeding from the corners of their mouths. If this continued, they would definitely die. The fear that came from the depths of their souls made them desperate. Yes. Yes. The ruler of the infernal spirit nation could no longer withstand the terrifying aura. He was terrified and had given up on quibbling. The faces of the infernal spirit nation master and the rest were filled with despair and decadence. Their eyes were also filled with resignation. They seemed to have given up on resisting. Even Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan could not do anything to Feng Wuchen, let alone them. That's right. Is it difficult to answer the question? You should have answered earlier. Feng Wuchen's cold face instantly returned to a smile. The terrifying primordial divine power also disappeared without a trace. The ruler of the infernal spirit nation master and the rest were all dumbfounded. They looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. What was Feng Wuchen trying to do? He was just about to destroy the infernal spirit nation. Why did he change his mind in the blink of an eye? Infernal spirit nation master, do you want to live? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. The ruler of the infernal spirit nation master looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze and nodded. He did not know what Feng Wuchen wanted to do. Master, do you want to live too? Feng Wuchen looked at the people of the infernal spirit nation master and asked with a smile on his face. The infernal spirit imperial master and the others nodded their heads in a daze, like chickens pecking at rice. After cultivating for so many years, and being in the upper echelons of the Scandinavian nation, who would want to die, Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. Originally, I didn't plan to let the infernal spirit divine nation go. After all, the infernal spirit divine nation has attacked me many times. I wanted to destroy the infernal spirit divine nation when I came back and let the other two divine nations and the Yen race know the consequences of provoking me. But after Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian took me away, I inadvertently broke through the Chaos Emperor realm and obtained a huge amount of ancient divine power. The premise of a blessing in disguise is that the infernal spirit divine kingdom has made a great contribution. If you hadn't captured me, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. So I've decided that you can live if you want. Young master, are you serious? The ruler of the infernal spirit nation master asked excitedly. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, of course. Hearing this, the ruler of the infernal spirit nation master and the rest of the infernal spirit nation master's pale face lit up with excitement. At that moment, they felt as if they had gone from the 18th level of hell to heaven. They were so happy. As long as we can live and protect the infernal spirit nation, we will do anything you ask of us. The ruler of the infernal spirit nation master quickly asked, young master, what do you want us to do to let the infernal spirit nation master go? Yes, yes, yes. We will do anything you ask of us. The infernal spirit nation master has countless treasures, such as the powerful chaos formula, chaotic immortal weapons, elixirs, and so on. You can have whatever you want, the infernal spirit nation master said. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I don't need you to do anything. If you want to live, give me all the treasures of the infernal spirit nation master. You can keep the other treasures for yourselves. Treasures of the infernal spirit nation master and the infernal spirit nation master were stunned. Treasures of the infernal spirit nation master in exchange for the lives of everyone in the infernal spirit nation master? Was there really such a good deal? Why? Are you not willing? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. No, no, no. The ruler of the infernal spirit nation master quickly waved his hand and said, I am willing. I am willing. I will arrange for someone to prepare it for you. Young master, Are you sure that treasures of the Infernal Spirit Nation can be exchanged for the survival of the Infernal Spirit Nation Master? The Infernal Spirit Nation Master asked uncertainly. Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen nervously. You are thinking too much, Grand Master. It is good enough that treasures of the Infernal Spirit Nation can be exchanged for your lives. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, do the lives of the people of the Infernal Spirit Nation have anything to do with me? Don't you know the consequences of offending me? If you want to exchange for the lives of everyone in the Infernal Spirit Nation, you will need to add precious refining materials. The ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation Master and the Infernal Spirit Nation Master were stunned again. Treasures of the Infernal Spirit Nation and precious refining materials could be exchanged for the entire Infernal Spirit Nation, even if they gave all the treasures to Feng Wuchen. As long as the Infernal Spirit Nation could be saved, they would be willing to do so. In less than half an hour, Protector Tianhan handed 2 storage rings to Feng Wuchen. Young Master, these are all the treasures of the Infernal Spirit Nation and precious refining materials, Protector Tianhan said respectfully. Feng Wuchen took the storage rings and checked them briefly. He was shocked when he saw the number of treasures and refining materials in the 2 storage rings. The number of treasures and refining materials was so large that it was dazzling. With just one look, Feng Wuchen's heart bloomed with joy. He did not have to worry about the Divine Pearl and powerful chaotic immortal artifacts anymore. I am leaving. You only have one chance. If you provoke me again, no one will be able to save you. Feng Wuchen smiled and left the hall. Watching Feng Wuchen leave, the ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation Master and the others were still stunned. They felt that everything was a dream. Suddenly, the hall fell into a dead silence. Did Feng Wuchen really let the Infernal Spirit Nation go? My lord, Feng Wuchen is gone. He is really gone. The Infernal Spirit Nation is safe now. One of the princes suddenly spoke. His frightened face was tinged with excitement. My lord, this can't be real, right? Why do I feel that it is not real? Are we hallucinating? Protector Tianhan asked in horror. The more Feng Wuchen let them go, the more Protector Tianhan could not believe it. Feng Wuchen let the Infernal Spirit Nation go? The Infernal Spirit Nation Master was dumbfounded. The Imperial Master could not believe it either. The ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation Master swallowed his saliva and said in horror, if this is a dream, please don't wake up. I do not want to face Feng Wuchen again. He is a demon. The ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation Master and the others were really scared. They would not dare to provoke Feng Wuchen again. Master, are you really going to let the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation go? Long Xinjian asked. Let the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation go? Feng Wuchen smirked. When have you seen me being merciful? As long as they are my enemies, I will never let them go. The same goes for the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. Then why didn't you just kill them? Long Xinjian asked. Feng Wuchen smiled. If I destroy the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation now, will the Moonless Divine Nation and the Primal Chaos Divine Nation dare to do anything? Moreover, Tao Ancestor Jiaoxian lied to them. Isn't it better to use the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation to deal with Tao Ancestor Jiaoxian? As long as they are not stupid, they should have guessed that Tao Ancestor Jiaoxian is severely injured. The mysterious force under Tao Ancestor Jiaoxian, and he is most likely related to the Dark World. The flame which has the dark divine power, which means that the Dark World is already on the move. Otherwise, the flame which wouldn't have the dark divine power. Or maybe there are other reasons. I can use the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation to attack them. I see. Master, you are so thoughtful. Long Xinjian said. Since they have cheated so many treasures and refining materials, I will let them live for a while. Feng Wuchen smiled. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation was already destroyed. The Infernal Spirit Divine Nation had attacked Feng Wuchen many times. Feng Wuchen's bias towards the treasures and refining materials was not excessive. Divine Eye, have you recovered your memory? Did you remember anything about the Heavenly Tao Patriarch? Feng Wuchen asked. After all, his cultivation had reached the Primal Chaos Emperor realm. The Divine Eye might have recovered some of its memory. Master, I have recovered a lot of my memory, but it will take some time. The Divine Eye said respectfully. Take your time. Don't rush. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The divine eye was the heavenly Tao Patriarch's treasure. If it recovered its memory, at least Feng Wuchen would know something about the heavenly Tao Patriarch. It might even know something that others didn't know. Primal Chaos Xian Fire Beast, everything is fine. Let the experts of the major forces go back. Feng Wuchen said. I knew you wouldn't die. A small infernal spirit divine country can't do anything to you. The chaotic mysterious fire beast laughed. Tao ancestor Jiushuan can't do anything to me. The primordial divine power is not just for show. That old thing was scared to death by me, and now he is also seriously injured. Feng Wuchen transmitted with a smile, feeling incomparably excited about the primordial divine power. As expected, Tao ancestor Jiao Xian is the one behind the three divine kingdoms. The chaotic Xian fire beast sent a voice transmission. Kid, you have the divine power of the primordial era. Why don't you just kill him? The primal chaos ancestor guessed that Tao ancestor Jiao Xian was related to the dark forces and even wanted to control the dark forces. Now is not the time to make a move on him. However, after this, Tao ancestor Jiao Xian should make his next move. Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission and said with a smile, as the disciple of the heavenly Tao Patriarch, he is arrogant and self-righteous. How can Tao ancestor Jiushuan be willing to be suppressed and humiliated by me? He will definitely think of a way to take revenge on me, and he will not give up on seizing my primordial divine power. It seems that you have already thought of a countermeasure. The chaotic Xian fire beast sent a voice transmission. However, the dark forces are not simple. It is only a matter of time before the seal is broken. You must be careful. The primal chaos ancestor did not make a move because he wants you to completely eliminate the dark forces. Are you worried that I can't withstand the divine power of the dark forces? Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission and asked with a smirk on his face. I am not sure if your divine power of the primordial era can contend against the divine power of the dark forces. In the dark world, there are many experts who are stronger than the dark forces of the Flame Witch. The chaotic Xian fire beast sent a voice transmission. After all, the dark forces of the dark forces were blocked by the Flame Witch last time. Chaotic Xian fire beast, where is the seal of the dark world? Feng Wuchen asked curiously. Outside the primal chaos world, but it is connected to the primal chaos world. In the center of the four regions, above the four teleportation formations, there is a path to the dark world. However, it is isolated and sealed by the ancestors' primal chaos enchantment. The chaotic Xian fire beast sent a voice transmission. I see. Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission. After a while, Feng Wuchen returned to the Flame God Hall. With the primal chaos emperor realm, Feng Wuchen's speed had become even more terrifying. Returning to the Flame God Hall was a matter of teleportation. Brother Feng. Brother Feng. Young master. Seeing that Feng Wuchen had returned, Yan Wushuang, Yan Yishui, and Yi Aohun were overjoyed and shouted at the same time. Needless to say, they were very worried that Feng Wuchen had been captured by a sneak attack. Palace Master, the young master is back. Yi Aohun immediately sent a voice transmission to Shangguan Qingyun to report. I already know. Shangguan Qingyun sent a voice transmission. The chaotic Xian fire beast had already sent a message to the ancient heavenly emperor. When the surrounding cultivators saw that Feng Wuchen had returned safely, they all stared at Feng Wuchen with their eyes wide open. This man was captured by the flame spirit divine nation, but he could still return safely. Who was this man? Brother Feng, how are you? Are you all right? Yan Wushuang hurriedly flew over and asked. He grabbed Feng Wuchen's shoulders with both hands and looked at Feng Wuchen from top to bottom to see if he was injured. Brother Feng, did the flame spirit divine nation do anything to you? Yan Yishui asked anxiously. I'm fine. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Brother Yan, the Flame God Hall can start building now. That's good. We were really scared just now. Yan Wushuang was completely relieved. Brother Yan, Yishui, leave the building to them. Come back with me to improve your cultivation. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Flame Spirit Divine Nation. After Feng Wuchen left for a long time, the Flame Spirit Divine Nation's Emperor and the others finally recovered. None of this was a dream or an illusion. Feng Wuchen really let them go just like that. How dare Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian deceive me? I'll never forgive him. The Flame Spirit Divine Nation's Emperor said angrily. His old face was terrifying. A prince gritted his teeth and said angrily, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian almost killed us. I'll never forgive him. If it were not for Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, the Flame Spirit Divine Nation would not have offended Feng Wuchen. It was all Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's fault. Emperor, Feng Wuchen escaped from Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian must have been injured by Feng Wuchen's divine power. Feng Wuchen must have come out of his chaos realm. This means that Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian is now seriously injured. The Flame Spirit Divine Nation's advisor said gloomily, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian wants to steal Feng Wuchen's divine power. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian will definitely go all out to deal with Feng Wuchen. Even if he doesn't die, he'll definitely be seriously injured. He's no match for you. This is our chance to take revenge. The advisor is right. We can't let that old Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian go. Protector Tianhan said angrily. The Flame Spirit Divine Nation's Emperor narrowed his eyes. He said fiercely, pass down the order. Chaos Temple and Chaos Heavenly Lord elites, bring the Mad Devil Wolf Demon and track down Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's whereabouts. I want him dead. War God Temple. Honorable Guardian, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation has sent out many Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerables, God Emperors, and Mad Devil Wolf Demon. I don't know what they're up to. As soon as the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom made their move, the Mad Emperor Battle God, who was secretly monitoring the situation, immediately transmitted a message to his master. Mad Devil Wolf Demon? The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast said seriously, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation must have sent out Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerables, Chaos God Emperor, and Mad Devil Wolf Demon to track the scent of an expert. Could it be Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian? It should be Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Feng Wuchen didn't deal with the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation, which is very unusual. It seems that he wants the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation to deal with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. This kid seems to have planned it long ago. Thinking of this, the Chaos Celestial Fire Beast said, Mad Emperor Battle God, follow them secretly. Don't let them find out. Yes, sir. Mad Emperor Battle God said respectfully. Bloodthirsty Ares, Tenyu Ares, immediately secretly monitor the experts sent by the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. Maybe there are traces of the dark forces. The Chaos Celestial Fire Beast continued to order. Yes, sir. The two battle gods said respectfully. Moonless Divine Nation. In the main hall, the carefree general appeared, looking shocked and in disbelief. Monarch, Feng Wuchen has returned to the Pengu Immortal Abode. The carefree general reported respectfully. What? Feng Wuchen has returned to the Pengu Immortal Abode? The Moonless Monarch and the Imperial Master were shocked. Wasn't Feng Wuchen captured by the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation? How could Feng Wuchen have returned to the Pengu Immortal Abode? The Infernal Spirit Divine Nation couldn't have let Feng Wuchen go. Absolutely impossible. But what was going on? The carefree general said respectfully, it's true. I just returned from the Pengu Immortal Abode. Feng Wuchen is unharmed. His divine power shouldn't have been taken away. The Moonless Monarch frowned and said doubtfully, Feng Wuchen was taken away by Guardian Tianhan and was seriously injured. The Infernal Spirit Divine Nation won't let Feng Wuchen go so easily. Your Majesty is right. The Imperial Advisor said solemnly, the fact that Feng Wuchen was able to return unscathed should be just as we guessed. The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Nation could not do anything to Feng Wuchen's divine power. The monarch of the Moonless Nation nodded and said seriously, even the monarch of the Yanhan Nation couldn't do anything about Feng Wuchen's divine power. In that case, it's impossible for me to do it either. Fortunately, we didn't make a move, otherwise we would have offended Feng Wuchen. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom captured Feng Wuchen. Why didn't Feng Wuchen do anything to the Infernal Spirit Kingdom? With Feng Wuchen's temper, he would never let the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom go, a guardian said doubtfully. General Xiaoyao said solemnly, Monarch, I also find it strange. If it were me, I would have dealt with the infernal spirit divine nation immediately. After all, the Chaos Temple has gathered all their experts. It shouldn't be difficult to destroy the infernal spirit divine nation. Everyone in the hall was puzzled. They couldn't understand why Feng Wuchen didn't make a move. At this moment, a guardian appeared and reported respectfully, "Monarch, the infernal spirit divine nation's experts have been found in the divine realm. They are accompanied by a demonic wolf demon. We don't know what they are tracking." The monarch of the Moonless Nation frowned again and said seriously, "The infernal spirit divine nation has offended Feng Wuchen. They still send experts at this time. Aren't they afraid that Feng Wuchen will take advantage of the situation? Moreover, there is something wrong with Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. It's impossible for him to help the infernal spirit divine nation. What's going on? Don't tell me the infernal spirit divine nation is still unaware?" In the small book booth that the book friends used before, Zaya shitting they were all using the Xianxia app now. XQQXS. General, you continue to secretly monitor Feng Wuchen. The three guardians are tracking the experts of the infernal spirit divine nation. Find out what's going on. The Grand Master ordered. Yes, Monarch. General Xiao Yao and the three guardians accepted the order respectfully. In the Chaos Divine Nation, the experts of the infernal spirit divine nation also stepped into the chaos domain. The Chaos Divine Nation also received the news, and the higher-ups were very confused. The infernal spirit divine nation captured Feng Wuchen, but the Chaos Temple didn't do anything. They didn't care about Feng Wuchen's life or death. Now the infernal spirit divine nation has sent experts. What is going on? The monarch of the Chaos Divine Nation frowned and wondered. The Chaos Temple didn't make a move because they know that the infernal spirit divine nation can't do anything to Feng Wuchen. Instead, they have completely offended Feng Wuchen, Emperor Lingyun said. The Grand Master of the Chaos Divine Nation was puzzled. Since they have captured Feng Wuchen, what is the infernal spirit divine nation looking for? Immediately send someone to secretly monitor the experts of the infernal spirit divine nation. The monarch of the Chaos Divine Nation ordered. Not only were the two divine nations confused, but the four major regional forces were also very confused. The infernal spirit divine nation had captured Feng Wuchen and had completely fallen out with the Chaos Temple. Wasn't this the time to gather experts? Why did they send experts? Pangu Immortal Abode. With Feng Wuchen's help, Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanshui's cultivation base had once again increased tremendously. In just an hour, Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanshui's cultivation base had broken through to the 5th-tier Chaos Divine Master Realm. Even the most terrifying genius in the Chaos Realm could not achieve such a terrifying increase. Brother Feng, what was that ancient divine power just now? Why can directly absorb it to increase one's cultivation base? Isn't that too terrifying? Yan Wushuang asked in shock. He did not dare to believe that his cultivation base could increase by 5 tiers in an hour. Yan Yanshui was already dumbfounded. He was so shocked that he could not speak. This is an extremely pure ancient divine power of origin. Directly absorbing it to increase one's cultivation base will not have any effect. Brother Yan, you don't have to worry. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. However, I have just used the heaven-defying divine pearl to increase my cultivation base. Now that it has increased again, I can't cultivate for a period of time. First, I need to consolidate my cultivation base and control the flame divine power. When the time comes, my battle strength will definitely be stronger. At the very least, I will be able to fight with a 7th-tier Chaos Divine Master. Brother Feng, such a powerful ancient divine power of origin. Aren't you going to keep it for yourself to cultivate? Yan Wushuang asked. Follow VX, recommend what you like, and receive cash red packets. Brother Yan, I have already broken through to the Chaos Emperor realm. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What? Broken through to the Chaos Emperor realm? Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanshui exclaimed at the same time. Their minds were buzzing and their eyeballs were about to fly out. Shocking, too shocking, how long had it been and Feng Wuchen had already broken through to the Chaos Emperor realm? Brother Feng, is what you said true? Yan Wushuang asked in disbelief. Was it really so easy to break through to the Chaos Emperor realm? Brother Feng, when we first met, you were still a golden immortal. How long has it been? You have already become the Chaos Emperor realm. Yan Yanshui was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying cultivation speed was too abnormal. Heaven-defying divine pearl, spatial ring with 10 times the space, and powerful treasures. It is impossible for my cultivation base not to increase quickly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I also broke through to the Chaos Emperor realm by relying on the ancient divine power of origin. Brother Feng. I have broken through to the Chaos Emperor realm. Haha. At this moment, Bai Xuankong's excited laughter could be heard. I have finally come out of seclusion. It is time to start strengthening the dragon's soul. Spatial ring with 10 times the space, heaven-defying divine pearl, and chaos immortal tools are enough to greatly increase the strength of the dragon's soul venerable. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Bai Xiankong, Jiang He, Lu Yunqing, and the others came out of seclusion one after another. With the help of the heaven-defying divine pearl and the 10 times space ring, their cultivation had increased greatly. Bai Xiankong, Jiang He, Lu Yunqing, and Liamo Xian had successfully broken through to the Chaos Emperor realm. Zhu Wutian, He Qingyun, and the others had also increased their cultivation by a few levels. They were not far away from breaking through to the Chaos Emperor realm. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. Amazing! Brother Bai and the others have all broken through to the Chaos Emperor realm. Brother Zhu and the others have also increased their cultivation by a few levels. Yan Jishui was shocked. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Jishui, you will also break through to the Chaos Emperor realm soon. You don't have to envy them. I will work harder and won't let Brother Feng down. Yan Jishui nodded heavily. Her beautiful eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Feng Wuchen had just swindled countless treasures from the infernal spirit divine nation. They were enough to refine a large number of heaven-defying divine pearls. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's primal chaos domain had all been snatched away by Feng Wuchen. There was also the primal origin divine power, which was enough for them to increase their cultivation. Brother, how is it? I broke through 5 levels. Zhu Wutian smiled excitedly and said, I have never experienced such a terrifying increase in cultivation. It's awesome. Thank you, big brother. Lu Yunqing and the others cupped their fists respectfully and thanked him. Without Feng Wuchen's heaven-defying divine pearl and the 10 times space ring, they would not have been able to increase their cultivation in such a short time. It was even more impossible for them to break through to the Chaos Emperor realm. Your cultivation has increased a lot and you have consolidated your cultivation. Feng Wuchen nodded and expressed his satisfaction. Feng Wuchen looked at Bai Xiankong and said, the dragon's soul is going to grow stronger. Bai Xiankong, take them there. The dragon's soul only needs geniuses and experts. Okay. Bai Xiankong was very enthusiastic. Bai Xiankong was the 3rd young master of the Chaos Ancient Soul Palace. He had a high status and knew many geniuses from the Chaos domain. Lu Yunqing and the others came from the Saint Realm and had high statuses. They knew many geniuses from the Saint Realm. Feng Wuchen wanted to use their connections to rope in geniuses. Brother Feng, what about me and Yi Shui? Yan Wushuang hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Big brother Yan and Fei Shui should take control of the divine power of fire first. After that, you still have to manage the Flame God Hall. Just leave the matter of the dragon's soul to them. Bai Xiankong is the young master of the ancient soul hall, so there won't be any problems. That's good too. The 9 underworlds hellfire is extremely domineering. It's indeed not easy to control. Yan Wushuang nodded. The 9 nether karmic fire and the azure flame water fire were both dozens of times stronger than before. It was not an easy matter for Yan Wushuang and Yan Jingshui to completely control it. Shangguan Wufeng. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice. In the primal chaos slaughter god palace, Shangguan Wufeng, who was cultivating, immediately opened his eyes when he heard Feng Wuchen's voice transmission. Young master, I'm here. Shangguan Wufeng transmitted his voice respectfully. Make a trip to the Pangu Immortal Manor immediately. Feng Wuchen transmitted. Yes. Shangguan Wufeng immediately left. Shangguan Wufeng was a top genius of the sacred region. His cultivation had already stepped into the Chaos God Emperor realm. He was definitely the best candidate for the Dragon Soul. Greetings, young master. Shangguan Wufeng appeared in a flash and knelt on one knee respectfully. Rise. Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, I have established the Dragon Soul. Are you interested in joining? Join the Dragon Soul? Shangguan Wufeng was slightly stunned. Although he did not know what organization it was, he immediately replied respectfully, I am willing. Good. Feng Wuchen nodded his head in satisfaction. He then passed a space ring to Shangguan Wufeng and said with a smile, You are one of the top geniuses of the sacred region. You must know many top geniuses of the sacred region or other regions. I need your help. If anyone is willing to join the Dragon Soul, bring them back. Yes, young master. Shangguan Wufeng replied respectfully. He then asked curiously, Young master, what is this storage ring? Feng Wuchen smiled and said, This is a space treasure for cultivation. Even the venerable Dragon Soul has one. There is an ancient divine power that is suitable for you to cultivate. Thank you, young master. I will leave immediately. Shangguan Wufeng thanked him respectfully and left in a flash. With Shangguan Wufeng's help, Feng Wuchen believed that he could bring back many top geniuses. Master, the Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukan must know many experts. If we ask them for help, we can quickly strengthen the Dragon Soul. Nian Hun's voice sounded. You are right. I have the same intention. Feng Wuchen grinned. The Purgatory Taoist, Gui Mukan. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice again. Swish swish. The Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukan appeared almost at the same time. Master. The Purgatory Taoist bowed respectfully. Are the two of you interested in joining the Dragon Soul? Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Dragon Soul is a force I established. If the two of you are interested, you can join at any time. The old man is willing to join. Gui Mukan hurriedly said. Since it is a force established by Master, I am naturally willing to join. The Purgatory Taoist replied respectfully. That's great. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, The Purgatory Taoist must know many experts. As a primal chaos heavenly venerable alchemist, Gui Mukan must also know many experts and alchemists. You can try to get them to join the Dragon Soul. As long as they are willing, there is no need to force them. As he spoke, Feng Wuchen waved his hand and two interspatial rings flew towards the Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukan. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, These are the interspatial rings that Dragon Soul venerables should have. There is an ancient divine power suitable for your cultivation inside. I hope you can bring back the experts who are willing to join the Dragon Soul as soon as possible. Understood. The Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukan said respectfully and left at the same time. The Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukan should be able to bring back many experts with their identities. Dragon Soul will become stronger in an instant. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. Master, what about the Dragon God Temple? Long Xinjian asked through voice transmission. There is no hurry. It will not be too late to build it after my wife and the others ascend. Besides, I don't have the time now. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, The most important thing for me now is to raise my alchemist level as soon as possible and forge a large number of interspatial rings and chaos immortal artifacts. It will take me a lot of time. With that, Feng Wuchen walked towards the alchemy pavilion and began to forge artifacts like crazy. At the same time, the Purgatory Taoist, Gui Mukan, Shangguan Wufeng, Bai Xiankong, and the others began to recruit experts and geniuses from all over the Chaos realm. The Purgatory Taoist only had to give a greeting and dozens of top experts came to greet him. As a Chaos Heavenly Venerate alchemist, Gui Mukan also had a high status in the Chaos realm. He also gave a greeting and top experts and alchemists from all over the Chaos realm rushed over as soon as possible. Shangguan Wufeng, Bai Xiankong, and the others also found many geniuses. The Dragon Soul was already rapidly growing in size. End of chapter. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After a few days of tracking, the hundreds of experts from the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation had locked onto a place. That was the center of the 4 regions. Your Majesty, the demonic wolf demons are all gathered in the primordial Chaos Valley. This must be where Dao ancestor Xian is hiding. The leading guardian reported respectfully. The infernal spirit divine nation sent hundreds of experts and demonic wolf demons to track the primordial chaos valley in the center of the four regions. In the main hall of the infernal spirit divine nation, the infernal spirit divine nation's emperor's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He ordered fiercely, "Infernal spirit divine nation, listen up. Gather 1,000,000 troops and follow me to the primordial chaos valley." The infernal spirit divine nation's 1,000,000 troops gathered quickly under the emperor's command. Terrifying auras swept across the area. The scene was spectacular and shocking. It was a visual impact. "Dao ancestor Xian, I will let you know the consequences of deceiving me and causing the infernal spirit divine nation to almost be destroyed." The infernal spirit divine nation's emperor was furious and murderous. "Attack the primordial chaos valley." The infernal spirit divine nation's emperor ordered angrily. The infernal spirit divine nation's 1,000,000 troops moved out in a mighty and imposing manner. Guardian Jizun, the infernal spirit divine nation's emperor, has gathered 1,000,000 troops and ordered to attack the primordial chaos valley. Mad Emperor Battle God reported to the chaos mysterious fire beast immediately. 1,000,000 troops to attack the primordial chaos valley? The chaos mysterious fire beast frowned and asked doubtfully, "What is the infernal spirit divine nation's emperor trying to do? Could Dao ancestor Xian be hiding in the primordial chaos valley?" Above the primordial chaos valley was the entrance that connected the dark world and the primordial chaos world. The infernal spirit divine nation's attack on the primordial chaos valley would have a huge impact on the seal that was about to be broken. It might even cause the seal that suppressed the dark world to collapse in advance. War god guards, heavenly masters, and emperor gods, head to the primordial chaos valley immediately. The chaos mysterious fire beast ordered. "Yes, your majesty." The war god guards accepted the order. Feng Wuchen, the infernal spirit divine nation's emperor. Dao ancestor Xian should be there. Of chaos mysterious fire beast. But. Oh? You found Dao ancestor Xian's hiding place so quickly? Feng Wuchen, who was refining a chaos immortal artifact, was slightly surprised. Primal chaos mystical fire beast, what do you think will happen if the seal formation is broken in advance? The forces of the dark world won't take action directly, right? Feng Wuchen asked as he slowly got up and walked out of the alchemy pavilion. At this moment, many experts and geniuses had already gathered in the square of the Pangu Immortal Mansion. They were all willing to join Dragon Soul. Seeing Feng Wuchen coming out, Bai Xiankong wanted to say something in excitement but was stopped by Shangguan Wufeng. "Don't speak. The young master is transmitting his voice," Shangguan Wufeng said in a low voice. "It should have something to do with the infernal spirit kingdom," the purgatory Taoist said lightly, looking at the void. Many forces and cultivators in the sacred region could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the infernal spirit kingdom's 1,000,000-strong army. Once the experts of the dark world enter the chaotic realm, they will definitely secretly attack the major forces. By then, the chaotic realm will be in chaos and many innocent people will be killed. "We must stop the infernal spirit kingdom," the primal chaos mystical fire beast said. "No need to stop them. The seal of the dark world will be broken sooner or later and the experts of the dark world will sneak into the chaotic realm sooner or later." Feng Wuchen said. "Let the infernal spirit kingdom deal with Dao ancestor Xian. I want to see what Dao ancestor Xian will do next." "Do you have a way to suppress the forces of the dark world?" the primal chaos mystical fire beast asked. "No." Feng Wuchen sent a voice transmission with a smile. "Only by letting them out can we better confirm the relationship between Dao ancestor Xian and the dark world, as well as the relationship between Wei Qian and the dark world." "Feng Wuchen, have you thought it through?" the primal chaos mystical fire beast asked. "Just don't get involved." Feng Wuchen said. "The experts of the dark world dare to kill innocent people. I will make them regret coming out of the dark world." At this moment, Feng Wuchen walked to the square. "In just 3 days, you have found so many people," Feng Wuchen said with a satisfied smile. Bai Xiankong smiled excitedly. "Brother Feng, I have brought all the geniuses I know from the chaotic realm to you. Big brother, they are the geniuses of the major forces in the sacred region. Lu Yunqing and the others found them, Zhu Wutian said. Very good. Feng Wuchen nodded with a smile as he looked at the geniuses. Shangguan Wufeng said respectfully, Young Hall Master, this is Bai Yunqiu, a first-level chaotic god emperor. This is Feng Lingtian, a second-level chaotic god emperor. This is Lin Yinqing, a ninth-level chaotic god emperor. They are all geniuses of the major forces in the sacred region and they are all my friends. Greetings, Young Hall Master. The 7 geniuses cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, as expected of the top geniuses of the sacred region. They are all talented and powerful. Among the dozens of geniuses, the weakest was at the chaotic realm. There were 6 chaotic god emperors, including Shangguan Wufeng and Feng Lingtian. There were 13 chaotic god emperors, including Lin Yinqing. The remaining geniuses were all at the chaotic realm. Young Hall Master, this is Wild Cloud Mountain, the young master of the Holy Gate sect. Young Hall Master should know about the Holy Gate sect, Shangguan Wufeng said respectfully. The young master of the Holy Gate sect? Feng Wuchen looked at Wild Cloud Mountain in surprise and asked with a smile, is Nie Zunmi your junior brother? Young Hall Master, although I am the young master of the Holy Gate sect, I am also the most senior disciple in the Holy Gate sect. Nie Zunmi is indeed my junior brother, Wild Cloud Mountain replied respectfully. Well, if he wants to join the Dragon's Soul, he can come. Feng Wuchen nodded. Feng Wuchen had a good impression of Nie Zunmi. I will ask him to come over now, Wild Cloud Mountain said respectfully and immediately transmitted a message to Nie Zunmi. Then, he looked at the powerful experts. There were quite a number of them, more than 60 of them. More than a dozen chaotic heavenly venerables, dozens of chaotic god emperors, and the rest were all chaotic god emperors. The lineup was definitely powerful enough. Looking at these powerful experts, Feng Wuchen was very satisfied. He smiled happily and said, the Purgatory Taoist and Senior Gui Mukan are really impressive. They have found so many experts, including 3 chaotic god emperor realm alchemists. The Purgatory Taoist said respectfully, as long as Master is satisfied, I can find more experts. Very satisfied. These are enough. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. After all, there would be more people from the Dragon's Soul ascending in the future. In just 3 days, the Dragon's Soul had become very powerful. Of course, it was still far from enough to surpass the War God Guards. However, Feng Wuchen was already very satisfied. Surpassing the War God Guards in the future was definitely not a problem. Since all of you have come to the Pengu Immortal Abode, you must have decided to join the Dragon's Soul. The Dragon's Soul welcomes all of you. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, once you join the Dragon's Soul, I will give you space rings, chaos immortal tools, and powerful cultivation resources to improve your cultivation and combat strength. Once you join the Dragon's Soul, you must follow the rules of the Dragon's Soul. The Dragon's Soul does not cause trouble and is not afraid of trouble. You must be ruthless when dealing with your enemies. The Dragon's Soul does not allow betrayal, deceit, or bullying others. It is as simple as that. Anyone who violates the rules will be reduced to ashes. I will not give anyone a chance to do so. Anyone who violates the rules will be reduced to ashes. The Dragon's Soul members shouted at the same time. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction and said, from today onwards, I am the Lord of the Dragon's Soul. The Purgatory Taoist and Senior Gui Mukan are the first and second elders of the Dragon's Soul. Shangguan Wufeng and Feng Lingtian are the commanders of the Dragon's Soul. Bai Xiankong and Zhu Wutian are the vice-commanders. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and more than 100 space rings flew out and hovered in front of each of the Dragon's Soul venerables. These are space rings with 10 times space rings. They contain powerful primordial divine power for your cultivation. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Space rings with 10 times space rings? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukan also widened their eyes. Their old faces were petrified instantly. Feng Wuchen said space rings with 10 times space rings, is this a joke? Lord, are these really space rings with 10 times space rings? Shangguan Wufeng asked in shock. He could not believe it. Other than Bai Xiankong and the rest who had seen it, everyone else could not believe it. Treasures with space rings with 3 times space rings were rare and precious. They had never seen one with space rings with 5 times space rings, let alone space rings with 10 times space rings. Absolutely. This is indeed a 10 times space ring. All of us have tried it. The High Lord didn't lie to you. Moreover, only a High Lord with a dragon soul is qualified to have one, Bai Xiankong said with a smile. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, it is indeed 10 times. How is this possible? Gui Mukin's heart trembled. Old man has never heard of a 10 times space artifact, even 5 times space artifacts are pitifully rare, yet Venerable Lord actually took out more than 110 times space rings at once. As a primal chaos heavenly venerable alchemist, Gui Mukin had never heard of a tenfold spatial ring. How could he believe it? Who can refine a spatial ring with 10 times the capacity? The 3 chaotic God Emperor realm alchemists were dumbfounded. It was impossible for anyone in the chaos realm to refine it. Feng Wuchen instantly took out so many. Could it be that Feng Wuchen refined them? Looking at the shocked crowd, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, you will know when you go back and cultivate. I will give you the Chaos Immortal artifacts in a few days. I have something important to do now, so you all should stay in the Immortal Mansion and cultivate. There will be unexpected effects. After finishing his words, Feng Wuchen's figure disappeared into thin air. At this moment, the million-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation had arrived at the chaotic primordial valley. The dark mass made one feel endless fear when looking at it. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying aura spreading out. Many top experts of the major forces in the Chaos Realm came from all directions one after another. Everyone wanted to know why the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation had sent out a million-strong army. Monarch, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation has sent out a million-strong army and they have arrived at the chaotic primordial valley. General Xiaoyao immediately reported. Moonless Divine Nation. In the main hall, the Moonless Monarch frowned and asked doubtfully, what does the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation want to do? Help the Dark World break the seal? The Infernal Spirit Divine Nation has offended Feng Wuchen. It seems that they plan to side with the Dark World, the Moonless Monarch said gloomily. General Xiaoyao replied respectfully, Monarch, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation is not going to side with the Dark World. They want to deal with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Perhaps the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation has noticed that there is something wrong with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. That is why the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation is so angry. Monarch, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation's million-strong army has arrived at the chaotic primordial valley. The protector of the Chaos Divine Nation also reported immediately. Chaos Divine Nation. In the main hall, the Chaos Monarch said solemnly, what does the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation want to do? Did you find out what the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation wants to do? The Imperial Advisor asked. The Infernal Spirit Divine Nation wants to deal with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. The protector replied respectfully. Deal with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian? The Chaos Monarch and the Imperial Advisor were stunned. The Infernal Spirit Divine Nation had sent out a million-strong army to deal with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Emperor Lingyun was shocked and said in disbelief, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation wants to deal with Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian? Are they tired of living? Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's strength is far above the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation's monarch. Didn't the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation know about Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's terrifying strength? Even if they sent out a million-strong army, they wouldn't be able to defeat Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Wait, could it be that the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation has already taken Feng Wuchen's divine power? Emperor Lingyun was shocked by the thought. If that was the case, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian might not be able to defeat the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation's monarch. It was a pity that the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation's monarch didn't take Feng Wuchen's divine power. At this moment, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation's million-strong army had already surrounded the chaotic primordial valley. Not even a fly could enter. Honorable Protector, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation's million-strong army has arrived at the chaotic primordial valley. Are we really not going to stop them? The Mad God of War asked. Feng Wuchen said not to stop them. The War God Guards should just watch the battle and see if the dark forces will appear. The chaotic celestial fire beast replied. Yes. The War God Guards replied respectfully. In the mysterious space, a man in black appeared and reported respectfully, Tao Ancestor, the infernal spirit divine nation's million-strong army has arrived. A million-strong army? Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian's face darkened. He said fiercely, you want to defeat me with just a million-strong army? The infernal spirit divine nation's monarch has underestimated my strength. Tao Ancestor, your injury. The man in black said worriedly. Since the infernal spirit divine nation dares to come, let's show them our strength. We can also speed up the process of breaking the seal in the dark world. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian said fiercely, pass down the order. Send out all the elites to destroy the infernal spirit divine nation. Yes, sir. The black-robed man accepted the order respectfully and disappeared. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian's face twisted. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, Feng Wuchen. If you hadn't swallowed my primordial divine power and primordial divine power origin, I would have had this opportunity to break the primordial seal. My plan has been ruined by you. I will not forgive you. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Come out and accept your death. The infernal spirit divine nation's monarch roared. Boundless murderous aura shrouded the entire chaotic primordial valley. Hearing the infernal spirit divine nation's monarch's roar, the elites of the major forces who came to watch were all stunned. The infernal spirit divine nation was declaring war on Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Buzz. Buzz, the chaotic primordial valley suddenly shook violently, and a terrifying force spread out. In the deep valley, a bright and dazzling white light burst out, and then it illuminated a huge barrier of light that was tens of thousands of feet long. Ancient barrier. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, this is the divine power of Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan. This old thing is indeed in the chaotic primordial valley. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen used the Thousand Illusions technique and rushed to the chaotic primordial valley. Feng Wuchen also wanted to see if the infernal spirit kingdom's experts or Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan's forces were stronger. Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan. How dare you deceive me and cause me to offend Feng Wuchen and almost destroy the infernal spirit kingdom? Today, either you die or I die. The infernal spirit kingdom's emperor shouted angrily, and a murderous aura spread out wildly. Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan. Come out and die. The infernal spirit kingdom's advisor roared. The million-strong army was filled with murderous aura. Deceive? Destroy? General Xiaoya's expression changed, and he immediately sent a voice transmission, Emperor, there is indeed something wrong with Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan. He deceived the infernal spirit kingdom's emperor and caused the infernal spirit kingdom to offend Feng Wuchen and almost be destroyed. Perhaps this is the reason why the infernal spirit kingdom's emperor sent out a million-strong army. With Feng Wuchen's divine power, the infernal spirit kingdom's emperor can't do anything about it. Humph. Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan, that old thing. The moonless emperor said angrily. If General Xiaoyao hadn't noticed it in time, the moonless spirit kingdom would have attacked Feng Wuchen. It seems that Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan is also working with the infernal spirit kingdom. Could it be because of the great path divine power? Fortunately, the emperor didn't order to attack Feng Wuchen, the chaotic divine kingdom's protector guest. Reporting to your majesty, Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian deceived the infernal spirit divine kingdom, causing the infernal spirit divine kingdom to offend Feng Wuchen. They should be cooperating with each other. If I'm not wrong, the moonless divine kingdom is also cooperating with Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian probably wants to use us to deal with Feng Wuchen and the Chaos Shrine. The protector of the chaotic godly kingdom replied respectfully, Feng Wuchen's godly power should not have been taken away. The king of the fire spirit nation and the others might not be able to do anything to Feng Wuchen. Just as the young master said, Feng Wuchen's godly power is very frightening. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian wants to use us to deal with the Chaos Temple, the king of primal chaos said coldly. A cold murderous aura spread out, causing people to feel endless fear. The primal chaos country monarch's old face was incomparably gloomy. At the same time, he was secretly glad that Emperor Lingyun had reminded him. It was only now that the two divine kingdoms realized that Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian had cooperated with them purely to deceive them into taking away Feng Wuchen's godly power. Making an enemy out of Feng Wuchen was equivalent to making an enemy out of the Chaos Temple. By then, it would be too late for the three divine kingdoms to be eliminated. back at the primordial Chaos Valley. Swish swish swish. Along with the appearance of the enormous barrier, a terrifying aura spread out. Soon after, a large number of experts flashed out of the barrier. The leader was the black-robed man, a 9th-level chaotic heavenly venerate. More than 100 experts came out of the boundary. All of them were chaotic heavenly venerates. It was a terrifying lineup. More than 100 chaotic heavenly venerate experts. Such a terrifying lineup shocked the entire Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Even the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom's king was shocked. There were so many chaotic heavenly venerate experts under Tao Ancestor Xianxia. Swish swish swish. Not long after, another series of sonic booms could be heard from within the barrier. The Chaos Godly Emperor, Chaos Grand Divine Master, and other experts came out in batches. There were so many of them, no less than 100,000. In terms of numbers, they were not as strong as the million-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. But in terms of strength, they were not inferior to the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. No matter how many people there were, they were just ants in the eyes of the top chaotic heavenly venerate experts. On a mountain peak near the primordial Chaos Valley, Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash. There are so many chaotic heavenly venerates and chaos godly emperors. Feng Wuchen was shocked. Tao Ancestor Xianxia is not simple. It seems like he used the ancient divine power to cultivate them. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many chaotic heavenly venerate experts. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Feng Wuchen would not have believed that Tao Ancestor Xianxia's power was so terrifying. The experts under Tao Ancestor Xianxia are so terrifying. More than 100 chaotic heavenly venerates. This has already surpassed the Chaos Divine Palace. It's too terrifying. Who in the Chaos realm can go against such terrifying strength? The top experts of the various factions were scared out of their wits when they saw the lineup of experts under Tao Ancestor Xianxia. They did not dare to imagine how terrifying more than 100 chaotic heavenly venerates were. The experts of the Chaos Dragon Tribe, Chaos Divine Palace, Moonless Divine Nation, Chaos Divine Nation, Flame Clan, and other transcendental factions who had chaotic heavenly venerates were also shocked. They did not expect Tao Ancestor Xianxia to cultivate so many chaotic heavenly venerates. Are you kidding me? So many chaotic heavenly venerates. Fire War God was dumbfounded and completely shocked. Supreme Guardian, there are more than 100 chaotic heavenly venerates under Tao Ancestor Xianxia. There are also thousands of chaos godly emperors. Mad Emperor War God reported in shock. More than 100 chaotic heavenly venerates? The Chaos Mysterious Fire Beast was shocked when he heard it. Where did this old man get the resources to cultivate so many chaotic heavenly venerates? Even the War God Guards were no match for such a terrifying lineup. The War God Guards only had dozens of chaotic heavenly venerates. Including the Chaotic Divine Palace and the other major factions, there were no more than 50 chaotic heavenly venerates. Infernal Spirit Country Monarch, are you sure you want to fight with us? The leader of the black-robed men asked. His face was full of arrogance as if he did not take the Infernal Spirit Country seriously. The Infernal Spirit Country Monarch's old face became extremely fierce. The terrifying aura of a supreme god swept out and he said fiercely, "You are not qualified to talk to me. Chaotic heavenly venerates are nothing in my eyes." Chaotic heavenly venerates were indeed powerful, but in the eyes of a supreme god, they were just ants. In the face of the Infernal Spirit Country Monarch's terrifying aura, more than 100 chaotic heavenly venerates felt a terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Humph! The Infernal Spirit Country Monarch snorted fiercely. Puff! The leader of the black-robed men spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He was unable to withstand the Supreme God's aura. The Infernal Spirit Country Monarch walked out step by step. His domineering aura surged and his aura ruthlessly suppressed the 100,000 experts. The leader of the black-robed men's pale face revealed a tinge of fear. He already regretted provoking the Infernal Spirit Country Monarch and did not dare to fart now. Being arrogant in front of a supreme god was simply courting death. You want to stop the million-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Country? You are overestimating yourselves. The Infernal Spirit Country Monarch said fiercely, "Tao Ancestor Xianxia, if you don't come out and accept your death, I will kill them all." Dao Ancestor Xian, come out and face your death. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king suppressed the 100,000 experts under Dao Ancestor Xian. The morale of the Infernal Spirit Nation soared as they roared in anger. Deafening waves of sound rolled out one after another, shaking the eardrums of the onlookers to the point that their eardrums were buzzing. The roar of the million-strong army was absolutely terrifying. The 100,000 experts under Dao Ancestor Xian were stunned. Even if there were more than 100 chaotic heavenly venerables, they could not suppress the million-strong army. As one of the three holy nations, they had a million-strong army and stood proudly in the chaotic world for tens of millions of years. How could they be suppressed so easily? The Infernal Spirit Nation's king is not much weaker than the Flame Emperor Soul. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. If Dao Ancestor Xian and the Infernal Spirit Nation go to war, both sides will suffer. It seems that my plan is not bad. Feng Wuchen raised his head and looked at the sky above the primordial Chaos Valley. He smiled faintly and said, when venerable god experts fight, the power they erupt is enough to break through the ancient seal that seals the world of darkness. Feng Wuchen was looking forward to it. Old man, since you don't want to come out, don't blame me for killing you, the Infernal Spirit Nation's king said coldly. His terrifying murderous aura instantly covered the 100,000 soldiers. The Infernal Spirit Nation had been sealed for tens of millions of years. As the king, the resentment and murderous aura accumulated over tens of millions of years would be unimaginable once it erupted. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura of the Infernal Spirit Nation's king, the 100,000 soldiers were frightened. At this moment, more and more top experts came to watch. No matter who it was, they were frightened by the many experts in front of them. They were even more frightened by the murderous aura of the Infernal Spirit Nation's king. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king grabbed the air and the black-robed man was instantly sucked over without any resistance. The black-robed man was scared out of his wits. He wanted to speak but could not. He could not even breathe. Dao Ancestor Xian, I will kill you until you show yourself. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king said fiercely. He wanted to crush the black-robed man's throat. Swoosh, but at this moment, a white lightning flashed past. The black-robed man disappeared instantly, but an old figure appeared behind the Infernal Spirit Nation's king. This person was Dao Ancestor Xian, an unparalleled aura of terror swept out, intimidating everyone present. Dao Ancestor Xian, you've finally come out. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king sneered. His panicked aura instantly locked onto Dao Ancestor Xian. Sovereign of the Infernal Soul Nation, are you here to die? Dao Ancestor Xian said coldly. You're right. I'm here to die, the king of the Infernal Spirit Nation said fiercely, and a terrifying divine power burst out. Buzz. The power of a supreme god erupted, causing the entire primal chaos world to shake violently and collapse. The sky and earth changed color. The countless top experts who were watching the battle retreated in fear. Infernal Spirit Kingdom, heed my command. Kill them all. Show them the wrath of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. The monarch of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom ordered fiercely. Understood. The million-strong army roared. The million-strong army was mobilized, and it was as if they could flatten everything. Seeing this, the hearts of many top experts palpitated. That was a million-strong army. Kill. The leader of the black-clothed men roared furiously. The 100,000-strong army soared into the sky as waves of terrifying divine power erupted. A great battle was about to break out. An army of 100,000 against an army of 1,000,000. The battle has finally begun. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, the two forces are at war. After both sides suffer, I don't know who will benefit, and I don't know which force will intervene. Or maybe the seal that suppresses the dark world will be broken, and the dark forces will intervene, or maybe the Flame tribe. The Flame, which was the Heavenly Path Holy Maiden conferred by the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master, so she must be related to Dao Ancestor Xian. The monarch of the Infernal Spirit Nation said fiercely, Dao Ancestor Xian, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because your master is the Heavenly Path Ancestral Master. Dao Ancestor Xian's face darkened and he said coldly, you want to destroy the 100,000-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom? sovereign of the infernal spirit nation, you have underestimated their strength. Without you, who in the infernal spirit kingdom can resist the 108 chaotic heavenly masters under me? You don't have to worry about that. Take care of yourself first. If Feng Wuchen could escape, he must have broken through your chaotic territory. You must be seriously injured now, the infernal spirit kingdom said fiercely and attacked without hesitation. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's face darkened. He hadn't expected the sovereign of the infernal spirit nation to attack so decisively. Chaotic divine power erupted and Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian immediately went forward. Boom. Buzz. An incomparably ferocious fist collided head-on. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Immeasurable destructive divine power violently swept out, causing the primal chaos world to shake violently. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, you are indeed seriously injured. I only used 80% of my strength and you can't even withstand it. The infernal spirit nation king sneered fiercely and his murderous aura instantly multiplied. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's face twitched violently and he thought angrily, if it weren't for Feng Wuchen, would I be seriously injured? Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian couldn't wait to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. First, Feng Wuchen took away the ancient divine power and ancient divine power origin. Then, the infernal spirit kingdom came to kill him. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was about to explode. If Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian knew that all this was planned by Feng Wuchen, he would be furious. I'll let you know the consequences of angering me today, the sovereign of the infernal spirit nation shouted and immediately unleashed his ancient divine power. The sovereign of the infernal spirit nation didn't want to give Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian any chance to breathe. Feeling the terrifying divine power, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian immediately stepped back and put some distance between them. Gulp, all the overlords watching the battle looked at the two supremes in the sky in horror. They swallowed their saliva in fear and their pale faces were full of fear. Die, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. The sovereign of the infernal spirit nation shouted and shot out crazily. He was 10 times faster than the speed of sound and his power was terrifying, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Damn it! Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was furious and unleashed his chaotic divine power. At the same time, he took out a powerful ancient chaotic divine artifact and his combat power surged crazily. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian had no way out. With so many people watching, if he ran away, how could he have the face to stay in the chaos realm? The sovereign of the infernal spirit nation arrived in a flash. His fierce palm seemed to be nothing fancy, but it carried a terrifying divine power that could destroy the world. Humph! Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian snorted and attacked with his palm. Boom! Buzz! The two destructive palms collided and there was an explosion. Under everyone's terrified eyes, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian instantly turned into a black lightning bolt and shot out. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian couldn't withstand a single attack. The spectators were completely stunned and no one could believe it. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's strength was second only to the ancestral patriarch of the Chaos Realm. Can't even block a single palm strike? General Xiaoyao frowned and thought to himself, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian seems to be injured. Otherwise, the monarch of the Fire Spirit Nation would not be able to fight against Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Could Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's injury be related to Feng Wuchen? Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's injuries aren't light. I wonder who could injure him. Is it a primal Chaos Ancestor? But Patriarch Chaos didn't attack. Chaos Ancestor Dragon was puzzled. He was curious as to who could injure Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. What's going on? It's impossible for Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian to be unable to withstand a single palm strike, right? Fire War God was shocked and puzzled. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan's strength is second only to the Primal Chaos Patriarch. That shouldn't be the case. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan is injured. The Battle God Crazed Emperor furrowed his brows, he can't even withstand a single palm strike? Seems like it's a little too severe. This should be a gift from the Young Hall Master. I see. No wonder the king of the infernal spirit country dared to make a move. The Wind War God nodded. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan is no match for the infernal spirit nation's monarch? He couldn't even take a single palm strike? What kind of joke is this? How is this possible? Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian, whose strength is second only to the primal Chaos Ancestor, can't be so weak. What's going on? When did the monarch of the Infernal Spirit Nation become so powerful? That's impossible, right? The top experts of the various forces who were watching the battle were shocked and puzzled. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Reporting to Saintus, Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan is at a disadvantage. He is no match for the Infernal Soul Nation's monarch, a primal chaos heavenly venerable from the flame. Race reported respectfully. Can't defeat the Infernal Spirit ruler? The Witch of Flame opened her eyes and said in disbelief, how is that possible? Although the ruler of the Infernal Soul Country is also a supreme god, he is no match for Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian. What is going on? Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan is no match for the Infernal Spirit Country King. This can only mean that Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan is injured. There is no other reason. With the Infernal Spirit Country King's strength, it is impossible for him to fight against Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan, Flame Emperor Spirit said with certainty. Patriarch is right. First Elder Yanfeng nodded. No one in the entire Chaos Realm believed that Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian was no match for the monarch of the Infernal Spirit Nation. However, the Infernal Soul Nation's sovereign had sent Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian flying with a single palm strike. Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan wouldn't go so far as to show mercy, right? Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan would also show mercy. After all, this was a battle of life and death. Since that was the case, there was only one reason. Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan was injured. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian, the primordial chaos divine artifact, can't make up for the gap between you and me. The Infernal Spirit Nation's monarch roared angrily. Once again, he shot out ferociously with a monstrous aura. Preposterous. Tao Ancestor Jiaoshuan's old face was as ferocious as a tiger. The contempt of the Infernal Spirit Nation's ruler caused his internal organs to churn violently. However, the Infernal Spirit Nation King's palm strike was indeed very vicious. It actually caused Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian's arm to feel a piercing pain. Old bastard. Prepare to die. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation roared. He closed in on Suke in an instant and struck out with his hand. Swish. Buzz. His hand blade swept out and instantly transformed into a huge energy slash that was 100,000 feet long. With a sharp, ear-piercing sound, it slashed towards Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian from zero distance. Emperor of the Fire Soul Nation, is it really that easy to kill me? Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian said ferociously. Immediately, he took out an ancient chaos divine sword and his combat power sword again. Swish, Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian swept out with the divine sword in his hand. A dazzling white flash burst out. In an instant, the huge energy slash was split into two. Wherever the dazzling white flash passed, it seemed to split the entire chaotic realm into two halves. The power of this sword was extremely domineering and terrifying. Many of the top experts watching the battle sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts trembling again and again. Just the sword chi alone has such power. Impressive. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. This old bastard should have also reached the level of sword will manifestation. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian's sword Tao domain had indeed reached a supreme level. In the entire chaotic realm, no one had surpassed Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian in the sword Tao domain. Even the chaotic ancestor could not surpass him. Swish, ding. 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 Buzz. Buzz, the king of the Infernal Spirit Nation flashed again and launched a fierce and merciless attack with his bare hands. He fiercely collided with Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian's divine sword. His strength and speed were both at the peak. Buzz. Buzz, the destructive collision caused divine power to surge wildly and mercilessly destroy the chaotic realm space. Boom, in less than a minute, the king of the Infernal Spirit Nation once again sent Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian flying. His combat power was extremely fierce. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation could still forcibly suppress Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian. His powerful combat power once again frightened the cultivators who were watching the battle. Indeed, those who could step into the Supreme God realm were not ordinary people. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian, use your ancient chaos formula and let me see. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation said fiercely. The terrifying ancient divine power was rapidly condensing, and a breathtaking aura erupted again. Ancient Chaos Formula. Burning the heavens. The king of the infernal spirit nation formed a seal with both hands. Then, with a furious roar, an incomparably fierce ancient divine power erupted. Buzz. Buzz, the chaotic realm shook violently. Above the void, a huge sea of fire instantly condensed hundreds of thousands of feet wide. It was as if the entire chaotic void was burning, and the temperature of the space rapidly rose. The scene was extremely shocking and spectacular. It made people feel endless fear. It was as if they had fallen into a terrifying sea of fire and suffered the pain of being burned. Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian, let me see how long you can last. The king of the infernal spirit nation roared. He controlled the sea of fire with both hands, condensing hundreds of thousands of fire tornadoes and shooting out. Swish. Swish. Swish, Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian held the ancient chaos divine sword in his hand. His figure flickered as he swept out one sword after another, constantly destroying the fire tornadoes. Roar. 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 In a short while, a large number of terrifying fire beasts condensed in the sea of fire and madly pounced on Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian. The ruthless and merciless attacks came one after another. This old thing is planning to consume my divine power. Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian roared. Coupled with the fact that he was seriously injured, such a high-intensity battle would definitely worsen his injuries. Once his injuries worsened, the consequences would be unimaginable. How much divine power do you have to consume? The king of the infernal spirit nation roared as his hands changed again. 1,000 raging waves. The king of the infernal spirit nation roared again. The huge sea of fire instantly rolled up layers of huge waves. Each wave was larger and more terrifying than the previous one. In the end, it reached hundreds of thousands of feet high. Gulp, seeing this scene, the top experts watching the battle swallowed their saliva in horror. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their hearts beat wildly. Ancient Chaos Formula. Heavenly Dao Divine Sword. Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian roared as a monstrous aura erupted. The domineering chaos divine power was injected into the divine sword. Terrifying white divine power soared into the sky, condensing into a vortex that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. Swoosh. Buzz. Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian slashed down with his sword. The white energy slash that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide carried the power to destroy everything as it slashed toward the 1,000 raging waves. Boom, buzz. Buzz, hundreds of thousands of feet of energy slashed toward the angry waves. It was earth-shattering, and the chaos realm shook. Wherever the domineering and terrifying energy slash passed, hundreds of thousands of fire tornadoes and fire beasts dissipated in an instant. Layers of angry waves instantly collapsed without any resistance. Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian's energy slash was astonishingly powerful, giving people a feeling of invincibility. However, this was just an appetizer. The Infernal Spirit Nation King's ancient chaos mantra was not so weak. Don't forget that the Infernal Spirit Nation King's current combat strength was even stronger than Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian's. As the angry waves became more and more terrifying, Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian's energy slash was blocked. Not only was the energy slash unable to advance, but it was also suppressed by the increasingly terrifying angry waves. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the terrifying angry waves crazily attacked one after another, and deafening explosions were incessant. The later the angry waves, the more terrifying they were. The huge energy slash trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Oh no! My injuries have worsened. My divine power is being consumed rapidly. Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian said in his heart, and a look of worry appeared on his old face. Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian was seriously injured. Even with the ancient chaos divine artifact, he could not restore his peak combat strength. In the fierce battle, his divine power was being consumed rapidly, and it also made Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian's injuries worse. Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian, is this all your ancient chaos mantra can do? The Infernal Spirit Nation King sneered with contempt in his old eyes. Boom. 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 The angry waves crazily attacked, and Dao Ancestor Jiaoxian finally couldn't bear it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his injuries instantly worsened. His old face was pale, and his floating body swayed. The huge energy slash was forcefully destroyed by the angry waves. Tao Ancestor. The black-robed man and many Chaos Heavenly Venerates cast panicked and worried gazes. Once Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan turned pale or was killed, they would definitely die. Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan has been injured. The many experts watching the battle exclaimed with their eyes wide open. They were extremely shocked. Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan must hate me. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. If I hadn't injured him, he wouldn't have been humiliated like this. It's impossible for the Infernal Spirit Nation King to deal with him. How could Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan just hate Feng Wuchen? Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan wanted nothing more than to eat Feng Wuchen alive. Within the Chaos Domain, the carefree Great General said gravely, "It seems that Tao Ancestor Jiuxuan is in trouble. Your Majesty, Tao Ancestor Jiuxian has been injured by the Infernal Spirit Emperor. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer," the protector of the chaotic divine nation reported. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, Tao Ancestor Jiuxian is injured. The expert from the Flame tribe immediately reported. Wuqian's face was cold as she sent a voice transmission, "Grandpa, Tao Ancestor Jiuxian is already injured." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing," the Flame Emperor spirit said. It seemed like the Flame race would not stand by and do nothing. It was just that they had yet to make a move. Looks like Tao Ancestor Jiuxian can't hold on any longer. He might even die at the hands of the Infernal Spirit Nation's monarch. The Fire War God sneered. That might not be the case. Tenyu Aries appeared in a flash and said seriously, "Don't forget that he's the disciple of the Heavenly Path Patriarch. Their battle has already weakened the seal that suppresses the Dark World. The seal will disappear soon. Once the seal disappeared, the Dark World would be connected to the chaotic realm. The powerful forces and experts of the Dark World would then enter the chaotic realm. If the Dark World was related to Tao Ancestor Jiuxian, the Infernal Spirit Nation would be in trouble. If the Infernal Spirit Nation's monarch was delayed for too long, the million-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Nation would definitely be annihilated. Of course, no one knew if Tao Ancestor Jiuxian could hold on until then. Because the Infernal Spirit Nation's monarch's attack was not over yet. Buzz. The last angry wave of a few 100,000 feet long rushed toward Tao Ancestor Jiuxian mercilessly. At this moment, everyone's terrified eyes fell on Tao Ancestor Jiuxian. They all held their breaths. Could Tao Ancestor Jiuxian withstand the most terrifying wave? On the mountain peak, Feng Wuchen looked at Tao Ancestor Jiuxian and sneered. Tao Ancestor Jiuxian, the chaotic divine power can't suppress the ancient divine power of the Infernal Spirit Nation's monarch. How are you going to withstand it? Tao Ancestor Jiuxian is seriously injured. It's impossible for him to withstand it. It's too late to use the chaotic realm now. Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon thought to himself. Fire War God said solemnly, "It seems that Tao Ancestor Jiuxian can't withstand it." The ancient chaos mantra of the Infernal Spirit Nation's monarch is also quite powerful. Even if Tao Ancestor Jiuxian is not injured, it won't be easy for him to withstand it. Tenyu Aries said solemnly. The monarch of a nation and a paragon expert naturally had terrifying strength. Tao Ancestor Jiuxian, do you have a more powerful ancient chaos mantra? If not, I won't be polite. The Infernal Spirit Nation's monarch sneered fiercely. It was as if he could already see Tao Ancestor Jiuxian's tragic death. Tao Ancestor Jiuxian's old face was gloomy. His fierce eyes looked at the angry wave that was mercilessly rushing toward him. Tao Ancestor. The black-robed man and the others shouted in panic. Buzz. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura burst out. A domineering and terrifying sword intent soared into the sky and exploded with destructive power. Sword intent manifestation. The corners of Feng Wuchen's mouth rose slightly. The Infernal Spirit Nation's imperial tutor sneered disdainfully. It's too late for Tao Ancestor Jiuxian to use sword intent manifestation now. What a terrifying sword intent. This is the supreme sword Tao domain. Ice War God's face was full of shock and fear. Tenyu Aries frowned. Even if it's the supreme sword Tao domain, I'm afraid it's too late. Tao Ancestor Jiuxian's divine power has weakened a lot. Sword intent manifestation. Does Tao Ancestor Jiuxian still want to fight head-on? Once he's seriously injured, no one can save him. General Xiaoyao frowned deeply. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian is seriously injured and his aura has weakened a lot. In addition, he has used up a lot of his divine power. I'm afraid even the Supreme Sword Dao won't be able to withstand it. The protector of the chaotic divine nation said solemnly. In everyone's opinion, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was unable to resist at all. Even if he tried his best, it would be useless. Fight to the death? The Infernal Spirit Nation's imperial tutor said fiercely. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, do you have the ability to do so? Although sword intent manifestation is powerful, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. You're bound to lose. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian condensed a terrifying sword intent and transformed it into a huge sword intent energy sword in the void, spreading an incomparably terrifying aura. Reincarnation Divine Sword. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian shouted coldly and waved the chaotic divine sword. The huge sword intent energy sword burst out with the power to pierce through heaven and earth. Boom. Buzz. In an instant, the sword intent energy sword collided fiercely with the sword intent energy sword in front of everyone's extremely horrified eyes. There was an earth-shattering explosion and destructive energy ripples swept out unscrupulously. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, with your little strength, you want to compete with me? The Infernal Spirit Nation's imperial tutor sneered disdainfully. Space-time shift. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian shouted coldly again. Space-time transfer? Hearing Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's cold shout, the Infernal Spirit ruler's face changed. In the next second, the huge sword will energy sword suddenly disappeared into thin air. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian also disappeared into thin air at this time. All of a sudden, the massive wave of fury lost its momentum and struck nothing but air. It disappeared. Everyone exclaimed in shock, their eyeballs almost falling out. In the collision, the sword will energy sword disappeared into thin air. Oh no! The Infernal Spirit ruler's face changed again. At this time, behind the Infernal Spirit ruler, a huge sword will energy sword appeared out of thin air and shot out at a rapid speed. Oh? It instantly teleported behind the Infernal Spirit ruler. At that time, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian must have used the Chaos Mantra. Feng Wuchen was also surprised. He suddenly remembered the powerful seal that appeared out of thin air when he was trapped in the chaotic realm. Ruler. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom's upper echelons shouted in horror. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. You old bastard. The Infernal Spirit ruler shouted angrily. At this time, it was too late to control the sea of fire to resist. It was too late to even defend, let alone resist. Rumble. Buzz. Hundreds of thousands of feet long sword intent energy sword mercilessly bombarded the Infernal Spirit ruler. The explosion was deafening, and the horrifying energy ripples engulfed the Infernal Spirit ruler in an instant. The entire chaotic realm shook violently again. Ruler. The state preceptor, the prince, and the protector shouted in panic. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. They stared at the center of the explosion with horrified eyes. No one expected Dao ancestor Jiao Xian to have such means. In a situation where he was defenseless, even the Infernal Spirit ruler would not be able to resist such a terrifying sword will energy sword. The sudden reversal caused everyone to be unable to react. Buzz. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian once again released a terrifying sword will. Under the control of his mind, dense sword will energy swords condensed. Back down. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian shouted coldly. The experts under him all retreated. Whoosh. Buzz. Dao ancestor Jiao Xuan waved his divine sword fiercely. The dense energy swords rushed toward the million soldiers of the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation like a storm of death. The sharp and ear-piercing sound of the explosion hurt everyone's eardrums. Dao ancestor Jiao Xuan was planning to destroy the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Even though Dao ancestor Jiao Xian was heavily injured, he was still a paramount god expert. Even celestial primal chaos would not be able to block such a terrifying sword intent energy sword. For a moment, the Infernal Spirit Imperial Advisor and the others were scared out of their wits. Even if they had an army of 1,000,000, they would be instantly annihilated in the face of such a terrifying sword intent energy sword. Seeing this scene, everyone present was scared out of their wits. they all held their breaths. The infernal spirit divine kingdom couldn't have been destroyed by Tao ancestor Jiao Xian, could it? However, at this moment, the enormous sea of fire in the sky suddenly began to surge violently. Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan, you want to defeat me with that little bit of power? Aren't you underestimating me? The king of the infernal spirit nation roared fiercely from the center of the explosion. Your Majesty! Everyone in the infernal spirit kingdom was overjoyed. Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan's face darkened. A domineering and terrifying aura swept out. The king of the infernal spirit nation's combat power was soaring rapidly. The king of the infernal spirit nation's combat power has increased. Is the king of the infernal spirit nation not injured? How is this possible? Fire War God exclaimed. Chaos Divine Artifact. Tenuaries frowned. The Chaos Armor blocked most of the power. Chaos Ancestor Dragon said solemnly, 3 Chaos Divine Artifacts. This old thing is finally going to use his full strength. The king of the infernal spirit nation is unharmed. The experts who were watching the battle exclaimed. They were shocked. They had thought that the king of the infernal spirit nation would be severely injured without any defense. However, no one had expected the king of the infernal spirit nation to be unharmed. Feng Wuchen sneered. The king of the infernal spirit nation is not injured. The chaos divine artifact armor is indeed not simple. Humph. The king of the infernal spirit nation snorted fiercely. Then, a destructive wave of air swept out. Wherever it passed, it destroyed all the sword intent energy swords formed by Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan. At this moment, the king of the infernal spirit nation was condensed from the sea of fire. He was not at the center of the explosion. Doppelganger. Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan frowned and glared at the king of the infernal spirit nation. The king of the infernal spirit nation glared at Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan and said coldly, "Old thing, how dare you attack my subordinates? Since you have no sense of shame, don't blame me for being ruthless." A terrifying murderous aura erupted. The king of the infernal spirit nation waved his hand and the sea of fire boiled and rolled violently. Then, a large number of doppelgangers condensed. Seeing this scene, everyone present was scared out of their wits once again. Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan's old face was extremely gloomy. There were at least 100,000 doppelgangers. The 100,000 experts under Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan were filled with fear and despair. Even a fool could guess that the king of the infernal spirit nation was going to attack them. As expected. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The king of the infernal spirit nation waved his hand and all 100,000 doppelgangers shot out. Each doppelganger was filled with terrifying power and cold murderous aura. Tao ancestor. Seeing the 100,000 doppelgangers of the king of the infernal spirit nation, the black-robed man screamed in horror. His body trembled violently and he could not move. The 100,000 soldiers were extremely frightened and their bodies did not listen to them at all. Many of the top experts present were stunned, and their expressions became extremely fearful. Infernal Spirit Nation King, how dare you? Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan shouted angrily. His old face was extremely ferocious. Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan, if you dare to attack my subordinates, I will dare to attack yours. The king of the infernal spirit nation shouted angrily. The seal of the chaotic ancestor is still not broken. Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan said angrily. Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan was severely injured and the king of the infernal spirit nation's combat power had increased. Even if it was just a doppelganger, Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan could not stop it at all. The Yan tribe is here. Feng Wuchen raised his eyebrows and sensed the people of the Yan tribe. Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan, the Yan tribe is here. The witch of the Yan tribe suddenly said respectfully. Attack. Tao ancestor Jiao Xuan said telepathically. Buzz buzz. At that moment, an extremely terrifying aura burst out and forcibly suppressed the 100,000 doppelgangers of the king of the infernal spirit nation. The soul of the Yan emperor. The king of the infernal spirit nation's old face changed drastically. The terrifying aura made the king of the infernal spirit nation tremble. The overwhelming pressure made the king of the infernal spirit nation almost suffocate. The 100,000 doppelgangers seemed to have been immobilized and none of them could move. The soul of the Yan emperor. Tenyu Aries, the chaotic ancestor dragon, the carefree general, the chaotic divine nation protector and other top experts exclaimed at the same time. The cultivators of the chaotic realm were all too familiar with this terrifying aura. It had just shocked the entire chaotic realm not long ago. Above the void, a figure appeared. His body was filled with an overbearing aura of supremacy. It was the tribe leader of the Yan tribe, Yan Dihun. He was a paragon god, the top existence in the chaotic world. Everyone's horrified eyes fell on the Flame Emperor's soul. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After Yan Dihun appeared, Yan Witch, Yan Tribe Elder, and the tribe members appeared one after another. Waves of terrifying aura swept out like a storm. Infernal Spirit King, Yan Dihun said as he looked at the Infernal Spirit King with a faint smile. Yan Dihun waved his hand and the 100,000 doppelgangers of the Infernal Spirit King turned into ashes. Yan Dihun. This is between me and Dao ancestor Xianxia. What does it have to do with the Yan tribe? The Infernal Spirit King said angrily as he stared at Yan Dihun. Yan Dihun smiled and said, Dao ancestor Xianxia is a friend of the Yan tribe. Since we are friends, I will not stand by and do nothing. You. The Infernal Spirit King was furious. He had not expected the Yan tribe to intervene. The Yan tribe and Dao ancestor Xianxia had teamed up. No matter how strong the Infernal Spirit Kingdom was, they could not fight back. This time, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation was most likely doomed. The Infernal Spirit King did not know that this was all planned by Feng Wuchen. Humph. If I wasn't seriously injured, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. Dao ancestor Xianxia said angrily, his old face extremely gloomy. If Dao ancestor Xianxia was a top force, the Infernal Spirit King would not dare to attack. Dao ancestor Xianxia, it is up to you to decide whether to destroy the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. Yan Dihun looked at Dao ancestor Xianxia and smiled. Hearing what Yan Dihun said, everyone in the Infernal Spirit Kingdom panicked. It's over. Once the Emperor is held back by Yan Dihun, we can't stop so many chaotic heavenly masters. A prince said in horror. Grand Tutor, what do we do now? A prince asked in panic. Despair flashed in his old eyes. The Infernal Spirit Grand Tutor was stunned. He knew the situation of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom better than anyone. Once the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation was pinned down, even if the Fire Spirit Divine Nation had 1,000,000 soldiers, they wouldn't be able to defeat the 100,000 overlords under Dao ancestor Xianxia. If the Flaming Race intervenes, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation will definitely be destroyed. Primal Chaos Ancestor Dragon frowned and said to himself. The carefree Great General sneered, with the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation destroyed, the Moonless Divine Nation will have one less powerful opponent. The Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom is doomed. The Fire War God shook his head and said, the Infernal Spirit Nation's monarch is no match for the Flamed Archspirit. The 1,000,000-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Nation cannot stop so many Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerables. The monarch of the Infernal Spirit Nation is too impulsive. Tenyu Aries frowned and said, however, the ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation probably did not expect the Flame Race to interfere. On top of a mountain, Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile, the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom is powerless to reverse the situation. After offending Dao ancestor Xianxia, this old thing won't let the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom go. Master, this is called killing with a borrowed knife. Long Xinjian laughed. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, however, it is a pity that the experts under Dao ancestor Xianxia did not suffer many casualties. Feng Wuchen naturally hoped that the two forces would suffer losses. However, it was good enough that they could destroy the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. After hearing the words of the Flame the Archspirit, Dao ancestor Xianxia squinted his eyes and said fiercely, kill without mercy. Destroy the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. The Flame Witch ordered fiercely. After the Flame Witch gave the order, the 1,000,000-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom became more and more panicked. How could they fight against more than 100 Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerables and dozens of Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerables from the Flame Race? This was simply courting death. The 1,000,000-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom was no threat to the Flame Witch and the top experts. The 100,000 experts under the Flame Race and Dao ancestor Xianxia released a terrifying murderous aura and charged toward the 1,000,000-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Monarch. We are no match for them. What should we do? The infernal spirit imperial advisor asked in fear. We have already attacked. Dao ancestor Xian will not let us go. We can only fight to the death. The monarch of the infernal spirit imperial advisor said with a ferocious expression. Million-strong army, listen up. The infernal spirit divine kingdom has nowhere to go. If you want to live, you have to fight to the death with them. The monarch of the infernal spirit imperial advisor gritted his teeth and said angrily, kill. The infernal spirit divine kingdom had nowhere to go and Dao ancestor Xian would not let them go easily. This battle was unavoidable. Kill. The million-strong army of the infernal spirit divine kingdom roared. They had no other choice but to fight to the death. The million-strong army swarmed forward and took out their powerful magical treasures and unleashed all their divine power. The black-robed man said fiercely, come on. Let us kill to our heart's content. Killing a million-strong army will definitely make us famous in the chaotic world. An eighth chaotic heavenly master laughed excitedly and his murderous aura filled the sky. A million-strong army is just a slightly stronger ant in our eyes. Another chaotic heavenly master sneered disdainfully. To be honest, the flame race has some grudges with the infernal spirit divine kingdom. We can settle it today. Yan Tianyun laughed coldly and his face was full of arrogance. Infernal spirit imperial advisor, why don't I be your opponent? Great Elder Yan Feng smiled faintly and he was also very arrogant. Yan Feng. The infernal spirit imperial advisor looked ferocious and his murderous aura formed a blue storm that swept out. Protector Tianhan, leave it to me. Wu Qian said coldly and her terrifying aura had already locked onto Protector Tianhan. Wu Qian. Protector Tianhan stared at Wu Qian fiercely. A large-scale battle broke out. More than 100 chaotic heavenly masters opened a path. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, as the chaotic heavenly masters fought, there were deafening explosions in the void. Destructive energy ripples swept out wildly and the chaotic world space shook violently. Boom. Boom. Boom, many chaotic heavenly masters and chaotic god emperors charged into the million-strong army and started a crazy massacre. Wherever they passed, flesh and blood splattered. Corpses and blood rained down from the sky as a large number of corpses fell. The dark void was already covered by the aura of blood. Every chaotic heavenly master could instantly kill thousands, tens of thousands, or even more. The scene was tragic and bloody. It was too horrible to look at. Many of the top experts who were watching the battle were frightened by this bloody scene, and their faces were pale. The infernal spirit imperial advisor's eyes were red and his anger was completely ignited. Roar. The infernal spirit imperial advisor roared crazily and his ancient divine power burst out continuously. He roared furiously, Dao ancestor Xian. Flame emperor spirit. Even if I die today, I will make all of you pay a painful price. Infernal spirit imperial advisor, if you have the ability, go ahead and try. Flame emperor spirit smiled faintly and Yan Hua's divine power burst out. Buzz. Buzz, vast and terrifying divine power burst out and instantly spread across the entire chaotic world. The divine power was terrifying and the chaotic world shook violently again. Everyone present also started to shake. End of chapter. The divine power of the Flame Emperor spirit was above that of the Infernal Spirit King. The Flame Emperor spirit had burned a part of his sovereign divine body not long ago, causing injuries that had yet to fully recover. However, the divine power that had erupted had already surpassed that of the Infernal Spirit King at his peak. This showed how powerful the Flame Emperor spirit was. Even at his peak, he was only slightly weaker than Dao ancestor Xian. Feeling the terrifying divine power of the Flame Emperor spirit again, even if it was not at its peak, it was still terrifying. The top experts of the major forces who were watching the battle from afar were all trembling in fear. In front of a sovereign god, they were all ants. Clan leader Yen is really powerful, the water war god said with a faint smile. The Flame Emperor spirit's injuries have not fully recovered, but it is enough to deal with the Infernal Spirit King. The strength of a sovereign god is really powerful. Tenyu Aries nodded slightly. The Flame Emperor spirit, this old thing, is really strong. Bloodthirsty Ares' voice rang out, and his figure appeared. I thought you wouldn't come to watch. Tenyu Ares smiled slightly. Bloodthirsty Ares raised his chin at a mountain peak and said, the young master is watching over there. I have to protect the young master's safety, right? The young master needs protection? The fire war god could not help but laugh and said, whoever dares to touch the young master is courting death. The Flame Emperor's spirit burned his sovereign divine body. Such terrifying divine power is useless in front of the young master. If the Flame Emperor's spirit saw the young master now, I wonder if he would be scared out of his wits. Tenyu Ares grinned. The Flame Emperor's spirit is not so easily frightened. Don't forget that the Flame Witch's dark divine power can resist the young master's divine power, Bloodthirsty Ares said, glancing at the Flame Witch. However, what they did not know was that Feng Wuchen's ancient divine power had been strengthened dozens of times. At the same time, Flame Emperor's spirit, I know your strength. But you better not underestimate me. The Infernal Spirit King said angrily, the veins on his old face bulging. He was so angry that he was about to lose his mind. This was definitely the terrifying Infernal Spirit King. Boom, the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Nation shot out in a rage. His aura surged, bringing with it an ear-piercing roar. His speed was extremely fast. Flame Emperor's soul. Come on. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation roared fearlessly. Boom boom boom. Buzz. The King of the Fire Spirit Nation controlled a sea of fire that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. He condensed dozens of energy fire palms that were hundreds of thousands of feet long and fiercely attacked the Flame Emperor's soul. The attack was extremely fierce. Any one of these palms could instantly kill a 9th-level Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate. There were dozens of them, so one could imagine how terrifying their power was. The Flame Emperor's soul's expression did not change. He immediately stretched out his palm and blocked the dozens of terrifying energy fire palms. It was as if there was an invisible energy that stopped the fire palms from moving forward. King of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, the Yanhua divine power of the Yan tribe is not inferior to the Infernal Spirit divine power of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. The Flame Emperor's spirit smiled faintly. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying Yanhua divine power exploded. Bright flames spread in all directions and instantly destroyed the dozens of fiery palms of the Infernal Spirit Nation King. King of the Infernal Spirit Nation, my power is above yours. Even if you give it your all, you are no match for me. Even if you can hold on for a while, your million-strong army won't last long. The Flame Emperor's soul said arrogantly. He did not take the King of the Infernal Spirit Nation King seriously. This old thing is still so arrogant. I'm afraid he will be at a disadvantage later. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly. As the king of a nation, if I can't protect the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, there is no need for the chaotic world to exist. Since I am no match for you even if I give it my all, I will fight you to the death. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation King shouted angrily. His surging aura rose rapidly. The murderous aura that was like a death storm swept wildly. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation King had entered a state of rage. I am not afraid of primal gods when it comes to fighting with your life. If you dare to burn your primal god body, I dare to do the same. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation King shouted angrily, his eyes flashing with a scarlet murderous aura. The Flame Emperor's soul frowned slightly. The arrogant smile on his old face disappeared. The experts of the Yan tribe looked at him in horror. Burn his primal god body? Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's face darkened. King. The army of the Infernal Spirit Nation King was shocked. Ancient Chaos Mantra. Rage. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation King roared angrily. His shirt exploded, and his combat strength rose rapidly. He instantly surpassed his peak state. The terrifying divine power sword. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation King's muscles suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he was twice as tall as before. His muscles were full of explosive power, and he looked like an invincible god of war. Buzz. Buzz, destructive divine power covered the void of the chaotic world. Every corner of the chaotic world shook violently. Countless towering celestial mountains and palaces collapsed one after another. His combat strength rose again. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation King's combat strength was getting closer to the Flame Emperor's soul. His combat strength has increased. The experts who were watching the battle were even more frightened. The sea of fire, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, surged wildly as if it was going to swallow the entire chaotic world. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation King reached out and grabbed the air. A long spear appeared. It was an ancient chaos divine weapon. Flame Emperor's soul. Come and fight with your life. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation King roared crazily. He immediately shot out with the long spear in his hand. The heavy murderous aura seemed to disperse the air. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation King swept out with his spear. It was as if he was driving the entire chaotic world. A terrifying spear radiance, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, burst out. The dark space was instantly covered by flames. The terrifying spear radiance was filled with endless destruction. It was breathtaking. The power of this spear was extremely terrifying. When a primal god expert was angry, it was really terrifying. The Flame Emperor's soul frowned deeply. His expression was very solemn. The Flame Emperor's soul also burst out with all his strength. The flames burst out, and the terrifying divine fire soared into the sky. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation King, who had gone berserk, had fierce combat strength. He could not be underestimated. Ancient Chaos Mantra. Flame Soul Destruction / The Flame Emperor's soul shouted coldly. His domineering aura surged wildly. At the same time, a huge flame slash formed in the void. Swoosh. Buzz. Buzz, the Flame Emperor's soul suddenly waved his hand, and the flame slash shot out fiercely. It was extremely domineering and unstoppable. Rumble. Buzz. Buzz, under everyone's extremely fearful eyes, the two destructive energies collided fiercely. The collision caused an explosion. The explosion resounded in every corner of the chaotic world. The immeasurable destructive power spread throughout the chaotic world in an instant. Countless cultivators were scared out of their wits. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation King and the Flame Emperor's soul were instantly swallowed by the energy ripples. The cultivators in the bloody battle seemed to have made an agreement. They stopped fighting and looked at the void in horror. Flame Emperor's soul. Today, even if I die, I will make you regret angering me. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation King's angry roar could be heard from the terrifying energy ripples. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, amidst the terrifying energy ripples, the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard. Explosions rang out incessantly, and waves of destructive divine power swept out in succession. Gulp, the top experts who were watching the battle swallowed their saliva in fear and were speechless. Even though they were covered by the energy ripples and could not see, everyone could feel the desperate fighting. The battle was more intense than the one between the Infernal Spirit Ruler and Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian. Kill. Wei Qian glanced at him. Immediately, she gave the order in a cold and sinister manner and once again attacked Protector Tian Han. Both armies woke up from their stupor, and the battle erupted once more. In just a few minutes, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom had suffered heavy casualties. There were already hundreds of thousands of casualties. It was extremely tragic. With such a terrifying speed, the million-strong army of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom would not last long. Brother Primal Chaos, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom has suffered heavy casualties, the Primal Chaos Spiritual Beast said. The Primal Chaos Wind Spiritual Beast said, there is a heavy price to pay in a war. I did not expect the Infernal Spirit Ruler to be so powerful when he is angry, the Primal Chaos Celestial Fire Beast said as he looked up at the void in the distance. No matter how strong the Infernal Spirit Ruler is, he is no match for the Flame Emperor Spirit. The ancient Heavenly Emperor shook his head. Grand Elder, you know the strength of the Flame Emperor Spirit very well. The Primal Chaos Celestial Fire Beast looked at the ancient Heavenly Emperor. The ancient Heavenly Emperor shook his head and said, I do not know the strength of the Flame Emperor Spirit, but I know the Infernal Spirit Ruler. The ancient Chaos Mantra, Rage, consumes life force to increase his combat power. It can only last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the Infernal Spirit Ruler will use up all his strength. Only 2 hours? Then the infernal spirit ruler has made his decision, the primal chaos celestial fire beast said solemnly. That's right. The ancient heavenly emperor nodded and said solemnly, the infernal spirit kingdom will be destroyed in this battle. At the same time, the flame tribe and Tao ancestor Jiao Xian's forces will suffer great losses. Boom. 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 Buzz buzz. The infernal spirit ruler and the flame emperor spirit were equally matched in the fierce battle. Wave after wave of destructive power had dispersed the original energy ripples. The fierce battle between the king of the fire spirit nation and the soul of the flame emperor appeared before everyone's eyes. The king of the infernal spirit nation brandished his spear in a frenzy. His attacks were vicious and vicious. Every strike was imbued with destructive divine power. He was going all out. The flame emperor's soul fought with his bare hands, and all the vicious attacks were blocked. Every clash brought about a strong sense of impact and collision, and it was full of intimidation. If it were not for the fact that the flame emperor's spirit was extremely powerful, he would not have dared to confront the berserk infernal spirit king head-on. Flame emperor's soul. Didn't you say that I'm no match for you? The crazy king of the infernal spirit country roared. His domineering and ferocious attacks were all converted from defense into offense. Sovereign of the infernal spirit nation, the berserk state will only last for 2 hours. The million-strong army of the infernal spirit nation will not last that long. The flame emperor's spirit said coldly. There are no cowards in the infernal spirit kingdom. Millions of soldiers are fighting with their lives on the line. Even if all of them die in battle, we will make you pay a painful price and make you regret it. The infernal spirit kingdom's monarch roared madly. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish now. The flame emperor's spirit said fiercely, looking as if he could kill the king of the infernal spirit nation at any time. The flame emperor's spirit looked down on him again, which undoubtedly made the king of the infernal spirit nation even more furious. Come and kill me if you dare. The king of the infernal spirit nation roared. He stabbed his spear fiercely with destructive divine power. Boom. Buzz. The flame emperor's spirit struck out with his palm, and with a loud bang, the destructive power exploded again, ruthlessly destroying the chaotic realm. The flame emperor's spirit took advantage of the collision and immediately retreated. The flame emperor's spirit waved his hand, and an ancient chaos divine sword floated in front of him. The combat power of the flame emperor's spirit was undoubtedly greatly enhanced under the support of the divine sword. Die. The king of the infernal spirit nation roared. Ancient chaos mantra. God slaying. The king of the infernal spirit nation's aura surged wildly, as if it was about to break through the chaotic realm. His terrifying divine power exploded, and the long spear instantly transformed into a huge spear radiance, smashing down on the flame emperor's spirit from above. The king of the infernal spirit nation had bet all his strength on this spear. If he was hit by such a terrifying attack, the flame emperor's spirit would definitely be smashed into meat paste. The flame emperor's spirit said coldly, King of the infernal spirit nation, I will now show you my true strength. Ancient chaos mantra. Flame god's heaven slaying. The flame emperor's spirit roared angrily, and flame god's divine power poured into the divine sword. Immediately, the sword swept out. Swoosh. Buzz. A huge flaming sword radiance, which was hundreds of thousands of feet long, burst out with the power to destroy everything. The domineering attack made people feel that it was invincible. Boom. Poof. In an instant, the domineering flaming sword radiance collided with the spear radiance, and with a deafening explosion, the terrifying flaming sword radiance crushed the king of the infernal spirit nation's spear radiance. At the same time, the king of the infernal spirit nation spat out blood. The sword of the flame emperor's spirit was quite powerful. How is this possible? I have used all my strength, but it is still so weak. The king of the infernal spirit nation was shocked. He could not believe the sword of the flame emperor's spirit. King of the infernal spirit nation, is this all you have? The flame emperor's spirit said arrogantly. A very domineering sword technique, Feng Wuchen exclaimed. The chaotic ancestor dragon said faintly, is this the limit? Your Majesty, the king of the infernal spirit nation can't hold on any longer. Today, the infernal spirit nation will be destroyed, General Xiaoyao reported respectfully. The king of the infernal spirit nation has used all his strength, but he still can't defeat the flame emperor spirit, Tenyu Ares said with a faint smile. Bloodthirsty Ares sighed and said, the nation that has dominated the chaotic world for tens of millions of years can't escape the fate of destruction. Buzz. The unimaginable destructive power swept out again, and the domineering flaming sword radiance rushed toward the king of the infernal spirit nation. The experts who were watching the battle held their breaths in horror, and they stared at the king of the infernal spirit nation without blinking. If the king of the infernal spirit nation could not hold on, what awaited him would be death. Your Majesty! The infernal spirit nation master and the princes shouted in horror. The army of the infernal spirit nation also screamed in horror. The king of the infernal spirit nation was their spiritual pillar. Once he fell, the infernal spirit nation would be finished. The king of the infernal spirit nation looked at the horrifying flaming sword radiance, and he clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were terrifying. Buzz. The king of the infernal spirit nation suddenly burst out with destructive divine power, and his body was on fire. Burning the supreme divine body. Feng Wuchen exclaimed. Oh? He really dares to do that. Burning the supreme divine body. Dao ancestor Jiuxuan couldn't help but exclaim. Burning the supreme divine body. The war god guards exclaimed, and their faces were full of horror. Both sides of the battle were scared out of their wits. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the bar. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme's bar updates the fastest. The Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation was burning his supreme divine body. The Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation was courting death. Bloodthirsty Ares said worriedly, this is bad. We can't withstand the divine power that comes from burning his supreme divine body. Is the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation planning to kill everyone? Fire War God said in horror, his body trembling. Will the young master intervene? Tenyu Ares looked at Feng Wuchen. Is the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation really courting death? Once this terrifying divine power erupts, everyone will die. The unfettered great general's face was filled with fear. The supreme divine realm is a realm that many people dream of. Why don't they cherish it? Why would they burn their supreme divine body? Chaotic Ancestor Dragon said in horror, his voice trembling. Flame Emperor Spirit. Stop him. Dao Ancestor Jiuxian shouted. The power that came from burning his supreme divine body was enough to kill everyone present. Boom, swoosh. Swoosh, Flame Emperor Spirit shot out without hesitation. With a loud boom, his aura surged. The divine sword in his hand swung fiercely, and streaks of terrifying sword radiance bombarded the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, the domineering and terrifying sword radiance bombarded the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation. Deafening explosions could be heard, and wave after wave of destructive energy ripples spread out unscrupulously. However, Flame Emperor Spirit tried his best, and the domineering and terrifying sword radiance were all blocked. Not even a single sword radiance could get close to the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation. It was too late to stop the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation. The divine power is increasing too quickly. It's too late. Flame Emperor Spirit said angrily. He regretted angering the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation. This old thing. Dao Ancestor Jiuxian was furious. The terrifying divine power rose crazily as if there was no limit, and it surpassed Flame Emperor Spirit in an instant. The Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation Spirit's divine power had far surpassed Flame Emperor Spirit's. The terrifying divine power was quickly approaching the power that Flame Emperor Spirit had when he burned his supreme divine body. This divine power is too terrifying. Flame Emperor Spirit can't stop it. Everyone, run. Or we will all die. That's right. Run. Run. Many of the top experts who were watching the battle from afar were scared out of their wits. No one wanted to die. Flaming Emperor Soul, weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? The Infernal Spirit Nation's ruler said fiercely. Destroy my Infernal Spirit Nation, and I'll bury all of you. The Flame Emperor's soul furrowed his brows and said solemnly, Sovereign of the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation, if you burn your supreme god body, once your divine power erupts, not only will you turn into ashes, but everyone in the infernal spirit divine nation will also die in your hands. What? Are you scared? Aren't you also capable of burning your supreme godhead? Wasn't he very powerful when dealing with the Chaos Temple? Let's burn our supreme divine bodies together and perish together. The infernal spirit nation's king shouted angrily. Buzz. An immeasurable amount of divine power erupted and soared continuously. Countless cultivators in the primal chaos realm felt as though they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. That place was filled with fear and darkness. The Flame Emperor's spirit's face darkened. He had never thought that the ruler of the Fire Spirit Nation would dare to burn his sovereign divine body. Everyone present had never thought that the Infernal Spirit Nation's king would dare to burn his supreme divine body. After all, the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation's army was present. Did the Infernal Spirit Nation's king not care about their lives? Whoever provoked such a reckless person would regret it. Before I die, I will make you regret touching my Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. I will let everyone in the Primal Chaos realm know that any sovereign divine nation is not to be trifled with. If you force me into a corner, I will perish together with you. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king roared angrily as a terrifying aura erupted. Buzz. The terrifying sea of fire had expanded to 1,000,000 feet in size. Swoosh. Swoosh. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king waved his hand abruptly. In the huge sea of fire, dense flaming swords condensed and charged mercilessly toward the experts of the Flame Tribe and the experts under Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian. TSK. TSK, Tisk. Wherever the terrifying flaming swords passed, regardless of the realm of the experts, they were instantly burned to ashes. The experts under Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the experts of the Flame Tribe were brutally massacred by the Infernal Spirit Nation's king. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Flame Emperor Spirit did not dare to stop him. They could not stop him. You dare to massacre my army? I will kill all of you. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king roared, looking extremely crazy. Hundreds of thousands of the Infernal Spirit Nation's army had been massacred. How could the Infernal Spirit Nation's king swallow this anger? If it were not for the Infernal Spirit Nation's army on the battlefield, the Infernal Spirit Nation's king would have controlled the Sea of Fire to consume the experts under Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Flame Tribe. King. Kill them all. The Infernal Spirit Nation's advisor roared angrily. Kill them all. The Infernal Spirit Nation's army roared angrily. The original feelings of fear, despair, and anger were all vented. Leader. Save me. Tao Ancestor. Save me. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king started a merciless massacre. The experts under Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Flame Tribe were terrified and cried for help. In less than a minute, tens of thousands of people had died tragically in the hands of the Infernal Spirit Nation's king. If the massacre continued, the Infernal Spirit Nation and the experts under Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian would definitely be wiped out in a few minutes. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king was absolutely invincible at this moment. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king did not care about his life, but Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Flame Emperor's soul did not dare to risk their lives. Stop. Stop it. Everyone, back off. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian roared. He was seriously injured and could not bear the power obtained by the Infernal Spirit Nation's king burning his divine body. Infernal Spirit Nation's king. Stop it. Today's matter is over. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian roared anxiously. You don't want to see the Infernal Spirit Nation destroyed, do you? The Infernal Spirit Nation's king roared, Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian, are you afraid too? With your cultivation, you can escape if you want to live. Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian really wanted to escape, but once he did, he would undoubtedly become a joke in the chaotic realm. Infernal Spirit Nation's king. It's not too late to stop now. Do you really want to destroy yourself and the Infernal Spirit Nation? The Flame Emperor's soul shouted. Flame Emperor's soul, you are right. I want to die with you. Even if you can survive, the Infernal Spirit Nation's vitality will be greatly damaged. The Infernal Spirit Nation's king roared. Infernal Spirit Nation's advisor, since Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the leader have decided to stop, You don't have to sacrifice your life and the entire infernal spirit nation. Isn't it better for everyone to survive? Grand Elder Yanfeng said. Haha. The infernal spirit nation's king laughed. All of you look down on me and want to destroy the infernal spirit nation. Now you want me to stop? Don't you think it's ironic? It's too late to stop the war now. I want all of you to die. The infernal spirit nation will not take any humiliation. The emperor of the fire spirit nation burned his supreme divine body crazily, and the divine power that erupted was getting more and more terrifying. It even surpassed the flame emperor's soul when he burned his supreme divine body. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian and the flame emperor's soul were getting more and more panicked. Such terrifying divine power made them feel a strong sense of danger. Even if they were in the supreme divine realm, they would not be able to withstand such terrifying divine power. The emperor of the fire spirit nation roared, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. Flame emperor's soul. Die. Emperor of the fire spirit nation. Stop it. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian shouted in panic, even if you burn your supreme divine body, you may not be able to kill us. You will just die in vain, and you will lose the entire fire spirit nation. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian had already decided that if the emperor of the fire spirit nation really exploded with destructive divine power, he would not stay to die. Emperor of the fire spirit nation, stop it. Stop it. The flame emperor's soul shouted anxiously, looking extremely panicked. The emperor of the fire spirit nation did not waver, as if he had already made up his mind to die together with Dao ancestor Jiao Xian and the flame emperor's soul. Saintess, do you have a way to stop the emperor of the fire spirit nation? Yan Tianyun asked in horror, his body trembling violently. Sister, what do we do now? Grandfather can't block this divine power. Yan Wutian asked anxiously. He was out of his wits and looked extremely panicked. Witch Yan did not speak, but her face was extremely cold. This made the flaming people even more desperate. Witch Yan had no choice. Her chaos divine power and darkness divine power could not block the emperor of the fire spirit nation's terrifying divine power. Witch Yan, quickly summon master. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian quickly sent a message. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, I can't summon the heavenly path ancestral master either. Witch Yan replied helplessly. If she could, she would have done so long ago. After all, the heavenly path ancestral master was not in the chaotic realm. At this moment, the flaming people and the experts under Dao ancestor Jiao Xian were all scared out of their wits. Their eyes were filled with despair. If the flame emperor's soul and Dao ancestor Jiao Xian could not block this divine power, the experts under Dao ancestor Jiao Xian would definitely be annihilated. The army of the fire spirit nation looked at the emperor of the fire spirit nation's emperor was terrified. Young master, aren't you going to stop the king of the infernal spirit nation? We can't stop such terrifying divine power, the bloodthirsty war god said anxiously through voice transmission. What does their life and death have to do with me? Wouldn't it be better if the infernal spirit divine nation, the flaming tribe, and Dao ancestor Jiao Xian were all dead? Besides, I was the one who planned all of this. Feng Wuchen laughed as he transmitted his voice. If the infernal spirit nation's emperor and the others wanted to perish together, Feng Wuchen would not stop them. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the infernal spirit kingdom had already been destroyed. Upon hearing Feng Wuchen's words, bloodthirsty Ares was dumbfounded. All of this had been planned by Feng Wuchen. If you don't want to die, hurry up and go back. If you don't want to die, come to me. My god power can suppress the infernal spirit king's god power. Feng Wuchen transmitted his voice and laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, the bloodthirsty battle god, remote sky battle god, and the others instantly appeared behind Feng Wuchen. Grandpa, are you really going to give up? Give up on the infernal spirit kingdom and perish together with them? Grandpa has worked so hard and cultivated for tens of millions of years to break through to the Paragon realm. Are you really going to give up just like that? Just as the infernal spirit king was about to attack, a clear and melodious voice sounded in his mind. Xian'er. The infernal spirit king was shocked. Grandpa, there are many people in the infernal spirit kingdom who don't want to die. The infernal spirit kingdom has been sealed for tens of millions of years and has just been released. No one wants to be destroyed just like that. the melodious voice sounded again. Hearing this, the Infernal Spirit King looked at the army of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom and saw that many of their faces were filled with fear and worry. No one in the army of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom wanted to die, but they had no other choice. Xianxia knows that Grandpa, as the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, you can't tolerate being bullied or killed. But since they are willing to stop the war for the sake of the people of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, Grandpa, please stop. Xianxia doesn't want to lose Grandpa. Xianxia's voice sounded again. Grandpa shouldn't be so selfish. I was too impulsive and almost killed Xianxia. Grandpa will listen to Xianxia. The Infernal Spirit King transmitted his voice. Remembering that he still had a granddaughter, the Infernal Spirit King stopped burning his paragon divine body. After the terrifying divine power stopped increasing, the burning flames disappeared along with the huge sea of fire. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and Yan Dihun heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were puzzled as to why the Infernal Spirit King suddenly stopped. Huh? What's going on? Did he change his mind? Feng Wuchen was surprised. This was something he did not expect. He was about to perish together with the enemy. Why did he suddenly stop? Isn't this too strange? Bloodthirsty Ares and the others were also puzzled. Sure enough. The Infernal Spirit King looked at Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the others fiercely. He said in a deep voice, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, Yan Dihun, I have changed my mind. Today's battle ends here. Sure enough, he changed his mind. There's no more fun to watch. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders. However, he was curious as to the reason. The furious Infernal Spirit King had already gone berserk and lost his mind. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to stop suddenly. Imperial Advisor, lead the army back to the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. The Infernal Spirit King ordered the army to retreat. The army of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom was relieved. They felt as if they had returned from hell to heaven. Yes, Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor immediately ordered the army to retreat. Just as the Infernal Spirit King was about to leave, he suddenly said, if the two of you still want to fight, you'd better be prepared to risk your lives. Although the Infernal Spirit Kingdom is no match for you, I can risk my life at any time. With that, the Imperial Advisor disappeared in a flash. Burning his paragon divine body had seriously injured the Infernal Spirit King. He had to heal as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would lead to a decline in his cultivation level. In the worst-case scenario, he might even be reduced to ashes. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and Yan Dihun's faces were extremely gloomy. Fortunately, the Infernal Spirit King had changed his mind. Otherwise, the experts under Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Yan tribe would have been reduced to ashes. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, the Infernal Spirit King burned his paragon divine body. Although he suddenly stopped, after the divine power that he obtained disappeared, the Infernal Spirit King must be seriously injured. Yan Dihun's voice was low and there was a cold murderous intent in his words. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian glanced at Yan Dihun's eyes. He seemed to have guessed what Yan Dihun's intentions were and there was a ferocious sneer on his old face. After the army of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom left, the Flame Witch's cold gaze finally swept towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, who had sensed her gaze, glanced at her and said, let's go. Feng Wuchen. The Flame Witch squinted her beautiful eyes and there was a murderous intent in them. The war had ended. Although it was not the result that Feng Wuchen wanted, at least the three forces had suffered a great loss. Feng Wuchen, I'll let you have some fun for a while, and then I'll show you how powerful the dark divine power is. The Flame Witch thought to herself. The Heavenly Way Ancestral Master's elixir will soon make the Flame tribe stronger. Besides, the Dark World has been unsealed, and it's enough to deal with the Chaos Temple. Feng Wuchen, I'll personally send you on your way. In this battle, in addition to the hundreds of thousands of casualties in the Flame Spirit Kingdom, the Flame Tribe and the experts under Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian had also suffered heavy casualties. If not for that, the Flame Witch might have attacked Feng Wuchen. The power of the battle, as well as the power obtained by the Flame Spirit King burning his sovereign divine body, had already broken the seal that suppressed the Dark World. Sister, Feng Wuchen and the others have left. Fortunately, they didn't attack, Yan Wutian said with lingering fear. He was full of fear for Feng Wuchen. Would he dare to attack? The flame witch said coldly. My dark divine power can resist his divine power. How would he dare to attack? Even if his divine power is stronger, he might not be able to do anything to me. Sister, you're right, Yan Wutian said with a smile. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and the Flame Emperor Spirit naturally noticed Feng Wuchen's existence, but they didn't dare to provoke him. Especially Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, who hated and feared Feng Wuchen. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian knew how terrifying Feng Wuchen was better than the Flame Emperor Spirit and the others. If it weren't for Feng Wuchen, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian wouldn't have been seriously injured, and he wouldn't have been attacked by the Flame Spirit Kingdom's army. He wouldn't have given the Flame Spirit King a chance to burn his sovereign divine body. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, Feng Wuchen. The Flame Emperor Spirit said, but before he finished, he was interrupted by Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Feng Wuchen, don't provoke him. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian frowned, and a hint of fear flashed in his old eyes. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian would never forget the scene of Feng Wuchen easily breaking through his spirit void primal chaos domain. The Flame Emperor's soul nodded and solemnly said, this brat can suppress my divine power. To be honest, if the demon girl's dark divine power was not able to resist his divine power, I would not have dared to provoke him. Clan leader Yin, bring the Flame Clan back first. I'll leave the Infernal Soul Nation's ruler to you. I have more important matters to attend to. Flame Witch, you stay behind, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian continued. Don't worry, Great Elder Jiao Xian, Flame Emperor Spirit said with a faint smile. Then, he waved his hand and left with the Flame Clan. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian looked at the Flame Witch and asked, the seal has already been broken. Did Master tell you what to do? Now that I'm seriously injured, it's almost impossible for me to control the dark forces. Seems like Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian has already guessed a little. This pill was concocted by Grandmaster. It should be of some help to Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's injuries, which Yan said respectfully. She then took out a pill and handed it to Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Heavenly Dao Reincarnation Pill. A powerful healing pill that only Master can concoct. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was overjoyed. He swallowed it without hesitation. With this pill, his injuries could be healed quickly. As expected, the moment the pill entered his stomach, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian felt his injuries recovering quickly. The effects of the Heavenly Dao Reincarnation Pill were terrifying. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was at the Paragon God Realm. The healing pill of the Primal Chaos Heavenly Exalted Realm did not have much effect on Paragon Gods. Looking at the Flame Witch, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said with a faint smile, the seal has not been broken yet, but you have already obtained the Darkness Divine Power. This means that Master has taken action secretly. There should be some problems with the Primal Chaos Ancestor's seal. Demoness Yan said respectfully, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xuan is right. There is indeed a problem with the Primal Chaos Patriarch's seal. The Ancestral Master placed a spatial curse on the seal formation, and that was many years ago. Space spell? I see. It seems that Master has been secretly helping me all these years. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was stunned. He then nodded. The Flame Witch took out an item from her storage ring and handed it to Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. She said respectfully, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, this is what Grandmaster asked me to give to you. Heavenly Dao Token. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian's face changed. He looked at the Flame Witch in shock and asked, Master went to the Dark World personally? The Flame Witch nodded and said respectfully, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian, we have people in the Dark World. To be precise, they are Grandmaster slaves. If that's the case, Master also intends to let me control the Dark World. Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian was overjoyed. An excited smile appeared on his face. It is inconvenient for Grandmaster to interfere with the Primal Chaos Realm. Therefore, he secretly went to the Dark World. The Heavenly Dao Token can help Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian control the Dark World faster, the Flame Witch said. You are right. The Heavenly Dao Token can help me control the Dark World faster, Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian said with a smile. He then waved his hand and set up a Heavenly Dao boundary in the Primal Chaos Valley. As soon as the boundary was set up, several streaks of black gas transformed into human figures. They emitted an extremely terrifying aura of dark god power. Supreme God. The flame witch looked at the three of them in shock. Greetings, Tao Ancestor Xian. The three of them knelt on one knee respectfully. At the same time. Young master, since you planned all of this, why didn't you do anything just now? Instead, you left. Bloodthirsty Ares was puzzled. With young master's god power, he should be able to suppress the Infernal Spirit Nation king. The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor and the other Primal Chaos Heavenly Venerables are all injured. Our war god guards can easily kill them. However, young master doesn't seem to want to do anything. Is young master worried that the flame witch will stop him? Tenyu Ares guessed. Although the flame witch's dark god power can resist young master's god power should be able to resist dark god power too. Moreover, the flame tribe has suffered heavy casualties. They shouldn't dare to make us their enemy at this time, Mad Emperor War God said solemnly. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. What you said makes sense. Just now was indeed a good opportunity. We could even destroy the three major forces at the same time. However, the Infernal Spirit Nation king burned his sovereign god body. He must be severely injured. The Infernal Spirit Nation is already greatly weakened. There's no need for us to do anything. Don't forget that the three divine nations are all hostile existences. Even if Tao Ancestor Xian and the Flame Tribe don't do anything, the other two divine nations will want to annex the Infernal Spirit Nation. I can't touch Tao Ancestor Xian now. I told him before that I would spare him once for the sake of the heavenly Tao Ancestor. Now that he didn't provoke me, I have no reason to touch him. I can't bully him, right? Besides, Tao Ancestor Xian did me a great favor. If I really want to touch him, I have to find another excuse. As for the Flame Tribe, they are really nothing. I gave them a chance because I wanted to give it to Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanxue. I'm not afraid of the Flame Witch, but the Flame Tribe hasn't provoked us recently. It's not good to suddenly attack, right? I was watching the battle just now. So many people saw me, but I didn't see them touch me. So, I can't find a reason to attack at all. The bloodthirsty war god and the others were speechless. Forget it, I'll tell you the truth. The seal of the dark forces has been broken. I can sense the weak aura of the supremacy. Seeing the expressions of bloodthirsty Ares and the rest, Feng Wuchen shrugged helplessly. What? The seal has been broken? Bloodthirsty Ares and the rest widened their eyes in shock. Young master, are you kidding? If the seal of the primal chaos ancestor has been broken, why is there no movement? We can't sense anything. Mad Emperor War God quickly asked. I can't sense it either. Bloodthirsty Ares shook his head. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. The seal set by the primal chaos ancestor is in another space, sealing off the entire dark world. I have the power of space, so I can sense it. Young master, where is the supremacy? Fire God War God quickly asked. This person's strength is on par with the Infernal Spirit Emperor, but he has the power of darkness, so he should be able to suppress the Infernal Spirit Emperor. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. That's good. Bloodthirsty Ares said solemnly. At least he won't be more terrifying than Tao Ancestor Xian. As long as he doesn't surpass Tao Ancestor Xian, the Supremacy Guardian can deal with him. Tenyu Ares nodded. That's not necessarily true. Feng Wuchen shook his head. The Primal Chaos Ancestor is worried about the existence of the Dark Forces. In other words, the Dark Forces are not as simple as we thought. If the Supremacy Guardian is only slightly stronger than the Infernal Spirit Emperor, why would the Primal Chaos Ancestor be worried? The Primal Chaos Ancestor is worried? Bloodthirsty Ares and the rest were shocked again. The Primal Chaos Ancestor was the strongest existence in the Primal Chaos realm. Why would the Dark Forces worry him? Feng Wuchen said seriously. We suspect that Tao Ancestor Xian is related to the Dark Forces, but we don't know the details. What if Tao Ancestor Xian controls the Dark Forces? Young master, could it be that the Supremacy Guardian is hiding his strength? Otherwise, why would the Primal Chaos Ancestor be worried? Bloodthirsty Ares guessed. I don't think so. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Maybe there's an even more terrifying expert in the Dark Forces. An even more terrifying expert. Bloodthirsty Ares and the rest gasped in shock. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, the primal chaos patriarch sealed the dark forces. They are filled with hatred towards our primal chaos realm. In addition, we don't know much about the dark forces. We still have to learn from Dao ancestor Jiao Xian or Wei Qian. So now is not the time to make a move on them. Young master, should we monitor the dark forces? The bloodthirsty war god asked solemnly. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, the reason why I didn't let the chaos mystical fire beast attack is to let the dark forces come out in advance. They will definitely enter the chaotic realm. Go to the 4 major regions. Once you notice the dark forces attacking, kill them without mercy. Understood. The war god guards respectfully accepted the order. Young master, when do you plan to make a move on the Yen clan? Remote Sky Marshal Immortal asked Feng Wuchen. We'll attack them when we attack them. Feng Wuchen grinned. The god of war guards were speechless again. Oh yes, who's in charge of the chaos mantra? Feng Wuchen suddenly asked. Bloodthirsty Ares said respectfully, young master, the 4th elder is in charge. Got it. Go to the sanctuary. God of war guards. Keep an eye on the infernal spirit kingdom. Feng Wuchen nodded. Yes. The god of war guards disappeared. Master, are you going to cultivate the chaos mantra? Dragon Xinjian asked. The chaos mantra is powerful. Of course, I have to cultivate it. The chaos mantra of the chaos temple must be powerful. It's at least stronger than the Panga mantra I'm cultivating now. My combat power will be stronger. Feng Wuchen smiled. It was time to cultivate the chaos mantra since he had broken through the chaos emperor realm. With Feng Wuchen's current combat strength, he could easily defeat a 3rd-stage chaotic emperor without using primordial divine power. If he used the primordial divine power, even a 5th-stage chaos emperor realm expert would not be a problem. If he cultivated the ancient chaos mantra, his combat power would soar. Master, if you want to cultivate the chaos mantra, I have some ancient chaos mantra here. It's very powerful. I don't know if it's suitable for you. The Aeon Origin suddenly said. Feng Wuchen was stunned. He asked in shock, you have the ancient chaos mantra? Don't you only have divine power? Where did you get the ancient chaos mantra? The Aeon Origin was indeed in existence in the form of divine power. It had just awakened not long ago. Where did it get the ancient chaos mantra? Moreover, the chaos world was a world created by the chaos ancestor. When the primordial divine power origin was born, it obtained the ancient chaos mantra in the chaos world. The chaos world was created by the chaos ancestor, but the Aeon Origin was not created by the chaos ancestor. The primordial divine power does not belong to the chaos world. The Aeon Origin said respectfully. Does not belong to the chaos world? No wonder the chaos ancestor does not have the primordial divine power. Feng Wuchen nodded. Let me see the ancient chaos mantra. At the same time. The infernal spirit kingdom. After the infernal spirit king returned, his injuries were very serious. After the divine power obtained by burning the supreme divine body disappeared, the infernal spirit king fainted on the spot. The upper echelons of the infernal spirit kingdom were all scared out of their wits. The prince of the chaos heavenly venerable realm alchemist immediately gave the infernal spirit king a healing pill and personally treated the infernal spirit king. Although the infernal spirit king did not completely burn the supreme divine body, he was seriously injured. His physical body and soul were very serious. If he was not treated in time, it was very likely that he would be turned into ashes. Imperial advisor, all of you attack together. The king's injuries are very serious. I need your strength. The prince shouted anxiously, his face full of panic and worry. The infernal spirit kingdom's imperial advisor and the upper echelons of the kingdom all attacked. Even if they were injured, they gave it their all. They had to protect the infernal spirit king. Otherwise, the infernal spirit kingdom would be destroyed. Grandfather, how are you? A beautiful woman in gorgeous brocade appeared. Her face was full of anxiety and worry. Princess, the king's injuries are very serious. We are trying our best to heal him. The imperial advisor quickly said. Grandfather. Princess Xianxia was so worried that tears fell from her eyes. If it wasn't for the interference of the flaming tribe, the monarch wouldn't have been forced to burn his supreme divine body, a duke said angrily. Now is not the time to talk about this. We have to heal the king's injuries as soon as possible. The imperial advisor said anxiously. Infernal Spirit King, your aura is very weak now. Burning the supreme divine body must be very uncomfortable for you, right? I'm afraid you can't burn the supreme divine body anymore. Just as the Infernal Spirit King and the rest were anxiously healing him, a cold and disdainful voice suddenly sounded in the kingdom. Oh no! The Flame Emperor spirit is here. The Infernal Spirit King and the upper echelons' faces changed. The spirit of the Flame Emperor was really here. The terrifying Supreme God aura covered the Infernal Spirit Kingdom and suppressed them mercilessly. Everyone in the Infernal Spirit Kingdom was scared out of their wits and vomited blood from the terrifying aura. Even the Chaos Heavenly Sovereign and the Chaos God Emperor could not withstand the terrifying aura. Young Master, the spirit of the Flame Emperor has appeared in the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. The young master was right. They will not miss this opportunity. The Fire War God said respectfully. Faster than I thought. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, the king of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom should not be able to burn his supreme god body. The spirit of the Flame Emperor is really cunning. Fire War God, just watch the battle. The spirit of the Flame Emperor will not dare to touch you. Yes. The Fire War God replied respectfully and secretly cursed the spirit of the Flame Emperor for being a cunning old fox. At this moment, the spirit of the Flame Emperor appeared in the sky above the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. Didn't they stop the war? Why is the spirit of the Flame Emperor here? Is the ceasefire just a delaying tactic? We have been fooled. It's over. The king is seriously injured and has fallen into a coma. The imperial advisor and the prince are also injured. They are no match for the spirit of the Flame Emperor. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom was in a panic. The spirit of the Flame Emperor is a cunning old fox. He came at this time. The king of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom said angrily, his old face as ferocious as a tiger. The prince gritted his teeth and said angrily, the spirit of the Flame Emperor must have guessed that the king is seriously injured. That shameless old man. The king is seriously injured and unconscious. We are also injured. What should we do now? The prince asked in horror. His old face was pale with fear. The spirit of the Flame Emperor is a shameless bastard. He went back on his words. If we had known this, we would not have stopped the war. The imperial advisor said angrily. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I am the one who harmed the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. Princess Xianxia was stunned. Princess Xianxia regretted it. She thought that Dao ancestor Jiao Xian and the spirit of the Flame Emperor would not dare to attack after the ceasefire. She did not expect the spirit of the Flame Emperor to come just as the army returned. If she had known this would happen, she would not have persuaded the king of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom to stop the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. For a moment, everyone in the Infernal Spirit Kingdom fell into despair. Once again, they felt as if they had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. King of the Infernal Spirit Nation, you don't have the strength to fight anymore, do you? The Flame Emperor's spirit sneered. The Flame Emperor's soul had already descended onto the magnificent square of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Many Chaos Heavenly Venerables and Chaos God Emperors appeared in a flash. The King of the Fire Spirit Nation was severely injured and could no longer fight. Glancing around with disdain, the Flame Emperor's spirit sneered and said, you all have guts to stop me. With that, Flame Emperor's spirit snorted coldly. Chaos Heavenly Sovereign and Chaos God Emperor spat out blood at the same time and were seriously injured. Stop him even if we have to risk our lives. A primal Chaos Heavenly Venerate roared while enduring his heavy injuries. Dozens of primal Chaos Heavenly Venerables flashed over again, all of them looking as if they didn't care about their lives. You are indeed worthy of being a cultivator from the Infernal Spirit Holy Kingdom. You have guts. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish, the Flame Emperor's spirit sneered, and a cold murderous aura emanated from him. At the same time, in the main hall. Xianxia. At this moment, the king of the Infernal Spirit Nation woke up from his coma and had regained some consciousness. The king is awake. The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor and the rest were overjoyed. Grandfather. Princess Xianxia hurriedly looked over and grabbed the Infernal Spirit Nation advisor's hand tightly. Tears streamed down her face and she said regretfully, "Grandfather, it's all Xianxia's fault. Xianxia has harmed the Infernal Spirit Nation." The prince panicked and said, "King, the Flame Emperor spirit is here." That old man went back on his word. "King, what should we do now?" The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor asked in a panic, his heart burning with anxiety. "Xianxia, this has nothing to do with you. You are also doing this for the Infernal Spirit Nation. Listen to grandfather. Quickly find Feng Wuchen. Only Feng Wuchen can save us." The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation said weakly. He didn't even have the strength to stand up, which showed how serious his injuries were. The after effects of burning the supreme divine body were terrifying. Feng Wuchen? Princess Xianxia was stunned. Would it work to find Feng Wuchen? The Infernal Spirit Nation had just defended Feng Wuchen not long ago, and luckily, the Infernal Spirit Nation was saved. The possibility of finding Feng Wuchen for help at this time was almost zero. But other than Feng Wuchen, no one could save the Infernal Spirit Nation. That's right. Feng Wuchen's divine power is terrifying. He can suppress the Flame Emperor spirit. Only Feng Wuchen can save our Infernal Spirit Nation. The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor said hurriedly, a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. "King, it's good that Feng Wuchen didn't destroy us. Will he help us?" The prince's face was full of despair, and he didn't dare to think about it. As soon as the prince said that, the hope that ignited in the higher-ups was instantly shattered. "We can't care so much. If we don't try, our Infernal Spirit Nation will be destroyed." The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor was anxious. "I'll go to the Chaos Temple to find Feng Wuchen." "Grandfather, advisor, you must hold on. I'll be back soon." Princess Xianxia said hurriedly and disappeared immediately. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the 8th level chaotic God Emperor realm. Going to the Chaos Temple was just a matter of time. Even if she knew it was impossible, Xianxia still wanted to try. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Just as Xianxia left, the Flame Emperor spirit had already attacked. A black shadow rushed into the main hall, and dozens of chaotic heavenly lords were thrown out. In front of a supreme god, chaotic heavenly lords were nothing. This scene frightened the 600,000 to 700,000 soldiers of the Infernal Spirit Nation. "He's here." The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor's face was extremely solemn, and he looked at the Flame Emperor spirit fiercely. The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor and the rest all stood in front of the severely injured Infernal Spirit Nation king. The Flame Emperor spirit sneered arrogantly. He glanced at the Infernal Spirit Nation king and sneered, "Infernal Spirit Nation king, your aura is so weak. It seems that your injuries are more serious than I expected." "Flame Emperor spirit, what do you want?" The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor asked fiercely. "After burning your supreme god body, you don't even have the strength to stand up? It seems that you can't burn your supreme god body anymore?" The Flame Emperor spirit sneered, and his eyes were full of contempt. The severely injured Infernal Spirit Nation king stared at the Flame Emperor spirit fiercely. "Flame Emperor spirit, you went back on your words. We shouldn't have believed that you would stop the war," the prince said angrily. He wanted to swallow the Flame Emperor spirit alive. The Flame Emperor spirit sneered contemptuously, "You can only blame yourselves for being stupid. You killed so many of my people. Even if I didn't help Dao ancestor Jiu Xian, I wouldn't let the Infernal Spirit Nation king go. Flame Emperor spirit, you shameless old bastard. If you want to destroy the Infernal Spirit Nation, you'll have to step over our dead bodies." The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor shouted angrily. The Infernal Spirit Nation advisor and the rest did not have high hopes for Feng Wuchen. They were just trying their luck. In the end, they still had to rely on the power of the Infernal Spirit Nation. "Just you?" The Flame Emperor's soul sneered. "Everyone below the honorable god level is just an ant. I only need one finger to deal with you." The Flame Emperor's soul was not bragging. With his strength, he could do it. The Flame Emperor's soul. "Don't underestimate the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom gritted his teeth, his face twitching. The Flame Emperor's soul said arrogantly, I really don't care about the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. The Flame Emperor's soul, kill me and let the Infernal Spirit Kingdom go. How about that? The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom asked, bearing with his injuries. Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, you are not qualified to negotiate with me. The Flame Emperor's soul sneered, his Flame Emperor's soul had accelerated. The Flame Emperor's soul had come personally, not just to kill the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, but to destroy the entire kingdom. The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom said angrily, the Flame Emperor's soul, what do you want to let the Infernal Spirit Kingdom go? The Infernal Spirit Kingdom must be destroyed. The Flame Emperor's soul said firmly. He had never thought of letting the Infernal Spirit Kingdom go. Buzz. The domineering Flame Emperor's soul exploded, and the majestic kingdom castle began to shake. A terrifying murderous aura shrouded the entire kingdom. Xianxia, if Feng Wuchen doesn't help, don't come back. The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom said telepathically, prepared to be killed. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom was no match for the Flame Emperor's soul. When Xianxia arrived at the Chaos Temple, she heard the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom's telepathic message. Her delicate body trembled, and tears fell again. The Princess of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom wiped her tears and rushed to the main hall of the Chaos Temple. Imperial Advisor, try to buy time for Xianxia. I know the chances are slim, but I have to try. The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom said telepathically. The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom was shocked and shouted, the Flame Emperor's soul. Wait. Why? Are you afraid? The Flame Emperor's soul sneered. I thought you were not afraid of death. The Emperor's soul of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom said angrily, Flame Emperor's soul, what good will it do to you? Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan's goal is to fight for the position of Master of all Realms. Do you really think that Dao Ancestor Jiuxuan wants to deal with the Primal Chaos Ancestor? Could it be that the Flame race doesn't want to fight for the position of Master of all Realms? The Flame race no longer cares about the Master of the 10,000 Realms. The Flame Emperor's spirit sneered and said, I forgot to tell you that the witch is the Heavenly Path Holy Maiden that was personally conferred by the Heavenly Path Patriarch. What is the Master of all Realms? What? The Heavenly Dao Patriarch conferred the title of Heavenly Dao Saintess? The Infernal Spirit Nation Monarch and the others were all shocked. Just how terrifying was the identity of the Heavenly Dao Holy Maiden conferred by the Heavenly Dao Ancestral Master? At this moment, the ruler of the Infernal Spirit Country and the others finally understood why the Flame Tribe could escape unscathed. It was all because of the Witch of Flame, with the Flame Witch's identity as the Heavenly Dao Saintess. The Chaos Temple did not dare to touch her. You don't have to stall for time. No one will come to save the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. The Flame Emperor's spirit sneered and said, my divine power is enough to completely destroy your Infernal Spirit Kingdom. I will not let you feel any pain. Go in peace. Meanwhile, outside the Chaos Temple, the Infernal Spirit Princess was stopped. Who are you? You've got guts. How dare he trespass into the Chaos Temple? Take her down. A Chaos Heavenly Master appeared in a flash and released his terrifying divine power. I am the Princess of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom, Wang Xian'er. I have something important to discuss with the young master of the Chaos Temple. Wang Xian'er quickly said. The Princess of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom has to die for trespassing into the Chaos Temple. The Chaos Heavenly Master shouted coldly. He shot out quickly and blasted his palm toward the Infernal Spirit Princess. However, at this moment, a figure appeared and grabbed the wrist of the person who attacked. Stand down. Shanlu Guardian said flatly. Yes. The Chaos Heavenly Master retreated in a flash. Shanlu Guardian sized Wang Xian'er up and asked, are you the Palace Master of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom? I am, Wang Xian'er replied respectfully. Xianlu Guardian's face turned cold and said coldly, trespassing into the Chaos Temple is a capital offense, even if you are the Princess of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. I know, but this concerns the survival of the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. I don't have time. Please report to the young master. Only the young master can save the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Wang Xian'er said anxiously, tears streaming down her face. Do you know that the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom has captured the young master? Now that the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom is in trouble, you come to the young master for help? There are so many people in the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom, but they sent a woman to ask for help, Xianlu Guardian said coldly, with a hint of mockery in his words. I know. Wang Xianer was already half in despair. She quickly said, I know that the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom has offended the young master. However, the grudge between the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom and the young master has been resolved. In the future, they will definitely, that's enough. The young master won't do anything, and he won't see you. What's more, the Infernal Spirit Divine Country brought this upon yourselves. You can't blame anyone else. Seeing that the Infernal Spirit Divine Country is in trouble, I won't kill you. I'll let you live. Go back. No, no. Lord Guardian, I beg you. Please report to the young master for me. Only the young master can save the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom now. As long as the young master agrees, I will do anything he wants me to do. Wang Xianer knelt down and cowed out heavily. Her forehead cracked and blood flowed down. In order to save the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom, Wang Xianer went all out. It's useless even if you beg me. Xianlu Guardian said coldly, I can't help you. The young master will not do anything either. Xianlu Guardian turned and left. He ordered his men to send Wang Xianer away. Princess, let's go, one of the guards said coldly. I won't go. I won't go. I won't go until I see the young master. Wang Xianer cried sadly. Young master, the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom is in the wrong. Please save the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Please save the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. There's no time left. The Flame Emperor Spirit has gone to the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Young master, please help me. I will do anything you want me to do, even if you want my life. I am willing to exchange my life for the lives of everyone in the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Please. Wang Xianer cried sadly. This was her last hope and she did not want to give it up. Once she gave up, the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom would be finished. However, no one responded to Wang Xianer's cries. Feng Wuchen did not appear. Even the chaotic Xian Fire Beast and the ancient Heavenly Emperor did not appear. There were only a few guards in the square. Panic, fear, helplessness and despair filled Wang Xianer's heart. She almost suffocated. That feeling was worse than death. Wang Xianer was desperate. Looking for Feng Wuchen would not bring her any results. She had been out for a long time. She did not know how the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom was doing. She did not know if the Emperor was still alive. She did not know if the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom still existed. Wang Xianer closed her eyes helplessly. Grandpa, I have tried my best. If the Infernal Spirit Kingdom is gone, there is no point for me to live. Wang Xianer said in despair. She took out her sword and was about to kill herself. If you die, your grandpa will not be able to see you again. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. Wang Xianer's body trembled as she looked towards the source of the voice. There, a handsome man dressed in white brocade was walking over. It was Feng Wuchen. Young master. The guards knelt down on one knee. You can leave. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Greetings, young master. Wang Xianer bowed respectfully and said, Please save the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. Feng Wuchen looked at Wang Xianer and asked with a smile, Are you really willing to do anything for me? As long as you are willing to save the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, I will do anything you ask of me. Wang Xianer replied without hesitation. Since Feng Wuchen had appeared, there was hope. Wang Xianer did not want to miss this opportunity. Are you willing to die? Feng Wuchen asked. Yes. Wang Xianer replied immediately. Great. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I hope you don't regret it. I can save the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. Since you said that you are willing to do anything for me, take off your clothes in front of everyone. Take off my clothes in front of everyone? Wang Xianer was stunned. Swish. 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 Right at this moment, the elders and protectors of the Chaos Sacred Hall and many other experts appeared. the empty square was instantly filled with experts. There were tens of thousands of them. Why? Are you not willing to do it? Feng Wuchen asked with a cold smile as he looked at Wang Xian'er. Wang Xian'er bit her lips and said, I hope that you will keep your promise. With that, Wang Xian'er was about to take off her clothes in front of everyone. She was determined to save the infernal spirit kingdom. However, just as Wang Xian'er was about to take off her clothes, a terrifying divine power stopped her. Wang Xian'er looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. The chaos mystical flame beast shook his head and said, For the infernal spirit divine country, you are willing to go to such lengths. The ancient heavenly emperor smiled faintly and said, With such a granddaughter, the infernal spirit nation's ruler will be happy even if he dies. Did the emperor of the infernal spirit nation send you to find me? Feng Wuchen asked. Yes. Wang Xian'er nodded respectfully and said, Grandfather said that only the young master can save the infernal spirit divine nation. Why do you think that I will save the infernal spirit kingdom? Feng Wuchen asked again. Wang Xian'er shook her head and said, Grandpa and the imperial advisor don't think that the young master will do anything. Even I don't think so. I'm just giving it a try. Besides the young master, no one else can save the infernal spirit kingdom. Grandpa is burning his sovereign god body, so he's severely injured. He's no match for the flame emperor spirit. I see. Feng Wuchen nodded. Young master, please save the infernal spirit divine nation. There's no time. If you don't hurry, Grandpa and the others will be killed. The more Wang Xian'er spoke, the more anxious she became. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she was afraid that the infernal spirit divine nation would cease to exist if they were late. You have to promise me one thing before I can save the infernal spirit divine nation. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He wasn't in a hurry at all. Young master, please say it. Wang Xian'er said anxiously. The infernal spirit divine nation will submit to the flame god hall. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Since the infernal spirit nation's ruler sent you here, you can make the decision. Think carefully before you answer. Of course, you can also ask your grandfather. If he doesn't agree, then forget it. Submit to the flame god hall. What kind of force was the flame god hall? Why had she never heard of it? Oh right, by the way, the flame god hall's hall master is only a chaos divine lord. Feng Wuchen added. What? A chaos divine lord controlling the infernal spirit divine nation. If the infernal spirit divine nation submitted to the flame god hall, wouldn't it be a joke to the chaotic world? However, if the infernal spirit divine nation wanted to survive, they had to submit. Everyone in the chaos temple looked at Wang Xian'er, waiting for her reply. After hesitating for a while, Wang Xian'er said respectfully, Young master, the infernal spirit divine nation is willing to submit to the flame god hall. Don't you need to ask the ruler of the infernal spirit nation? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Wang Xian'er shook her head and said, No, I can make the decision. Young master, please hurry up. There's no time. Alright, if the ruler of the infernal spirit nation or the officials of the infernal spirit divine nation go back on their word, I'll destroy the infernal spirit divine nation myself. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He wasn't anxious at all, as if it didn't matter if the ruler of the infernal spirit nation died. When Wang Xian'er heard this, she trembled in fear. However, Wang Xian'er didn't think too much about it. The most important thing was to stop the Flame Emperor's soul from destroying the infernal spirit divine nation. Young master, grandpa and the officials will go back on their word. Wang Xian'er quickly said. Good. Feng Wuchen nodded. The reason why Feng Wuchen wanted the infernal spirit divine nation to submit to the Flame God Hall was to raise Yan Wushuang's status. At the same time, it was also a slap to the Flame Tribe's face. The Flame Tribe's people who had been abandoned instantly became the man who controlled the entire divine nation. What a dazzling existence. It was a slap to the Flame Tribe's face. Young master, let's go. I'm worried about Grandpa and the others. Wang Xian'er was anxious. She couldn't wait any longer. Wang Xian'er had been out for a long time. With the terrifying power of the Flame Emperor's soul, he could destroy the infernal spirit divine nation with a wave of his hand. At the same time, In the main hall of the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. The ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation and the others were in despair. They didn't have any hope for Wang Xian'er. They didn't expect Feng Wuchen to come and save them. Infernal Spirit Nation's ruler, you must be regretting stopping the war now. Unfortunately, it's too late to regret. The Flame Emperor's soul sneered disdainfully. The terrifying divine power that he had gathered suddenly exploded. Flame Emperor's soul, stop. The ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation shouted, but it was too late. Fight it out with him. The prince gritted his teeth and said angrily. Guardian Tianhan, take the ruler away. The Infernal Spirit Nation's advisor shouted anxiously. Guardian Tianhan immediately carried the severely injured ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation and fled. Escape? The Flame Emperor's soul sneered disdainfully. Advisor, are you looking down on me, a paragon god expert? A mere primal chaos heavenly master wants to escape from me? Do you think Guardian Tianhan has that ability? Boom. Poof. Before Guardian Tianhan could escape with the ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation, the Flame Emperor's soul had appeared in front of him. With a palm, he sent Guardian Tianhan flying through the huge and majestic palace. Boom boom boom. Poof poof poof. The terrifying Flame Emperor's divine power exploded and spread. The Infernal Spirit Nation's advisor and the prince, who bore the brunt of it, couldn't resist at all. They spat out blood and were severely injured. The destructive divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul had exploded. The ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation couldn't resist at all. Xian'er, don't come back. Don't go back to the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. The ruler of the Infernal Spirit Nation immediately transmitted his voice. Grandfather. Wang Xian'er's heart trembled. Intense fear and sadness surged in her heart. She almost fainted. Was it too late? Emperor of the Fire Spirit Country, time to die. The Flame Emperor's soul sneered. From now on, there will be no more chaotic kingdom in the chaotic world. The Imperial Advisor and the Prince were all thrown out, leaving only the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Country. The Emperor of the Fire Spirit Country could be killed by any weakling, not to mention the terrifying divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul. The Emperor of the Fire Spirit Country had given up and closed his eyes to wait for death. However, just as the terrifying Yanhua divine power was about to hit the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Country, it strangely weakened. The terrifying Yanhua divine power was quickly disappearing. Could it be that the Flame Emperor's soul had changed his mind? That was impossible. Feng Wuchen. This is Feng Wuchen's divine power. The Flame Emperor's soul's face suddenly changed and his heart beat wildly. He had already felt Feng Wuchen's domineering and terrifying divine power. The Flame Emperor's soul would never forget this divine power. It was his nightmare and he would never be able to get it out of his mind. In an instant, the terrifying Yanhua divine power of the Flame Emperor's soul was suppressed and disappeared. The Flame Emperor's soul could not even activate the Yanhua divine power. Feng Wuchen. The Emperor of the Fire Spirit Country was overjoyed. Wang Xian'er had really found Feng Wuchen. The Emperor of the Fire Spirit Country would never forget Feng Wuchen's terrifying divine power. The Flame Emperor's soul's divine power has disappeared. It must be Feng Wuchen. We are saved. We are saved. The severely injured Emperor of the Fire Spirit Country was overjoyed. The princess has really found Feng Wuchen. The prince, and the other ministers were shocked and overjoyed. Whether it was the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Country or the Imperial Advisor, they had never thought that Feng Wuchen would come to save them. They also did not think that Wang Xian'er could really find Feng Wuchen. As long as Feng Wuchen appeared, it meant that the Fire Spirit Country was saved. At this moment, a man in a white robe slowly walked into the main hall, giving off an invincible feeling. This man was Feng Wuchen. Wang Xian'er followed him into the main hall. Grandfather. Wang Xian'er rushed forward happily. Xian'er. The king of the Infernal Spirit Nation was overjoyed. There was finally hope for the Infernal Spirit Nation. The Flame Emperor's spirit turned its head with difficulty. The moment it saw Feng Wuchen, it started to tremble uncontrollably. Feng Wuchen. The Flame Emperor's spirit's face twisted in shock. The heavily injured Imperial Preceptor, Grand Prince, and other primal chaos Empyrean powerhouses flashed into the hall. The moment he saw Feng Wuchen, hope ignited in his heart. As long as the man in front of him appeared, the infernal spirit kingdom would be saved. If Feng Wuchen did not want to help, he would not have appeared in the infernal spirit kingdom. Feng Wuchen walked in front of the Flame Emperor spirit and smiled faintly. Patriarch Yan, we meet again. Facing Feng Wuchen's terrifying divine power at such a close distance, the Flame Emperor's soul felt like it was about to shatter into pieces. This divine power was too terrifying. The Flame Emperor spirit always felt that Feng Wuchen's divine power was getting more and more terrifying, and it had already surpassed the dark divine power. However, the Flame Emperor spirit was not sure. It was just a feeling. Feng Wuchen, this is a matter between the Flame Tribe and the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. Are you going to interfere? The Flame Emperor spirit asked gloomily. Feng Wuchen looked at the heavily injured Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom and smiled faintly. The matter between the Flame Tribe and the Infernal Spirit Kingdom has nothing to do with me. To be honest, I have never thought of interfering. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom and the Imperial Preceptor's hearts were in their mouths. They looked at Feng Wuchen nervously. The Flame Emperor spirit asked gloomily, since it has nothing to do with you, why are you here? Feng Wuchen spread out his hands and said, but it is different now. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom has submitted to the Infernal Spirit Hall, and the Lord of the Infernal Spirit Hall, Yan Wushuang, is my good friend. Of course, I can't leave him in the lurch. So, in order not to hurt our friendship, I think you should stop. Submit to the Infernal Spirit Hall? The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom and the Imperial Preceptor were stunned. They looked at Wang Xian'er at the same time. Wang Xian'er shook her head slightly, signaling the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom and the others to keep quiet. Infernal Spirit Hall? Yan Wushuang? The Flame Emperor spirit was dumbfounded. Hearing this, the Flame Emperor spirit finally understood. Feng Wuchen was deliberately going against the Flame Tribe. If the Infernal Spirit Kingdom submitted to the Infernal Spirit Hall, Yan Wushuang's status would be on the same level as the Flame Emperor spirit. The Flame Emperor spirit said fiercely, Feng Wuchen, do you think you can submit just because you said so? If the Infernal Spirit Kingdom submitted to the Infernal Spirit Hall, wouldn't it be a joke to countless cultivators in the chaotic world? Seeing the Flame Emperor spirit's furious expression, Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, why? Can't I do that, clan leader Yan? Yan Wushuang is no longer a member of the Flame Tribe. Feng Wuchen, must you be an enemy of the Flame Tribe? The Flame Emperor spirit asked in a gloomy voice. His face was as ferocious as a tiger's. Clan leader Yan, I didn't say that. Moreover, the Flame Tribe is so powerful, how would I dare? I'm just helping my big brother Yan. I'm not like the Flame Tribe who doesn't have friends. Feng Wuchen shrugged and smiled. The Flame Emperor spirit was so angry that his internal organs were churning violently. He wanted to turn Feng Wuchen into ashes, but there was nothing he could do to Feng Wuchen. Clan leader Yan, you should go back. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom is now under my big brother Yan's control. If you insist on taking action and are unwilling to give up, I'll have to take action. It doesn't seem difficult to deal with you. Feng Wuchen continued to smile. You. The Flame Emperor spirit's face twitched violently. He said in a gloomy voice, Feng Wuchen, I hope you don't regret it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, what's there to regret about helping a friend? Even if I die, it's worth it. Forget it, it's useless to talk to someone like you who doesn't have any friends. Oh right, clan leader Yan, I'll remind you to stay calm. The Chaos Temple is not as easy to deal with as you think. Humph. I don't need you to teach me. The Flame Emperor spirit shouted angrily. The Flame Emperor spirit looked fiercely at the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom and said, Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, consider yourself lucky today. However, don't think that I can't touch you just because you have Feng Wuchen backing you up. You don't say. When the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom recovers, I'll say that you don't dare to touch him. If you provoke him a second time and he burns his divine body, there will be no ceasefire. He dares to risk his life, but do you? Feng Wuchen sneered. The Flame Emperor spirit was furious. Even if he killed Feng Wuchen 10,000 times, he would not be able to vent his anger. Feng Wuchen, just you wait. The Flame Emperor's spirit glared at Feng Wuchen and disappeared. After the Flame Emperor's spirit left, the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom and the Imperial Advisor were completely relieved. However, they were confused about the Infernal Spirit Kingdom submitting to the Infernal Spirit Hall. They did not know what was going on. Only the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom could guess. Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, Wang Xian'er has agreed to submit to the Infernal Spirit Hall. From today onwards, everyone in the Infernal Spirit Kingdom will be under Yan Wushuang's control. Feng Wuchen looked at the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom and said. The Imperial Advisor and the others were shocked. The Imperial Advisor wanted to say something but was stopped by the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. End of chapter. If the Infernal Spirit Kingdom submitted to the Flame God Hall, they would become the laughingstock of the chaotic world. The Infernal Spirit Nation Master and the others were worried that the Emperor would agree. Once he agreed, there would be no turning back. What they did not know was that Wang Xian'er had already agreed to Feng Wuchen's request. Otherwise, why would Feng Wuchen come to save the Infernal Spirit Kingdom? The Emperor looked at Feng Wuchen and said seriously, Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian, Chaos Holy Man, Flame Emperor's Soul, Moonless Holy Nation, Chaos Holy Nation and many other experts want to snatch the Master of the Myriad Worlds. Unfortunately, they do not know that you are the real Master of the Myriad Worlds. I only realized it today. Young Master, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom is willing to submit to the Flame God Hall. I will give the order immediately. As soon as the Infernal Spirit Nation's king said this, the Grand Tutor and the Grand Tutor were all stunned. The thing that they were most worried about had happened. The Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom had agreed to submit to the Flame God Hall. However, after hearing the first half of the Infernal Spirit Nation's monarch speech, the Grand Tutor and the other princes fell silent for some reason. Feng Wuchen was the real master of the Myriad Worlds. Yes, Feng Wuchen had terrifying divine power and could even suppress an honorable god. If he was not the master of the Myriad Worlds, then what was he? Infernal Spirit Nation Master, do you have any objections? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. The Infernal Spirit Nation Master and the others quickly shook their heads and did not dare to speak. How would they dare to have any objections? If Feng Wuchen suddenly did not care about the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, wouldn't they be dead? Young Lord, you're the savior of everyone in the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. I apologize for my foolish actions, the Infernal Spirit King said. He was about to kneel down in front of Feng Wuchen. Young Master, thank you for saving the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. Wang Xian'er was about to kneel down as well. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the ancient divine power stopped them. He said calmly, there is no need to kneel. After all, I have my reasons for saving the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. However, since the Infernal Spirit Kingdom has submitted to the Flame God Hall, I will help you again to prevent the Flame Emperor's soul or Tao Ancestor Jiao Xian from attacking you. After he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen activated his eternal divine power and waved his hand to heal the Emperor's injuries. What happened next shocked the Emperor of the Infernal Spirit Nation, the Imperial Advisor, and the Prince so much that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation, who had been severely injured, was recovering at a terrifying speed. My injuries. The King of the Infernal Spirit Nation was extremely shocked, and his old face was instantly petrified. Grandpa's injuries are recovering so quickly. How is this possible? Wang Xian'er was shocked. She had never seen such a miraculous thing. How is this? His Majesty's injuries are recovering very quickly. He's almost fully recovered. The Infernal Spirit Imperial Advisor exclaimed in shock. Not long after, the King of the Infernal Spirit Nation recovered completely. It was too shocking. The princes and ministers were all dumbfounded. The emperor was emperor's emperoress. Given the severity of his injuries and the fact that he had burned his sovereign godhead physique, it would take him millions of years to fully recover. However, Feng Wuchen was able to heal the emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation with just a wave of his hand. What kind of divine power was that? Not only did Feng Wuchen possess a terrifying divine power, but he also possessed a terrifying healing ability. How scary was Feng Wuchen? The emperor of the Yanhan nation said that Feng Wuchen was the true master of the Myriad Worlds. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom could not afford to offend such a terrifying existence. Alright, the emperor has recovered. Even if Tao ancestor Xian comes, he won't dare to do anything to the infernal spirit kingdom, Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Young master, what divine power is that? The emperor asked in shock. He was still in a daze and his body was trembling. This is divine power, not supernatural power. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Divine power. The monarch of the infernal spirit nation and the imperial advisor were stunned once again. What kind of divine power could have such a terrifying healing effect? The emperor of the infernal spirit nation was stunned beyond words. He thanked him in a daze. Thank you, young master. My brother Yan will come to the infernal spirit kingdom in a few days. Be prepared. If anyone dares to bully my brother Yan, don't blame me, Feng Wuchen, for being merciless. Feng Wuchen smiled and left the hall. The emperor and the grand tutor were still in shock. Outside the main hall, many experts from the infernal spirit holy kingdom were looking at Feng Wuchen in horror, but they were very grateful. They knew that if it weren't for Feng Wuchen, the infernal spirit kingdom would have been destroyed. Feng Wuchen was their savior. Thank you, young master, for saving our lives. The 600,000-strong army of the infernal spirit kingdom thanked him respectfully. This sudden scene gave Feng Wuchen a huge fright. Feng Wuchen smiled helplessly and left in a flash. After Feng Wuchen left, the Grand Tutor asked, Emperor, why did you agree to submit to the infernal god hall? It wasn't my grandfather who agreed. It was me. If I didn't agree, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have done anything, Wang Xian'er said. Grand Tutor, can't you see? The emperor sighed. Feng Wuchen is the master of all realms. The inheritor of the primal chaos ancestor is the master of all realms. No one can take it away from Feng Wuchen, let alone us. Isn't it worth it to submit to the infernal god hall in exchange for the entire infernal spirit kingdom? Besides, there's nothing wrong with submitting to the infernal god hall. At least, Feng Wuchen won't sit by and do nothing. The Yan tribe and Dao ancestor Jiao Xian won't be able to touch us unless they can kill Feng Wuchen. Emperor, are you saying that if the infernal spirit kingdom wants to survive in the chaos realm, we must stand on Feng Wuchen's side? Feng Wuchen is our backer? The Grand Tutor asked solemnly. That's right. At least Feng Wuchen won't lie to me like Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. The emperor nodded. So many things have happened in the chaos realm recently. Have any of you seen the primal chaos ancestor? Everything in the chaos temple is decided by Feng Wuchen. I'm afraid the primal chaos ancestor has already handed the chaos realm to Feng Wuchen. What? Handed the chaos realm to Feng Wuchen? The Grand Tutor and the Grand Tutor gasped in shock. Their eyes widened. After a moment of silence, the emperor said, the chaos realm today is no longer the chaos realm of millions of years ago. Feng Wuchen's appearance has changed the heavenly Tao of the chaos realm. I'm afraid the heavenly Tao of the chaos realm will change because of him. Or perhaps, it will be controlled by him. I can feel that if a supreme god wants to survive the life and death calamity, besides having a very strong divine power, the only other way is Feng Wuchen. Hearing this, the Grand Tutor and the Grand Tutor were shocked. Was Feng Wuchen really as terrifying as the Emperor of the Fire Spirit Nation said? The heavenly Tao of the heavenly Tao would change because of Feng Wuchen and even be controlled by Feng Wuchen. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian and the Yan tribe won't have a good ending if they make an enemy of Feng Wuchen. Perhaps the infernal spirit kingdom is blessed by the heavens to survive. The emperor sighed. The Yan tribe. In the main hall, the Flame Emperor's soul was furious and his murderous aura swept through the entire palace. Feng Wuchen. If I don't grind your bones and scatter your ashes, I'm not human. The Flame Emperor's soul shouted angrily. After the Flame Emperor's soul returned, he became angrier. If not for Feng Wuchen's intervention, the infernal spirit kingdom would have been destroyed. Feng Wuchen let Yan Wushuang build the Flame God Hall and made the infernal spirit kingdom submit to the Flame God Hall. He raised Yan Wushuang's status instantly. He's going against the Yan tribe. Elder Yanfeng said angrily. Not only is he going against the Yan tribe, but he's also humiliating us. The Flame God Hall must not be left alive. Yan Wushuang and Yan Shishui must also be eliminated. We can't let them ruin the reputation of the Yan tribe. Elder Flaming Moon said coldly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Absolutely not. At this moment, Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian's voice was heard and he appeared in the main hall. Why not, Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian? We can't do anything to Feng Wuchen, but Feng Wuchen can't do anything to us either. Elder Flaming Moon said fiercely. The Flame Emperor's soul and Elder Yanfeng looked at Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian. Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian said lightly, after the battle with the Infernal Spirit Kingdom, our strength has been weakened. If we touch Feng Wuchen's people, he'll definitely fight back fiercely. It's not time for us to start a war with the Chaos Temple. Clan leader Yan's injuries have not healed. Even if I recover, we can at most defeat the Chaos Fire Beast. It's impossible to defeat the Chaos Ancestor. Don't be fooled by that old man's absence. When necessary, he won't stand by and do nothing. Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian, when can we do it? Elder Yanfeng asked. The seal of the Dark World has been broken. We don't have to wait too long. Everything is under my control, Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian said lightly. The Flame Emperor's soul frowned and asked, Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian, are you planning to join forces with the Dark World? Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian nodded and said, that's right. The witch is currently raising her strength in the Dark World. We have people in the Dark World. The Flame Emperor's spirit and Elder Yanfeng looked at each other, seemingly unwilling to join forces with the Dark Coalition. The Flame race had always been arrogant. Why would they join hands with the Dark Forces? Wouldn't this ruin the reputation of the Yan clan? Clan leader Yan, the Yan clan has already fallen out with the Chaos Temple, and the Yan clan's strength has been severely damaged. If we don't join forces with the Dark Forces, the Yan clan will be trampled under the feet of the Chaos Temple for the rest of their lives, Dao Ancestor Jiu Xian said indifferently. Flame Emperor's spirit frowned and asked, is Dao Ancestor Jiu Xuan confident in defeating the Chaos Ancestor? The reason why the Primal Chaos Patriarch is able to suppress me is because he possesses the Primal Chaos Paramount Divine Power. If I can obtain Feng Wuchen's Divine Power, or if I can fuse the Darkness Divine Power with the Primal Chaos Divine Power, the Primal Chaos Patriarch won't be able to suppress me, Dao Ancestor Jiu Xuan said confidently. Good. If that's the case, the Yan clan will join forces with the Dark Forces. As long as Dao Ancestor Jiu Xuan can hold back the Primal Chaos Patriarch, we will have a chance to destroy the Chaos Temple. Flame Emperor's spirit agreed immediately. Don't provoke Feng Wuchen for the time being. Wait for my news, Dao Ancestor Jiu Xuan said before vanishing. The news of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom submitting to the Flame God Hall spread quickly from the God Nation and swept through the 4 major regions of the Chaos Realm. The entire Chaos Realm was shocked. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom submitted to the Flame God Hall? What's going on? Who's spouting nonsense? Are they tired of living? Who is the Flame God Hall? How can they make the Infernal Spirit Kingdom submit? Is this a joke? The Infernal Spirit Kingdom is an ancient god nation with an honorable god expert overseeing it. How can they submit to other forces? Countless forces and cultivators in the Chaos Realm were discussing this matter in shock. Even though the news spread throughout the Chaos Realm, not many people dared to believe it. The major forces and many experts in the 4 major regions of the Chaos Realm were also in disbelief. In the main hall of the Moonless God Nation, the monarch of the Moonless God Nation frowned and asked doubtfully, what happened to make the Infernal Spirit Kingdom submit to the Flame God Hall? Even if the monarch of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom was severely injured from burning his honorable god body, he shouldn't have submitted to the Flame God Hall, right? The Infernal Spirit Kingdom has stopped fighting with the Flame Tribe and Dao Ancestor Jiu Xuan. Even if the Infernal Spirit Kingdom's vitality is greatly damaged, they shouldn't have submitted to other forces, right? The monarch of the Moonless God Nation was puzzled. He did not understand what was going on. A prince shook his head and said, I don't understand it either. What's the background of this Flame God Hall? The monarch of the Moonless God Nation asked. Monarch, we found out that the Flame God Hall is a force that was recently established in the sanctuary. The hall master is Yan Wushuang, a member of the Flame Tribe who was abandoned. He's a friend of Feng Wuchen and the eldest disciple of the Chaotic Heaven Sword sect, a protector reported respectfully. A member of the Flame Tribe who was abandoned? He's a friend of Feng Wuchen? The monarch of the Moonless God Nation was shocked. Then, his expression suddenly changed and he guessed, could it be because of Feng Wuchen? It seems like Feng Wuchen is planning to let Yan Wushuang humiliate the Flame Tribe. This Feng Wuchen is really arrogant, the monarch of the Moonless God Nation said with a frown. In the Chaos God Nation, the Flame Spirit Divine Country submitting to the Flame God Hall must have something to do with Feng Wuchen. That's because the Flame God Hall's leader, Yan Wushuang, is Feng Wuchen's friend. In other words, the Flame Spirit Divine Country submitted to Feng Wuchen. The Flame Spirit Divine Country and Yan Wushuang were abandoned by the Flame Divine Country, said Emperor Lingyun. I see. The monarch of the Primal Chaos God Nation frowned and said, it's just that I didn't expect the monarch of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom to submit to Feng Wuchen. Monarch, the Infernal Spirit Kingdom has suffered great losses. I'm afraid the monarch of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom is worried that the other two countries will swallow them up or that Dao ancestor Jiao Xian and the Flame Tribe will destroy them. That's why he's willing to submit to the Flame God Hall and Feng Wuchen. With Feng Wuchen around, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian and the Flame Emperor Spirit won't dare to act rashly, the monarch of the Primal Chaos God Nation said. The monarch of the Primal Chaos God Nation nodded and said solemnly, you're right. The monarch of the Infernal Spirit Kingdom is a sly old fox. He won't put himself in danger. Chaotic Heaven Sword Sect. Sect Master, Senior Brother Yen is now the Flame God Hall Master. The Infernal Spirit Kingdom has submitted to the Flame God Hall. That's right. Sect Master, we just received news that Senior Brother Yen is now in control of the entire Infernal Spirit Kingdom and he's currently in the Infernal Spirit Kingdom. I can't believe that Senior Brother Yen has become a big shot in an instant. He's indeed different from the young master of the Chaos God Hall. Great. Senior Martial Brother Yen owns the Infernal Spirit Divine Kingdom. Who would dare to bully us in the future? The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect were extremely excited. As expected, Wushuang didn't disappoint me. The Sky Sword Sect Master smiled happily. In the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation, Yan Wushuang and Yan Yenshui were enjoying the best treatment in the Infernal Spirit Divine Nation. The Infernal Spirit Ruler, the Imperial Advisor, and the higher-ups came out to welcome them. There was no need to mention how awe-inspiring this scene was. Yan Wushuang's fame instantly resounded throughout the Chaos Realm. The news reached the Flaming Tribe. While it shocked the Flaming Tribe, it also infuriated them. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yenshui were abandoned by the Flaming Tribe. Now, not only were they the Hall Masters of the Flame Spirit Temple, but they were also the Masters of the Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom. It was obvious that they wanted to compete with the Flaming Tribe and even replace them. How could the Flaming Tribe not be angry? Yan Wushuang deserves to die. What right does he have to be on the same level as us? Who does he think he is? I'm so angry. He's just a piece of trash. How dare he control the Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom? Trash from the Flaming Tribe will always be trash. Even if he becomes the master of the Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom, he's still trash. The Flaming Tribe cursed. However, they seemed to have forgotten that Yan Wushuang and Yan Yenshui were no longer part of the Flaming Tribe. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yenshui's divine power and bloodline had been returned to the Flaming Tribe. Their bloodline, physical body, and divine power were all given to them by Feng Wuchen. They were already part of the Dragon Gods. Yan Wushuang has taken over the Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom. Does Feng Wuchen really think that Yan Wushuang can surpass the Flaming Tribe? The Flame Emperor's soul was disdainful. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yenshui's talents are the worst. So what if they take over the Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom? With their talents, they'll never surpass the Flaming Tribe, the Flaming Moon Elder said coldly. Great Elder Yan Feng said in a deep voice, but they are still from the Flame race. Although not many people in the Chaos Realm know that they were abandoned by the Flame race, once this news gets out in the future, the Flame race will definitely become a joke in the Chaos Realm. That day won't come. It won't be long before we start a war with the Chaos Temple. We'll get rid of them then. The Flame Emperor's soul said coldly, Feng Wuchen won't live for long. With the witch's dark divine power resisting Feng Wuchen's divine power, Feng Wuchen won't be a threat. Grandfather, it's not just my sister's dark divine power. The dark divine power of the Dark World's experts can resist Feng Wuchen's divine power. If we work with the Dark World, we won't have to be afraid of Feng Wuchen, Yan Wutian smiled. When my sister comes back, I'll talk to her and see if we can arrange for an expert from the dark world to take action. Who knows, they might be able to seize Feng Wuchen's divine power. Young master is right. First Elder Yanfeng nodded in agreement. Grandpa, if we can obtain Feng Wuchen's divine power, we won't have to join forces with the dark forces. With Grandpa's strength, it won't be a problem for you to deal with Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, Yan Wutian said. Flame Emperor's spirit glanced at Yan Wutian, a smile appearing on his old face. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the art refining pavilion of the Pangu Immortal abode, Gui Mukan and the 3 chaotic God Emperor realm alchemists were looking at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. Their expressions were dull and petrified. Feng Wuchen's terrifying refining ability scared them badly. Every one of Feng Wuchen's Chaos Immortal weapons was much stronger than theirs. Even the Chaos Immortal weapons refined by Gui Mukan, a chaotic heavenly venerable realm alchemist, were not as powerful as those refined by Feng Wuchen. What was even more frightening was that Feng Wuchen was only a chaotic divine lord realm alchemist. Who in the entire chaotic realm could do that? Feng Wuchen stretched and breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "It's so comfortable. I'm really tired these days." During these 3 days, Feng Wuchen stayed in the art refining pavilion to refine Chaos Immortal weapons. Even though Feng Wuchen could create a weapon with a thought, he was still a low-level alchemist and had to refine a large number of Chaos Immortal weapons. After 3 days, he was exhausted. My soul power has improved a lot. I'm not far from becoming a chaotic divine lord realm alchemist, Feng Wuchen said to himself with a smile. After all, the divine ring was 10 times the size of an interspatial ring and he had dozens of primordial spirit avatars. After absorbing chaos crystals and soul source stones, Feng Wuchen's soul power had improved tremendously. Second Elder, these Chaos Immortal weapons will be given to the Dragon Soul Supremacy, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Yes, supremacy. Gui Mukan said in a daze. His old face was still filled with shock. Continue refining. I'll teach you how to refine Chaos Immortal weapons when I have time, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He then stood up and walked out of the art refining pavilion. Teach you how to refine Chaos Immortal weapons? Gui Mukan and the other alchemists were overjoyed when they heard this. Brother Feng. As soon as Feng Wuchen walked out of the art refining pavilion, Bai Xiankong rushed over and said anxiously, "You're finally out." Looking at the anxious Bai Xiankong, Feng Wuchen asked, "What's the matter?" Bai Xiankong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said anxiously, "Something happened. Many experts from the Flame God Hall are here. They want to join the Flame God Hall. Big Brother Yen is worried that he won't be able to keep them under control. He's also worried that some of them are up to no good. You should go to the Flame God Hall at once." Yan Wushuang did not know many experts. Although he was the hall master, he had no idea how to deal with so many experts at once. He was extremely nervous when he was in the Flame Spirit Divine Nation, especially when he was talking to the Emperor of the Flame Spirit Divine Nation. He even stuttered a little, not knowing what to say. "Let's go," Feng Wuchen smiled and disappeared with Bai Xiankong. When they reappeared, Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong were already above the Flame God Hall. He was shocked when he saw the scene. The square of the Flame God Hall was packed with people. Dozens of people were lining up from the main hall to the entrance. The enormous hall was packed with people. Even the sky was filled with people. There were at least a few 10,000 people. Isn't this a little too much? Feng Wuchen was stunned. This was more praising than he had expected. Bai Xiankong smiled bitterly, "Big Brother Yen, since you returned from the Flame Spirit Divine Nation, a large number of experts have wanted to join the Flame God Hall. It's even more so in the past 2 days. Primal Chaos Heavenly Sovereign, Primal Chaos Godly Emperor, Primal Chaos Emperor and other experts had arrived." It was no wonder that Yan Wushuang was worried that he would not be able to keep them under control. Who wouldn't be worried when so many experts suddenly arrived? "Brother Feng, you're finally here. What should we do with so many experts? They all want to join the Flame God Hall. The Flame God Hall is so weak. They shouldn't be fighting over it, right? I'm worried that there's a conspiracy. Some of them might be up to no good," Yan Wushuang said anxiously. "Big Brother Feng, we've never seen such a scene," Yan Jishui said quickly. Feng Wuchen smiled happily. Big Brother Yan, this is a good opportunity to strengthen the Flame God Hall. Since they want to join the Flame God Hall, take in as many as they come. Don't forget that you want to surpass the Flame Tribe. Isn't this a good opportunity? I'm just worried that the Flame Tribe might send some of them, Yan Wushuang said worriedly. Don't worry. Those who have bad intentions will die. Feng Wuchen patted Yan Wushuang's shoulder. Then, he looked at the crowd outside the hall and said loudly, the Flame God Hall will not reject anyone. Anyone who wants to join the Flame God Hall will be welcomed. Those who join the Flame God Hall with bad intentions and traitors will be killed without mercy. Even if you're a primal chaos heavenly sovereign, you'll be killed. What? Accept all of them? Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanshui were stunned when they heard Feng Wuchen's words. Yan Wushuang hurriedly pulled Feng Wuchen back and said, Brother Feng, I can't control so many people. Moreover, they wouldn't fight to join the Flame God Hall for no reason. Aren't you afraid that they might be plotting something? Yan Wushuang's worries were reasonable. The Flame God Hall had just been established and there were only a few people in the huge palace. The strongest person was Yan Wushuang, a first-level chaotic divine master. What capabilities did such a force have to make so many experts fight to join? Was it because the Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom had submitted to the Flame God Hall? That shouldn't be the case, right? Not to mention the weak cultivators, those who rushed to join the Flame God Hall were definitely aiming for the fierce tiger that was the Flame Spirit Divine Nation. However, the Chaos Heavenly Sovereign and the Chaos God Emperor didn't care about the weakened Flame Spirit Divine Kingdom. If they really wanted to join a big force, wouldn't it be better to join the Moonless Divine Kingdom or the Chaos Divine Kingdom? Why would they want to join the Flame God Hall, which wasn't even a third-rate force, which Chaos Heavenly Sovereign and the Chaos God Emperor could stand the Chaos Divine Master's orders? Brother Feng, Brother Yan is right. If we accept all of them, something big might happen. I don't believe that the Chaos Heavenly Sovereign would join the Flame God Hall, Bai Xiankong said quickly. If we don't accept them, how would we know that something big is going to happen? Feng Wuchen asked with a smile. Bai Xiankong was stunned when he heard Feng Wuchen's words. He finally understood that Feng Wuchen wanted something big to happen. Yan Wushuang and Yan Yanshui were also stunned. They had guessed that Feng Wuchen was doing this on purpose. He wanted to see what the people behind the scenes were up to. They would pretend that nothing had happened and focus on strengthening the Flame God Hall. Brother Feng, what do you think they are up to? Who could it be? Yan Wushuang hurriedly asked. Feng Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and smiled faintly. Big Brother Yan, I don't know either. Not all of these people came here with ulterior motives. Of course, some of them really want to join the Flame Divine Hall. Therefore, I said that this is an opportunity to strengthen the Flame Divine Hall. After all, you are now the master of the Flame Spirit Divine Nation. It is normal for people to want to join the Flame Divine Hall. Big Brother Yan, rest assured. Your 9 underworld hellfire is extremely powerful. Even if something were to happen, you would not be in any danger. Yan Wushuang nodded, finally feeling more at ease. Bloodthirsty Aries, are there any movements from the dark side? Feng Wuchen asked through telepathy. Young Hall Master, many Chaos Heavenly Sovereigns and Chaos God Emperors from the dark side have gone to the 4 regions. They have even infiltrated some of the major forces. They possess powerful dark divine power, but they have not taken any action. However, it is obvious that the dark side wants to secretly control the major forces in the 4 regions, Bloodthirsty Aries reported through telepathy. It seems that the dark side knows something. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to attack the Flame Divine Hall, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. However, he was not worried at all. There were tens of thousands of people fighting to join the Flame Divine Hall, and many of them were from the dark side. The dark divine power that they had hidden could not fool Feng Wuchen. As Feng Wuchen had seen through it, he had decided to recruit them into the Flame Divine Hall. Feng Wuchen also wanted to see what the dark side was up to. Feng Wuchen did not care about what the dark side had done in the past. Since the seal had been broken, as long as the dark side knew their place, Feng Wuchen would give them a place to establish themselves. He was just afraid that the dark side would not know their place and would be ambitious. After all, there were already experts from the dark side who had infiltrated the major forces. There must be a conspiracy. If that was the case, Feng Wuchen did not mind wiping out the entire dark side. It was a pity that the dark side would not know their place. Young master, an expert from the dark side has appeared in the flame tribe. He is a 5th-level chaotic heavenly master and his dark divine power is extremely strong, Mad Emperor Battle God said respectfully. Got it, Feng Wuchen replied. Seems like the flame tribe has joined forces with the dark side. The dark side will have to be wiped out eventually. Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a cold smile. The dark side has also infiltrated the flame divine hall. Seems like they want to take the opportunity to infiltrate the flame spirit divine nation because of it. Young master, there are many experts from the dark side among the major forces in the heavenly immortal domain. They have concealed their auras, Mad Emperor Battle God replied respectfully. Don't alert them first. Continue to monitor them secretly. The dark side has sent out many experts and ordered the chaotic heavenly spiritual beasts to move out as well, Feng Wuchen replied. Yes, young master. Mad Emperor Battle God replied respectfully. There were many experts from the dark side and the Battle God guards alone could not monitor them. Great Elder, the dark side has infiltrated the major forces in the chaotic world. Send experts to the 4 major regions to monitor them secretly. If they do anything, kill them without mercy. Feng Wuchen sent another message to the ancient heavenly emperor. I will give the order immediately. The ancient heavenly emperor replied. Feng Wuchen smiled and muttered to himself, Dark side, I would like to see how big of a wave you can cause. Feng Wuchen glanced at the experts from the dark side and thought to himself, the dark side has infiltrated the major forces. Do they have the competence to control these major forces? Do they have the ability to do so? If I ask for help, I can steal the book tickets like stealing vegetables. Come and steal your friend's book tickets to vote for my book. Feng Wuchen did not think much about it. Anyway, once the dark side took action, he would kill them without mercy. After the Flame God Hall had made arrangements for tens of thousands of people, Feng Wuchen helped the Flame God Hall to select experts to be elders and protectors. These elders and protectors were all experts from the dark side. Elders, protectors, and experts, I am Feng Wuchen. In the hall, Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and said, Since you have chosen to join the Flame God Hall, you have to listen to my brother Yan's orders. Those who harbor ill intentions and betrayal will be annihilated. We will listen to the Hall Master's orders. The elders and protectors replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen? Is this the person that Tao ancestor Jiao Xian wants to deal with? I can't see any powerful divine power in him. An elder sneered in his heart but looked at Feng Wuchen calmly. The successor of the primal chaos ancestor. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant in front of the primal chaos heavenly sovereign and the primal chaos god emperor. Another elder thought to himself. So he is the young hall master of the chaos god hall. He has hidden his cultivation well and I can't see his cultivation level. This person is indeed not simple. A protector thought to himself. Feng Wuchen's words were meant for the experts from the dark side and to tell them his identity. Brother Yan, I will leave the Flame God Hall to you. Although they are not as powerful as the Yan tribe, I believe that the Flame God Hall will surpass them in no time. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. When Feng Wuchen said this, the elders and protectors were stunned. Brother Feng, thank you for your help. Yan Wushuang said gratefully, the Flame God Hall will surpass the Yan tribe. Surpass the Yan tribe, forget about Feng Wuchen's whimsical thoughts, Yan Wushuang was also ignorant. The elders and protectors looked at Feng Wuchen and Yan Wushuang as though they were looking at idiots. The Yan tribe had been in the chaos world for tens of millions of years. One could imagine how strong they were. The Flame God Hall had just been established and they were dreaming of surpassing the Yan tribe. Brother Yan, if there's nothing else, we'll go back and cultivate. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. He wasn't worried about the safety of Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui. Thank you, Brother Feng. Yan Wushuang thanked him again. Yan Yishui personally sent Feng Wuchen and Bai Xiankong off. After Feng Wuchen left, an elder asked respectfully, Hall Master, since the infernal spirit divine nation has submitted to the Flame God Hall and we've just joined the Flame God Hall, I'm afraid the infernal spirit divine nation doesn't know our identity. Can you arrange a time to bring us to the infernal spirit divine nation to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future? Rest assured, elders. I'll bring you there after some time. Yan Wushuang smiled happily as though he didn't feel anything was wrong. Yan Wushuang was nervous facing so many powerful experts. He had to be polite when he spoke. How could he feel that something was wrong? Feng Wuchen didn't tell Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui about the dark faction. Firstly, he didn't want to alert the enemy. Secondly, he wanted to build confidence for Yan Wushuang. Hearing this, smiles appeared on the faces of the elders and custodians. It seemed like Feng Wuchen was right. The dark faction wanted to infiltrate the infernal spirit divine nation through the flame god hall. Brother Feng, can my brother control so many experts? Yan Yishui asked worriedly outside the hall. It's your first time as the hall master. You have to take it slow. But you have to be strong. Don't forget that your divine power is very strong. You don't have to be afraid even if it's the Chaos Heavenly Sovereign. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Yes, thank you. Yan Yishui nodded and smiled. Pangu Immortal Mansion. Why isn't anyone joining the Pangu Immortal Mansion? Looking at the deserted Pangu Immortal abode, Feng Wuchen said helplessly. Brother Feng, if everyone knows your identity, I'm afraid the Pangu Immortal Manor won't even have a place to stand. Bai Xiankong spread his hands and said with a smile. The Dragon Soul Venerable had already been in seclusion for a month, and the ancient Primal Chaos mantra that Feng Wuchen had brought back from the Primal Chaos Temple, they should have already succeeded in cultivating it. The Primal Chaos Immortal Artifact and the powerful Primordial Chaos Mantra had greatly boosted the strength of over 100 Dragon Soul Venerables. However, this was far from enough. Compared to the War God Guards, it was still far from enough. The Dark Forces had already made their move. Feng Wuchen also wanted to increase the strength of the Dragon Soul Venerable as soon as possible. Now, the fastest way was to bestow them with powerful divine power. Feng Wuchen didn't know much about the Dragon Soul Venerable. After all, they were people that the Purgatory Taoist and Shangguan Wufeng had found. However, this didn't affect Feng Wuchen from bestowing them with powerful divine power. Moreover, the Purgatory Taoist was someone that they trusted. Feng Wuchen naturally wouldn't doubt it. Primordial Origin, can I use the Primordial God power to help others increase their divine power? Feng Wuchen asked. After all of Feng Wuchen's divine power had been boosted by dozens of times because of the Primordial Origin. Feng Wuchen thought that the Primordial Origin should be able to increase the divine power of others as well. Yes, it will only consume some Primordial God power. There won't be any other effects. The Primordial Origin replied respectfully. That's great. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. In this way, the Dragon Soul Venerable's strength would definitely increase by a large margin. If the Dragon Soul Venerable's divine power were to increase, their combat strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, even if they weren't as strong as the War Immortal Guards, they wouldn't be much weaker. It would only be a matter of time before they surpassed the War Immortal Guards. Shangguan Wufeng, gather all the Dragon Soul Venerables immediately. Feng Wuchen ordered. Shangguan Wufeng, who was cultivating, immediately opened his eyes and replied respectfully, Yes, Honorable Lord. After Shangguan Wufeng gave the order, all the Dragon Soul Venerables gathered in the square. Great Elder, Second Elder, you two come as well. Feng Wuchen continued. Yes, Honorable Lord. The Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukin replied respectfully. Brother Feng, why did you call all the Dragon Soul Venerables out? Bai Xiankong asked curiously as he looked at Feng Wuchen. Big brother, what's the matter? Zhu Wutian quickly asked with a solemn expression. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and set up a Dragon Soul boundary. He smiled faintly and said, to increase your divine power. What? Increase our divine power? The Dragon Soul Venerables were shocked, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Divine power could be increased, what kind of joke was this? Didn't he know that their divine power was only ordinary? The Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mukin looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Honorable Lord, are you joking? Divine power can be increased? He Qingyun asked in shock. Big brother, are you talking about cultivation or strength? Zhu Wutian was puzzled, he didn't seem to understand. You'll know in a moment. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he walked up to the Purgatory Taoist. Grand Elder's divine power is the primordial divine power. The Purgatory Taoist's name is well known in the Chaos Realm. He's the strongest person in the Chaos Realm Feng Wuchen smiled faintly as he activated his primordial divine power. What happened next scared everyone to the point that they were in a vegetative state, including the Purgatory Taoist. The primordial divine power was injected into the Purgatory Taoist's body. The Purgatory Taoist's primordial divine power began to erupt and strengthen at a terrifying speed. The Purgatory Taoist's primordial divine power soared crazily. Hiss! Bai Xiankong and the others gasped in shock as their eyes widened to their maximum. Grand Elder's primordial divine power has been strengthened by several times, and it's still strengthening. Gui Mukin couldn't help but exclaim with a trembling voice. How is this possible? My lord can strengthen his divine power. Shangguan Wufeng was extremely shocked. Oh my god, this can't be real, right? Zhu Wutian was dumbfounded. The Dragon Soul Supremacy was dumbfounded as well. Such a terrifying and miraculous scene was unheard of. His primordial divine power has been strengthened by dozens of times. The Purgatory Taoist's old face was completely petrified as his heart was in turmoil. He had lived in the Chaos Realm for tens of millions of years, but he had never seen such a miraculous thing. Purgatory Taoist, your primordial divine power should be able to contend with the Chaos divine power now. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Contend with the Chaos divine power. The Purgatory Taoist was shocked. How terrifying was this? The Dragon Soul Supremacy was shocked again. Brother Feng, this is impossible, right? Grand Elder's divine power has been strengthened by dozens of times. Bai Xiankong asked in shock as his face turned pale. You'll know once you try. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the domineering primordial divine power instantly spread out. Feng Wuchen wanted to strengthen the divine power of all the Dragon Soul Supremacies. If anyone else saw such a heaven-defying scene, they would probably be scared to death. My divine power is getting stronger. In the blink of an eye, it has become several times stronger. My divine power is getting stronger. Amazing! Can ordinary divine power be strengthened as well? This isn't a dream, right? My divine power has been strengthened by more than 10 times. And it's still getting stronger. My lord is too scary. My lord's divine power can strengthen our divine power. All of a sudden, the Dragon Soul Supremacies could not help but exclaim when they felt their divine power being strengthened. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. In just a few minutes, the divine power of more than 100 Dragon Soul Supremacies had been strengthened by more than 10 times. Even ordinary divine power was more terrifying than the primordial divine power. It could definitely compete with Emperor Ling Yun's primordial divine power. At this moment, the Dragon Soul Supremacies, including the Purgatory Taoist, were looking at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a god. Only a true god could strengthen the divine power of all the Dragon Soul Supremacies by more than 10 times. Big brother Feng, this can't be real, right? Quick, tell me this is not a dream. Zhu Wutian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He was very afraid that this was a dream. However, such a terrifying strengthening was completely beyond their understanding. Most of them thought that this was a dream. After all, this was too heaven-defying. Slap, suddenly, Bai Xiankong slapped Zhu Wutian. The slap was so loud that everyone could hear it clearly. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Zhu Wutian covered his face in pain and shouted at Bai Xiankong, what are you doing? You're not dreaming. I'm just trying to help you. Bai Xiankong said blankly. He also felt the pain in his palm. Then, he shouted with joy, this is not a dream. It's real. It's real. All of a sudden, the Dragon Soul Supremacies cheered excitedly. Their divine power had been strengthened dozens of times. All of them felt like they were invincible. That feeling was too comfortable. The Purgatory Taoist was shocked. It was the first time he felt that Feng Wuchen was so terrifying. The old man's ancient divine power was completely out of his control for a moment. The High Lord's divine power is definitely above the Primal Chaos divine power. No wonder he is the inheritor of the Primal Chaos ancestor. The increase in your godly power will be of great help to your domain, the Primal Chaos domain. I have also bestowed you with Primal Chaos Immortal equipment and ancient Primal Chaos mantra. Your strength is already close to that of the War Immortal guards. In the future, you will definitely surpass them. This is also the dragon's soul that I want. I hope you will not disappoint me. Feng Wuchen laughed happily. I pledge my life to the High Lord. The Dragon Soul High Lord roared in ecstasy. All right. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and signaled for everyone to quiet down. The Dragon Soul High Lord's expression was full of respect. He looked at Feng Wuchen with worship in his eyes. His blood was boiling and burning. You may not have heard of the Dark World. Perhaps the Great Elder and Second Elder know that the Dark World has been sealed by the Primal Chaos Ancestor for many years. Now that the seal has been broken, many experts of the Dark World have already infiltrated the major forces of the Primal Chaos domain. Feng Wuchen said seriously, the experts of the Primal Chaos Temple and the War Immortal Guards have all been mobilized. However, it is far from enough. Therefore, you must also take action. Head to the 4 major regions of the Primal Chaos domain and secretly monitor the experts of the Dark World. Your divine power has been strengthened dozens of times. You can sense the presence of the Dark World divine power. But remember, do not alert the enemy. Once the experts of the Dark World take action, kill them without mercy. Yes, High Lord. The Dragon Soul High Lord accepted the order respectfully. War Immortal Array. Open. Shadowless Storm Array. Open. Feng Wuchen formed a seal and sent the 2 arrays into the Dragon Soul High Lord's body. An extremely powerful primal array. This should be an array that can increase one's combat power. It is even more powerful than the one that Old Man researched. The Purgatory Taoist was shocked. As the strongest heavenly lord in the Primal Chaos domain, he had never seen such a powerful array. What kind of person could create such a powerful array that surpassed his research? High Lord, what array is this? The Purgatory Taoist asked quickly. He was extremely curious. This is an array that can increase one's combat power and speed. You will be able to sense it when you activate your divine power. You can use it when you encounter a powerful enemy. Feng Wuchen continued with a smile, Great Elder, this is the result of the research of the expert that I know. They will arrive in the Primal Chaos domain soon. Hearing this, the Dragon Soul High Lord was shocked again. There was such a powerful array and it was sent into their bodies. What was the background of this Dragon Soul High Lord? Why did he always bring out things that they had never heard of? Great Elder, Second Elder, and those under the Primal Chaos Emperor stay. The other High Lords will set off immediately. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. The Dragon Soul High Lords above the Primal Chaos Emperor immediately set off. Big brother, what are we going to do? Zhu Wutian asked quickly. Cultivate well and break through to the Primal Chaos Emperor realm as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen patted Zhu Wutian's shoulder and said to the Purgatory Taoist, Great Elder, Second Elder, follow me to the Alchemy Pavilion. The Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mu Chen did not know why Feng Wuchen wanted to see them alone. Could it be that he wanted to teach them how to refine weapons and pills? In the Alchemy Pavilion, Feng Wuchen said solemnly, our enemy is very powerful. I feel that a fierce battle is coming. Once the battle starts, heavy casualties are inevitable. However, it is difficult to resist Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian with just the Primal Chaos Celestial Fire Beast. The Supreme God of the Dark Forces is unfathomable. They are not inferior to Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. Speaking of this, Feng Wuchen condensed a golden and terrifying divine power origin in his palm. Feeling the terror of this divine power origin, the Purgatory Taoist and Gui Mu Chen's faces changed dramatically. They were so frightened that they almost suffocated on the spot. Feng Wuchen said seriously, this is the ancient divine power origin. It can be absorbed directly without refining. It can help you increase your cultivation. It may even help the Great Elder step into the Supreme God. With the help of the Space Ring, it will not take too much time. Break through to the Supreme God. The Purgatory Taoist's eyes almost flew out. His heart was beating wildly. Was the ancient divine power origin really so terrifying? One must know that in the tens of millions of years of the chaotic world, there were not many who could step into the Supreme God realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through to the Supreme God realm. Great Lord, why don't you keep it for yourself? The Purgatory Taoist asked curiously. Gue Muchen quickly said, with the Great Lord's terrifying cultivation speed, your cultivation will increase greatly. I still have it. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, what's more, we need a supreme god now. If the Great Elder can break through to the supreme god realm, our strength will naturally be stronger. Thank you, Great Lord. The Purgatory Taoist and Gue Muchen thanked him respectfully. Alright, you two cultivate well. I'll make a trip to the Chaos Dragon tribe. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly and disappeared immediately. Dragon God Supreme will continue to be updated in the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements in the hand fighting bar. Please bookmark and recommend the hand fighting bar. If you like Dragon God Supreme, please bookmark. Dragon God Supreme updates the fastest in the hand fighting bar. Dark World. As the name suggested, it was a dark world with the sky covered by a black veil. The air was filled with an eerie aura that made people feel endless fear. However, the dark world was filled with a terrifying aura. The aura of an honorable god enveloped the entire dark world. Below the honorable god were many chaos heavenly venerables. The strength of the dark world was not inferior to any of the transcendental forces in the chaos realm. This was also the reason why Dao ancestor Jiao Xian wanted to control the dark world. Once he controlled the entire dark world, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian would have the absolute strength to wage war against the Chaos Shrine. Now that Dao ancestor Jiao Xian had obtained the heavenly Dao token, controlling the dark world was a piece of cake. In a majestic palace in the dark night, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian sat on the throne. Sitting on the main seat was Dao ancestor Jiao Xian. His body exuded a terrifying aura of supremacy. Below him were top experts with terrifying strength, and there was even an honorable god expert. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, the heavenly Dao token has been sent to the demonic god hall for a few days, but the demonic god patriarch has yet to come out of seclusion. The demonic god hall and the forces under them have yet to respond. Our demonic god hall and the forces under them are ready. A chaos heavenly venerate expert reported respectfully. The demonic god patriarch has been in seclusion for more than 10 million years. I believe his cultivation is not below mine. He is yet to come out of seclusion after learning of my arrival. It seems that this is a critical moment. It won't be long before he comes out. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian smiled faintly, not in a hurry. Looking at the honorable god expert, Dao ancestor Jiao Xian smiled and asked, Chiemo Laozu, what's the difference between you and the demonic god patriarch? The difference between me and the demonic god patriarch is not great, but his dark divine power is stronger. It should not lose to Dao ancestor Jiao Xian's chaos divine power, Chiemo Laozu said respectfully. In that case, the demonic god patriarch has the strength to fight the chaos ancestor. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian nodded. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian, the experts under the demonic god hall have already infiltrated the forces of the chaos realm. They can take action at any time, Chiemo Laozu said. There is no hurry. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian shook his head slightly and said with a faint smile, the more critical the moment is, the more we can't be anxious. The Chaos Temple must have noticed that the experts of the dark forces have infiltrated the major forces of the chaotic world. However, several days have passed and nothing has happened. The most terrifying one is still Feng Wuchen. You guys don't understand Feng Wuchen. His god power is the ancient god power, which is extremely terrifying. The primal chaos divine palace hasn't done anything yet, so it must be related to Feng Wuchen. What kind of divine power is the primordial god force? Why haven't I heard of it before? Chiemo Laozu asked curiously. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian frowned and said, that's the legendary divine power. It surpasses the supreme divine power of primal chaos, but it doesn't belong to the primal chaos realm. Not many people know about it. Our men have already infiltrated the Flame God Hall. We can capture Yan Wushuang and Yan Yishui to threaten Feng Wuchen at any time. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen's divine power is, we don't need to worry, said an elder respectfully. If we don't have 100% confidence, we can't make a move, because we only have one chance. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian said solemnly, pass down the order. The experts of the major forces who have infiltrated are not to act rashly. Wait for orders. Understood. Chiemo Laozu and the others replied respectfully. Dao ancestor Jiuxuan was right. They only had one chance. If they failed, they would not have a second chance. I will make a trip to the moonless divine kingdom. You should help the Witch of Flame increase her cultivation as soon as possible and increase her darkness divine power. Dao ancestor Jiao Xian threw down these words before disappearing. Chiemo Laozu, is what Dao ancestor Jiao Xian said true? Does Patriarch Fiend God really have the Heavenly Dao Ancestral Master's Heavenly Dao token? An elder asked with a frown. Chiemo Laozu frowned deeply and shook his head. I'm not sure either. Regardless, if we want to leave the dark world, we have to believe in Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian. If Dao Ancestor Jiao Xian and Patriarch Fiend God join forces, we can definitely defeat the Primal Chaos Patriarch. I hope it's true. If we have the Heavenly Dao token, Patriarch Fiend God will definitely join forces with us. I can't stay in this damned place any longer, an elder said in a low voice. The Primal Chaos Patriarch didn't kill us back then. Instead, he sealed us in this dark place. It's an insult to us. We can't let him go this time, another elder said angrily. Primal Chaos Patriarch, we will meet again soon, Chiemo Laozu said fiercely, his old eyes flashing with bloodthirsty killing intent. Primal Chaos Dragon Tribe. Feng Wuchen appeared. Brother Feng is here. The few dragons guarding the mountain gate welcomed him excitedly. Feng Wuchen was very popular in the Primal Chaos Dragon Tribe. Moreover, he was the benefactor of the soul-devouring dragon Grand Elder. The tribe members were very enthusiastic when they saw Feng Wuchen. Is young Master Aotian here? Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Brother Feng, you came at the right time. Young Master has just returned. I'll report to him immediately. A dragon laughed happily and rushed into the mountain gate. Feng Wuchen came to the Primal Chaos Dragon tribe to invite Ao Tianlong to Panga Realm. After all, he had promised him last time. Brother Feng, did I sense it wrong? Why do I feel that your bloodline has become very powerful? A dragon member suddenly asked. Indeed. Feng Wuchen nodded and smiled. It's good that you're powerful. You brought honor to our dragon tribe. Haha. A dragon member laughed happily. Brother Feng. Xianxia and the others heard the news and came over. Feng Wuchen. Ancestor Dragon Princess also rushed out of the palace. Her face was filled with excitement as if she had won the 500 billion lottery. It's rare that Ancestor Dragon Princess is obediently staying in the Primal Chaos Dragon tribe. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Haha. Xianxia and the others laughed. Ignoring the laughter, Ancestor Dragon Princess hurriedly said, Feng Wuchen, bring me out quickly. I haven't gone out to play for a few days. Dragon Princess, don't mess around. Ao Tianlong's stern voice sounded. Then, he appeared. When Ao Tianlong appeared, Ancestor Dragon Princess pouted and did not dare to speak anymore. At this time Ao Long, Candle Dragon, Soul-Devouring Dragon, and the other higher-ups came out of the palace. Brother Feng, you haven't been here for a while. Soul-Devouring Dragon laughed happily. Just as he finished speaking, his old face suddenly froze. Ao Long, Candle Dragon, and the others also noticed something. Their faces were instantly filled with shock. What a terrifying bloodline power! Ao Long said in shock. His old eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? Soul-Devouring Dragon and the others felt Feng Wuchen's terrifying bloodline power. Brother Feng, what's going on with your dragon god's bloodline? How did it become so powerful? Ao Tianlong asked in shock. He also noticed it. My bloodline power has increased. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Bloodline has increased? Ao Long and the others were shocked again. Their old faces were filled with confusion. End of chapter 4086. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.